grown at home. Not worth much. Tang Ranran was so crazy that he squeezed all the more than 10 units of burnt butternuts. The oil yield of this fruit is very high, 50% to 60%. So Tang Ranran got nearly 600 grams, which is more than 600 milliliters of oil. It's just fried pumpkin pie. This oil is enough. Because of the large number of requesting oil. Requesting a lottery. Requesting oil residue. Requesting a lottery on the barrage. Tang Ranran, who had just squeezed out the oil, could only say helplessly, "Okay, in view of your strong request, after today's desserts are made, these used oils will also be given away as a benefit through a lottery. As for this residue, don't even think about it. I'm afraid it will cause problems after eating it. So I have other arrangements." Host 666. Is there any knowledgeable person who can popularize the purification value of this woody plant oil made from fruits with a purification value of 26? Please test the purification value after frying the food. Fruit oil. Fruit oil squeezed from 26 fruits. I can't afford it in my lifetime. I just hope to win the lottery. Other arrangements equals throw it into the trash can? Looking forward to it. Next step. Next step. I want to know the next step. I don't want to watch the host cook. I just want to watch the host give out benefits. I just want to know what the host meant by other arrangements. Ask, what do you mean by other arrangements? Other arrangements mean that I will use it as fertilizer to carry out pure plant cultivation research with higher purification value. So don't worry about it. Tang Ranran said something nonsense. Okay. Put these oils aside for later use. We are now preparing the last auxiliary material, which is sugar. Higher purification value. More than 30? The host is so good. The host is awesome. Sugar? Flavored sugar? We occasionally eat ordinary flavored sugar, or even low radiation sugar. But I know that the host wants to use. It must be pure sugar. Just ask, what is the anchor going to do this time? Do you make sugar yourself? Or buy it? Grow vegetables? I want to watch growing vegetables and win prizes. Hurry up. Tell me so I can give up. There are a lot of sugars on the market. But as everyone knows, most of them are low radiation ordinary sugars. There are too few pure sugars. I haven't compared them one by one, so I don't know which one is better. So I used the Northern Cheese Star Blue Licorice branch. In order not to be accused of waste, we planted it in a flower pot this time. Tang Ranran said, as he took out his own vegetable planting set. Flower pots and soil from the space buckle. 10 palm-sized simple flower pots, filled with half a pot of soil. Sprinkled the seeds, and Tang Ranran started to grow vegetables again. The Northern Cheese Star Blue Licorice branch is a herb, a bit like onion, and when it grows to about 30 centimeters, it will stretch out branches. When it blooms, the flower branch is like a straw filled with sweet water. Pinch off the flower head and suck it, and your mouth will be full of sweet sugar water. There are 7 or 8 clumps of grass in a flower pot. Soon, branches of flowers stretch out, and Tang Ranran destroys the flowers. One by one, Tang Ranran performed vegetable planting, and a group of audiences watched enthusiastically. Flower pot. This time, he actually used a flower pot. So it must be a benefit. Urgent. Urgent. What is the blue licorice that the anchor mentioned? Is there any knowledge emperor who can help with popular science? Popular science, Northern Qixing Blue Licorice branch. Perennial herb. Flower branches can be eaten. Purification value between 4.25 and 4.57. Consumption method. Pinch off the flower head and suck it directly. If conditions permit, it is recommended to physically squeeze it into blue licorice juice, which tastes sweet and is suitable for people who like sweet. I have tried this blue licorice juice. It is delicious. In our restaurant, a cup of 100 milliliters blue licorice juice costs $58,000. The price of the original blue licorice sticks online is $48,800 to $52,800. The one that costs 58,000 yuan. Yours must have been diluted with water. The blue licorice juice I drank last time without water. 100 milliliters. Cost 158,000 yuan. I haven't drunk it, but it sounds delicious. Host. Are you giving me benefits? Out of stock. No stock online. I know that any delicious pure food is in short supply and will be snapped up as soon as it is on the market. I want to eat it. The tears of shame flowed from the corners of my mouth again. I just took a screenshot and counted carefully. There are at least 8 blue licorice branches in one flower pot. If the benefits are given out in units of flower pots, oh my god. So excited? Wait for the benefits. Looking at the audience talking nonsense. Tang Ranran urged the seeds to grow. Urged the seeds to grow, because the sugar yield is relatively low. Only 1%. More raw materials are needed. So it will take a little longer. Tang Ranran directly slowed down and spent half an hour to catalyze nearly 10 units of blue licorice branches and nearly 10 grams of sugar. It was enough. Wash first. Then dry. Then put it in the sugar machine and start it. The whole process takes half an hour. Let's divide the flower pots first. If she doesn't send out all her flowers and plants, Tang Ranran is afraid that the audience will miss them to death. So she just treats it as pampering her fans. Anyway, she doesn't provide free shipping. The purification value of the Northern Chi Star Blue Licorice branch is about 4.4. It is difficult to grow. It requires a suitable environment and careful breeding. Audiences who don't know how to grow flowers should not miss it. Because there are only 10 pots. I won't participate in the lottery. I will just grab it and compete with everyone's hand speed. I want to emphasize that the sale of pure plants requires patent use rights. Without the patent right, it can only be given away, not traded. Don't test the law yourself. As Tang Ranran said, she urged the flowers and plants in the flower pots to ensure that each blue licorice branch had a chewable sweet water flower branch. Hand speed competition? Ha ha ha. I have hope. Hand speed party, who has been single for 50 years. You will definitely get it. I will give it to my father, who loves to grow flowers. My father was so happy that he rewarded me with tens of thousands of pocket money. Is there a problem with this? No problem. Hee hee. There are policies from the top and countermeasures from the bottom. Good idea. Hee hee. You sound like you can get it. Wake up. There are only 10 pots. I strongly suggest dividing the pots. 1 pot per plant. It doesn't matter whether it is divided into pots or not. But can you plant more? Such as a lawn? It's just a grass. A herb. It's easy to grow. Right? I'll set it up. And the welfare grabbing activity will start immediately. As soon as Tang Ranran said this, the barrage instantly became quiet. The backstage setting is so that the first 10 will get it. Soon, a big 10-second countdown appeared in the middle of the screen. 10, 3, 2, 1. Grab the benefits. System. Congratulations to user XXX for being the 10th to grab the benefits in this round and receiving a pot of Northern Chi Star Blue Licorice branches from the host. 10 lucky winners were born within 0.01 seconds. Damn. You are not human. Not human. Beasts. I didn't get it with such a fast hand speed. Broken network. There is definitely no problem with my hand speed. The problem is my star network speed. Bah. Rubbish star network. Compensate me for my benefits. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Oh my god. Is it because I don't play games enough? There is always a mountain. My hand speed has been 60 years. But I still didn't get it. I give up. The clumsy hand party. I envy silently. I don't like drinking blue licorice juice. I just like growing flowers. Give me a pot. 10 pots of blue licorice branches were snatched up in a flash. Tang Ranran walked around the kitchen counter and counted her ingredients. The main ingredient, yellow glutinous melon, has been prepared. The sugar powder is being made. The oil has been squeezed and is ready for use. As for the purple-shelled white rice cakes, they have only been soaked for more than an hour. It will take at least another hour. During this hour, let's play guess. Guess. And guess. Game? Guessing contest with prizes? Looking forward to it. Ah. This anchor has so many tricks. I like it so much. Guess what? Guess what? Guess the object from the picture? Guess riddles? I'm the best at it. I only care about the prize. If there is no prize, I won't participate. Hurry up. How do you play? Tang Ranran took out about 20 sets of planting kits and began to fill small flower pots with soil. The game is very simple. I will give out a seed and then plant it. The first person to guess what plant it is and type its full name in the comment area wins. The prize is this pot of plant. With fruit. There are 20 rounds in total. And everyone has 20 chances. As a plant blind, I am under a lot of pressure. Report. There is a loophole. If you use the smart brain scanning function, won't it come out with one scan? Fool. If it is a popular seed, The smart brain scan will come out with a bunch of results. Science assistant, anchor. There is an anti-scanning function in the background. Resolutely resist cheating. Ha ha ha. I am a pure plant specialist. I must win a full house this time. Sorry everyone. My uncle is a botany expert. I need to call people. What are you excited about? Isn't the anchor forcing people to give rewards? If you don't give more than 10,000 rewards, you can't speak. Doesn't it mean you can't participate in the game? This is discrimination. I'm dying of laughter. A laser sword is on your neck. And you are forced to give rewards? Will you die if you don't comment? Will you die if you don't play the game? No one is forcing you to participate. Games? There are already participants and spectators. Can't you just be a spectator quietly? Want to get benefits, but don't want to give rewards? Where can such a good thing come from? With so many people, anyone can post comments. So who can see clearly? A newbie. Right? In the live broadcast room of the big guys. Who doesn't have 10,000 or 100,000 fans to speak? In my sweet sister's room, only those with 1 million fans are qualified to speak. That's right. Tangmu Anchor can participate in the lottery without giving a single star coin. He is the most generous anchor I have ever seen. What nonsense are you talking to them about? Stop spamming. Anchor. Start. I'm ready. Ready! My eyes are already wide open. I have downloaded the latest Pure Plant Encyclopedia of the Empire. I hope it helps. I choose to lie down and guess. I set the answer for the first one first. Okay. The first round of guessing the plant game begins. Tang Ranran took out a seed from the space buckle and gave a close-up shot. Black. The size of a grain of rice. Irregularly round. Nothing special. It can only be said to be an ordinary seed. There are at least 500 seeds like this. If not 1,000. As soon as the seed appeared, the comments area began to pop up answers. And most netizens were very smart to put the answer on Bakey Star. Bakey Star Baba Bean. It's Bakey Star Black Bitter Little Dot. Bakey Star Little Dark Luo. Bakey Star Little Green Plum. Bakey Star Big Meat Palm. Bakey Star Green Hanging Vine. Bakey Star Multi-Leaf Green Fruit. Bakey Star Spring Blue Fruit. Bakey Star Laurel String Fruit. Bakey Star Purple Leaf Blue Fruit. Bakey Star Small Honey Grass. Bakey Star Silver White Bitter Hemp. The following omitted several thousand words. System. Congratulations to the user, not only you. There is a planet. For guessing the answer, and getting a pot of Bakey Star Purple Leaf Blue Fruit from the anchor. Tang Ranran, Seeing this, more comments than the paper. Tang Ranran was stunned. Really stunned for 2 seconds. Fuck. Sure enough. There are so many talented people on the internet. Wow. This guy listed all the pure plants in Bakey Star. So, that's right. Damn. Damn. It can be like this? Oh my god. It's a bug. Host. You didn't set the length of the comment? You can do this? I've never seen anything like this before. It's really eye-opening. I give this not only you. There is a planet a big thumbs up. Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother is awesome. This is a cool operation. I can only say, awesome. Ah. Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it? Report. Report not only you. There is a planet for cheating. Host. Disqualify him. Yes. This doesn't count. This is cheating. Blatant cheating. Disdain. 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 Strongly request to disqualify not only you. There is a planet from winning the award. I won the award based on my own strength. What? You are not convinced? One-on-one challenge. Underhanded? Host. Give me an explanation. Seeing the comments quarreling, Tang Ranran spoke up to act as a peacemaker. I will reset the game rules in the background now. After each round of guessing game, you can only speak once until the end of this round of game. And the length of the comment cannot exceed 10 words. This time it was my negligence. Not only you, but also a planet's winning qualification is still valid. As compensation, I will add another round. Host is generous. Humph. Someone got a bargain. Popular science. Bakey Star Purple Leaf Blue Fruit. A perennial herb. Purification value 5.78 to 6.21. Every autumn. It will produce small blue fruits. The online price is 59,800 to 62,800 per unit. Indie makes me unrecognizable. How could I not think of this with my worm brain? Good guy. What a good guy. By the way, brother who guessed it right. You have a planet. Can you please stop competing with poor people like us for welfare? I love the host to plant vegetables. But unfortunately, the vegetables are sold to other people. I hate it. I hate it. Men who plant vegetables are the most handsome. Love you. After Tang Ranran finished speaking, she ignored the comments and planted vegetables on her own. She buried the small seeds in the flower pot and catalyzed them. Under her deliberate slow motion. 5 minutes later, a pot of bee-kissing purple leaf blue fruits with abundant fruits appeared on the live screen. The small blue fruits are so juicy and mouth-watering. I seem to smell the scent of pure fruits. Ah, so fragrant. You guys are talking nonsense. Even if it is a virtual holographic mode, it is not that exaggerated. It looks delicious. But there is no stock online. Fuck. Why are there so many things that are out of stock? The host is so unkind. I envy the guy who won the award. Okay. Let's continue. Tang Ranran took out another planting kit and arranged another flower pot. 20 flower pots. Neatly arranged. Roar. It must be me this time. Quick. Start. Can you still speak now? Northern Chi Star El Shaogwa. Tang Ranran made a setting in the background. And a system prompt popped up in the live broadcast screen. System, the first round of plant kissing starts now. Please speak carefully. As soon as this system prompt appeared, the comment area immediately fell into silence. After all, Tang Ranran hadn't found any seeds. Okay. Let's get started. Tang Ranran took out another ordinary little seed. The lively guessing game brought a lot of rewards to Tang Ranran. After 90 minutes, all 20 flower pots were guessed. Why? Why? Several times. Just a little bit off. I have already guessed the little lettuce from Bakey Star. I have guessed it. But, because I was afraid of answering wrong, I wanted to take a few more glances. And in just 2 seconds, someone else won. I still want to play. Can the host add a few more games? Will you play again next time? In order to win, I can finish the book Northern Chi Star Pure Plant Encyclopedia. Next time, the host may change the planet. Strong request, add a game. Add a game. I just want to know. Who are the winners? Are they all top students? Researchers and experts in the field of pure plants? Really? A C can actually guess it? It's incredible. Knowledge is power. Today I realized that there are really many educated people. And people like me are just uneducated nouveau riche bumpkins. The anchor should give a one-day notice for the next broadcast. So I can hire a gun. The game ended. And a group of excited viewers were howling in the bullet screen area. Tang Ranran, who had no intention of adding a game, first looked at the background data. It has been broadcast for nearly 3 hours. Because of the long time and the good content, the number of people online has exceeded 100 million. Reaching nearly 200 million. This number can definitely be called a big anchor. Of course, compared with those top streamers with billions of online, it is still a long way behind. And it must be said that Chuanxing Entertainment is still very awesome. With 200 million people online, without any lag. Among the 200 million viewers, the attention rate is about 1/10, and her number of fans has increased to nearly 28 million. So far, the total reward has accumulated more than 50 million. Although this reward is just a fraction compared to selling pure plants, the nature is different. Anyway, she is very happy. It's already a long time. So that's it for today. Tang Ranran cruelly rejected the audience's request for an extra game, and said to herself, now we should go and see the white rice crackers. After more than 2 hours of soaking, the purple-shelled white rice crackers fully absorbed water and have now expanded a circle. Everyone, this is the shape after soaking and fully absorbing water. And this is the shape before soaking. Tang Ranran took a soaked white rice cracker and another unsoaked white rice cracker and compared the two. One is fat and the other is shrunken. After achieving this effect, we can start the next step. After saying that, Tang Ranran directly took out a flour-making machine. The next step is very simple. Just need a full-function flour-making machine like this. Draining the water with a container, Tang Ranran poured all the soaked white rice crackers into the machine. Then covered the lid and started it with one button. Question: can it be done without a full-function mill? Host. I have a question. Why do we need to soak first? Wouldn't it be more convenient to throw it directly into the mill? Same question. Host must have his own reasons. I'd like to add, I also want to know. Why soak? Huh? It's not rice cracker paste, but needs to be milled? Make it into powder and then soak it? Is there any difference between this and rice cracker paste? I don't understand. I'm curious and ask. Facing a group of curious babies, Tang Ranran began to explain casually. White rice crackers can indeed be dry milled or water milled. I personally think that water milled powder after soaking is better. If you find it troublesome, you can directly choose dry milling, which should not be much different. Let me explain here that for dry milling, you can use an ordinary mill. And for water milling, you must use a special water milling mill or a full function mill. Host said this as if I had purple-shelled white rice crackers. There was only a mill, but no raw materials passing by. I just watched quietly. Question: will there be a prize draw for the final dessert? Raffle? The host knows a lot. I look forward to the final dessert. Come on. Love you. The machine shows that it will take about half an hour. Let's steam the melon first. Leaving the flour making machine working, Tang Ranran walked to the raw materials and picked up the cut yellow glutinous melon. Yellow glutinous melon doesn't taste very good if eaten raw. It needs to be steamed. I also need to steam this dessert. You can choose dry steaming, but I personally prefer steaming in water, Tang Ranran said as he put the melon on the steamer and added water. Set it for 10 minutes. Set the time. Start the steamer. And then Tang Ranran walked to the sugar making machine. Our sugar powder is ready. Let's take a look. Tang Ranran pulled out the container containing the finished product at the powder outlet. And there was a layer of pure white powder in the container. Tang Ranran found a small spoon. Scooped a small spoonful. Put the spoon into his mouth. Took a bite. And could only say, so sweet. Because the sensor was turned on. The audience watching in virtual holographic mode were caught off guard and fed a mouthful of sugar. Powdered sugar. Ah! So beautiful. I want to eat it. So sweet. So white. Sugar made from pure food with a purification value of 4.4. A big mouthful of sugar. After squatting in holographic mode for so long, I finally got my first bite. It's so sweet. Although I'm a big man, this bite of sugar is really sweet. I want to drink blue licorice juice. Can the host squeeze out a pure juice without adding water? I envy the guys watching in holographic mode. Is there any scientific expert who can explain that the 4.4 blue licorice sticks were turned into powdered sugar by the host? So is this powdered sugar pure food? So what is the purification value of powdered sugar? How much? I took a screenshot. A total of 10.17 units of blue licorice sticks were used. And the finished sugar powder is only about a dozen grams. So the purification value of the sugar powder should be more than 40? It's terrible to be uneducated. The purification value can't be improved in this way. So sweet. So sweet. Love it. Love it. Please give me some sugar. Host. Please sell me some. Ah. Host. Please measure a purification value. Please measure one. Please. Popular science. According to relevant experimental research, after the sugar-containing pure food is purified, the purification value of the pure sugar obtained will indeed be higher than the pure food itself. But it is only slightly higher, and will not exceed twice the purification value of the pure food itself. Suppose 10 units of 4.4 blue licorice sticks turn into 8.8 sugar. But there are only 10 grams. How much money did the anchor lose? Lost more than 400,000? The 26 oil was squeezed. The anchor cares about this little money? Anchor. Where are the grass stick residues? Where are those residues? They should still be in the waste area of the machine. Right? Don't throw them away. Mail them to me. Yes. Where are the residues? I take care of them. Do the residues need to be used as fertilizer? If they are not used as fertilizer, can we participate in the lottery? I want to have another bite. Just one bite. Me too. Anchor. Have a bite of sugar. There are so many anyway. Why not have another bite? Seeing that netizens were all thinking about the grass residue, Tang Ranran could only helplessly say, there are not many grass residues for making sugar. And I want to make fertilizer. So don't worry about it. Of course. It's useless to worry about it. Now let's find a beautiful basin. Tang Ranran found a beautiful jade-like green basin and sprinkled white sugar powder into it, with the basin as a contrast. The high-level high immediately came. The sugar powder is ready. Now let's go and see how the melon is steamed. Walking to the side of the steamer, Tang Ranran took a look and saw that there was still some time. There are still 4 minutes left. We need to wait. 4 minutes? Enough to grow 2 pots of vegetables. Please plant 2 pots of vegetables and give benefits. Personally, I think that the benefits of our reward party are too little. Anchor. You will lose money like this. Yes. Yes. It is recommended to cancel the lottery for everyone. Only those with fan value can participate in the lottery. This is fair. There are less than 50 melons left. I have no hope. Anchor. Can you reveal the last dessert first? Will it be given away? The time is too short. So I won't grow vegetables. I have a few messages on my smart brain. I need to reply. Everyone is free. Set a temporary camera away. Tang Ranran checked the smart brain messages. There are more than a dozen messages accumulated on the smart brain. And there are 2 missed calls. Both from Lu Chuanping. Tang Ranran simply checked the messages. The content of the message was mainly about the pure food she gave to LV Chuanping, which had been counted and inspected, with a total value of 11.752 billion, excluding tax, and had reached the qualification to apply for becoming a long-term cooperative supplier of the military. So LV Chuanping sent her the relevant application procedures, and then urged her to fill in the information and submit the application. The earliest message was half an hour ago. LV Chuanping was anxious to call her because he couldn't wait for her reply. And then, there were 2 missed calls. Tang Ranran replied to him. Tang Xian, sorry. I'm live streaming. I reply to you after the live streaming. LV Chuanping replied immediately. LV Chuanping, live streaming? You also live streaming? The word also means hunting? Tang Ranran replied. Tang Xian, yes. LV Chuanping, give me a link. I have nothing to do now. So I take a look. Tang Ranran sent him a link with a rather helpless mood, wondering if LV Chuanping would jump up if he saw her using caramelized yellow nuts to make oil. No matter. She didn't sell herself to the military anyway. She was a seller. A seller is free as the wind. Well, she would have to look carefully later to see if there would be a mandatory number in the relevant terms of the so-called long-term cooperative supplier, such as how much transaction volume must be completed in a year. Tang Ranran guessed that there must be. After all, if you enjoy the benefits, you have to pay the price. If the transaction volume is too high, she would have to reconsider. Without thinking too much, Tang Ranran returned to the live broadcast. The comment area was already full of comments. Time is up. The melon can be served. Host. Come back. Come back. Call the host. Call the host. Tang Mu. I love you. Just like I love Guigua. Okay. Time is up. Our yellow glutinous melon is already steamed. Tang Ranran entered the camera and walked to the steamer. The time has come. And the melon is ready. I opened the lid. And a faint smell similar to that of cooked pumpkin entered my nose. After a mouthful of sugar, I smelled the fruity aroma again. Eat. Eat quickly. Look forward to it. It is said that this melon is delicious, although the purification value is not high. Quick. Take action. It's a little hot. Let's find a big bowl and take it out. After putting all the melons into the bowl with a big pair of tongs, Tang Ranran took a spoon, scooped a spoonful from the smallest piece, put it into her mouth, and then said, high-end food often only requires simple cooking methods. Bakey Star Yellow Glutinous Melon. One word, great. Is the anchor advertising? The advertisement is there. But where's the product? Where is the product? I want to eat it too. But there is no stock. What do you want me to do? Please ask the anchor to plant melons. Strongly call on the relevant merchants of Bakey Star to stock up. I am from Bakey Star. And I am very sad to tell you, yellow glutinous melon. Every year in early October, the melons mature. The fruit season lasts about a month. So every year on October 10th, by the end of November, it is absolutely sold out. Does this mean that if I want to eat melon, I can only wait until October this year? Smells good. The kids next door are crying with envy. I am a winner. I got a melon. I just want to ask, when will it be shipped? I want to eat it too. I want to eat it. Don't waste it. Host. Eat that piece of melon quickly. Although I can only eat it with the host on the holographic virtual network, I can deceive myself and pretend that I have already eaten it. Damn. I smell it. It's so fragrant. It tastes sticky and sweet. I didn't expect this melon to be so delicious. I want to switch to holographic mode and eat melon with the host. Host. Be a good person. Grow some melons and sell them. With a few spoonfuls. Tang Ranran finished eating that piece of melon. Unlike pumpkin, The skin of yellow sticky melon is very thin and has no seeds, which makes it more like sweet potato. So, steamed melon is used directly. Finding a large basin, Tang Ranran put all the steamed melon pieces in it. Let's take a look at the white rice fruit powder. Walked to the flour making machine and took a look. The powder was ready. The rice flour is ready. Let's take it out. You can see that the white one is the rice flour. We are now officially making desserts. A yellow glutinous melon is a bit much. Let's use part of it first. Take out part of the melon and put it in a bowl. Stir it with a blender. Then add the rice flour and stir again. Tang Ranran explained and taught on the spot. Don't put too much rice flour at once. Start with a small amount and stir while adding. Tang Ranran, finally. It will become a yellow ball like this. That's it. The eyes know how to do it. But the hands don't. The clumsy ones say, it's so difficult. I know how to do it. I know how to do it. But I don't have the ingredients. It doesn't have to be Bakey Star yellow glutinous melon and Bakey Star purple shell white rice cake. Right? Can it be done with anything similar to these two pure foods? Wait for the meal to start. Host, can you give me a number? Accurate to how many grams of melon to add how much white rice cake powder? There is no precise data for this. I can only rely on my personal feeling. But next time, I will pay attention and record all the relevant data. Now, let's make it into small balls like this. Round. Press it a little. And it will be fine like this. The mass of one is less than 1 unit. About 70 to 80 grams. Tang Ranran slowed down and made a pumpkin pie. Unfortunately, there was no bean paste. So she could only make a solid pumpkin pie. After one finished product, Tang Ranran made one after another at normal hand speed. And soon, a pile of yellow cakes. Get out of the wok and heat the oil. Finally, it's the last step. Tang Ranran poured all 600 milliliters of fruit oil into the small oil pan. Ah! It smells like star coins. I've lived for 40 years. And this is the first time I've seen oil with a purification value of 26. It's really luxurious. I smell the fragrance of oil. I don't know why. But I feel scared when I see hot oil. Isn't the anchor afraid of hot oil splashing on him? So excited? I'm not so excited even when taking an exam. Is this the last step? Can I use ordinary oil if there is no fruit oil? I decided to make a low-profile version after the end. Looking forward to it. It must be delicious when fried in oil. Wait. I switch to a holographic experience mode. The oil temperature must not be too high. Just set it to around 70 degrees. It's not an open flame. And the temperature can be freely selected. It is very convenient for Tang Ranran to use. Tang Ranran picked up a pumpkin pie with the extended chopsticks and threw it into the oil pan. When you see this white smoke, you can put it in the pan. Put it in the pan and fry it. I can already smell the fragrance. I love fried food. It smells so good. It's fried food. This fragrance is so overbearing that you can't help but smell it. It looks delicious. I just want to ask, do you want to give me this final dessert? I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I can only drink nutrient solution before the live broadcast. I'm so weak, pitiful, and helpless. I just took a screenshot and counted. There are 31 tuan in total. Assuming the host eats 3 himself. There are still 28. I looked again. The number of online people is 321.28 million. If so many people are competing for 28. The probability. Let's not talk about it. Suppose this lottery has a fan value setting? Do you think? Will it be like Wang Dashui in the food area? Who gives one to the top 100 people on the reward list every time? Are you overthinking it? Calculate the finished product yourself. Wang Dashui makes ordinary food. Okay. And doesn't use many pure food raw materials. I hope the host can learn from the food expert Wang Dashui's method and give benefits to the first 100 fans. Me. I suggest a real name system. The host should learn from Wang Dashui. Eat, drink, play, and have fun. Loser. Give the anchor 100,000 star coins. Tang Ranran just made her first offer. And before she said anything, the audience started to speculate on themselves. In order to compete for the top of the reward list, the rich started to spend money like crazy. One by one. Almost all of them were large rewards of more than 10,000. Tang Ranran, Suddenly, I felt so stressed. If I didn't give it, I felt that it would be a bad ending. What can I do? I can only make it quickly. Fry for about 5 or 6 minutes until both sides are golden brown. And it's done. You can pick it up with chopsticks or use a colander to scoop it out. Shake it like this to shake off the excess oil. Put it on food-grade oil-absorbing paper. After absorbing the excess oil, put it in powdered sugar. Roll it around. And cover it with powdered sugar. It's done. I've got my eyes on that oil-absorbing paper. Host, please, don't throw away the good oil-absorbing paper. Mail it to me. And pay for the postage yourself. You are so low. You're greedy for an oil-absorbing paper. Oil-absorbing paper covered with 26 vegetable oil. And it's food grade. No matter what it tastes like. I eat it. I don't have money to reward you. Just give me an oil-absorbing paper. Door-to-door garbage collection service. You deserve to be useful. Don't bother with the oil-absorbing paper. I want to be fertilizer. Tang Ranran made a serious statement about the netizens' crazy behavior of even bothering with the oil-absorbing paper. And then turned the topic to pumpkin pie. Let's throw 5 cakes in and fry them first. After throwing 5 cakes into the oil pan, Tang Ranran picked up the fried one. Leave it for 2 or 3 minutes. Blow it. And it will be ready to eat. Audiences who want to switch to the holographic experience mode. Hurry up. Wait for me. Switch now. I'm ready. My mouth is watering. Quick. Take a bite. Host. Take a bite and see what it tastes like. Fry and add sugar. According to the host's method. Even if it is a pile of dirt. It will taste good. Am I the only one who feels sorry for the oil? Give me one. Please. You gave me all the New Year's money for the year. It looks very appetizing. I want to eat it. I want to eat more. Let's try it. After that, Tang Ranran took a bite decisively. She had experimented in times, and the taste was infinitely close to pumpkin cake. To be honest, it was not so amazing. But it was delicious if you eat it occasionally. Sweet. Really sweet. Is there anyone who can write a short essay to share what it tastes like? The outer skin is the unique crispy and crunchy flavor of fried food. And with that layer of powdered sugar, it is sweet and crispy, while the inside is soft and sticky. When you take a bite, your mouth is full of it. Ah, it's delicious. But I am uneducated, and I can only say wow to everyone. This taste, wow. It's really delicious. A bit like the crispy snow glutinous rice balls I ate in the revolving restaurant. I envy those who have the holographic experience mode. Who can enjoy the food with the anchor. Watching quietly. Waiting for the lottery. My grandfather is seriously ill and can't be cured. In his last days, he just wants to eat a delicious bite. Can the anchor be kind? There is a 621-month-old baby here who wants to try this dessert. Anchor, please fulfill the baby's wish. Wow, it's delicious. I'm sure I can't buy this made by the anchor. Which kind-hearted person can tell me the price of the crispy snow glutinous rice balls so that I can give up? Crispy snow glutinous rice balls. For in a serving, with a total mass of 1 unit, the price of each serving in the revolving restaurant is between 280,000 and 360,000. P.S. If you meet a chef with no skills, I won't say it. Don't think about eating. The 5 in the frying pan. Don't let them burn. Tang Ranran quickly ate the melon cakes held by chopsticks in a few bites. And then focused on frying the melon cakes. Soon, the 5 in the frying pan came out of the oven. Put them on the oil-absorbing paper to remove the oil. And Tang Ranran continued to fry. After wrapping them with sugar, there were 5 more melon sugar cakes. Tang Ranran took out a relatively higher-level fresh-keeping food box with insulation function from the space buckle and started to pack them. One is 70 to 80 grams. Close to 1 unit. Just 1 box each. Packed. The host packed it. Look, that's a 3F fresh food box. It's delivered. And you can eat it hot. 3F food box. I remember it was nearly 500 star coins each. Right? The host is really generous. Fast hands party. Please grab it. 31. The host ate 1. So there are 30 left. And now there are 350 million people online in the live broadcast room. The probability is too low. If it is a 10,000 reward fan, there are 1,221. That is a 3% probability. Please give me some benefits. After frying all the remaining melon cakes, Tang Ranran packed them all in boxes. Then, how to divide them? Tang Ranran glanced at the background data. As of now, There are 370 million people online in the live broadcast room, and the number of fans following her is about 53 million. The number of people who have given rewards in the live broadcast room has reached more than 2 million, among which there are about 1,500 fans with more than 4-digit 10,000 values. So far, the total amount of cumulative rewards has exceeded 100 million. As a newcomer who is broadcasting for the second time, this data is very impressive. Tang Ranran is very satisfied. In modern times, she would be a top streamer. Of course, the empire has a population of 100 billion, and it is said that 1/3 of them are users of Chuanqing Entertainment. Top streamers have at least 5 billion fans. 100 times hers. Keep working hard. After analyzing a wave of data, Tang Ranran found a box of special fresh-keeping containers from the Space Buckle. Fresh-keeping bottles for pure food in liquid state. The oil pan has been closed and has been standing for a few minutes. The residue left by the fried cookies has settled down. Tang Ranran found a glass container. First weighed it and recorded the weight of the container. Then took a large colander and scooped the oil into the container 1 spoonful at a time. Is it oily? Is it oily? Of course. It's a food preservation bottle. See? Specially used to hold pure liquid food. Is there a math genius who can calculate the total amount of benefits distributed by the live broadcast host this time? I think the host is losing money. After all, the reward has to be shared with the platform. What a joke. Brother Tongmu is a wood type. Do you know about wood type? You can make a lot of money by growing vegetables randomly. We ordinary people should care about the most practical things. How to distribute the benefits. Although this may offend people, I still want to say, can we only distribute it to those fans with a value of more than 10,000? That's right. It's true love only when there are rewards. Of course, benefits should be given to true love. I don't care. I am the emperor of Europe anyway. There are only 600 milliliters of oil in total. When frying the melon cakes, a lot of it was wasted, and there was still a lot of residue at the bottom. This was scooped into the container, then weighed. Only 312 grams. The amount of oil is relatively small. Although I haven't measured it, its purification value should be more than 20. It's not realistic to use 1 unit per portion. Here it's 312 grams. 1 portion is 10 grams. 30 portions. Weight, 312 grams. At least 31 portions. Right? The host is not good at math. 312 grams. 31 portions are too little. 32 portions. The last portion can be 2 grams. Or the next few portions can be 9 grams. Personally, I think that it can be divided into 5-gram portions. The market price of food with a purification value of 20 is about 1 million. And 5 grams is worth 50,000. It doesn't matter how many grams the anchor divides it into. What I care more about is, what about the bottom oil with residue in the oil pan? Will it be thrown into the trash can? I don't mind. I don't mind. The bottom oil with residue. Please mail it to me. It can't be wasted. It can't be wasted. I want it too. The 26 fruit. The oil squeezed from the 26 fruit. Even if it falls on the ground, I will lick it clean. It can't be wasted. I only need that little bit of residue oil. Give it to me. Please, anchor. Tang Ranran glanced at the shallow bottom of the oil pan full of residue. And she was furious. She could only use her all-purpose excuse. Don't worry about it. I just want to make fertilizer. I suspect the host is fooling me. But I have no evidence. The host said, anything that is not given away is to be kept as fertilizer. I have every reason to believe that the host is afraid that someone will complain about her. Who dares to complain about my brother Tang Mu? The host is a good person. He has given so many benefits. If anyone dares to complain about him, I will be angry with him. Everyone, stop talking nonsense. Let's be quiet and wait for the host to give out benefits. Please give benefits. As the number 1 on the list, I would like to ask, do I have special benefits? As number 7 on the reward list, please give me a special benefit. Strongly request the host to treat differently. Give us rewarders more benefits. Tang Ranran made such a setting in the background. At this moment, the top 10 on the reward list received a system prompt. At the same time, a row of system messages were refreshed. System, congratulations to the user eat, drink, play, and have fun prodigal son for receiving a yellow glutinous melon dessert from the host. System, congratulations to user for wholesale nutrient solution. please contact Brother Wang for receiving a yellow glutinous melon dessert from the anchor. 30 melon cakes. The first 10 will be given to the top 10 viewers on the current reward list. Thank you for your support. I knew there must be special benefits. I can't win against the rich. I can only look forward to the lottery. Is it too late for me to reward now? I just hate myself for being poor and not being able to eat the dishes made by Brother Tongmu. Sob. I hate the rich. Hate the rich. I only hate myself for not being a second-generation rich. Question. Where are the other 20 desserts? Where is the oil? The second 10 melon cakes. Fans with a value of more than 10,000. Draw a prize. As Tang Ranran said, the system has launched a random draw. The list of 10 winners was refreshed. At the same time, the winning users also received system prompts. Ha ha ha. Less than 1% of the winning rate. I won. As the 10th on the list, I have a special benefit. And I also won one. Really? Ha ha ha. Damn it. Anchor. Strongly request to cancel the winning of those who already have benefits. We have nothing. But some people have too? Where is justice? Where is justice? Where is morality? Where is the address of the anchor's home? Continue. Continue. People who have not received any benefits are waiting silently. The third 10 melon cakes. All the users who have followed. Draw. Tang Ranran still hadn't finished speaking when the system started a random draw. And 10 lucky winners were immediately produced. I didn't follow? I didn't follow either. You idiots. Did you miss it? With tens of millions of followers. This winning rate. I'm crying. I forgot to click. Friendly reminder, those who haven't followed. Hurry up and add them. There are still 30 shares. Tang Ranran fans suddenly surged. Climbing up in a straight line. 60 million. 70 million. 100 million. 200 million. And finally breaking through 300 million. From 53 million to 300 million. It only took 5 minutes. There are still tens of millions of people who haven't followed. And they are probably waiting for the draw. Tang Ranran was inspired and learned a trick, which is to only give draws to the fans who follow. So the follow-up rate can reach more than 90%. However, if you do this, after the live broadcast ends, you will probably lose a lot of fake fans who come for the lucky draw. Oh my god. Am I dazzled? It's over. The competitors have suddenly increased by 6 times. Who is it? So much nonsense. Friendly reminders are bullshit. Now the winning rate is low again. I strongly request the anchor to increase the number of benefits. Give out the oil. Give out the oil. Tang Ranran said while filling the oil. Now we are giving out fruit oil benefits. 30 copies. The first 10 copies will be drawn from the top 100 on the list. The second 10 copies will be drawn from users with a value of more than 10,000. The third 10 copies will be drawn from all the users who have been followed. 10, and 10 more lucky people were selected by the system. I didn't win. I didn't win even with a 1/10 chance. Ha ha ha. I won again. I'm a real European emperor. I don't want to say anything. I won. I actually won. I'm so lucky. Hey. Winners, don't forget to fill in the delivery address in the background. If the delivery address is not counted after 2 hours of Imperial time, it will be deemed as automatic abandonment. Today's live broadcast ends here. Goodbye everyone. After saying that, Tang Ranran decisively closed it. The screen went black, but the audience was still reluctant to leave. Hey. Host, don't leave so fast. When will the vegetables be sold? I want to buy yellow glutinous melon. Purchase a purification value of 60 plus. At least tell me when the next broadcast will start? Host, you will lose your baby if you do this. After the live broadcast, Tang Ranran first looked at the data. During the live broadcast, the highest number of online users was 380 million. And the number of users following her has reached 310 million. But there are obviously many fake fans who come for the lucky draw. Look, now there is a peak of unfollowing. The number of fans is falling like a diving. Tang Ranran estimated that it will continue to drop for a few hours. But the final remaining number of fans should be 200 million. Right? After all, she thinks her live broadcast is still worth watching. There are delicious food, vegetable planting, interaction, and so many benefits. As for the total amount of rewards for this live broadcast, 130 million. The top brother on the list, the spendthrift who eats, drinks, and has fun, contributed nearly 10 million. Although Tang Ranran is not short of money, such a generous reward anchor is indeed a big spendthrift, as his name suggests. The stupid son of the landlord. The identification is completed. After all, they gave so much. Tang Ranran decided to give a special benefit to the first place. In addition to the daily homework, she spent her free time studying pumpkin pie. There are a lot of pie in the basement, and they are still steaming. I will go to get some later and give more. The address data collection will be completed in 2 hours. Tang Ranran will not care about it for the time being and check the remaining battery. Since she has superpowers, she will never use spiritual power to grow vegetables with superpowers. All spiritual power is used for healing. When growing vegetables with superpowers, once she feels the signs of mental disorder, she will come for a wave of treatment, and then continue to grow vegetables with superpowers. This mode is not just saving spiritual power, but saving spiritual power very much. The battery is still more than 90%. Very rich. Before Tang Ranran can do anything else, Lu Chuanping news came on time. Lu Chuanping, Tang Xian. I see your live broadcast has ended. If you have time, please read the information I sent you. You have to hurry up because of the time limit. Tang Ranran has now confirmed that this guy really watched her live broadcast. Although she was not tired, Tang Ranran sat on the sofa habitually and replied to the message. Tang Xian, I will deal with it now. After replying to a message, Tang Ranran began to download the relevant files sent by Lu Chuanping to her, and then read them carefully one by one. After reading for more than an hour, Lu Chuanping urged her 3 times during this period. Tang Ranran finally finished reading all of them. It was roughly the same as what Lu Chuanping said. After officially becoming a long-term partner of the military, she can enjoy many conveniences. And the most important thing is the honorary military rank. Power and obligations are equal. Her obligation is to supply the military with pure food worth more than 50 billion and a purification value of more than 5 every year. There is no limit on the category and purification value, as long as the total value reaches 50 billion. Then, there is another point. That is, in the event of a large-scale war and an urgent shortage of strategic reserve materials. In this special situation, she must do her best to supply pure food to help the military. 50 billion. This is not a problem for Tang Ranran. As for special circumstances, she can understand. After checking again and making sure there are no other problems, Tang Ranran began to fill out the application. It took 10 minutes to fill out the information, and according to the process instructions given by Lu Chuanping, Tang Ranran sent it to the relevant unit. After successfully sending it, take a screenshot and send it to Lu Chuanping. As soon as Tang Ranran application was sent, Lu Chuanping, who had been waiting there for a long time, immediately knew about it, and then urged on the spot, green light all the way, and quickly passed the application. In about half an hour, all the procedures were completed. After Tang Ranran received several electronic certificates, she became a certified partner of the military, which is about the nature of her being a military-industrial enterprise. Is she considered to have entered the system? About half of the establishment. After dealing with things here, Tang Ranran began to count data and distribute benefits. The number of private messages accumulated in her anchors backstage has reached a terrifying level. There are millions of private messages, and it is impossible to read them all. Tang Ranran intelligently screened them, and the system sorted out the information of users who received benefits, and then intelligently counted them to get an address statistics table. There is nothing good about the private messages. Some are looking for pure plants, and some want to be his wife. Finally, there is a voice scolding her. Some scolded her for being crazy about money. Some scolded her for discriminating and not treating everyone equally, giving more benefits to the reward party, and even scolded her for not paying for free shipping. For all the scolding, Tang Ranran was speechless. TSK. You don't want to spend money, but want free shipping benefits? Freeloading? After reading dozens of private messages, Tang Ranran screened and found messages from users with more than 100,000 fans. After a data screening, there was not much information, only dozens of messages. Tang Ranran checked them one by one. Those who can give a reward of 100,000 obviously have some money at home. So most of these messages are about buying pure food with high purification value. And a small part are rich women who want to support her. Among them, There is a very rich woman who offers 100 billion per year. Tang Ranran was particularly moved and envious of this. This rich sister is simply her role model. When she has the money from Maka Mikado, she will also support a male anchor. After politely replying to the platitudes of pasting and copying one by one, Tang Ranran contacted the nearest express delivery point and ordered a door-to-door express delivery service. A scene disappeared. Tang Ranran entered the farm, took out several prepared melon cakes from the basement, and then quickly left the farm and returned to the scene. While waiting for the courier to come, Tang Ranran opened the address data table counted by the system and reviewed it. Huh? When she saw the 9th place, that is, an 09 on the reward list, Tang Ranran was stunned. Empire 16 Star Systems, YS542 T-Star Station, S0198 Administrative District, Quartermaster Department, LV Pingan. This. Tang Ranran looked at the user. I am the largest purchaser of pure food. Is this guy LV Chuanping? Although Tang Ranran felt that it was not such a coincidence, she still asked a question in a pragmatic spirit, took a screenshot, and sent it over. Tang Xian, Director LV. Is this you? LV Chuanping, ha. I was discovered. Tang Ranran checked the data and found that LV Chuanping had rewarded her 1.8 million. Tang Xian, Director LV spent money. Thank you. LV Chuanping still replied immediately. LV Chuanping, you are welcome. It is my duty to support friends. LV Chuanping, I am a little greedy after watching your live broadcast. If you make your fried cakes again next time, can you send me some? I will buy them. Tang Xian, no problem. After the conversation, Tang Ranran prepared 2 heavy-duty melon cakes, each with dozens of pieces, weighing nearly 2 kilograms. One for the first place on the list, one for Lu Chuanping. Then, Tang Ranran continued to look at the address information. After checking it once, no other special addresses were found. Tang Ranran began to sort them out. This is a melon. This is oil. This is a potted plant. This is a yellow glutinous melon. After sorting it out, I waited for 2 minutes, and there was a call from the front desk in the room. It was the courier. A bunch of things were all put into the space buckle. Tang Ranran took them downstairs and handed them over to the courier in the hotel lobby. After sending the express, Tang Ranran returned to the room and sent an exit application to the relevant department. And the exit method was driving a mecha to travel freely. Only some senior executives knew that Tang Xian was a wood-type healing system. But a lot of people knew that Tang Xian was a wood-type. As soon as Tang Ranran exit application was sent out, someone in the relevant department who received the message recognized her and reported the message immediately. 2 minutes later, Tang Ranran received messages from Lu Qinhua and Lu Jingxing. As for Tang Ranran departure, the two tried to keep her. But of course, they couldn't keep her. And finally they could only say something polite. Be safe. Take care. After waiting for another half an hour, the exit application was approved. Tang Ranran had gone through the formal and legal procedures and could disappear freely. After reviewing today's actions and making sure there was nothing missing, Tang Ranran went into sleep mode. With the trumpet idle, Tang Ranran returned her attention to her main body, and then began the daily routine of the day: cultivation, alchemy, vegetable planting. From sunset to sunrise, another day passed between day and night. Tang Ranran played the whole play, opening the trumpet early in the morning. First went to the first floor lobby of the hotel to check out, and then drove her own hover car to the nearest bank. There are records for brain transfers. As for cash, although there are numbers on large value star coins, which can be traced. After all, the empire is so big that it is not so easy to check how to transfer the money from the trumpet brain to the big one. Of course, it is to exchange it for cash. And the reason is ready. She is going to explore the free star. Most areas of the free star have no signal. In the wild where there is no signal, and the balance of the brain cannot be used, cash transactions are all used. At the bank, Tang Ranran went through the VIP customer channel and exchanged star coins in the VIP customer business processing room. The military's money had all been paid to her yesterday, and she had also withdrawn the commission from live broadcast rewards. The balance on her smart brain was as high as 13 billion. For fear of arousing suspicion, Tang Ranran did not dare to exchange too much. Today, for the first time, she exchanged 1 billion in cash. 100 million ordinary star coins with a face value of 10,000. A total of 10,000. There are also 900 million, which Tang Ranran exchanged for special currency. Star Diamond Coins. 100 million, 100,000, 130 million, 100,000, 105, 100 million. The reason why it is called Star Diamond Coin is that unlike ordinary star coins, the 1 million 10 star diamonds are a very stable material. But under certain conditions, they can release huge amounts of energy. They are a super powerful energy source that can be used not only for civilian power generation, but also as bullets for interstellar combat weapons. The energy contained in the star diamonds embedded in a 100 million star diamond coin is very, very, very powerful. How powerful is it exactly? If the energy is fully released, it will be enough for her mecha to operate for more than a year. Anyway, star diamonds are just like modern gold. Precious materials. Hard currency. That is, as currency. They are also a kind of precious jewelry. After waiting for half an hour, the star coin and star diamond coin were placed in front of Tang Ranran. Just like a diamond embedded in a platinum diamond ring, a tiny star diamond is embedded in the middle of the silver star coin with a special process. Both the 1 million and 10 million denominations are embedded. The former is a small star diamond, and the latter is larger, while the 100 million denomination is made entirely of star diamonds. Just like a diamond coin. Crystal clear. As clear as crystal. And under the light, it will also reflect colorful colors. Star diamonds are really beautiful. Counted in person. Deducted from the income space. Deducted 1 billion from the balance of the intelligent brain. The business was completed. And Tang Ranran left the bank. Driving the hover car, Tang Ranran drove out of the city, through the suburbs, and drove all the way to the uninhabited area. After going deep into the uninhabited area that ordinary people cautiously entered, Tang Ranran found a place to park, put away the hover car, and found a blind spot. Tang Ranran disappeared on the spot after the intelligent brain turned off and entered the farm. Well, she has legally left the country. Back to the room of the farm with a small account. Tang Ranran was like a hard-working little bee, planting vegetables by herself while directing the labor robots to work, busy in her own big garden. After being busy for most of the day, Tang Ranran estimated that her body had been well slept. She put the exchange star coins and star diamond coins on the coffee table of the big sofa in the hall, leaned her puppet body on the sofa, turned off the computer, and went offline. Switching to the big account, the consciousness returned, and Tang Ranran yawned lazily with her eyes closed. After almost waking up, the first big thing every day, lottery. Closed her eyes again. Tang Ranran entered the farm with consciousness, stood in front of the computer, and touched the mouse with her right hand. Sighed in successfully. Congratulations on getting 1,000 gold coins. Oh, nothing special again. Before leaving the farm, Tang Ranran habitually glanced at the computer screen again to check the maturity time of the crops. Huh? Red exclamation mark? Fearing that she was dazzled, Tang Ranran closed her eyes and looked at it carefully. There is actually an exclamation mark. There is an exclamation mark next to the taskbar. There is a task? She has not upgraded yet. How can there be a task? Tang Ranran, who has never encountered such a situation, hurriedly clicked with the mouse, and a dialog box popped up. Do you want to recharge? Yes. No. Tang Ranran, surprise. Recharge. There is actually a recharge channel. There is no need to think too much. Tang Ranran immediately said yes. Recharge amount. Please fill in a numerical value. Or all. Confirm recharge all. Could it be that all her smart brain balance is charged in? Tang Ranran pondered for 2 seconds. If the money in the smart brain can be recharged, the recharge channel should have appeared long ago. It is likely not the smart brain balance. So what is it? Tang Ranran tentatively entered a 100. And then clicked confirm recharge below. Then, recharge successful. Congratulations. You have completed your first recharge and become a VIP level 1 user. Accompanied by the system's prompt message. The computer screen flashed a few times. Then, at first glance, it was still the same. But a closer look would reveal that it had changed, with several more VIP functions. The first is her wallet. In addition to gold coins, there is an additional VB, which is the VIP's special currency. Then, the VIP special seed mall was opened. Inside was a bunch of messy seeds, including onions, ginger, garlic, peppers, fennel, etc., as well as messy, flashy decorations. After a quick glance, Tang Ran passed. In addition, in the props bar, in addition to my props, there is an additional props mall. There are props for purchase inside. 3 specifications of fertilizers. And then, there are soil fertilizer, harvest assistant, gold coin amplification buff, experience amplification buff, and so on. After a simple check of the additional VIP functions, Tang Ran focus returned to the 100 VB. What exactly is it that is recharged? The balance of the intelligent brain? Sure enough, it is not. Then, it can't be Star Diamond Coin. With this guess, Tang Ran was frightened and swallowed her saliva. She immediately exited the farm, and then switched to the physical farm mode. Star Diamond Coin. The minimum face value is 1 million each. Don't tell her that 1 is equal to 1 VB. After appearing in the house, Tang Ran went straight to the large living room on the first floor, and then glanced at the coffee table. Snowflakes fluttered. The north wind whistled, and the world was vast. Snow fell in the 12th lunar month. It was cold and chilly. Now only this song could express Tang Ran's cold mood at the moment. Reality immediately gave her a critical blow. The pile of Star Diamond coins she placed on the coffee table was really missing. She approached with a little trembling, stared with wide eyes, and looked closely. Gone. Really gone. The star coins were all there. And the Star Diamond coins were all there. But the position where the Star Diamonds should be embedded in the middle of those 1 million Star Diamond coins was empty. It was hollowed out. The Star Diamond coins were divided into denominations based on the quality of the Star Diamonds. The Star Diamond coins, with a face value of 1 million, only had a mass of 1 gram. A very small grain. And the 10 million had 10 grams, which seemed a little bigger. The 100 million had a total mass of 100 grams. Tang Ran rummaged around in the box for a few times. And then she was completely sure that the 1 million Star Diamond coins, which were the largest in number, but also the smallest in size, were all emptied without exception. Star Diamond coins without Star Diamonds naturally lost their currency function and became a shameful existence. As if she had been in Siberia for 3 days. Tang Ran took a long time to recover. The truth was, she recharged 100 Star Diamond coins with a face value of 1 million each. Sky-high game coins. Take a deep breath. Tang Ran hurriedly put the 35 Star Diamond coins in the money box on the coffee table into a sealed small pocket. Put them into her space buckle. And then flew directly back to the studio where the computer was. On the screen, the exclamation mark of the recharge had disappeared. After thinking about it, Tang Ran took out 35 Star Diamond coins from the spaceport again. Sure enough, when the Star Diamond coins appeared in this room, the rechargeable exclamation mark appeared again on the computer screen. Tang Ran said a little, "Do you want to recharge?" "Yes." "No." Sure enough, the recharge dialog box popped up again. Tang Ran clicked yes, and then clicked the or all after the input amount. If she guessed correctly, clicking all would show her total rechargeable amount. Sure enough, recharge amount 800. This time, Tang Ran was completely sure that 1 gram of Star Diamond was equal to 1 VB of the farm. This recharge is so expensive that it is outrageous. Before, she was thinking about recharging. But now that the recharge channel has been opened, Tang Ran is reluctant to recharge. This is really too expensive. Too expensive. Although she is now a small asset, she really can't afford to play this way. Her heart is bleeding. But she finally opened the VIP function. So she has to take a look. It is obvious that this farm system has changed beyond recognition. And it is very different from when Tang Ran played in her first life. Maybe, when in Rome, do as the Romans do? Remembering the first life when 1 yuan equaled 1 VB, Tang Ran began to seriously study the new features of VIP. First, the props. Fertilizer is a good thing. But unfortunately, she has no money to buy it. Ordinary fertilizer price, 8 VB. Advanced fertilizer price, 38 VB. Super fertilizer price, 88 VB. If you buy hundreds of thousands of super fertilizer and sprinkle it, you can reach level 60 in 1 day. Sure enough, that sentence is right. There is no problem that money can't solve. If there is, it's that you don't have enough money. Alas, Tang Ran continued to check. Field fertilizer price, 188 VB. What is the use of this item? After using it on ordinary fields, The fields will be upgraded to fertile fields. Planting on fertile fields can get a 10% bonus on the gold coins and experience income of crops. This is a bit expensive, but it is permanent. There is also a one-time experience enhancement buff. After using it on the crops in the field, you can get a 20% bonus every season. The price of this item is also fair. Only 8 VB. But this item is only effective for crops in 1 field. And 22 fields. Forget it. I can't afford it. After looking at the item list, Tang Ranran thought about taking the sustainable development route. So she preferred field fertilizer. Before making the decision to bite the bullet and upgrade the field, Tang Ranran went to take a look at the VIP special seeds. Most of the special seeds are useless to Tang Ranran. They can only be regarded as enriching the categories of fruits and vegetables. Some are more bizarre, such as letter A seeds, letter B seeds, happy balloon seeds, gardening whale seeds. She doesn't know what they are used for. Among the VIP seeds, there are Golden God of Wealth and Golden Picio for gold coins. Of course, there is also an experience series for gold series. Tang Ranran patiently looked at them one by one. And sure enough, she found them. Look! Experience grass seed, experience flower seed, and experience fruit seed. Which is the experience series? Tang Ranran looked carefully. Experience grass. Level 16. Special crops that VIP customers can unlock. The price of seeds purchased is 1,840 gold coins. The total price when sold is 3,080 gold coins. It takes 12 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting 1 season is 1,000. Experience flower. Level 36. Special crops that VIP customers can unlock. The price of seeds purchased is 3,704 gold coins. The total price when sold is 6,480 gold coins. 2 season crops. Mature in 18 hours in the first season and 8 hours in the second season. And the experience gained in each season is 1,800. Experience fruit. Level 56. Special crops that VIP customers can unlock. The price of seeds purchased is 6,405 gold coins. And the total price when sold is 10,580 gold coins. 3 season crops. Mature in 22 hours in the first season and 12 hours in the second season. And the experience gained from planting 1 season is 2,400. The experience benefit of this experience trilogy is high. Very high. Level 18. You can buy it. Tang Ranran immediately bought experience grass seed. And then? The number of seeds purchased can only be 1? She knew that pie in the sky would not fall. And good things would not come to her. After buying an experience grass seed, something went wrong. After buying 1, this experience grass seed became unavailable for purchase. And there was a refresh countdown, which was refreshed at 0 o'clock in the Empire time. That is, the seeds in the VIP mall can only be purchased 1 per day. Wrong. It is in the state of not spending money. And you can only buy 1 per day. Click on this unavailable state. And a dialog box prompt will pop up to choose to use 8 VB refresh. Tang Ranran decisively refreshed it once. And 8 VB was spent. And it was available again. You can still only buy 1. And then it becomes a state of waiting for refresh. Tang Ranran, hee. The biggest decision in life, to recharge or not. Recharge. Tang Ranran made an inhumane operation of treating money as dirt. And all the star diamonds were poured into the farm. Her wallet. 892 VB. With the money, Tang Ranran waved her hand and bought. First, experience grass seeds by 22 of them. Except for the first one, which did not cost VB. There were 21 left, and a total of 168 VB was spent. The white radishes in the field still had 51 minutes to mature. Tang Ranran was anxiously waiting for them to mature. And by the way, she did some calculations. There were still 12 billion on the small account, which was approximately equal to 12,000 VB. Field fertilizer 188 VB. 22 copies would be 4136 VB. And then, there were 7,846 left. Planting 2 crops of experience grass a day. It would take 344. Enough to support 22 days. Of course, she would definitely upgrade during this period. The number of fields would increase. And the demand for seeds would increase. But it won't be too different. So the money on the trumpet alone can sustain about 20 days of experience. 44,000 experience a day. 880,000 in 20 days. A full 880,000 experience points. If she grows white radishes, she will have to work hard until the end of time to get 880,000 experience points. She is now level 17. And it takes 30,600 experience points to upgrade to level 18. With 880,000 experience points, there is absolutely no problem in upgrading to level 20. 20 days, 20 levels, 1 level a day. This speed does not take into account the increase in the amount of land after fertilization and the increase in the amount of land after upgrading. Combined with other factors, the upgrade speed will only be faster. Rocket-like upgrade, recharge, spend the money like that, and the effect will come out. After a quick calculation, Tang Ranran was anxious and wanted to recharge all the money in the trumpet immediately. However, she had just exchanged 900 million star diamonds. If she exchanged them again immediately, would it be suspicious? After hesitating between recharging and arousing suspicion for a minute, Tang Ranran gritted her teeth and made a decision. She chose to recharge. As a healing person, as long as she is not against the Empire and humanity, it's completely okay. She just exchanged some star diamonds. So what? Is there a problem? No problem at all. Yes. No problem. However, the exchange volume is too large. Even if she makes an appointment, she will have to wait for several days. Tang Ranran, who can't wait for a second, quickly logged in with her small account and left the farm. In the wilderness, Tang Ranran just appeared. At this time, it was still afternoon, and there were still 2 hours before the bank closed. Tang Ranran quickly found a place to release her hovercraft, and then left the deep mountains and old forests. As soon as she entered the area with signal, she immediately called Lu Jingxing. Tang Xian. Hello. Lu Jingxing answered the phone very quickly, and his chubby Mithria-like face suddenly appeared in the video screen. Minister Lu, I need to trouble you with something. I want to exchange 12 billion star diamond coins. I wonder if you can help me with it. I need it today. Tang Ranran said straight to the point with an anxious look on her face. Ah? Lu Jingxing was stunned and repeated uncertainly. 12 billion star diamond coins? Yes. I need star diamond as a material for planting. Tang Ranran lied casually and said it as if it were true. Grow plants with star diamond? Lu Jingxing's eyes widened in astonishment. This was simply unheard of. He came back to his senses from the shock and thought that star diamond contained huge energy, and it was possible that this energy could be absorbed by pure plants. After all, Tang Xian's talent for planting is terrifying. Maybe he has found another way and developed a method of planting star diamonds? Yes. It requires star diamonds. Minister Lu, can we exchange them for star coins? Tang Ranran asked, and made a verbal promise. If I successfully plant plants with high purification value in the future, I will give priority to you. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingxing immediately agreed. I will find a way now. The bank is a bit difficult to handle. It's not easy to get what you want today, but it should be okay tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. As for other channels, such as raw star diamonds, is it okay? Raw star diamonds should be okay, but I still need to see the details. Then I contact you first and contact you later. Then I trouble you. Captain Lu. No trouble. No trouble. It's just a small matter. Thank you. After a few polite words and ending the communication, Tang Ranran drove the hover car back, and soon she was back in the city. The first thing to do when entering the city is to go straight to the jewelry city. Tang Ranran went to the jewelry city as fast as possible and bought a 10-gram star diamond jewelry, which cost her 11.8 million. The extra 1.8 million was the jewelry processing fee. After getting the things, Tang Ranran immediately went to the empty corridor, pretending to be invisible, but actually entered the farm. After entering the farm, the 10-gram star diamond jewelry was thrown into the house. Tang Puppet Ranran immediately left the farm, leaned against the wall, and entered a dazed state. Tang Original Ranran, who was guarding in front of the computer, immediately shot his eyes to the computer screen. Recharge exclamation mark. It appeared again. Tang Ranran immediately recharged, and the next second, she successfully recharged 10 VB. Sure enough, it was a material like star diamond. Tang Ranran was relieved. White Radish still had 14 minutes. Remembering this time, Tang Ranran shifted her attention to the trumpet. Walking to the parking lot on the top floor of the mall, Tang Ranran sat in the floating car, waiting for Lu Jingxing news. 14 minutes passed. Lu Jingxing has not responded yet. But the white radish is ripe. Harvest vegetables and sell them. Gold coins plus 3234. Experience plus 330. There are still 742 VB. Tang Ranran bought 3 copies of land fertilizer and used them on field number 1, field number 3, and field number 4. She now has 3 fertile fields. Although Tang Ranran was very anxious and wanted to gain experience immediately, the fields could not be upgraded when crops were planted, so she could only wait. While waiting, Tang Ranran flew over the number 2 spiritual land, searched the entire number 2 field, and finally locked his eyes on the purple-blue Bananyangsing blue su fruit vine. Floating to the edge of the vine, Tang Ranran practiced the Xingxiju and began to grow vegetables. Then, Tang Ranran got 5 blue su fruits. He picked them up one by one and weighed them, estimating that each one was about 100 grams. Tang Ranran put the smallest one in a box and threw the remaining 2 into the basement. The purification value was about 50, and the one in the box was almost 1 billion. As a gift, it was already very valuable. Handed over to the trumpet, Tang Ranran continued to wait. 1 minute and 1 second. Such torture. About half an hour later, finally, Lu Jingxing called. Tang Ranran answered it immediately. Lu Jingxing had a look of joy. A look that was typical of a person who had accomplished a task as expected. It's settled. Basically no problem. Tang Xian, do you want to come and have a look? Okay. I'll be there right away. Lu Jingxing sent an address, and Tang Ranran immediately started the hovercraft and rushed over at the fastest speed. The destination was 400 kilometers away. A large star diamond or wholesale company. In the interstellar space, individuals or private enterprises can also mine star diamond ore. Of course, the premise is that they can find the source of the mine on a free star without clear ownership. There is the right to mine, but not the right to mint coins. The star diamond or mined by the enterprise is mainly used to make jewelry, and the scraps are converted into energy. Under Lu Jingxing bridge building, Tang Ranran easily got 12 billion star diamond ore, which is cheaper than star diamond coins, with a price of about 950,000 per gram. After completing the transaction very efficiently, Tang Ranran took Lu Jingxing big hovercraft and left with him. After saying a lot of polite words, Tang Ranran got off the car halfway on the grounds that it was not on the way. Before leaving, Minister Lu, thank you for your help this time. A small gift. Please don't hesitate. Afraid that he would not accept it, Tang Ranran threw the things and drove the hover car away very fast. Lu Jingxing, who was stuffed with a fresh food box, had no time to say a word, and Tang Ranran ran away. Lu Jingxing opened it with a little curiosity and a little expectation, and when he saw the things in the fresh food box, his eyes immediately widened. This is Bain and Yenxing blue su fruit. Good stuff. This help is worth it. Driving the hover car, Tang Ranran went straight to the wilderness. After entering the area without signal, she stopped the car, put the hover car into the space buckle, shut down the intelligent brain again, and Tang Ranran disappeared on the spot. Back to the farm. Tang Ranran couldn't wait to throw the star diamonds into the farmhouse one by one. Soon, a layer of star diamonds, like glass slag, was piled on the ground. 950,000 per gram. 12 billion. Should be 12,631.57 grams. The seller rounded it up to 12,632 grams. All the star diamonds were taken out, and the trumpet was immediately offline. Tang Ranran, who was still squatting in front of the computer, recharged immediately. With one operation, her total VB reached 12810. Only 3 plots of land were fertilized, and there are still 19 plots of land. Land fertilizer by 19 copies. Subtract 3572 VB. Use it quickly. Except for the number 2 spiritual field, which was planted with things and presented a realistic state. All of Tang Ranran other fields were transformed from ordinary fields into fertile fields. The gold coin income of crops increased by 10%, and the experience income increased by 10%. Tang Ranran completed the operation in one go and planted the experience grass. After 12 hours, it was 22 by 1100, which is 24,200 experience. Well, there is also the experience enhancement buff, which should be able to be stacked. 8 VB. Tang Ranran slammed the table and decided to use it. It's just money. Anyway, she can grow vegetables. 8 by 22. VB is spent. And the enhancement buff is applied. Okay. Then wait for the harvest in 12 hours. After planting vegetables, Tang Ranran looked at her wallet. 9062 VB. 22 sets of experience grass plus buff package can be used 25 times, which is about 12 days. The trumpet was completely out of money. And her brain had nearly 150 billion. If she recharged, it would be 150,000 VB. She could renew the experience generating package for 200 days. Within a year, she could reach level 60. After level 60, she no longer had to worry about insufficient spiritual power. Then the question was, how to recharge the 150 billion she had on hand. As an ordinary person, she couldn't jump around too much, so she had to keep a low profile. Tang Ranran didn't want to go to the bank to exchange star diamond coins or something. After all, in the era of big data, information leaks were common. As a little girl, she was carrying a huge amount of star diamond coins in cash, which made it easy for criminals to target her. Or, open a jewelry company? That didn't work either. She spent money to buy star diamond ore. And then the star diamond ore disappeared. This was not easy to explain. 150 billion is such a large amount that it is not easy to launder. The safest way is to pretend to be a star diamond collector and buy star diamond jewelry for yourself little by little, like an ant moving house. As for the missing jewelry, if she didn't say it, who would know that the jewelry was lost? Searching with a smart brain, Tang Ranran browsed the large jewelry city of Baiki Star on the internet. After looking at the jewelry and completing several daily homework, Tang Ranran went to bed early in the morning. Maybe because she was too excited. She couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned, and finally fell asleep. It felt like she had only slept for a few minutes when the alarm rang. First reaction, so annoying. Second reaction, harvest. Realizing that her experience grass was ripe, she instantly disappeared from sleepiness. Tang Ranran was in high spirits and suddenly entered an excited state. Consciousness entered the farm and took a look at the computer screen. Ha! Experience grass is mature. Experience grass grows just like weeds. Ordinary. But the experience is very impressive. Harvest. The original experience of experience grass is 1000. The land efficiency reaches 1100. And then, there is a 20% buff, which directly becomes experience plus 1320. Experience plus 1320. Among the experience plus 1320, Tang Ranran completely lost herself. Buy it. Buy it. The refresh time has passed. So the first experience grass seed does not cost VB. And then minus 8 VB. Minus 8 VB. The seeds are bought and planted. And the buff needs to be done again. Again minus 8 VB. Minus 8 VB. This batch of experience grass costs 344 VB. Although the money spent is a bit much, the effect is significant. Tang Ranran checks his results. After the first wave of experience, her slowly growing experience bar suddenly increased from 5,800 to 34,000. Upgraded. It only takes 36,000 experience points to go from level 17 to level 18. Tang Ranran level was upgraded with just that little effort. After receiving the reward, Tang Ranran received a planting task. At level 18, 2 new crops were unlocked. Fig and pineapple. The gold coin benefit was average. The experience benefit was average. And it didn't have much effect. It was just 2 more varieties. The level was upgraded. But the gold coins, she only had 90,000 gold coins in her wallet. And the newly reclaimed land required 180,000, which she couldn't afford. Tang Ranran was upset. If she had known, she would not have upgraded the house. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. What can she do? She can only save money. Fortunately, the gold coin efficiency of the experience grass is also good. It should not take many days. After experiencing the rocket-like upgrade, Tang Ranran is now very awake and has no sleepiness at all. A day's plan begins in the morning. So let's start homework. Practice. Alchemy. Growing vegetables. Brushing the brain. Just after 6 o'clock in the morning, Tang Ranran started shouting in the small group of their 5-person group and issued a notice to gather at 7 o'clock and check out. Butler Lin and the 3 bodyguards naturally followed her rhythm. Whatever Tang Ranran said was what they did. Finally, they waited until 7 o'clock and gathered at the door of Tang Ranran room. The 5 of them went to check out. since Tang Ranran's small hover car is just a mini. It is really too small, with 5 people sitting, especially the tall and strong bodyguards. The car is almost full. For the comfort of traveling, Tang Ranran chose to take a taxi, a 7-seater car. After a 5-hour drive, they finally arrived at the largest jewelry city in Baiki Star, which was thousands of miles away. Surrounded by bodyguards, Tang Ranran happily shopped. Fearing that she would be targeted, Tang Ranran did not dare to buy more. She only bought 5 pieces of jewelry, which cost only 200 million in total. 2 of them were not star diamonds. She bought them purely because she thought they looked good. After leaving the mall, Tang Ranran led people straight to the Starry Sky station. Baiki Star was too poor. If you spend a lot of money, you will be noticed immediately. You still have to go to a rich place. Tang Ranran has already made a detailed plan. The second star system, Jingjubo Star. Jingjubo Star, also known as Gem Star, is the largest jewelry wholesale center in the entire empire. With Jingjubo Star as the destination, Tang Ranran began to travel all the way again. During the journey, the experience mode was used, and the experience grass was planted one after another, twice a day. The first day of departure, add 58,080 experience points, add 56,144 gold coins, subtract 696 VB. The farm was upgraded from level 18 to level 19. But the gold coins were still not enough to buy land. The second day, add 58,080 experience points, add 56,144 gold coins, subtract 696 VB. The farm was upgraded from level 19 to level 20, and then to level 21. The gold coins reached about 200,000, and the 18th piece of land was reclaimed. The third day, add 60,720 experience points, add 58,696 gold coins, subtract 728 VB. The farm was upgraded from level 21 to level 22. But the gold coins were only 60,000, which was not enough to buy land. The fourth day, add 60,720 experience points, add 58,696 gold coins, subtract 728 VB. The farm was upgraded from level 22 to level 23, and the gold coins were nearly 120,000, which was still not enough to buy land. The vast universe, the bright stars, under the dome of the starry sky, the luxuriously decorated hall, the luxurious furniture made of precious ancient wood, faintly exudes a light scent of agarwood. In the antique and luxurious room, dozens of female musicians with graceful figures and beautiful faces, wearing long green shirts full of Cheongsam style, play different classical instruments, guzheng, pipa, panpipe, kongo. The sounds of many instruments blend together and compose a melodious movement in an extremely harmonious way. Ethereal, soft, and full of classical atmosphere. At the top of the room, a gorgeous large fur of an unknown beast is spread on the ground, occupying more than 50 square meters. In the middle of the fur carpet, there is a luxurious imperial chair inlaid with gold and jade. The man sitting on the imperial chair is wearing a silver and quite classical robe, with beautiful patterns embroidered on the robe with various precious metal threads of different colors. A low-key luxury and extremely precious atmosphere. The man supported his head with one hand on the armrest, and held a wine glass made of top-grade jade in the other hand. He closed his eyes, with a comfortable and leisurely expression, as if he was intoxicated by the beautiful music. His posture was like that of an ancient king who was enjoying singing and dancing. Above his head were the boundless stars. In his hands were the sun and the moon, and under his feet were the mountains and rivers. The aura of the upper ruler was extremely strong. Suddenly, a unique communication prompt came from the smart brain on his wrist. The man opened his eyes lazily, straightened his body, and raised his hand that was originally supporting his head to signal to stop. The female musicians below stopped playing in unison. The music stopped abruptly, and the luxurious room suddenly became quiet. The man glanced at the smart brain, connected the communication, and said lightly, "What's the matter, boss Shi? We have entered the range of the 16 star systems." The cab sent a message asking where to go next. At the other end of the video, the person who spoke was wearing a standard professional suit. His hair was combed meticulously, and the business style of the mall was Taoshan. Taoshan, the special assistant to the CEO of Jingmoxing Hengxing Investment Company, Limited. So the man's identity is self-evident. The founder of Jingmoxing Hengxing Investment Company, Limited. Xie huh? After pondering without answering, Xie raised his eyes, glanced at the female musicians in the room, put down the wine glass, raised his hand, and waved away. Get out. After standing up and bowing, the female musicians left the huge room in an orderly manner with their instruments. There was only one person left in the entire venue. Xie stood up, walked 2 steps slowly, came to the bottom of the sky, looked up, and stared at the stars. The originally indifferent and leisurely look became solemn. Xie raised his leg and took a step forward with a cautious face. This step was forward in the real space. But strangely, Xie's perspective began to rise and move forward. The classical and luxurious room was gradually thrown under his feet, and finally disappeared, replaced by the vast sea of stars. Wandering in the sea of stars, Xie seemed to be in the boundless universe, with stars within his reach. The starlight was extremely bright, but after a while, the white light of the sun, moon and stars began to dim, and the planets seemed to fade and become gray and dim. Even the stars collectively called the sun lost their luster. The stars dimmed, and the golden light slowly shone through. Some stars began to emit a faint golden light. After searching among the planets emitting golden light, Xie found it after a while. The golden light was shining, and that planet emitted a golden fortune that made people completely unable to open their eyes. This location. It seemed that a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only a few seconds. Xie frowned with a hint of discomfort, and quickly took out a potion from the space buckle. The standard packaging was JS Element. He raised his hand, drank a potion, and the swelling and pain in his head gradually eased. After rubbing his temples for a few seconds to ease the discomfort of mental disorder, Xie regained his clarity of mind. With a firm tone and a sense of determination, he told Tao Shen, who was quietly waiting for a reply on the communication screen. Go to London Yongxing. Who is our person in charge there? Let him contact me. Okay, President Xi. I contact him immediately. After the communication ended, Xie looked up again and looked up at the starry sky above. His eyes seemed to penetrate tens of thousands of light years away and saw the barren but golden planet. Fortune. There. Retracting his gaze, Xie frowned and thought for a while, and soon figured out the reason. 2 years ago, he predicted that the greatest fortune in the future would be on Suqi Huangxing. However, after buying Xiliang and obtaining the right to use Suqi Huangxing for decades, the entire planet was searched several times. All species on the planet were screened, and even the most rigorous geological exploration was carried out. But unfortunately nothing was found. There are no mineral deposits, no special organisms, no cash crops, nothing. The pure plant with a purification value of 30 that he had high hopes for also died one after another within a month. Not to mention artificial cultivation. There was simply no research result at all. Xie once suspected that his prediction was wrong, but now he has figured it out. The right to use Suqi Huang Star in recent decades originally belonged to Xinliang Group, and Tang Qingji, the original legal person of Xinliang Group, undertook the planet transformation project on Lu Nanyang Star. This time, it was determined that Lu Nanyang Star was the source of wealth, and he completely understood that the future development was a source of wealth was found on Lu Nanyang Star, and this source of wealth was most likely pure plant seeds. The Lu Nanyang Star transformation project and Xiliang's largest shareholder was Tang Qingji's daughter before, and the two could be said to be one family. So the seeds found were sent to Suqi Huang Star for planting. This process led to the transfer of wealth. From the outside world's perspective, Suqi Huangxing produces endless and immense wealth. It is precisely because of this that he did not notice Lu Nanyang, but only saw Suqi Huangxing. And then because he intervened and took down Xian Liang, the source of wealth remained in Lu Nanyang. The place of origin, Lu Nanyang. He must get it. From Beiqi Xing to Jingju Baoxing. It was a bumpy journey. On the 10th day, Tang Ranran finally set foot on the land of Jingju Baoxing. After getting off the spaceship, Tang Ranran went straight to the location of the largest star diamond wholesale market, Xingzuan City. When she arrived at the destination, Xingzuan City was at midnight, so she could only find a hotel and rest. Tang Ranran, who had been well rested for a long time, did not need to rest at all. She just stayed on the sofa and brushed the smart brain. She had to make a good strategy. After brushing the web page for more than 3 hours, The smart brain rang. Tang Ranran entered the farm with a bright consciousness and harvested vegetables. It's fun to spend money. And it's fun to spend money all the time. Tang Ranran now deeply understands this sentence. Really. It's so fun to gain experience. When you are in a good mood, good things come in pairs. Not only has the farm made a qualitative leap, but her cultivation has also been upgraded to the 8th level of qi refining. Today is her 10th day of gaining experience. After harvesting this crop of experience grass and selling it, Tang Ranran farm is ding, ding, ding. Farm level 28. The number of cultivated fields is 20. And the total number of fields is 26. Experience 80,927. Gold 214,207. VB 1278. It takes 81,200 experience to go from 28 to 29. And it cannot be upgraded for the time being. Moreover, she has gone from lack of experience to lack of gold coins. Gold coins can be used to buy land. But she may not have money to buy seeds after buying land. So she will keep the gold coins first. She wants to earn gold coins. Tang Ranran had a little impression that at level 28, she should have unlocked the VIP special plants for earning gold coins. Opening the VIP seed mall, Tang Ranran found one of the gold earning series. Emerald Golden Toad. Level 28. Special crops that VIP customers can unlock. The price of purchase seeds is 8,800 gold coins. And the total price when sold is 109,200 gold coins. 3 season crops. Mature in 34 hours in the first season. Mature in 16 hours in the second season. And the experience gained from planting one season is 66 hours. The gold coin income is as much as 100,000. Tang Ranran hurried to buy. After buying one, it was locked again. Similarly, according to the countdown, it can be calculated that it will refresh at 0 o'clock in the imperial time. Clicked again. 8 VB refreshed. Tang Ranran refreshed. Bought. Refreshed. Bought. Including the first one. A total of 24 emerald golden toad seeds were bought. Starting from the 3rd field. Tang Ranran planted them quickly. After planting, gold coin gain buff. Here comes a wave. 24 emerald golden toads. All with a 20% gold buff. As for the specially vacated field number 1, Tang Ranran bought a fig seed and planted it in the field number 1. From level 18 to level 28. She has accumulated a lot of planting tasks. It's time to clear them up. Do the tasks. And enrich her basement inventory to satisfy her appetite. Thinking of food, Tang Ranran opened the seed mall and checked the crops she had unlocked. Her basement still has a large space, so she can plant more delicious food to reward herself. Level 19, Enoki Mushroom. Coconut. Peanut level 20, Pear. Gourd. Kiwi. Water Lily level 21, Pitaya. Peepa level 22, Plum. Cherry level 23, Lychee. Cantaloupe level 24, Papaya. Moon Persimmon. Longan level 25, Star Fruit. Mulberry. Cantaloupe level 26, Lemon. Mango level 27, Durian level 28, Guava. Most of them are delicious. I want to eat. After looking around, Tang Ranran made a decision. She wanted to keep field number 1 and plant it specifically for eating. Excluding field number 1 and field number 2, there are 24 fields for brushing gold coins and experience. As long as you spend money, the speed will not be slow. Finally, before leaving the farm, Tang Ranran checked the small treasury. VB 902, a bit too little. Tang Ranran still has 150 million worth of star diamond accessories in her space buckle, which can be recharged to about 1,300 VB. And she is now in Star Diamond City, thinking that she can go shopping tomorrow. Tang Ranran is not worried about the lack of VB affecting her Krypton gold. Leaving the farm, continue to make strategies and find the cheapest store. The next day, the morning light is faint. Early in the morning, Tang Ranran started her homework for the day. At about 8 a.m. local time, the group gathered and went to the nearest comprehensive commercial district first. Arriving at the commercial district, Tang Ranran went straight to the floating car area. She had already selected the model online. Tang Ranran waved her hand and purchased 2 floating cars with storage space buckles. A large 5-seater armored SUV similar to Hummer, and a business-style 7-seater van. Because of their good performance, large size, and built-in dedicated space buckles that can be carried around, these 2 cars are not cheap. One is 280 million, and the other is 120 million. After buying the car, Tang Ranran went to the space buckle area. The more common storage space buckles on the market only have two specifications, 1 cubic meter and 10 cubic meters. There is basically no stock for larger volumes, and reservations are required. Tang Ranran bought spot goods. The former is about 5 million, and the latter is about 180 million. In terms of cost effectiveness, the former is more cost effective. But sometimes, when you encounter something with a volume of more than 1 cubic meter, it will be embarrassing. Tang Ranran, who is not short of money, spent 368 million to add two 10 cubic meters. Although she has a farm, the space buckle is more convenient to use. After purchasing all the belongings, she originally had 5 space buckles, and now there are 4 more space buckles. Tang Ranran's smart brain strap can't fit them. With 3 10 cubic meters, Tang Ranran original 3 1 cubic meters seem a bit redundant. After buying the star diamonds, she emptied them and found another owner for them. She went to the robot area again. Tang Ranran first bought the harvesting robot with a retractable mechanical arm that she liked very much. Tang Ranran bought 5 high-end versions, which are very cheap, 360,000 each. After adding 5 little work experts, Tang Ranran added a Nani robot. This time she chose a simulation version of the robot, with realistic silicone skin, which looks almost like a real person. At first glance, she is a young woman with delicate looks. But Tang Ranran did not choose the top configuration, but the general configuration. So if you look closely, you can see that her expression is dull, and her eyes are dull. She is a robot. Although it is a standard configuration, the price is 10 times more expensive than ordinary metal robots. And she spent nearly 2 million. After shopping here, Tang Ranran drove the newly purchased armored car to the Hengqin Star Diamond Raw Stone Wholesale Group with the most positive reviews. Yes, Hengqin. But this Hengqin is not Hengqin Investment, but Xia's Hengqin. If there is any relationship between the two, Xia's Hengqin should be regarded as the father of Hengqin Investment. Anyway, according to the strategy she made online, the price of Hengqin Wholesale Star Diamond Raw Stones is the cheapest. Hengqin Star Diamond Raw Stone covers a very large area, definitely several square kilometers, like a large state-owned enterprise. After arriving at the destination, the first level is to pass the capital verification. Only those with an account balance of more than 10 billion are eligible to enter. Because Hengqin Star Diamond has its own security group, only Tang Ranran entered the interior alone. Take the car to the reception hall. The second step is the total amount of intended purchase. Enthusiastic netizens have said that Hengqin Star Diamond has very strict confidentiality and will never disclose customer information. So Tang Ranran directly gave an intended purchase amount of 100 billion. If she didn't want to save some money to repay the loan, she would have wanted to recharge all of it. Ah! Krypton gold is really addictive. 100 billion? Definitely a big customer. Tang Ranran enjoyed VIP treatment. And then under the guidance of a special person, she visited a pile of Star Diamond Oregon. Different Star Diamond ore also has different prices. Ore fragments are small particles of scraps, which are basically used for production capacity. Such fragments are relatively cheap. The larger the volume and the higher the integrity, the more expensive the price. And those with unique shapes and natural unprocessed looks very good, the most expensive. Recharge only depends on quality. Tang Ranran naturally chooses the most cost-effective one. She wants the original ore of Star Diamonds. The price is cheaper than the original ore she bought on Bakey Star. 920,000 per gram. Tang Ranran used the bargaining tactics of the Andes in the vegetable market and bargained. Finally, she successfully cut down 8,000 star coins and reached an agreement at a price of 912,000 per gram. To buy fragments, there is no need to carefully select the raw stones. You need to report and register with the relevant units and go through such a formality process. Under the supervision of the relevant units as a third party, the two parties completed the transaction. Because she is the buyer of physical goods, Tang Ranran does not need to pay taxes. For 100 billion, she gets 109,650 grams of Star Diamond fragments, which is 109.65 kilograms. It sounds like a lot, but because of the high density of Star Diamonds, it is actually just a small pile. Put it in her 10 cubic space buckle, and it does not take up any space at all. The driver took her to the first capital verification threshold. where Tang Ranran met up with Steward Lin and the other four waiting in the lounge. Get in the car and leave. After driving for a while, Steward Lin couldn't help asking, Miss, did you buy some raw star diamonds? Tang Ranran replied casually. Vaguely. Well, I bought some. Just to play with. And planned to use it to make jewelry. Steward Lin had no idea that what Tang Ranran meant by a little bit was 100 billion. And just thought that she bought a few 100 million raw star diamonds on a whim. So he didn't care and asked more questions. After leaving Hengxing Star Diamond or Wholesale, Tang Ranran and her group went to the largest star diamond jewelry trade city. The jewelry city was full of finished star diamond jewelry. As a normal woman, jewelry was also very attracted to Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran looked around with great interest. Just like gold, jewelry is much more expensive than raw stones. Including the processing fee, the price is no less than 1.1 million per gram. Tang Ranran even saw high-priced jewelry with a price of 1.8 million per gram. This high-priced jewelry is called Brilliant Wealth. And it is the treasure of the largest star diamond jewelry company in this jewelry city. It looks like a rich and prosperous peony. It is said to be made from an 8-ton star diamond ore. And the total weight of the jewelry is more than 6 tons. The price is very beautiful, 11,800 billion. Tang Ranran, who always thought she was rich, realized the reality that she was just an ordinary rich man after seeing this brilliant wealth. The real rich. Those big families that have been passed down for tens of millions of years. How amazing it must be after generations of accumulation of wealth. The decorations placed in the house are all of this level. Right? The heritage of the big family. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. She is at best an ordinary upstart. After seeing the world and spending 500 million to buy 6 pieces of star diamond jewelry and 2 ordinary jewelry, Tang Ranran went home and returned to the hotel. Her star diamond jewelry is unique and has property rights certificates. Tang Ranran does not plan to touch them for the time being. Put it in your jewelry box and take it out every now and then to appreciate it, which can also make you happy. And the star diamond or fragments, all recharged. Although the star diamond or fragments are valuable, they are waste materials and can only be used to generate electricity. Moreover, they are one by one and difficult to distinguish. So the fragments cannot be issued with property rights certificates. Recharge is definitely a decision made by Tang Ranran after careful consideration. Recharge it today. And when her small account makes a lot of money, buy a batch of star diamond fragments. Won't it make up for it? Even if she is accidentally targeted and investigated, nothing can be found. All recharged. A total of 109650 VB. She has been enjoying Krypton Gold all the time. Within 2 months, her farm can reach level 60. Humming a little tune, Tang Ranran happily moved out her holographic cabin, lay in it, and logged into the holographic virtual network. Since she had the puppet account Tang Xian, her days seemed to have 24 hours. When her body went to sleep and rest, she could still open the account to make pills and grow vegetables. Every day was particularly fulfilling. So Tang Ranran time on the holographic network became more abundant. First, she played with rabbits for half an hour in her virtual mansion. And then Tang Ranran logged into her mecha game. During this period, her mecha technology has made great progress. So today she is going to take the assessment. As long as she passes the assessment, she can go to the Zerg battlefield. Tang Ranran signed up for the assessment. Before starting the assessment, choose the mecha model and weapons. Different models of mecha have different approved loads. It is indeed refreshing to bombard with a cannon. But after a short bombardment, there is no firepower. So it's time to give up. But without weapons of mass destruction, if you get wrapped in dumplings, you'll be like barbecue again. Therefore, it is necessary to carefully match the most suitable weapon. After playing simulation games for such a long time, Tang Ranran has a certain understanding of the weapons of the interstellar era. Ordinary machine guns are similar to modern guns. They rely on the explosive combustion of gunpowder to release energy, push the bullet out of the barrel, and hit the target. The chemical energy in the gunpowder is the source of the bullet's energy. But the final attack depends on the kinetic energy carried by the bullet. This kind of machine gun is the lowest weapon. In the army, it is a spare stock for mental disorder and is almost never used. Generally, only free mercenaries and security guards of private groups with mercenary certificates use it. People with low mercenary certificates can only use machine guns. In the army, energy guns are more commonly used. Energy guns need to be used with mental power. Tang Ranran doesn't know the specific principle. She only knows roughly that the energy gun is added with a special energy battery made of star diamond ore. And then it can fire energy bullets. Energy bullets are the light particles that was in the movie. When the light particle energy bullets are shot at real objects, they explode instantly due to friction, producing huge lethality. An energy gun is equivalent to a pile of grenades. Of course, different types of energy guns have different lethality. It is said that the energy guns used by ordinary police officers are relatively weak, and they will not be fatal if they do not hit the vital parts. I am getting off topic. Anyway, mechanical guns are definitely not an option. If a mecha carries a mechanical gun, it will be laughed to death. A laser sword with the longest battery life is installed on the right arm, and then a long-range energy sniper is installed on the right arm of the mecha. The left arm has an energy gun with a shorter range, which can assist in headshots when there are too many bugs to chop. A high-damage energy cannon must be brought. As for the model, find a lighter one. After all, you need to leave more weight and bring more batteries. After putting it together and using up the weight to the maximum extent, Tang Ranran finally assembled it. The mecha is in place, lands in the cockpit, starts, and everything is ready. The test is in countdown. The test begins. With a teleport, Tang Ranran was thrown to a desolate planet with no grass. After reading the strategy guide, Tang Ranran knew that the first step of the test was to determine the location of the insect nest. So how to determine the insect nest? Find the largest number of worker bees in the insect swarm and track them. The daily life of a student in the mecha department of K College, although it is just a game. The mechas involved are really highly simulated, and the relevant assessments are really difficult. There is no such thing. Tang Ranran, who has no solid skills and can only be said to be average in mecha level, set out with great vigor. But in the end, she was caught in the dumplings made by the insect swarm warriors and died. Practice again. Keep up the next challenge. After selecting the mecha configuration again, just as Tang Ranran was about to take a task and find a simple map to fight monsters and practice her skills, the system prompted that someone had contacted her, and the smart brain had been ringing for more than 1 minute. Tang Ranran has set up the smart brain address book. When she is playing games or sleeping, strangers and ordinary friends are not disturbed. Only a few friends, such as Ling Guanjia, Tang Shui, Yan Xing, etc., are considered extremely urgent after the persistent ringing for more than 1 minute, and are given special reminders. So, something urgent. After exiting the game and returning to her virtual mansion, Tang Ranran took a look at the virtual brain and saw that it was Yan Xing. In addition to this ringing call, there were several missed calls on the brain. What's wrong? After answering the call, Tang Ranran asked and checked the missed calls. There were 3 calls from Tang Shui, 2 calls from Yan Crossing, 1 call from her cousin Tang Shuai, and 1 call from Lin Guanjia. In addition, there was an unexpected person, Tao Shen. Tao Shen also called her twice. Boss Tang. It's bad. Something big has happened. On the other side of the video, Yin Xing looked as if the sky had fallen and shouted anxiously. Tang Ranran's heart immediately skipped a beat, and she asked hurriedly, "Tell me, what happened? Could there be an insect attack and a group of people died?" No. In an instant, Tang Ranran denied this idea. Tao Shen would not appear for no reason. The so-called big event should be related to Tao Shen, or Hengxing nutrient solution. As expected, Tang Ranran guessed it. Yin Xing spoke quickly, explaining the situation anxiously and angrily. A group of people came from Hengxing nutrient solution, driving a starship. And it was like they were here to rob us. No, they really were here to rob us. Wang Yunda brought a man named Tao Shen with him. And when Tao spoke, he said lightly that he wanted to acquire us. They took a fancy to this project. Or to be more precise, they took a fancy to Lu Nan Yongxing. Those bastards from Hengxing saw that the matter of the 16 star systems in the Empire was a foregone conclusion, and they thought it was profitable. So they wanted to rob you, Mr. Tang, of your shares. You mean? Tao Shen wants to buy my shares, and Hengxing Investment wants to take over the Lu Nan Yongxing transformation project? Tang Ranran was stunned and a little bit unbelievable. Are they going to buy her out again? Yes. Tao Shen meant that you should either sell your shares to them, or they will take extraordinary measures. Yin Xing complained angrily. I have asked my friends at the military base. Hengxing has sent a fleet this time, including a main starship, 2 manned ships, 2 cruisers, and 5 frigates. There are no less than 100,000 people. A standard large force has arrived. They are threatening with force. It's too much. They are simply bullying. Don't get excited. Will the starship fleet just pass by? How is that possible? This is clearly a show of force. Did Tao Shen tell us the purchase price? After talking to Tao Shen, Tang Ranran roughly knew that the other party would not stop until they achieved their goal. If she didn't sell, they would definitely make trouble. So, if the price was right, everything would be fine. No. That guy is arrogant and doesn't bother to talk to a small fry like me, Yanxing said indignantly. But he should have talked to Manager Tang. I see. I asked my aunt later. Tang Ranran guessed that Yanxing was so angry because Tao Shen despised him. When did they come? Is there anyone else besides Tao Shen? Has Mr. Xiang Wang from Hengxing Nutrient Solution come? Has Wang Yunda been abnormal recently? Tang Ranran asked a long list of questions. Why does Hengxing Investment always want to acquire her once or twice? Could it be that Wang Yunda, the spy sent by Hengxing, has mastered something she doesn't know and discovered precious minerals on the planet, such as star diamonds? The main fleet arrived yesterday. Tao Shen group of only 20 people arrived at our base early this morning. I didn't see Mr. Xiang Wang. According to my observation, this group of people should be led by Tao Shen. Wang Yunda is a fussy guy. He hides in the base every day and dares not even step out of the door. I have always paid attention to the people of Hengxing Nutrient Solution. There is nothing unusual. The number of times that group of people go out to inspect the planting work is pitifully small. It is impossible for them to discover something we don't know. Yanxing answered them one by one, and his answers were detailed. Tang Ranran couldn't help but wonder. The industry said that almost all the projects that Hengxing Investment took a fancy to would become very popular and make a lot of money. The ever-victorious generals in the investment world are not just boasting. So, what did Hengxing Investment see in Xinliang? Xiaolianko? What a joke. And what does Hengxing Investment see in Lun and Yangxing now? Tang Ranran didn't quite understand. And after thinking for a while, he asked, are there any new results in the planting laboratory recently? Have Boss Du and his team made any new discoveries? I also suspected whether there were any results. I asked Li Bin today, and his reply was that no valuable economic crops were found. I have a backup of all the research data in the laboratory. I am still checking it, and I haven't found anything strange yet. Yanxing replied meticulously. As for Boss Du, the last time I contacted them was half a month ago. At that time, they didn't find anything. They are currently in a state of disconnection without signal. It is possible that Boss Du and his team discovered some precious mineral deposits and sold the information to Hengxing. Tang Ranran discussed with Yanxing for several more sentences. The two of them guessed and guessed, but they couldn't guess the purpose of Hengxing Investment's acquisition of him. During the discussion, Tang Chui call came in, and Tang Ranran simply opened a group chat and added Tang Chui in. Ranran, Tao Shen is here again. Tang Chui's first sentence was straight to the point. Hengxing Investment wants to acquire us again. I know. Only then did she see Yanxing was there. And Tang Chui immediately understood that Yanxing had reported to Tang Ranran. Auntie, what is the price they offered? Tang Ranran asked straight to the point. The price Tao Shen offered this time is considered to be on the line. 650 billion. They want to buy the entire Tang construction. Although the London Yangxing renovation project has already generated revenue, it has more expenses and is still in a state of not yet profitable and needs capital investment. Tang Ranran, Tang Chui, and Yanxing discussed for more than half an hour, but they still couldn't guess the reason why Hengxing Investment acquired them. After the meeting, Tang Ranran asked Tang Chui's opinion alone. Tang Chui was very resentful of Hengxing Investment, although she had a small share in Tang's construction. There were only 2 shareholders, her and her niece, and her niece didn't care about anything. The power was all in her hands. She finally experienced the joy of being a big boss and a person in power. Then, Hengxing Investment, the troublemaker, came again. Once Hengxing Investment took over, let alone letting her take control, I'm afraid that even small leaders wouldn't let her be one. So angry. So angry. Although she was very angry, Tang Chui advice to Tang Ranran was still fair. Tang Chui meant, although they don't know why Hengxing Investment has taken a fancy to this project again, they are so weak that they can't beat Hengxing. Even if they don't agree now, Hengxing will definitely use tricks. With their limited assets and connections, they can't beat Hengxing. In the end, they will have to sell it. Eggs hitting stones will never have a good result. What can eggs do when they see stones flying over? If they can't beat them, they can only hide quickly. Although she was a little depressed, Tang Ranran, who bought the star diamond ore from Hengxing father, has deeply realized what level of behemoth Hengxing is. Although Hengxing Investment is a new startup, it is still the Xia family in the final analysis. They can kill her with star diamonds. Tang Ranran idea is similar to Tang Chui. As the saying goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. Hengxing Investment wants the London Yongxing project as a weak arm. It is better to give it to them. After expressing her intention, Tang Chui analyzed it again. The total investment in the London Yongxing project is currently nearly 600 billion. The total price given by Tao Shen is 650 billion. For transactions such as group mergers and equity transfers, the seller needs to bear a 12% tax, which means they can get 572 billion after tax. Tang Construction's investment in the project is nearly 530 billion. The entire company has only one project, which means that the total cost price of Tang Construction is about 530 billion. Therefore, there is a profit of 42 billion. The profit is 8% after reselling, which is not bad. Tang Ranran and Tang Chui basically reached an agreement. Forget it. If there is a profit, just sell it. However, the bargaining step must not be missed. After all, the more the better. After talking with Tang Chui, Tang Ranran began to review the entire renovation project, focusing on the completed first phase and the ongoing second phase. In the area where the first phase of the project was completed, planting work has been carried out under the Anji special knot tree. They are all ordinary radiation-resistant crops, and the income is not high. Not to mention the second phase. They are still planting trees. Phase 1 and Phase 2. Tang Ranran thought about it, and couldn't think of anything valuable that Hengxing Investment should be thinking about. As for the mineral deposits, because of the incident of being stranded in Baiki Star, they have not yet carried out large-scale geological surveys, and there is only an outsourced exploration team like Boss Du and his team. So far, Boss Du and his team have found a total of 2 mineral deposits, both of which are cheap metal mines. With their current strength, they do not have the conditions for development. If it were Hengxing Investment, it would indeed have the strength to develop. But the development of mineral deposits requires a large amount of capital investment. This kind of cheap mine is particularly slow to pay back. And if the mineral reserves are small, there is even the possibility of losing money. Thinking about it, Tang Ranran only thought of 3 possibilities. One is, Boss Du and his team hooked up with Wang Yunda. Boss Du discovered the precious mineral deposits and sold the news directly to Wang Yunda. Second, Hengxing sent people to secretly conduct geological surveys on the planet and made a major discovery. Third, the military made a major discovery. According to the contract, the mineral deposits discovered on London Yongxing, as the project contractor, have the priority to participate in the cooperation. Someone from the military leaked the news to Hengxing. Although there are 3 possibilities, in Tang Ranran's mind, it is almost certain that a valuable precious mineral deposit has been discovered. If it is the third possibility, the military must notify them after determining the source of the mineral deposit. So Hengxing will definitely complete the acquisition before they get the news. So there is still a lot of room for price increase. But if it is the first and second possibilities, only Hengxing knows the location of the mineral deposit, which is not easy to deal with. Just when Tang Ranran was thinking about whether he could come up with any bargaining chips to increase the price, Tao Shen communication came. Mr. Tang, long time no see. The call was connected, and Tang Ranran saw Tao Shen again. On the video screen, from his clothes to his expression, everything was meticulous. This man was still rigid and rigorous, with the whole screen full of elite secretary style. Secretary Tao, long time no see. I wonder what you can do this time. Tang Ranran blinked her eyes and asked innocently. Boss Tang, this is not the first time we have dealt with each other. I will speak frankly. Our Hengxing Investment intends to acquire your Tang Construction for 650 billion yuan, to be paid in full in one lump sum. Is your boss interested in Lunan Yongxing again? Yes. Tao Shen was frank. This, Tang Ranran was a little embarrassed, with a face full of hesitation, and then said in a generous, excited and angry tone. Secretary Tao, You also know that the London Yongqing renovation project was left to me by my father. My father was very optimistic about this project at the beginning, and he wanted to take this project despite everyone's obstruction. This project carries my father's lofty ambitions and the best expectations for the future. Because of this project, my parents suffered an accident. Although they are no longer here, this project is my father's hard work and his last wish. So, Tang Ranran looked sad. And just when Tao Shen thought that the next sentence was so I won't sell it, Tang Ranran, who had sold it miserably, said the last sentence unexpectedly. You have to pay more. Puff! A laugh broke into the communication. Obviously, there was someone else on Tao Shen's side. And that person was in the blind spot of the communication video. Because Tang Ranran turned too suddenly, that person couldn't help laughing out loud. Tao Shen still kept his expressionless face, but there were 3 black lines on his forehead. This turn of events was really quite unexpected. He had already thought about how to persuade her to resell, but he didn't expect that she only wanted to increase the price. After 2 seconds of silence, Tao Shen showed his business nature. The price we offer is already very high. Mr. Tang, you have an 8% profit. Secretary Tao, what you are going to acquire is not an ordinary company, but my father's dream. It is his lofty ambition. It is the last wish that I, as a child, want to fulfill for my parents. Tang Ranran was excited and extremely determined. You must increase the price. Tao Shen wanted to say something else, but just as he opened his mouth, a calm and clear voice with a smile came from outside the video screen. 800 billion. 800 billion. Tao Shen, who was about to start a tug-of-war with Tang Ranran over the acquisition price, suddenly became silent. His expression was unable to hold back, revealing a bit of surprise and speechlessness. He looked up at the boss, who was lazily nestling in the luxurious sofa right in front of him. Having a boss who is not easy to take care of. His heart is so tired. Xie gave him a look in return, and Tao Shen instantly understood the meaning. The price of 800 billion was a foregone conclusion. Mr. Tang. Then 800 billion. Returning his sight to the video call, Tao Shen repeated a sentence and clearly reported the price to Tang Ranran. And then added a sentence. It can't be higher. Tao Shen said this sentence very loudly. His tone was several degrees higher, and even carried a bit of gnashing of teeth. Tao Shen said it not only to Tang Ranran, but also to Xie. Even if you have money, you can't do this. Who would raise the price so much directly when negotiating? It was all a tug-of-war between you and me. 800 billion. Tang Ranran was so happy that she wanted to laugh, but she kept her face straight and looked down, as if she was considering it. 800 billion. This price really scared her. Obviously, the person next to Tao Shen was his boss, the behind-the-scenes boss of Hengxing Investment. As expected, this boss's surname was Xie, the prodigal son of the Xie family. As expected, all landlords have stupid sons. She had never seen such a generous buyer. It was a rather annoying behavior to push for more. From 650 billion to 800 billion. Her wave of price increase was already very successful. So, after thinking for more than 10 seconds, Tang Ranran nodded and agreed. Okay. Then 800 billion. You can talk to my aunt for details. After reaching an agreement on the price, Tang Ranran handed over the other work to Tang Chui and ended the call neatly. On the other side of the video, Tao Shen, who was hung up, looked at the light screen that fell into darkness, thought seriously for 2 seconds, then looked up at his boss, struggled for a few seconds, and finally couldn't help but say, Boss, this price is too high. I know. Xie's tone was full of indifference, without any awareness that he had spent money in vain. He looked at Tao Shen generously, showing a lazy smile, which seemed extremely wanton. Seeing Xie obviously good mood, Tao Shen was stunned for a moment. And a bold guess came up. Did his boss take a fancy to that little Tang Zong? As a normal man, in his eyes, that little Tang Zong was indeed beautiful. The kind of little beauty with a fairy-like and pitiful aura. Worried that his boss would do something out of line to make the beauty smile, Tao Shen couldn't help but ask tactfully, Are you sympathetic to women? Xie was stunned for a moment, then understood what Tao Shen meant, shook his head, and said with a smile, revealing a sense of leisure, Maybe, suddenly I have a little conscience. The girl is pretty, but it is impossible for him to spend a lot of money to make the beauty smile. And if he really liked her, could he steal her huge source of wealth? It was just that he felt that the girl's parents had both passed away, and he had stolen her huge source of wealth, which made it even worse. So he just added a little compensation. After the call ended, Tang Ranran immediately called Tang Chui, told her the price of 800 billion, and asked her to discuss it with Tao Shen in detail. Then, Tang Ranran contacted Yin Xing again, told him the price of 800 billion, and asked, Hengxing should take over everything. So, do you want to join Hengxing or? Mr. Tang, if you start a company, I will definitely follow you. Yin Xing blurted out without hesitation. I know. Tang Ranran even nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of her trust in him, Yin Xing was indeed her loyal and capable first-class general. I have something here. I need you to do it in person. Tang Ranran entrusted him with an important task with a serious expression. Mr. Tang, just give me your instructions. I set up a low-radiation environment for the 2 planting boxes in the lab. About 10, Tang Ranran explained. When she left London Yangxing, she handed over her 2 planting boxes to Yin Xing. Every now and then, Tang Ranran would instruct Yin Xing to adjust the temperature, humidity, and light. At this moment, her watermelon vines have grown a lot, about 30 to 40 centimeters. Since the industry is going to be sold, she naturally can't leave the watermelons behind. According to her research, farm crops cannot survive in an environment with a radiation level of more than 5. Nip the watermelon in the bud. Radiation environment? Yin Xing was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. He nodded. Okay, I understand. After explaining some other things, Tang Ranran ended the communication. Tang Ranran checked the recent research report of the planting laboratory carefully after calling up the intelligent brain. On March 27th, the day when she smuggled watermelon seeds out of thin air, Tang Ranran looked through all the reports after that day and found no trace of watermelon vines. The watermelon seed she mixed in the seed pile may have died or may still be in the seed pile. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran always felt uneasy. After Hengxing took over, would he be lucky enough to grow watermelons? If Hengxing applied for a patent for watermelons, why? Why should the crops on her farm be sold to outsiders? This is not okay. Absolutely not. So, strike first. It is not convenient for her to show up. But she has a versatile trumpet. Hee hee. Tang Ranran felt relieved after thinking of a countermeasure, and then happily counted her property. 800 billion. 704 billion after tax, of which 1.88% will be given to Tang Chui, which is 13.2352 billion. She took the lion's share, nearly 690.7 billion, at the price of 912,000 yuan per gram, 757,346 grams, equivalent to 757,346 VB. How long will it take her to spend so much VB? Oh my god. It's so cool. After imagining the beautiful days in the future, Tang Ranran went to bed. In fact, she couldn't sleep. But it didn't matter. Once she turned on the idle state, she fell asleep almost immediately. We ordinary people are so happy today. Humming a song, Tang Ranran was busy in her yard with the body of a puppet. Find an open space in the yard full of fruits and vegetables. Use the watermelon seed stored in the basement. Plant a wave of watermelons, and obtain dozens of big round watermelons. After that, Tang Ranran randomly selected 3 and conducted a series of purification value tests. Finally, it was concluded that her watermelon catalyzed by supernatural power was slightly inferior to the farm product. The melons on the farm have a pulp of 2.8, and the purification value of the part close to the rind will decrease, and the rind will be directly 0, and the pulp of most of the melons she planted is 2.7, which is 0.1 points different. This result is very good. After planting a wave of other vegetables, Tang Ranran began to refine the elixir. After refining for 4 or 5 hours, she felt a little bored. So she went to the kitchen to study food, selected local ingredients from the interstellar, combined with her own cooking skills, and tried to make delicious dishes. The brain rings. Time to harvest vegetables. Tang Ranran is excited and enters the farm with consciousness. Harvesting vegetables. Harvesting vegetables. Harvesting vegetables. The first season of Emerald Golden Toad is mature. The gold coins obtained by selling the Emerald Golden Toad of the previous season on a field were originally 36,400. But the land increased by 10%. So it was 40,040. Another one-time 20% buff. 48,048. A total of 24 plots of land were planted. After the sale, Tang Ranran received 1,153,152 gold coins. She can only say that Krypton gold is cool. The farm level is 28. And 20 fields have been reclaimed. Tang Ranran happily began to reclaim new land again. Gold coins minus 210,000. Gold coins minus 220,000. Gold coins minus 230,000. Gold coins minus 240,000 after reclaiming 4 new plots of land. The gold coin wallet balance is 252,405. You can still reclaim 1 more plot of land. But after that, you will have no money to buy seeds. Tang Ranran decided to save some money to buy seeds. Land fertilizer of 188 VB. Get 4 copies. Experience grass seeds get 2. It took 2 refreshes. As a little wit, every time she refreshes, even if she doesn't plant, she will not miss this experience boosting tool that can be bought without spending VB. When she has enough gold coins, she will buy the seeds in the VIP mall every time it refreshes. Experience grass seeds, buy it, plant it, and then spend money to buy experience gain buff. The effect of spending VB is much better. On the computer screen, the total amount of her fields has reached 30 plots. Field number 1, figs. Field number 2, shown as a deserted state with withered crops. Fields number 3 to number 26, emerald golden toad. Fields number 27 to number 30, experience grass. Tang Ranran glanced at the top of the screen again. Experience, 80,311. Gold coins, 248798. VB, 120504. After working on the farm, Tang Ranran began to practice. After daily practice, he dealt with the official business of the intelligent brain. There were a lot of matters to be discussed and handed over for the acquisition of Hengsheng. Although it was fully handed over to Tang Chui, she also needed to review it to make sure she had a clear idea, because the amount involved was huge. There were several processes in the acquisition process that required Tang Ranran, the legal representative of Tang Construction, to run the site. Tang Construction belongs to the 3rd Galaxy Suitor Star. Tang Ranran not only had to go to Suitor Star, but also to the capital star of the 3rd Galaxy. The group set off and returned to Suitor Star. The 2nd Galaxy and the 3rd Galaxy are relatively close. It only took 3 days to get from Jingjubo Star to Suitor Star. During these 3 days, Tang Chui and Taoshan had basically finalized the deal on Lunyang Star, and the financial and legal affairs of both parties had begun to be handed over. Just like when Xinliang was acquired, Hengsheng Investment took over the entire company. Those who were willing to stay on Lunyang Star and continue to work would become Hengsheng employees, and their benefits would only increase and not decrease. For those who were unwilling to stay, Hengsheng would make unified arrangements and send them to the transportation hub star of the 16 star systems, with a one-time compensation of 20,000 yuan for travel expenses and 30,000 yuan for unemployment benefits, totaling 50,000 yuan. That's about it. Tang Ranran didn't need to worry about anything at all. Just cooperated with the procedures and waited to collect the money. Back on Suitor Star, Tang Ranran was busy during the day, practicing, refining pills, and growing vegetables at night. After 7 days of hard work, all the procedures were completed. Suitor Star Tang's Construction Development Company Limited became history, replaced by Lunyang Star Hengsheng Heavy Industry Company Ltd. Most of the employees chose to stay and continue to work, as long as the treatment remains the same. The change of dynasty has nothing to do with the grassroots employees, and they don't care. A few people chose to leave with a compensation of 50,000 yuan. Among the employees who left, the Tang Chui party headed by Tang Chui is the largest, with about 100 people. Then, there is a small team of more than a dozen people headed by Yan Xing. Tang Ranran, the hands-off chairman, did not have a single person to defect to her. Oh, wrong. The leaders of the 2 small groups, Tang Chui and Yan Xing, eventually defected to her. Yan Xing has always been a loyal and good subordinate of Tang Ranran. As for Tang Chui, although Tang Chui lost her power, she was able to get about 13.2 billion yuan. Such a large sum of money, which made her feel very relieved. Last year, she invested 10 billion yuan, and this year it became 13.2 billion yuan. This return on investment is very high. Tang Chui thought about it carefully and came to the conclusion that her niece, Tang Ranran, was very lucky. When Xinliang was acquired last year, an unknown plant with a purification value of 30 appeared, which raised the acquisition price by more than double. She followed suit and sold her shares. Not only did she not lose money, but she actually made a profit. Her two brothers and sisters regretted not following her niece in selling their shares. Now, with the communication between her niece and Taoshan, the profit has directly increased from 650 billion to 800 billion. If she is not a lucky star, what is she? What makes Tang Chui most comfortable is that her niece does not take care of things. If they work together, then she is definitely the one in charge. It is so comfortable to have a chairman who only pays money and does not participate in management or make decisions. So, Tang Chui is very determined to follow Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran originally wanted to be a parasite for a while and focus on the farm Krypton gold business. But Tang Chui and Yin Xing were very motivated and took turns to urge her to work. The people who received the compensation have left Lu Nanyang Star and are now waiting at the transportation hub star of the 16-star systems, waiting for Tang Ranran to find a business. What can be done? You can only start a business. Tang Ranran held a small-scale video conference with Yin Xing, Tang Chui, and his cousin Tang Shuwei. As the organizer, Tang Ranran blabbered and explained his plan. Her plan was simple. She wanted to start a plant research company. What exactly was she going to do? She would buy unknown seeds and plants from various channels, mostly from mercenaries, and conduct planting research to discover pure plants or common cash crops that could be planted. She would register a patent, plant them herself, or authorize others to plant and operate them, and collect patent fees. To put it bluntly, Tang Ranran was going to create something out of nothing, smuggling the crops from her farm step by step, and giving them a reasonable source. As a diehard fan of Tang Ranran, Yin Xing had no objection to this. Tang Chui mentioned it euphemistically and expressed her own ideas. Based on Tang Chui experience, this kind of plant research company was like gambling. If she was lucky enough to discover a new pure plant that was not difficult to plant, she would win a big prize. But if she was unlucky, there might be no research results for decades, which would be a bottomless pit, and she would probably lose everything. Regarding Tang Chui's question of whether to consider other industries, Tang Ranran said, "I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen." Anyway, her plan is to build such a plant research laboratory. In view of Tang Ranran's firm attitude, Tang Chui chose, "Since I can't persuade you, I can only join you." In Tang Chui's opinion, with her little money, she would be just a small shareholder if she invested all of it. If she loses money, it will only be a small amount of money. But she believes in her niece's luck. So, let's do it. With two capable assistants, Tang Ranran can supervise and urge each other, and she can be a hands-off boss again. But as the saying goes, a triangular relationship is the most stable. There is still one more missing. Tang Ranran thought that if she could get Butler Lin into the company, it would be perfect. The leader said one word, and the subordinates ran around. Tang Ranran only gave a rough plan, and the rest, such as finding a venue, recruiting employees, handling formalities, etc., were naturally all the responsibility of Yin Xing and Tang Chui. At this moment, Tang Ranran was still in the capital planet of the third galaxy. After finishing her work, she was going to Sidlin Planet. When they heard that Tang Ranran was going to Sidlin Planet, Steward Lin and the three bodyguards were all frightened and their faces turned pale. The four of them were surprisingly consistent in trying to dissuade her. Unfortunately, they couldn't persuade her. The third galaxy is basically an administrative planet, but there are still a few free planets in the galaxy. Sidlin Planet is one of the free planets. The landform of Sidlin Planet is very special. Most of the land is deep mountains and old forests, and the surface plants are mostly mutant plants. It is said that there are countless green monsters on Sidlin Planet. At the beginning, Sidlin Planet was also included in the development and transformation plan, but the result was very unsatisfactory. The survival ability of plants on the planet Sidlin is too strong. Even if the military has established a base, it takes a lot of energy every day to remove the plants. In the end, the highest administrative center of the third galaxy gave up the development of the planet Sidlin when the gains did not outweigh the losses. In the case of ineffective opposition, Tang Ranran arranged his own itinerary and took a spaceship from the capital planet to the planet Sifenmeo. Sidlin is a satellite of the planet Sifenmeo. There are special flights to Sidlin on the planet Sifenmeo. spent a night on the planet Sifenmao. The next day, Tang Ranran and his party successfully boarded a flight to the planet Citolin. After nearly 18 hours of flight, the spacecraft successfully entered the atmosphere of the planet Citolin and then landed at the spacecraft parking lot outside the Mercenary Union base. There is no administrative city on the planet Citolin. Only military bases and several special bases of civilian armed forces. Ordinary people naturally cannot enter the military base, and most people use the Mercenary Union base as their foothold. In addition to receiving mercenaries, the Mercenary Union base also receives ordinary citizens who come here for sightseeing. When on the spaceship, Tang Ranran took advantage of the height and took a closer look. The Mercenary Union base was a fully armed steel behemoth. The tall metal wall, more than 10 meters high, surrounded the entire base. It is said that the base was poured with steel, with a thickness of more than 1 meter, to ensure that no green monsters could drill out from under the steel floor. The entire base is made of steel, and there is almost no trace of green, because it is unofficial and more inclined to private enterprise nature. The Mercenary Union base implements a charging policy. Fighting is not allowed inside the base, let alone murder and arson, and the base rules must be followed. The base promises to ensure the safety of every citizen in the base. So what is collected is actually protection money. 1,000 star coins per person per day. Tang Ranran directly paid 50,000 star coins. The intelligent computer downloaded an electronic pass for the base. After paying the fee, the person in charge authorized and activated the electronic pass, which was valid for 10 days. The person in charge repeatedly ordered that if you want to stay in the base after 10 days, you must renew it in advance. Once the electronic pass expires, you will be captured by the base's main network and then arrested and expelled. After successfully entering the city, passing through the thick steel wall, as soon as you enter the base, you will be greeted by a group of strong men shouting for business. Do you need a tour guide? Half-day tour of Longshu Mountain. Is there anyone going? Is there a sea-level mercenary team that needs a bodyguard group to accompany you? Tang Ranran inexplicably felt like he had entered a tourist area. Well, this is actually a tourist area. There was no need for a tour guide at all. Just look at the base map and find the hotel. Tang Ranran and his group went straight to the hotel. Along the way, Butler Lin was persuading him earnestly, listing the various dangers of Citolin planet, trying to dispel Tang Ranran's idea of exploring here. After being nagging all the way, she finally arrived at the hotel and checked into a room. Tang Ranran stayed alone in a room. After closing the door, she was finally isolated from the nagging of Butler Lin. Although she knew that Butler Lin was worried about her safety and tried so hard to dissuade her out of her good intentions, she actually didn't need such kindness. Tang Ranran was more determined to arrange Butler Lin to join the company. In the hotel, Tang Ranran browsed the local website of the mercenary base and read all kinds of messy news, just to understand the mercenary world and Free Star. When the sun shining on the earth gradually sank into the mountain and the land returned to darkness, Tang Ranran lay on the bed, not completely disconnected, but every half a minute, she would come back to pay attention. Although the Mercenary Union base is a safe place, there is no absolute safety on Free Star, and you must be careful. After logging into the farm, Tang Puppet Ranran appeared beside her bed. She walked out of the window, stepped on the flying sword and left the room, flew out of the Mercenary Union base, and flew a distance into the deep mountains and forests. After looking around and seeing no one, Tang Ranran found a place to release her big mecha. After entering the cockpit, she first turned on the intelligent brain. There was no signal. Tang Ranran drove the mecha and flew back to the wall of the Mercenary Union base. Such a huge thing as a mecha would naturally be discovered by the patrolling guards as soon as it approached. And then she was called to keep a safe distance. In order to avoid conflict, Tang Ranran cooperated and put away the mecha 100 meters away and walked instead. As soon as she approached the wall, the signal was immediately connected, and the intelligent brain buzzed with a lot of information prompts. Without bothering to read the message, Tang Ranran first went through the procedures of paying the fee to enter the city. After entering the city, Tang Ranran found a step under the huge steel wall and sat down. After turning off her phone for nearly a month, Tang Ranran's brain had accumulated a lot of messages. She had only 4 friends who would poke her every now and then, although they were all the most common questions such as hello, are you there? Tang Ranran knew that these 4 people were just waiting for her to come online. Whenever she replied to one of them, The next sentence would be, do you have pure food for sale? After reading the message, Tang Ranran did not reply for the time being, but went directly to the administrative website of Baky Star, found the Pure Food Certification Center, and applied. In order to be on the safe side, she had to take the lead and register Shigua, fill in the information, upload the picture, and submit the application. After completing all the information, according to the normal process, she will reply within 3 to 5 working days. After completing the procedures on her side, Tang Ranran opened the address book, selected Lu Jingxing, and sent a message. Tang Xian, are you there? Since Tang Ranran left Baky Star, Lu Jingxing began to have a one-sided love for her, thinking about her every day, or more precisely, thinking about the vegetable she planted. When Lu Jingxing heard the special reminder tone of the smart brain, he said. He was stunned at first, and then he quickly swiped through the address book in disbelief. A message from Tang Xian. After confirming that Tang Xian really showed up, Lu Jingxing immediately called him. Tang Ranran, who was still squatting on the steps, received the call. Tang Xian, you finally showed up. Ha! I found several owners recently, all of whom are interested in selling the pure glass crystal in their hands. I wonder if you would consider it. Lu Jingxing smiled particularly enthusiastically, and the flesh on his big fat face was squeezed together, which was particularly funny. I've been looking for plants with high purification value in Freestar recently. There is no signal in the wild. I just entered the base today. Tang Ranran lowered her voice, made up an excuse, and then politely refused. I don't have enough goods and money at the moment. If possible, I need to wait for a while. No problem. They are not in a hurry anyway. Just contact me when you have goods. Minister Lu, I'm looking for you today because I need your help. You tell me. I will definitely help you with what I can do. Lu Jingxing agreed without asking. It's not convenient to talk here. I send you a message. Tang Ranran was very cautious, although there were almost no people near the city wall. In the silent night, even if the voice was lowered, the voice was still very clear. Okay. Okay. After ending the communication, Tang Ranran sent a message instead. Tang Ranran talked about her discovery of watermelon and the application to the Pure Food Certification Center, and said frankly, can it be faster? She was a little anxious. Lu Jingxing agreed immediately and said that there was no problem. It was still working hours, so he would go and urge them. He would receive a reply in 3 hours at most. With Lu Jingxing's help, Tang Ranran felt relieved. He sent a message to the other 3 people, saying that there was no pure food for sale at the moment. Tang Ranran stood up, went to her hotel, and booked a room again. When she got to the room, Tang Ranran sat on the sofa and refreshed her smart brain. She waited for more than 2 hours, and then received a reply from Lu Jingxing, saying that the matter had been settled. Tang Ranran hurriedly checked, and sure enough, she had received a reply from the official certification center for pure food on Baky Star. The first step of the application was approved, and the second step was to send samples. For watermelons, more than 3 units of complete fruits are required, plus a living plant. For the sake of caution, most people personally escort pure plants to the certification center. But Tang Ranran felt that it was too far away, and it was not worth running for a 2.8 watermelon, since there was no express delivery point at the Mercenary Union base. Tang Ranran chose to return to Su Fengmao planet. However, there are no checkpoints from the Administrative Star to the Freedom Star, but from the Freedom Star to the Administrative Star, strict entry inspections are required. Not only do they need to check whether they carry harmful alien species, but they also need to check whether citizens carry alien diseases or parasites. And blood tests are required. This is a bit difficult. What to do? As a cultivator, you should be able to get away with it. Yes, get away with it. So, early in the morning of the next day, Tang Ranran was talking nonsense in the group. I had a dream last night that I was eaten by a green monster. It was terrible. So I want to leave here. For Tang Ranran idea of one day. Steward Lin and the 3 bodyguards were just surprised. And they were so happy that they almost set off firecrackers to celebrate. Yes, leave here. A place like Freedom Star is not suitable for ordinary citizens like them. They bought the spaceship ticket for the day directly, and the group waited in the hotel. Tang Xian downstairs also bought a spaceship ticket back to Su Fengmao Star. About 5 hours after dawn, the spaceship was about to arrive. Tang Ranran and his group of 5 left the hotel. Tang Xian, the trumpeter, lagged behind for a distance and also left the hotel. Tang Ranran was so tired from doing both the main body and the trumpeter at the same time that he would take a nap from time to time. When he arrived at the entrance and exit of the city wall, Tang Ranran found that many passengers gathered here, gathering in groups of 3 or 2. But they just didn't go out. Tang Ranran took a look and saw that the spaceship had not arrived yet. Since there was a distance of 400 or 500 meters between the city gate and the spaceship parking lot, Tang Ranran was ready to go and wait. After completing the procedures for leaving the base, the electronic pass was invalidated, and the protection fee for the extra days was returned. After completing the procedures, the group left. After leaving the city wall, Tang Ranran found that there were more than a dozen gangs of people gathered on the road from the exit of the city wall to the parking lot. All of them were strong men. Tang Ranran and his group had not walked more than 10 steps when 7 or 8 big men surrounded them. The 3 bodyguards immediately took out their weapons. Although all 3 of them only had the weakest junior mercenary certificates, they could still equip themselves with a machine gun. So they took out 3 guns. The robbers at the door were either thugs among the mercenaries or scum with poor fighting ability, with fierce appearance but no fighting power. After all, powerful mercenaries disdained to do such things. Seeing that they had guns, the 7 or 8 people who had surrounded them immediately turned in another direction and pretended to be calm and went somewhere else. TSK. There is really no order on the Freedom Star. They dared to rob so blatantly outside the base, in the wild far away from the base without signal. I am afraid that murders and arson are often staged. As a young cultivator who has not yet established her foundation, it is better for her to stay on the administrative star. With such size, Tang Ranran was blackmailed. Since leaving the hotel, the small puppet Tang Xian has lagged behind for a distance and kept pace with Tang Ranran himself. The group of big men who did not dare to attack Tang Ranran and his group turned a corner and blocked Tang Xian. Brother, I'm short of money recently. Can you lend me some star coins to spend? The leading man showed a standard bully smile, stretched out his hand, and rubbed his fingers. Even after tens of thousands of years, the action of asking for money is still so standard. Tang Ranran's face sank, and she spat out one word directly. Get lost. Although she didn't know the skill of mental power deterrence, she could exert pressure. The momentum of a high-level cultivator is absolutely overwhelming for a low-level cultivator. What's more, there are just a few ordinary people in front of them. When the pressure was exerted, the terror swept over everyone like a tide. A high-level spiritualist, the robbers were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they fled in panic like birds in an instant. With a previous experience, the other robbers shrank in place. Tang Ranran and his group, as well as Tang Xian behind them, arrived at the parking lot smoothly. After a few minutes, the spaceship arrived. The spaceship stopped steadily and boarded directly. Other passengers, either because they were powerful or because they had paid bribes, also came one after another. When the departure time arrived, regardless of whether there were any passengers who had not boarded, the spacecraft started directly and left the planet Sidoran. As a flight from Freedom Star to Administrative Star, the spacecraft was parked at a special Starry Sky station docking with Freedom Star. After getting off the spacecraft, passengers must go through immigration inspection before leaving the Starry Sky station. After finding a rest area, Tang Xian went to rest, while Tang Ranran went to memorize the process first. Although immigration inspection is required every time you come back from Lunanyang planet, the immigration inspection procedures and strictness of each planet are different, and she wants to test the waters in person. Tang Ranran and her group naturally have no problem. The inspection process is nothing more than blood tests, and you can choose to be served by medical robots. After going through the process, Tang Ranran was full of confidence. It's very easy to get away with it, relying on spiritual power to cheat. There is no accident. Tang Xian, as an identity, passed the security check smoothly and entered Sufengmao planet openly and legally. Arriving at Sufengmao, an administrative planet with a very high safety factor, Tang Ranran was too lazy to move and went straight to a hotel. Tang Ranran stayed at the hotel as a stay-at-home, and after leaving the Starry Sky station, Tang Puppet Ranran went straight to the nearest express delivery point to send a parcel. As early as when he was at the farm, Tang Ranran had packed the vines and melons. When he arrived at the express delivery point, he filled in the address, attached the number information given by the certification center, and sent the parcel out. After finishing the business, Tang Ranran sent another copy. 2 large watermelons, weighing nearly 40 kilograms in total, were sent to Lu Jingxing. This is how interpersonal relationships are maintained, and there must be some expression. After sending the small gift, Tang Ranran immediately sent a message to Lu Jingxing, saying that the watermelon vines had been sent out, hoping that he would help keep an eye on it. Within 2 days, the express delivery will arrive at the certification center. And then, there will be a series of work such as purification value testing, gene identification, data comparison, etc. This process is very watery. If you have connections, the certification can be completed in 3 to 5 days. But if you don't have connections, it will take at least half a month to complete it. Yinxing has already made a move on Lu Nanyangxing Laboratory. The watermelon vines in her planting box will surely fail within a month. Even if the researchers who took over the planting laboratory of Hengsheng were lucky enough to find the watermelon seeds and successfully plant them, it would take at least 100 days for the watermelons to ripen. By that time, her watermelon patent rights would have been in her hands. She might even have made watermelons a success. Oh, there is another prerequisite. That is, the patent registration of watermelons can be successful. After finding a hotel to check in, Tang Ranran received a reply from Lu Jingxing when she returned to the room. Lu Jingxing said that he would leave the matter to him, as long as it was a new species that was not in the gene database. He would guarantee to get the patent rights for her within 3 days. After politely replying a few words of thanks, Tang Ranran left the puppet body in the hotel room and hung up. As soon as the small account was hung up, Tang Ranran, who had been lazily curled up on the sofa, immediately became energetic. After getting up and moving his hands and feet that were a little numb due to sitting for a long time, Tang Ranran checked the intelligent brain, because she said she wanted to start a plant research company. Tang Chui and Yinxing had already started to do their homework. A large number of data and reports were sent to Tang Ranran brain. Others were minor problems. The most urgent problem to be solved at present was site selection. Different regions, different ecosystems, different planets, and even more different species. Some species may be harmless on planet A, but on planet B, they may bring devastating disasters. Simply put, there is a problem of species invasion. A large part of administrative planets do not allow the establishment of laboratories to study unknown organisms. And these unknown organisms include unknown plants. So the site selection of the company is a big problem. Most private research laboratories are set up on Freedom Star, and they study more about the plants and animals on Freedom Star. Setting up on Freedom Star requires a strong security team, and at the same time, sufficient funds are needed to ensure compensation in case of accidents. Yinxing and Tang Chui made several site selection plans, but the two of them were unanimous and not optimistic about Freedom Star. The best site they identified was Su Pingrui Star in the 3rd galaxy. Like Su Chi Huangxing, Su Pingrui Xing is a mining planet with a large number of rich mineral deposits. Of course, that was once the case, and now they have been mined out. Unlike Su Chi Huangxing, Su Pingrui Xing was not rented out at a low price, but was funded by the government to make use of waste as a garbage disposal planet, and at the same time build several industrial parks, similar to the modern heavy industrial parks that are seriously polluted and need to be far away from the city. Among them is the gathering place of new species research and experimental companies. Except for a bunch of heavily polluting enterprises and landfills, there is nothing on the planet. So the government is not worried about species invasion and ecological damage. With a ready-made industrial park, you may be able to buy a company that is about to go bankrupt. Even if you can't buy it, you can rent a site and save a lot of investment. There are many advantages, but there are also great disadvantages. The disadvantage is that the radiation pollution on the planet Su Pingrui is very serious. Most of them are areas where humans cannot survive if the environmental radiation exceeds 20. And the environmental radiation in the industrial park is not low, but it is just not higher than the passing value of 20. You can only choose indoor planting, or spend money to buy protective covers and artificially create a zero radiation planting environment. I don't expect the company to have any research results, but just want to borrow a shell to create something out of nothing. Tang Ranran's only requirement for site selection is safety first. The 3rd galaxy has a high internal safety factor. Although the planet Su Pingrui is very broken, it is an administrative planet controlled by the government. There must be garrisons on the planet, and the safety level is relatively high. After reading all the site selection plans, Tang Ranran chose the industrial park on the planet Supingrui. A small video conference was held through the big address of Supingrui. The next step is to run the site. This is the job of Yanxing and Tang Chui, and Tang Ranran doesn't need to worry about it. Tang Chui and Tang Shuwai, with about 100 people, are still on the spaceship and on their way back. They will be able to return to the transportation hub of the third galaxy in about 3 days. Because they have chosen the planet Supingrui, they will go directly to Supingrui. As for Yanxing, he brought 9 or 10 people with him. The small spaceship has a limited passenger capacity, because he has to drive Tang Ranran's small spaceship back. Yanxing has only traveled 1/10 of the distance. With the slow speed of the small spaceship, he will not be able to return before June. After the video conference, Tang Ranran had an additional task. She had to register a company. Supingrui warmly welcomes all kinds of enterprises and provides various policies to support them. Therefore, the procedures for registering a new company are very simple. Tang Ranran squatted in the hotel and handled the relevant procedures on the Star Network and the Virtual Network. After staying in the hotel for 2 days, Tang Ranran received the acquisition payment from Hengxing Investment, 704 billion after tax, and all the money was received. Tang Ranran generously gave Tang Chui 14 billion. When Tang Chui proposed to invest, she was rejected by Tang Ranran. She didn't want to give away too much of this project, which was sure to make money. Supingrui Shentang Biological Research Company Limited, Tang Ranran new company, has just been launched. Shentang Biology. Tang Ranran personally invested 100 billion as the starting capital, and she firmly rejected Tang Chui's request for capital investment. Instead, she proposed that she would hold 97% of the shares, and then allocate 1% of the shares to Tang Chui, Yanxing and Lin Guanjia. But the three of them only have the right to dividends, not the right to sell shares. Once they leave, Tang Ranran has the right to reclaim the shares. It is equivalent to the company being Tang Ranran alone, and she uses a dividend to hang in front and let the three of them work for her. Yanxing was overjoyed. Although Tang Chui felt that the shares were a little less, she changed her mind and thought that under this model, she would not have to bear any losses. There were pros and cons, and she finally accepted it with pleasure. Among the three people, it was Lin Guanjia who was most resistant to work. For example, Lin Guanjia, at this age, has entered the retirement state. Lin Guanjia, who has enough retirement money in his hands, does not care about shares. In fact, housekeeper Lin was not willing to work as a housekeeper. He just wanted to follow Tang Ranran and take care of her daily life. In response, Tang Ranran played the emotional card, which meant Yanxing is an outsider and unreliable, and Tang Chui is so ambitious and unreliable. The elders in the family are all thinking about my money, and they are all unreliable. I trust you the most, Uncle Lin. You come to the company to help me keep an eye on them. In the end, housekeeper Lin was naturally persuaded by Tang Ranran. He felt that he had the important responsibility to keep her money safe. He vowed to help her keep the company safe, and would never give outsiders the opportunity to embezzle. Well, the most stable triangle model is in place, and Tang Ranran can be at ease as a hands-off shopkeeper. Tang Ranran, who had nothing to do, continued to squat in the hotel, waiting for Lu Jingxing reply. The smart brain rang. It's a good time to harvest vegetables. One crop after another, Tang Ranran harvested the emerald golden toad today. With VB Krypton gold every day, Tang Ranran upgrade speed is very fast. But as the level increases, the upgrade experience is also getting higher and higher. And the amount of gold coins for purchasing fields is also getting higher and higher. The gold coin contribution of the experience grass alone is not enough to buy land. Every few days, a crop of emerald golden toad must be planted. The total gold coins that can be obtained from the 3 seasons of emerald golden toad are nearly 100,000. More than 30 pieces of land can complete the planting of a crop of emerald golden toad. With a gold coin income of more than 3 million, the harvest is very rich. But it takes a little longer. 66 hours. Today is May 6th. Another crop of experience grass has been harvested, and Tang Ranran farm level has entered level 38. The total number of fields is 43, including 6 original fields and 37 fields reclaimed by himself. There are enough gold coins, so Tang Ranran happily opens the land. Gold coins minus 380,000 total number of fields. 44. Field fertilizer come 1. Minus 188 VB. Before planting vegetables, Tang Ranran went to the VIP mall to take a look. She remembered that the experience flower, which has a higher experience benefit than the experience grass, seems to be level 38. After a look, it is indeed level 38. Experience flower. Level 38. A special crop that VIP customers can unlock. The price of purchase seeds is 3,704 gold coins. And the total price when sold is 6,480 gold coins. 2 season crops. Mature in 18 hours in the first season. Mature in 8 hours in the second season. And the experience gained from planting 1 season is 1,800. Experience grass. 12 hours. 1,000 experience. Experience flower. 26 hours. 3,600 experience. Comparing the two, anyone who is not blind knows that planting experience flowers can earn more experience. Tang Ranran hurried to buy it, and then discovered the disadvantages of experience flowers. This thing refreshes not 8 VB, but 18 VB. Sure enough, the better ones are more expensive. Although the experience flowers are more expensive, it doesn't matter. She is now rich, with a balance of 640 billion in the intelligent brain, and a company with 100 billion in liquid funds. She is a real rich girl. Isn't it just Krypton gold? She Krypton. Field number 1. Continue to plant the task crops. Field number 2. Unchanged for 10,000 years. Starting from field number 3. All 42 plots are planted with experience flowers. And then another experience amplification buff. Total cost, 1074 VB. Tang Ranran quickly calculated that in 26 hours, she can get 1800 *2 1.1 1.2 42, which is 199,584. Nearly 200,000 experience. The gold coins are a bit less, but there are 150,000. And from level 38 to level 39, 148,300 experience is required. When planting experience flowers, you can level up 1 level a day. However, in real-life planting, you need to not only gain experience, but also gold coins. So after 4 or 5 days of farming, you need to continue to farm gold coins for 66 hours each time. In other words, you can level up 1 level every 2 days. After planting the vegetables, Tang Ranran went to check out the new unlocks in the ordinary crops. Level 29, blueberry level 30, mangosteen level 31, bitter melon level 32, winter melon level 33, apricot level 34, kumquat level 35, rambutan level 36, banana level 37, sugar apple level 38, olive blueberry, mangosteen, kumquat, rambutan. All of them are her favorites. Because only field number 1 is doing the task. And because these task crops take dozens of hours. All 3 or 4 seasons. Most of them take more than 100 hours to plant. Even if Tang Ranran only plants 1 season and digs it directly into her yard after completing the task, the task planting work is still very slow. Now I have only planted papaya at level 24. Do you want to use another piece of land to plant? Forget it. Upgrading is the most important thing. The vegetable planting work was all completed. And Tang Ranran glanced at the current overall situation of the farm. Farm level, level 44. 38 cultivated fields. 44 total fields. Experience, 98,720. Gold, 756,822. VB, 88,942. Daily completed. Tang Ranran checked the news from the intelligent brain. The company was acquired. Such a big thing. Naturally, it could not be hidden from others. And everyone in the Tang family gradually knew about it. She is now a sweet bun with a lot of cash. A group of people sent her messages every day and greeted her at least 3 times a day. Tang Ranran was very glad that she did not go back to Sutter Star. It is conceivable that if she went back, her small yard would be so lively. Instead of completely turning a blind eye to information and communication like now, turning on the intelligent brain shield, playing disappearance and not having to deal with them. After clearing the messages from the smart brain and making sure that no one should look for her today, Tang Ranran turned on the do not disturb when sleeping mode and shifted her attention to Tang Xian, who was also squatting in the hotel. Switching to the small account Tang Xian, Tang Ranran first checked the messages and was a little disappointed that there was no news from Lu Jingxing. After waiting for a while, Tang Ranran decided to go to the holographic network, because they were in the same hotel. On the second day of their stay, Tang Ranran conducted an experiment to log into the holographic network. To her surprise, she actually logged in successfully. It was not her holographic virtual network, but that of Tang Xian, which was blank. It was the first time to log into the holographic virtual network. Therefore, although the holographic network is linked by mental power, it cannot distinguish mental power. In fact, it is based on the Smart Brain account to establish users. After logging into the holographic network, Tang Ranran entered Chuanxing Entertainment and found a live broadcast among the high-level mental power anchors, and watched it in holographic virtual mode. She followed these high-level mental power anchors and taught herself mental power skills. Mental power is a very mysterious thing. Tang Ranran still doesn't know how to describe it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with science or immortal cultivation theology. It is a brand new subject for her. This subject comes with a novice package, which gives daily basic skills. As for advanced skills, you can only learn them. Tang Ranran squatted in the live broadcast room of an A-level mental power mecha anchor and studied hard. Next we are going to produce the mecha. As you can see, the temperature outside the mecha is 62 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, the human body can die from lack of water within a few hours. If you want to walk in a high-temperature environment, you must either equip professional constant temperature protection equipment or open the mental barrier for protection and control the temperature. You ask me how to control the temperature? Everyone knows that the mental barrier is one of the basic skills of mental power. The mental barrier that only targets environmental radiation is the most basic mental protection skill. On this basis, the mental barrier can control the temperature and create a constant temperature area around the body. Sea-level mental power can achieve temperature control. Of course, controlling the temperature consumes a lot of mental power, and the duration will not be too long. For example, A-level mental power like me can not only control the temperature, but also condense a solid barrier with mental power, which is waterproof, fireproof and bulletproof. Yes, it can protect against mechanical bullets and energy guns. Energy guns are more lethal. Everyone knows this. But you definitely don't know that the mental barrier that protects against energy bullets is actually simpler than the mental barrier that protects against mechanical bullets. The former is just an energy isolation barrier, while the latter not only needs energy isolation, but also needs to condense solid. To block a bullet requires not only a certain level of mental power, but also skills. Some people may never learn it in their lifetime. Let's get back to the point. Let's talk about the constant temperature barrier first. The high temperature is due to the heat source, which is the environment filled with a lot of heat energy. After the constant temperature barrier is turned on, it is the heat energy that needs to be isolated. Therefore, the mental barrier that regulates the temperature is simply an energy isolation barrier. How to do it specifically? First, release the basic mental barrier. Then fill your own barrier area with mental power, and perceive it carefully. We can feel the various energies in the barrier. And then, like a fan, we blow out the heat energy and kick it out of the barrier. When the temperature inside the barrier is suitable, we will cover it with a layer of energy isolation film on the mental barrier. You asked me what is an energy isolation film. It's not easy to explain. How to describe it specifically? It's probably to put on one layer. One layer. One layer. Use mental power to continuously thicken your barrier. When there is no more heat or cold energy that can penetrate your mental barrier, the energy isolation is successful. One more thing to add. Family members below level C don't need to try it. It's impossible. The entry level of this kind of constant temperature barrier is C-level mental power. Okay. No more words. We are going to release the mecha now. This high-level mental power mecha anchor is very nice, and answers everyone's questions in great detail. But it is very expensive. The anchor only responds to questions from users with more than 1 million fans. Tang Ranran took the online class seriously, and learned both mental power skills and mecha technology for more than an hour. The intelligent brain prompted that there was a communication coming in. At a glance, it was Lu Jingxing. Tang Ranran hurriedly exited the holographic experience mode, entered the normal spectator mode, and then connected. Communication. Tang Xian. It's done. The green-skinned big red melon from Sutherland Star that you applied for is indeed a brand new variety that has not been recorded in the biological gene bank. A brand new pure plant. A brand new pure food. And the patent has been approved. The result of the pulp purification value is 2.52 to 2.78. Congratulations. Congratulations. Lu Jingxing came to congratulate her happily. The watermelon was successfully registered. Tang Ranran was delighted and hurried to thank him. That's great. Minister Lu. Thank you so much. Why are you being polite? It's all normal procedures. I basically didn't do anything. In turn, I have to say thank you. The 2 melons you sent me are really sweet. It's really delicious. If this green-skinned big red melon can be successfully planted, it will be a great thing. And everyone will have a good taste. I think it can be planted. Ha. I'm borrowing your good words. I hope so. Lu Jingxing laughed twice in a good mood. And then the topic finally got to the point. I'd like to ask, do you have any plans for this green-skinned big red melon? Do you grow it yourself? Or find a partner to grow it? Find a partner. Tang Ranran blurted out that Xiaohao's main character is a lone ranger. And it is impossible to start a business and gather a team. And everything is outsourced. She had already planned it. And she didn't need to work for 2 people. Tang Ranran said bluntly. Minister Lu. I still need your help. We are all friends. It's too polite to say whether it's a trouble or not. If you have any problem, just tell me. As long as I, Lu Jingxing, can do it, there will be no problem. Lu Jingxing promised. Although he was only the director of the Department of Supernatural Powers, their Lu family was one of the largest families in Beiki Star. I want to register the patent of this green-skinned big red melon with the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau and entrust it to take care of it. Tang Ranran expressed her thoughts. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. This is nothing at all. Lu Jingxing was overjoyed. This was simply a deal that came to his door. Originally, the guys in the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau were clamoring to meet Tang Xian. Lu Jingxing was afraid that disturbing others would annoy Tang Xian. So he kept blocking them. Now that Tang Xian took the initiative to speak, it was like a pillow for them. Isn't it a coincidence? Those guys from the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau have always wanted to meet you. Since you want to be affiliated, I recommend 2 people to you. Xiaoquan and Lao Zhou from the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau. Lao Zhou is the section chief of the Pure Plant Patent Management section. You can talk to him about how to cooperate. Xiaoquan is my subordinate, the section chief of the part-time planting section, and the general manager of the highest official planting base. Thank you very much. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm shameless to say that Xiaoquan is my nephew, and he is also a wood type. If possible, I hope you can take care of him and give him some advice. No problem. But, Tang Ranran paused, looking embarrassed. I understand. I understand. Superpowers mainly depend on talent. You can just give some advice. Whether he can improve or not depends on the individual. If he doesn't improve, it can only be said that he is a useless person, and he doesn't live up to his expectations. Lu Jingxing said immediately, relieving Tang Ranran worries, and then said, by the way, are you free now? How about we have a video conference to discuss the green-skinned big red melon? Sure. Wait a minute. Tang Ranran exited the live broadcast and returned to her resting space on the holographic network, which was an ordinary house given by the system. Lu Jingxing pushed 2 friends to her, Lu Quan and Zhou Yuanji. Tang Ranran added the 2 friends. After the friends were added successfully, Lu Jingxing initiated a video conference and invited her to join. Lu Quan, a young man in his 30s, with delicate features, looked a little shy. He was obviously a fan of Tang Ranran. Even through the video, he couldn't hide his admiration when he looked at Tang Ranran. Zhou Yuanji, a middle-aged man in his 80s, was a veteran cadre who had been in the system for decades. His face was full of shrewdness, and he was very cunning. In addition to these 2 people, Lu Jingxing also pulled Lu Qinhua in. What did Lu Qinhua do? He encouraged Tang Ranran to grow watermelons. At the meeting, a series of discussions were held on the green-skinned big red melon, and finally a consensus was reached. The patent ownership of the green-skinned big red melon is in the hands of Tang Ranran, but the patent right is handed over to the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau for operation and management. What does it mean? Zhou Yuanji is responsible for finding and auditing partners, as well as the subsequent patent tax collection and auditing. Tax evasion is everywhere. Sporadic personal transactions are basically tax-free, and even major planting companies are evading taxes in various ways. Facing the government departments, the major enterprises may not dare to be too presumptuous. But the collection of personal patents is a battle of wits and courage. Tang Ranran naturally did not do such a laborious thing. She chose to be a hands-off shopkeeper. As for the share, it is like this. For the authorized operator, first of all, a franchise fee must be collected. That is, the authorization to plant and operate the green-skinned big red melon is given. This franchise fee is set at 1 billion. After paying this money, not only the planting and operation rights are obtained, but also a unit of watermelon seeds are attached. The watermelon seeds are provided by Tang Ranran. She takes 90% of this franchise fee, and the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau takes 10%. Whether the franchise growers can grow watermelons in the future depends entirely on themselves. If the planting is successful, after entering the sales link, they need to pay a patent fee of 5% of the sales. This patent fee is collected, checked and reconciled by the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau. That is, Zhou and divided 40% and 60%, with Tang Ranran taking the largest 60%. For personal accounts, whether it is franchise fees or patent fees, Tang Ranran needs to pay an additional 8% tax, which is under the jurisdiction of the Finance Bureau. In addition, Tang Ranran has to pay a patent protection fee of about 260 million to the Pure Food Certification Center every year, and conduct a review every 3 years. That is, submit samples, because of the inspection samples, patent protection fees, and the review samples every 3 years. Pure Foods above 30. Except for those in the military and political planting bases. Individuals and private enterprises basically will not register patents. After Tang Ranran and Zhou Yunji reached an agreement, the first franchisee came. Lu Quan, on behalf of the Bikixing planting base, jumped out on the spot to join. Although they are all affiliated with the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau, they are not the same department, and they still have to follow the process. With a franchise fee of 1 billion, all major official planting bases in Bikixing have the right to plant and operate green-skinned big red melons. If the official planting base successfully plants and uses it for self-use within the system, it does not need to pay patent taxes. If it is sold to the public, it needs to pay patent taxes for profit. After the relevant regulations were basically finalized, Lu Qinhua began to vigorously encourage Tang Ranran to plant melons. He snatched a few bites of melons from Lu Jingxing. Lu Qinhua was obsessed with watermelons. Tang Xian is solely responsible for the seeds. Where do the seeds come from? They grow in the melons. Convinced that Tang Ranran would grow a large number of watermelons for seeds, Lu Qinhua kept shouting, "Sell me! Sell me! Sell me! Sell me the pulp, and I will take care of all the processing." Planting watermelons is very simple for Tang Ranran, but it is a bit difficult to take watermelon seeds without wasting them. Now Lu Qinhua is willing to be a free processing plant and purchase the pulp. So Tang Ranran naturally agreed readily. After a few more discussions, this video conference ended successfully. Hoping that she could lie down and collect money in the future, Tang Ranran began to plant watermelons diligently. With a purification value of only 2.8, she could grow a large area of watermelons even with supernatural powers. Planting melons. Planting melons. Planting melons. After Tang Ranran planted melons for 2 days, Tang Chui and her group returned to the third galaxy. Career-oriented Tang Chui passed by her home without entering. She turned around at the transportation hub and headed for Su Pingrui planet, and asked Tang Ranran to meet at Su Pingrui planet. Tang Ranran, the hands-off shopkeeper, said, "You decide everything?" Tang Chui was about to arrive at Su Pingrui planet, and Tang Ranran immediately mobilized Lin, the housekeeper, under her emotional card and her solemn promise that she would stay in the hotel on this planet. Lin, who felt that the burden was heavy, set off for Su Pingrui planet accompanied by 2 male bodyguards. Tang Ranran was still squatting in the hotel, and a female bodyguard lived next door to protect her safety. After staying in the hotel for 2 days to grow watermelons, Tang Ranran received a message from Lu Qinhua. Lu Qinhua was afraid that the watermelons would be intercepted by others halfway, so he took the fastest Starlight ship and rushed to pick up the goods day and night. Lu Qinhua was worried about being noticed by the relevant departments of Su Fengmao's planet, and someone might intervene and steal his goods, while Tang Ranran was worried that people would notice that she was a wood-type mutant, which would cause unnecessary trouble. The two of them knew each other tacitly, sneaking around like thieves to meet in secret. After finding a random excuse to deal with the officials of Su Fengmao planet, Lu Qinhua's starship did not land at the official parking lot after entering the planet, but found a deserted flat area and parked in the wilderness. After receiving the specific parking location of the starship, Tang Ranran drove the hovercraft out of the city, and even went invisible for a while in the middle, and finally arrived at the starship in the dark and windy night. Tang Xian, you are finally here. It's been a long time since we last met. As soon as Tang Ranran landed on the starship, Lu Qinhua greeted him warmly. After some politeness, they found an empty room, and the two sides began to trade. Tang Ranran first moved out all the watermelons he had planted in the past few days. Well, he pretended to take them out from the space buckle, but in fact, he moved the goods directly from the basement. As a superpower who can heal himself, Tang Ranran can plant hundreds of thousands of kilograms of watermelons a day. If he works hard, it is not a problem to plant hundreds of thousands of tons a day. However, 100 tons is too shocking. So Tang Ranran controlled the planting output to 2 tons a day. Tang Ranran directly moved out a large watermelon of about 20 tons, indicating that this was what she had planted in the past half a month. 20 tons, peeled and fleshed. There will be a lot of watermelon seeds. In a short period of time, it is enough to deal with franchisees. During the time when Lu Qinhua counted and inspected the goods, Tang Ranran took out a batch of watermelon seeds that she had collected when eating watermelons on weekdays, and used small flower pots to produce more than a dozen watermelon vines with roots on the spot. And the vines were full of round watermelons. There must be dozens of large watermelons. 1,000 kilograms. These were taken back by Lu Qinhua. These vines were given free of charge as experimental samples to the planting base in charge of Lu Quan to study the planting and growth of watermelons. As for the watermelons, half of them were used for public use and given to Zhou Yuanji as samples to promote watermelons, and the remaining half was her personal gift to them. As for how they were distributed internally, Tang Ranran didn't care. More than an hour later, the goods were counted and the purification value was tested. The total was 200,000 units. But this total mass included the melon peel without purification value, and the green flesh near the skin with lower purification value. Therefore, the price cannot be calculated based on the purification value of 2.8. Lu Qinhua and Tang Ranran discussed for a few words. Tang Ranran, who didn't care about this little money, didn't haggle and was very generous to give him a price. Finally, 20% was deducted from the total mass, and the purchase price was 25,000 per unit. Total price, 200,000 asterisk 80% asterisk 25,000, which is 4 billion. 4 billion. No tax. All credited. Knowing that Tang Ranran needed Star Diamond ore, the two had already agreed in the video conference to use Star Diamond ore fragments as payment. Lu Qinhua was definitely well prepared, brought enough Star Diamond ore fragments, and paid the payment on the spot. The transaction was completed successfully, and everyone was happy. Lu Qinhua pulled Tang Ranran aside and said a lot. If you have pure food, you must sell it to me. After a polite toast, Tang Ranran left the starship quietly in the dark night and returned stealthily just like when he came. Tang Ranran put 4 billion Star Diamond ore fragments into the pocket of the main body through the farm as an intermediary. The franchise fee of the planting base on Beiki Star has been received. She took 90% of the 1,900 million, and then had to pay an 8% personal income tax. So the after-tax income was 828 million. The balance of her small account became rich again. Back to the hotel, Tang Ranran continued to stay at home. After the main body completed daily practice and handled the accumulated official business yesterday and this morning on the smart brain. Around noon, Tang Ranran took a nap and switched to the small account. Lu Qinhua had set off overnight and returned to Beiki Star. With their efficiency, the watermelon seeds would be in Zhou Yuanji and Lu Quan's hands within 5 days. Tang Ranran had edited some of the watermelon planting knowledge she knew and sent it to the two. There are professional plant experts in the planting base, and I believe that the watermelon will be available soon. However, Beiki Star is still a little poor, backward, and not very well known, so it needs to advertise. It's time to start another live broadcast. Tang Ranran went out. Although the GDP of Sufan Mayo planet is not ranked in the galaxy as a planet in the third galaxy, it is definitely at the level of wealthy planets. There are various large-scale comprehensive shopping malls on the planet. Tang Ranran drove a hover car and went out to buy. First, a big item. Tang Ranran chose a large hover car. similar to a motorhome, with a kitchen inside. Although interstellar people basically don't cook, rich people also like outdoor barbecue. And large motorhomes with full functions, including kitchens, are still very popular among rich people. Ordinary motorhomes can be done for tens of millions. But Tang Ranran bought one with professional space buckles. Because of the size of the motorhome, the price doubled linearly. Nearly 500 million. My wallet was almost empty at once. After buying the big items, Tang Ranran bought 2 full-function robots, supplemented with a wave of basic planting packages, various types of fresh-keeping food boxes, related ingredients, cooking utensils, etc. Shopping time is always short, and the sun sets before you know it. It is too late to live broadcast today, so Tang Ranran goes home. At night, Tang Ranran worked hard to think about the content of the live broadcast. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Ranran completed her training and handled the official business on the smart brain as quickly as possible. Then she curled up on the sofa and watched a movie on the large projection screen in the hotel. Downstairs, downstairs, downstairs. Tang Puppet Ranran immediately became energetic. Leaving the hotel, Tang Ranran drove the hover car out of the city and came to the suburban wilderness. Sufan Mao's star has a high degree of natural environment. Most areas have maintained a zero radiation environment for a long time, and only a few areas are low radiation areas. Because of the good environment and low radiation, there are many wild and pure plants in the wild of the planet. Some of the pure plant growth areas are privately owned. Some belong to private enterprises, and more belong to the official Agriculture and Forestry Bureau. These areas with affiliation are defined as key protection areas. In order to prevent man-made damage, ordinary citizens are not allowed to enter at will. After downloading the map, Tang Ranran compared it with the map, avoided these key protection areas, and chose an open forest area where citizens can enter freely for adventure. Although it is an open area, in order to maintain the ecology and not destroy the growth environment of pure plants, there will be restrictions in the pure plant growth area, such as prohibiting suspension vehicles, prohibiting energy guns, prohibiting the use of environmentally damaging instruments, prohibiting the throwing of garbage, etc. Outside the hiking area where suspension vehicles are prohibited, find a flat area to park. Get off the car and put away the suspension vehicle. Tang Ranran took out her live broadcast equipment. 6 flying cameras. After starting, front and back, left and right, and surroundings, 360 degrees without dead angle into the picture. After determining the live broadcast time, Tang Ranran contacted Ming Jianbao last night. So now her live broadcast room link has been posted on the homepage's big recommendation. As soon as Tang Ranran entered the backstage, she immediately saw the dense bullet comments like snowflakes. When is the live broadcast? Hasn't it started yet? It is said that this anchor is very generous, with many benefits. And there will be a lottery. As long as you follow, you will be eligible for the lottery. Brother Mu, who has a good figure but never shows his face. I am so looking forward to it. It has only been 2 live broadcasts, and it has been posted on the homepage? This anchor has a backstage. Is Mushi awesome? Mushi is amazing? This anchor is a snob, and all the benefits are given as rewards. Start quickly. Start quickly. Start quickly. Tang Mu, my husband, I love you. Just like I love eating fruit. Just logged into the backstage. It has not been set up yet. When everyone can speak. The bullet comment area is simply white. If you don't press pause, Tang Ranran can't see the comments at all. Starting the countdown for the live broadcast, Tang Ranran set it up in the backstage and directly made a layer, dividing the bullet comment area into 3 parts. 1 million speaking area, 100,000 speaking area, 10,000 speaking area. Tang Ranran already had a lot of experience watching live broadcasts. Popular anchors all did this, so she was not unusual. With this setting, a large wave of rewards came immediately. Nailu give 10,000 star coins to the anchor. Eat, drink, play, and have fun. Loser, give 1 million star coins to the anchor. The best man in Baima star is him. Give 10,000 star coins to the anchor. 1 Loki gorgeous. Give 10,000 star coins to the anchor. Tang Ranran found a few familiar faces in the wave of rewards, and shifted her eyes to the list. The top brother on the list. Eat, drink, play, and have fun. Loser, Isn't this the top brother on the list from the last live broadcast? Because the nickname is very unique. Tang Ranran can be sure it is him without looking up the data. First floor VIP. Ha ha ha. Host. The melon cakes we had last time were really delicious. Our whole family loved them. But the quantity was a little small. I didn't get to eat much. Are there any melon cakes left today? My financial resources are limited. So I can only sit in the second row. The host has appeared. Hurry up and start the broadcast. Can't wait. Welcome to the host. Can any old fans explain? Is that melon cake really that delicious? How can something fried with fruit with a purification value of 26 not be delicious? Oh, the host's speech setting is a bit high today. Students are poor. So I must give them some benefits to make up for it. I want to eat melon cakes. Melon cakes. Melon cakes. Brother Tonmu. I want a Northern Cheese Star blue licorice branch in the last live broadcast. My mother has been raising it carefully. And my family is also in a zero radiation city. But its leaves began to wilt a week ago. What should I do? Is it going to die? Can it be rescued with plant nutrients? Oh! The brother above is awesome. My blue licorice branch died in front of me after less than 3 days. You useless planters. My purple-shelled white rice fruit plants are still alive and well. And the original flowers have borne fruit. Ha ha ha. Will the anchor show his face today? Strongly request the anchor to show his face. Brother Tonmu. Don't pay attention to those superficial flower lovers. They love beautiful skins. Unlike me. I just love you. Regardless of appearance. Hee hee. You love Guagua. Right? Humph. A group of vain women who admire Guagua. Brother Tonmu. Women will only affect the speed at which we men make money. Don't pay attention to them. Even with the minimum number of fans set at 10,000. The barrage area was still bustling. Tang Ranran looked at the background data while watching the netizens joking. Although it has not yet started. It has been recommended on the homepage. The number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 30 million. And the number of fans following her is currently 230 million. Which is slowly rising. Probably because they know that only by following can they participate in the welfare lottery. People who enter the live broadcast room will add a follow at will. The 5-minute countdown ended. The live broadcast began. And the number of people online in Tang Ranran live broadcast room has reached about 60 million. If this data is placed in other areas, it is definitely among the ranks of big anchors. However, this is the supernatural zone. And for supernatural anchors in the supernatural zone, this data can only be said to be normal. At the beginning of the live broadcast, 6 flying cameras captured a beautiful scenery of green mountains and trees. In the pleasing and beautiful scenery, Tang Ranran still did not show her face. Hello everyone. I'm Tang Mu. Welcome to my live broadcast room. Tang Ranran greeted everyone outside the screen with a smile. Roar. The wilderness. Ah. The wilderness. So exciting. Hey. Has the anchor changed his style? Is our theme today adventure? No. Isn't this a food anchor who grows vegetables? Why did you go to the wilderness? I came here for the food. Bad review. I want to watch wilderness survival. Which Freedom Planet? Anchor. Tell me quickly. Let everyone get excited. Brother Tang Mu. Freedom Planet is very dangerous. Be careful. Tang Ranran explained. The planet I'm on is not Freedom Planet. It's an administrative planet. Here. It is the public forest area of the administrative planet. It is said that there are a variety of pure plants in this forest. About a dozen varieties. A dozen varieties of pure plants? Wow. So envious. Today's theme is to find pure plants in the wild? Discover delicious wild vegetables and fruits? I am looking forward to it. I like this kind of forest adventure the most. Are you stupid? Look. There is no one around the anchor. So it is definitely not the harvest season for pure plants. There is a public area of pure plants on our planet. When the fruit season comes, there are so many people. TSK. Look carefully. No one is there because the anchor is in the deep mountains and forests. Not the general public area. There are also wild beasts on the administrative planet. The anchor is obviously in the deep mountains and forests where wild beasts exist. Is that a place where ordinary people like us can go? Even if I bring 2 bodyguards. I dare not go. Wild beasts. It's so funny. A machine gun can solve it. A machine gun can deal with wild beasts in the deep mountains and forests. Naive. Too naive. I have a relative who naively thought that all places on the administrative planet were safe. So he took 2 thugs and 3 guns to explore the deep mountains and forests. And then, he is still missing. The deep mountains and old forests of the administrative star are also very dangerous. Brother Tonmu, let's go back to the kitchen. I love watching you cook. Oh, it's too dangerous. I'm so worried. Brother, go back soon. What are you worried about? Tonmu is a wood element. A superpower. The wood element is not only good at growing vegetables. They are very awesome. You are a bunch of ordinary people who are not good at fighting. And you are worried about the safety of a superpower? I am dying of laughter. Seeing that the comments were about to quarrel, Tang Ranran hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Please have some confidence in my strength. And the safety factor here is very high. You don't have to worry about any ferocious beasts suddenly jumping into the picture to scare people. Tang Ranran hadn't finished speaking when a roar of a wild beast came from a distance. Like a wolf howling. But a little different. Tang Ranran, God doesn't give her face. Yo yo yo. The beast is coming. Didn't you say it was safe? The host's face was hit. It's hard to defend. Wow. I got excited for no reason. The hunting talent in a man's blood is stirring. My hunting blood can't be suppressed. Brother Tonmu, don't be scared. Go and have a look. Host, hurry up and have a look. I believe in your strength. Brother Tonmu, don't go. Don't go. I feel good just by hearing the voice. Horrible. It sounds like a fight between wild beasts. I want to go and watch. Please watch. Please watch. Are you a man? If you are a man, go. Okay. Since everyone wants to see it, let's go and see what's going on. According to the direction of the sound, it should be northeast, and the distance should be within 2 kilometers. Let's use the intelligent brain to analyze it first. The intelligent brain captures the sound, and after combining it with the local species data, it makes a sound identification, and the result comes out immediately. This is the Dakingland Mountains, and the roaring beast, according to its sound, is more than 90% likely to be the one-horned cave rat wolf unique to this mountain range. The intelligent brain compared the answer, and then there was a lot of relevant information. The intelligent brain said that there is a 90% chance that it is the one-horned cave rat wolf in the Dakingland Mountains. Tang Ranran briefly explained the results of the intelligent brain comparison, and then carefully checked the relevant information. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Although her trumpet can be comparable to the strength of the Jinan period, there is a flaw. That is, the battery life is too short. If the battery runs out, she will be finished. The trumpet cannot directly absorb the spiritual power in the pure glass crystal, so she can only absorb it herself and then charge the puppet. Tang Ranran made full preparations, and the comment area has been heatedly discussed. One-horned burrow rat wolf? What is that? Does anyone know anything about it? Check the star network yourself. Ah, I saw it. The Dakingland Mountains are located in. The host is on Sufin Mayo star. The Su character means the 3rd star system. Why did you go so far? Hey, isn't the host from Bakey star? What? The host is not allowed to travel. Everyone, stop talking nonsense. Let's go and watch the fun. There's an empty space, which looks like the host's parking place. Hurry up. Release the hovercraft. And let's go! 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 You're stupid. Right? You can guess from the primitive ecology ahead that it must be a no-fly zone ahead. Maybe even small mechanical armor is not allowed to be used. Ah? What should I do? On foot? Damn. I found out that cave wolf lives in groups. One cave is a group, and there are at least 30 of them in one group. One can easily kill an ordinary person. A group, not even a bone or a dregs will be left. Tang Mu. Husband. Run. Run quickly. What should I do? I want to go and take a look, but I'm worried that the host will be in danger. Forget it. If the host gets into trouble, we won't have any melons to eat. You bunch of cowards. The host is a superpower. He must be different from you. Tang Mu. If you're a man, don't waste time. Go and take a look. Adhering to the style of not rushing forward and taking steady steps, Tang Ranran remained calm and understood the enemy's situation no matter how noisy the barrage area was. According to the information on the internet, the one-horned cave rat wolf is a bit like a larger weasel the size of a lioness. But it is not yellow, but earthy gray, with a rhino-like horn on its head, which is very sharp. When fighting, it uses the horn as a knife to launch attacks. In terms of the specific combat power of a single one, a one-horned cave rat wolf can easily kill an ordinary person without weapons. And if there is a gun, as long as the person using the gun has a hit rate that is not garbage or blind, there is a winning rate of more than 80%. However, the one-horned cave rat wolf is very united, living in underground caves, with a group of 30 to 100 people. As long as one of the group is killed, the population will avenge it. At the same time, they have a certain IQ and are very cunning. When they find that they are not defeated, they will retreat strategically, and then secretly track them, and launch a surprise attack when people are not prepared, especially at night. Once the hatred is drawn, either the whole group will be wiped out, or a few will be killed, and the area of Dakingland Mountain Range will be left on the same day. After reading the information, the wolf howling over there continued. It was probably a group of one-horned burrow rats that were hunting prey. Tang Ranran was actually not interested in hunting or watching hunting, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were curious and generally full of gossip spirit, so they wanted to join in the fun. After all, they were watching the tiger fight from the other side of the river, and she was the one in danger. Oh, wrong. With her strength, if she couldn't even deal with a group of ordinary beasts, then she could just die. Since everyone wants to go and see, Tang Ranran originally planned to walk over slowly, but she was stunned after just one look at the barrage area. Someone was swiping the screen, and it was swiping the screen in the most obvious 1 million speech area. Host. Help. Help. Host Xiao and his group encountered a one-horned burrow rat wolf yesterday, and they have disappeared. The scene ahead is very likely to be the scene of the incident. Host. Please go and take a look. If you really encounter one, I am willing to reward you 1 million again. Just begging you to save them. Host. Help. Help. Host Xiao and his group were attacked by a one-horned burrow rat wolf, and they have disappeared. The scene ahead is very likely to be the scene of the incident. Host. Please go and take a look. If you really encounter one, I am willing to reward you 1 million again. Just begging you to save them. Get out of here. Stop spamming our row of VIP seats. Spamming is prohibited. Xiao Xiao. Who is it? I don't know him. Why should we? The host. Save him? The viewer who spammed the screen. Stop spamming. I saw what you said. I will go and take a look now. Tang Ranran replied. Don't. Brother Tongmu. It's dangerous. Don't go. It's too dangerous. Anchor. Don't go. I don't care about other people's lives. Anchor. Growing vegetables is the most important thing. Let's go grow vegetables. Little Anchor. I know. Very beautiful girl. Tongmu. Support you. Hurry up and save the beauty. Don't worry about me. Don't worry. There is a no-fly zone ahead. The hovercraft cannot be used. So, because the plan is to find pure plants in the forest. Tang Ranran wore a camouflage uniform today, which is very convenient for movement. After a few steps of running and a strong jump, Tang Ranran jumped several meters high onto the trunk of a big tree, and then rubbed, and quickly jumped between the trunks, flying on the tree and quickly approaching the wolf howling. 6 cameras, like dogskin plasters, followed Tang Ranran closely, and played the latest situation to the audience in real time. Damn it! The host can fly. Oh my god. So exciting. I'm already nervous. Fuck. The host is so good. I give up. Ah. Love it. Brother Tongmu is the most handsome. I suspect the host used a stealth aircraft, but I have no evidence. Little host? Is that the one? I'm a little explorer? The girl who is very cute, beautiful and popular among the adventure streamers? I know. I know. I have watched that little girl's live broadcast. She is really beautiful. Guess. If there is really a hero saving a beauty, will the little girl be willing to marry him? Get lost. Tang Mu is my husband. Don't advertise other streamers in Brother Tang Mu's live broadcast room. Okay. Who cares about Xiao Xiao or Dada? I just want to see my brother Tang Mu. Oh my god. So handsome. I am going to be stunned by his handsomeness. Oh. 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 Qing Gong? This is really handsome. Not to mention the women. A man, also think it is handsome. Damn. The balance, jumping ability, and speed of the streamer. He is a master. The appraisal is completed. If you don't understand, just ask. Are there any soldiers? Those special forces soldiers. Can they do the same as the anchor? I am a mechanical soldier. An ordinary soldier. I can only tell you that ordinary soldiers can't do it. The anchor Tang Mu obviously used mental skills to assist. So he was like flying. Excuse me. What kind of mental skill is this? Come. Tell me at what level I can learn it. So I can give up. It's obvious. This is a mental levitation skill. Using mental power to resist gravity and reach a state of zero gravity. With a little effort, you can fly up. This kind of mental levitation skill can only be done by mental power level A. Mental power level A. My weak heart has suffered a huge blow. Huh? Did you hear any sound? As if someone is shouting for help. Tang Mu anchor. Please save people. I am willing to give a large reward. Damn. Don't blackmail me morally. We anchors have no obligation to save people. Tang Mu. Safety first. Don't worry if you can't beat them. I watched Xiao Xiao anchors live broadcasts before. They were in the Daqinglan Mountains. They agreed to broadcast live every day. But today, Xiao Xiao hasn't started the live broadcast yet. This is abnormal. I also saw it. Didn't they kill 2 underground wolves a few days ago? Those beasts hold grudges. So they must be here to take revenge. I hope the little anchor is okay. Although this question is a bit illiterate, I still want to ask. Why didn't you call the police? Tang Mu can live broadcast. Which means there is a signal here. Don't understand? Some pure plant growth areas are also called self-destruction areas. After entering these areas, life and death are entirely your own responsibility. Once danger occurs, even if you call the police, the government will not rescue you. So cruel? No rescue. Watching people die? Because rescue operations will inevitably destroy the ecology and cause immeasurable losses. And it is not certain that people can be saved. So they simply don't save them. Hasn't the government been calling on ordinary people not to go to the mountains and forests to search for treasures when they have nothing to do and seek death? If they don't find the treasure, they may become a burial ground. Tang Ranran didn't know how to use mental power to levitate. As long as the monks who had taken the marrow cleansing pill were able to do this. Except for those who were particularly clumsy. Most monks could do it. And they didn't even need to use spiritual power. Rub, rub, rub. Tang Ranran quickly jumped between the branches. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the wolf howling was getting closer and closer. Faintly, she could hear chaotic human voices. Screams and cries for help. Mixed together. Appearing to be extremely panicked and desperate. Judging from the sound, there must be no less than 3 people in front. Although she was very strong, Tang Ranran always maintained a cautious and steady style. It was necessary to detect the enemy situation. Using mental power to control the 2 cameras, Tang Ranran used them as reconnaissance aircraft. Under her control, the 2 flying cameras instantly accelerated and disappeared into the dense tree canopy like a meteor. Tang Ranran zoomed in on the screen of her smart brain and opened a split screen. Her live broadcast room was split into 2, one half of which was centered on her, and the other half was the view of 2 exploration cameras. Tang Ranran continued to move forward while observing. In less than half a minute, the 2 flying cameras responsible for exploration entered the scene of the incident. On the ground of the dense forest in front, there was a large group of one-horned burrow wolves, with a number of 50 or 60. The wolves were divided into 2 waves, and most of them gathered under a tree as thick as 2 people. The burrow wolves were obviously canines, and could not climb trees. There were a few who tried to climb up the tree trunk with their claws. But unfortunately, they only climbed 3 or 4 meters each time and slid down. More of them used their horns to hit the thick tree trunk again and again, obviously trying to break the tree. In a short period of time, the impact of the burrow wolf had no effect. But over time, even such a thick tree would probably be broken in half. The other small group of burrow wolves, dozens of them, gathered more than 2 meters away from the tree, forming a circle and feasting. With a jolt in her heart, Tang Ranran had already guessed the truth. As the reconnaissance camera got closer, it was indeed a bright red color, and under the tattered clothes, there was almost only a skeleton left. Ah! It's a human! A human! Eating a human! So scary. So bloody. So fucking exciting. A poor guy who was bitten to death. Ah! So miserable. Too scary. I dare not watch it. It's so bloody. Won't it be censored? Wow. I dare not watch it. I will have nightmares at night. Are there any survivors? I heard someone talking. It seems that the survivors are hiding in the trees. Oh my god. Is the deep forest and the administrative star so dangerous? Isn't it said that the safety factor of the administrative star is very high? There are so many cave wolves. They are surrounded. I am afraid it is dangerous. If you don't understand, just ask. Don't they even have guns? Isn't it easy to shoot from the trees with the advantage of the air? It's the easiest thing to do with just a few words. Look at this tree. It's so lush that you can't even see anyone. How to shoot? After watching this live broadcast, I dare not go camping in the wild anymore. Girls, there is a huge difference between the suburbs and the deep mountains and forests. I know him. That piece of clothing is Agia. He was wearing this navy blue combat uniform during the live broadcast yesterday. Brother Agia is dead. Ah! It's really Brother Agia. Woo woo woo. Why is this happening? So pitiful? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So miserable. Agia? Who? Popular Science. Xiao Xiao Host's team sometimes has other guests or professional mercenary bodyguards. And its basic members, including Xiao Xiao Host, have a total of 6 people. Every time they go on an expedition, the basic members will appear in the live broadcast. And Agia is one of them. I know that Agia. An E-class mercenary. Not very strong in combat. Just a guy who sells his looks in the team. Flirty and flirty. Only knows how to hook up with female fans. People are dead. Can you please keep your mouth shut? Go away. Our Agia brother. Gentle. Considerate and careful. The most handsome. The best. Unlike you, Anchor. Who hides his head and shows his tail. Dares not show his face. Must be ugly. Where did this little bitch come from? How dare you scold my husband? Are you looking for death? Bitch. My brother Tonmu is the most handsome. What Agia and Aegean? Get out of here. That's right. Our brother Mu's live broadcast room does not welcome fans from other families. Get out of here. Haha. Can a good-looking face be eaten as food? It can only be eaten as food by wild beasts. Look at my husband. This is what a real man is. Handsome. You are too much. You have no quality. Brother Agia died so tragically. Do you have any sympathy? Hey. I heard someone shouting for help. Did you hear it? It's Xiao Xiao. It must be Xiao Xiao. Stop arguing. Xiao Xiao fans. It's time for us to do something. I love Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao loves me. Give 100,000 star coins to the Anchor. And leave a message, Anchor. Please save people. There will be a big reward if you save people. I am Xiao Xiao diehard fan B32. Give 10,000 star coins to the Anchor. And leave a message, please help the Anchor. I am Xiao Xiao diehard fan A4. Give 100,000 star coins to the Anchor. And leave a message, please help the Anchor. Xiao Xiao husband in 01. Give 100,000 star coins to the Anchor. And leave a message, please help the Anchor. There will be a big reward if you save people. I am a small diehard fan C6. I will give 50,000 star coins to the Anchor. And leave a message, please help the Anchor. The one under the tree was already dead. But the one on the tree was not in danger of life for the time being. So Tang Ranran was not in a hurry at all. She approached slowly without trying her best. While investigating the front, she had the leisure to read the comments. Then, Tang Ranran saw this wave of large rewards. Her dear. She originally thought she was very awesome. But she didn't expect that other people's fans were so rich. And there were die-hard fans. Wow. So rich. I seem to see the Tianhao army. Oh my god. This little Anchor. The fans are so rich? Poor people. A little jealous. So, how much can the Anchor earn this time? Safety first. Brother Tonmu. Don't worry about them. There are so many beasts. Let's go! Come on. Yes. Will the Anchor go up? A real man must go up. What a joke. The Anchor is a superpower. Dozens of beasts. It will take only a few minutes. Little fans. You are morally blackmailing our Anchor. It's too much. My Anchor has no obligation to save people. Brother Tonmu. Don't go. I checked. There are many prohibitions in the Daqing Lanshan Mountains. Prohibiting energy guns, laser swords, and all high lethal weapons. Only cold weapons and mechanical guns with a range of 30 meters and a kinetic energy of less than 100 joules can be used. You are broadcasting live. Violating the prohibition will result in a huge fine and administrative detention. It is not worth taking risks for strangers. A spendthrift who eats, drinks, and has fun. Give 1,000 star coins to the anchor. And leave a message, other fans. Get out. Don't try to steal my #1 spot. Tang Mu. Don't listen to them. If you don't want to save someone, then don't save them. There's no need to risk your life for others. I support you. Brother Bai is awesome. 666. Inhumanly rich. Sure enough to be a spendthrift. Brother #1 on the list is worthy of being #1. I give in. For large rewards, the system will make an announcement. For rewards in the million level, it will be listed on the homepage and the whole network will be notified. The continuous large rewards have attracted many viewers to the live broadcast room. And the number of online viewers has increased linearly. In just 1 minute, nearly 100 million viewers squeezed in. Newcomer report. What's going on in this live broadcast room? Wilderness adventure? That's a corpse. So exciting? I like it. I like it so much. Beasts? So many? Can someone give a brief summary of the previous story? Hey, the host in the superpower area would type? But so many small fans are giving rewards? What's going on? I understand. A superpower host happened to meet another host who was in danger. Come on. Newcomer. Let me popularize science. There is an adventure streamer named Xiao Xiao. His group was attacked by crypt wolves. Our streamer happened to be nearby, so he rushed over to check out the situation. What you see now is the scene of the incident. Some people have been eaten up. Are you sure this is just a coincidence and not acting? Acting? Acting a death for you to see? Stop talking. Hurry up and save people. Ah, the streamer is here. Here. There are wolves below. Will we be discovered? I don't even dare to breathe. Stay calm. Canines can't climb trees. With Tang Mu's skills, even if he can't win, he can definitely run away. Where is Xiao Xiao? Hurry up and find someone. Please help me. Anchor. Please help me. Anchor. The tall and green tree, with luxuriant branches and leaves, and the overlapping treetops, like banners and canopies. In the green, a woman in tight sportswear hugged the branches with both hands, and shouted for help in panic. Help! Below. The man who was also hugging the tree trunk and stepping on the branches said helplessly. Shiro. Stop shouting. It's useless. Almost no one comes here at this time. What should I do? When Shiro asked, she had an obvious crying tone. Lao Gao. Think of a way. On the tree trunk next to Shiro. The anchor Xiao Xiao also hugged the thick main trunk with both hands. And her pretty face was full of panic and fear. The man called Lao Gao was tall and burly, and he was the strength of the team. At this moment, he was at the bottom of the three people, observing the situation below through the layers of tree canopy. There is no way at present, but in the short term, these beasts can't come up, so it's safe for the time being. But if they keep crashing down like this, the tree will be broken sooner or later. Xiao Xiao was anxious. Shan Shan, when will the rescue come? They said there is no rescue. Shan Shan, who was relatively thin, was full of grief and anger in his tone. Ah? No rescue. Just don't save us. Xiao Rou's voice became sharp again, full of disbelief. Yes, they said that this Dakingland mountain range belongs to the second-level protection zone, and all large machinery is prohibited. After a comprehensive assessment, they gave a result that there is no rescue. Ha! What do you mean there is no rescue? It's just because we are ordinary people. Try changing to a second-generation family, and the rescue team will come immediately. Lao Gao mocked with resentment. What should I do? I don't want to die. It's all because of those two bastards. They had to provoke the crypt wolf. Now, we are also in trouble. Xiao Rou complained and cried sadly. Days and Agia are dead. Will we die here too? Xiao Xiao. Are there any fans of yours who have a say on this planet? Lao Gao asked. I don't know. Then I look for them now. I was still asleep in the early morning and was attacked by the crypt wolf. There was no time to escape. Xiao Xiao didn't even have time to look at the smart brain. I think we should just start a live broadcast. Shan suggested. Let's start a live broadcast and let the fans appeal to put pressure on the government. So they will have to send someone to save us. Ah. I haven't put on makeup yet. Xiao Xiao hesitated. At this time. Why put on makeup? It's a matter of life and death. Shan was so anxious that he swore. That's right. Add a few more beauty effects. It's the same. Lao Gao agreed. Looking down? Even though Xiao Xiao didn't see the wolves because of the tree canopy, the height made her shiver with fear. Indeed. Life comes first. Well, then okay. Holding the tree trunk tightly. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to take out the live camera from the space buckle, Shiro exclaimed. Huh? Look! What is that? Shan took a look and immediately shouted. It's a TSB-15F model flying live camera. Someone! Here! There's a broadcaster nearby. He found us. Shiro immediately called out again. Here! Help! 2 flying cameras, passing through layers of treetops, found 4 people hiding in the tree. See! In the tree! There are people in the tree. Found it. Is it Xiao Xiao? Damn. The anchor set the characters to be automatically mosaicked. Can't see the face? At such an exciting and tense moment, a few round-faced mosaics popped up, which is very disappointing. Is there any morality? For mosaics are calling for help. Forgive me. I want to laugh. Anchor. Be a good person. Can you remove the mosaics that don't show the face? It's Xiao Xiao. It must be Xiao Xiao. And Shiro. The one below should be Lao Gao. Lao Gao is the most muscular. The other man. Is it Shan or Days? Xiao Xiao. Shiro. Lao Gao. And Shan. It should be Shan. Days is even taller and stronger. Then the question is, where are the people from Days? That's not right. When I watched the live broadcast yesterday, in addition to the 6 of them, there were also 2 sea-level professional mercenaries. They were bodyguards hired at a high price. Could it be that he has been eaten by the wolf? Xiao Xiao is fine. Great. The person has been found. So what should we do now? There are a lot of beasts. Can the anchor deal with them alone? Just throw a bomb over. Won't it be over? The protected area. If we really do that. The bomb was thrown in the morning, and the people went in the afternoon. Brother Tanmu, your own safety is the most important. It's a loss to go to the police station for a female anchor. With so many bans, it's really a bit difficult to deal with without violating the rules. How about this? Brother Tanmu, you turn off the live broadcast. Then whether you use bombs or energy guns, there will be no problem. Yes, turn off the live broadcast and then go back on. Even if someone reports it, there is no evidence. I think we should contact the relevant departments. Face. Turn off the mosaic. Let me see if it's Xiao Xiao. Fake fans? What are you looking at? I know it's Xiao Xiao just by the voice. Brother Tanmu, don't worry about it. Anyway, the person has been found. Let the fans of Xiao Xiao find a way to ask for help from the relevant departments. Strongly request to remove the mosaic. Tang Ranran had already arrived at the scene and landed steadily on another tree more than 10 meters away from the giant tree where the 4 people were hiding. Because the trees were too dense, no one could be seen, and the location could only be determined by the flying camera. In the anchor's backstage, there was no mosaic shielding, and Tang Ranran could clearly see 2 men, one tall and strong, and one not tall and a little thin, and 2 women, not tall, both of whom looked okay, tending to be cute. The prettier one, the one with centipede braids, should be the little anchor. After glancing at the barrage, Tang Ranran replied, citizens have the right to privacy. Without the consent of others, I cannot expose them in the picture. As for whether they are the little anchors you are looking for, we will know later when we go over and ask. Go over and ask. Fly over? The anchor is going to fly from this tree to that tree? There are so many wolves below. What to do? Let's just stay where we are and wait for rescue. This tree is so thick that it won't break in a short time. Can you think of a way to lure the dungeon wolf away? Have you noticed that the host's tone of voice is very relaxed? As if he is having an outing? Nonsense. For a superpower, these beasts are nothing. Just a small scene. I suspect that the host has been on the Zerg battlefield, so he is so calm. Ah? Is Brother Tangmu still a mecha soldier? So handsome. So handsome. Use your brain. Please? S level. Must be a mecha soldier. Leave a camera for yourself. And leave a camera for the 4-man team over there. And Tang Ranran controls the remaining 4 to fly to the ground. The Air Force is absolutely dominant. Look! The 4 cameras flew around below. And the distribution of the burrow wolves below was captured in the picture. So many wolves. I counted. 123, 48. Are there any more burrow wolves hiding in the bushes? The unicorn burrow rat is good at digging burrows. Are there still many hiding under the dead leaves? Oh my god. Can this beast dig traps? Is it that? There are really too many wild animals. What should we do? We can't use lethal weapons. It's so urgent. I think we should retreat and find someone to rescue. Look at their horns. They are so sharp. These beasts are bumping into each other. Just like chopping down a tree. This tree won't last long. Right? I guess 2 hours. According to this situation. It will be broken within 2 hours. What did the little anchor do? Why is the hatred so great? Can you stop watching the fun? We are so anxious. Anchor. Can you save people with just one sentence? If not, we will think of other ways. Little fans. Please stop disgusting people here. Okay. Our anchor has no obligation to save people. It's up to him to save or not. Where is his quality? We are all human beings. And you just watch people die without helping? It's so disheartening. Go if you have the ability. What's the use of clattering? Tang ran. Ren expanded the search area to detect whether there were any ambushes. And asked the audience, can any audience help me check whether this unicorn is a protected animal? And whether it is illegal to kill it? Oh! The anchor's tone. We have secured this game. What our anchor is worried about is not whether he can't kill them, but whether it is illegal to kill them. I know that the unicorn is not a protected animal and can be killed. Hurry up. Everyone go check it out. I am a staff member of the relevant protection area of Sufan Mayo Planet. I guarantee here with my personality that the unicorn is not a protected animal and can be killed. However, using weapons within the ban is still a violation, and you will be invited to have tea. I am a lawyer. Let me say this. The lives of the 4 anchors were threatened. In this rescue situation, the anchor used prohibited weapons during the rescue process. He can apply for a defense. And the success rate of the defense is very high. Isn't this asking for trouble? In my opinion, why bother with them? Anyway, they have no relatives or friends. We can just watch the fun. The unicorn burrow rat wolf can be killed. But this beast has a strong desire for revenge. After killing it, you must leave the mountain range immediately. Otherwise you will be retaliated by it. I suggest that the anchor should not wade into this muddy water. I think that if the anchor Xiao agrees to repay the favor of saving his life with his body, the anchor can save one. He. Get lost. Brother Tongmu doesn't care about that Xiao. Shut up. Are you happy to make sarcastic remarks here? Can you be a little humane? We are all so anxious. Anchor. Save people quickly. Bullshit. Why should our anchor save that Xiao? I owe you? The flying camera completed the enemy exploration and confirmed that there were no ambushes. There was only this group. About 45 in number. Tang Ranran was 99% sure. If nothing unexpected happens, she can win. As for accidents, she can run away. Seeing that the barrage area was about to quarrel, Tang Ranran quickly acted as a peacemaker. Everyone, don't quarrel. Don't worry. It's just a small scene. We can handle it. The following scene may be a bit bloody. Not suitable for minors to watch. Nor for timid viewers. Roar! Is it about to start? I'm going to pull out the gun. I'm so nervous. My heart is pounding at 120 miles per hour. Brother. Come on. I support you spiritually. Can you win? I'm so worried. Go. Win a big reward. Today's live broadcast is particularly exciting. Looking forward to it. The gun is too low. Tang Ranran just pulled it out and drew a sword out of thin air. What? What? Weapons. Cold weapons? Is this a sword? Ancient sword? Not sure. Let me take another look. Oh, it's really an ancient sword. An antique weapon. Does anyone know swordsmanship now? Ah, those ancient swordsmen in novels? I heard that our ancestors, the Chinese people on Blue Star, all knew Kung Fu. I'm in the history department. I've seen a video from Blue Star. It's a swordsman. A swordsman's sword. It looks so cool for some reason. Looking forward to it. Could it be an antique? Tang Mu is really rich. A gun! Of course it's a gun. Stretch your muscles first. Twisting her wrist, Tang Ranran danced a sword flower on the spot. Her smooth and flowing movements were so beautiful. If she was wearing an ancient-style robe today, it would be even more perfect. Although Tang Ranran majored in alchemy, the sect emphasizes alchemy, magic, sword, formation, divination and refining, and all-round development. As for swordsmanship, Tang Ranran only knows the basics in front of sword cultivators. But this basic skill is superb swordsmanship in front of ordinary people. What's more, the puppet has its own sword cultivation skills. With a small flying sword in hand, Tang Ranran felt particularly good about himself. It's been a long time since I played with a sword. With a simple sword flower, Tang Ranran jumped up and jumped directly from a branch dozens of meters away. Show you one. Watch carefully. Don't blink. This is the sword-kicking flower in ancient swordsmanship. Two beautiful sword flowers are made with a flick of the wrist. The sword is swung, rotated, kicked in the air, and rotated again. The flying sword turned out a beautiful sword flower in the air, fell, and was finally firmly caught in Tang Ranran's hand. With the sword in front. A set of smooth and flowing movements. Very cool. The flying camera lens cut very well. And the filming was very handsome. Fuck. Looks so awesome. Is this the legendary swordplay? I've read a novel about a swordsman. And now I finally have a picture in my mind. Ah. Tang Mu is so handsome. Love. Love. I'm a fan of this anchor. Stunned. Stunned. Completely shocked. I thought Tang Mu only knew how to cook. But he was so handsome with a sword. You guys are so surprised. What's the point of such a fancy move? The wolf is coming. Anchor. Stop showing off. There really is a wolf coming. Tang Ranran jumped down like that. And the closest to the wolf pack was only 5 or 6 meters away. She couldn't reach the trees. And the ones under the trees had already eaten all the food. Tang Ranran airborne jump naturally attracted the attention of the unicorn. Its pair of green wolf eyes stared at her with a bloodthirsty glow. Baring their teeth and leaning forward, the wolves made an attacking move. It was just a group of ordinary wild beasts. But Tang Ranran remained calm, fearlessly holding the sword and walked straight over. Ah! Receiving the provocation, the leader of the wolf pack howled and gave an order. The several burrow wolves closest to Tang Ranran attacked instantly, ran 2 steps and jumped up from the ground, rushing towards Tang Ranran. 3 wolves rushed up from the left, right in front. The atmosphere was so tense that the barrage area was blank. Not suitable for children. Don't watch if you are timid. The person involved, Tang Ranran, casually said. And when the burrow wolves approached and entered the attack range, he raised his hand and slashed with the sword. Front, right, left. 3 consecutive and fast swords. Tang Ranran didn't even use his spiritual power at all. In the world of immortal cultivation, this is an ordinary sword. But it is not ordinary metal, but a magic weapon. Weapons within the scope of immortal cultivation magic weapons. It has its own sword energy. It has very weak sword energy, but it is enough to deal with ordinary beasts. For Tang Ranran, this underground wolf is as easy as cutting fruit. Time seemed to be stagnant at this moment. When it started to flow again, the 3 underground wolves that flew over split into 2 in the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Strangely, the spurting blood seemed to touch an invisible barrier in front of Tang Ranran and stopped in the air. Then, with Tang Ranran wave of her hand, all the blood fell to the ground with gravity. I was wrong just now. I still need to use spiritual power. Otherwise she would have been sprayed with blood now. Fuck. However, I am not educated, so I can say hack to everyone. Fuck. 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 Really? I am so surprised. One-sided crushing. This situation is simply one-sided. Too awesome. Swordsmanship. This is F*** King swordsmanship. I didn't blink. But what happened? Cut with a sword. Is the sword in the host's hand so sharp? Just ask what material this sword is made of. Even laser swords are not so awesome. I am stunned. I don't know what to say. The 3 crypt wolves in the first wave of attack were killed. And the wolf pack behind howled angrily. 7 or 8 crypt wolves rushed towards her quickly and launched the second wave of attack. The crypt wolves did not foolishly pounce on her, but spread out in front of Tang Ranran and surrounded her in a circle. 8 underground wolves surrounded Tang Ranran, looking for an opportunity to attack with ferocious expressions. Damn. This beast has a high IQ. It even knows the siege tactic. Host, pay attention to the screen. The camera is ready. Don't let these wolves take advantage of it. Although the host is very powerful, I am a little worried. Wait. Tang Mu. You are a wood element. Don't you plant some thorns or something for protection? Safety first. Let's take it step by step. Plant a protective wall to prevent sneak attacks. What protective wall? I like the host's confident attitude that I will definitely win. I am a little scared. So worried. Being surrounded. Tang Ranran is not worried at all. The body of the puppet is not flesh and blood, but a material from the world of cultivation that is harder than steel bars. With the attack power of the crypt wolf, it was impossible to break the defense. Locking on the leader of the wolf pack, Tang Ranran held a sword, ignored the encirclement, and walked towards the leader step by step. As Tang Ranran approached, the crypt wolf in front of her could no longer hold back, kicked its hind legs, and pounced on her fiercely. Just as it launched the attack, the 7 crypt wolves in other directions moved at the same time and pounced on Tang Ranran together. The sharp horns were like arrows, shooting at her from all directions. A 360-degree rotation. Just one word, cut. According to Tang Ranran perception, the speed of the crypt wolf was not enough. The 8 crypt wolves that pounced on the second wave were also chopped off by her in the air. After killing this wave, Tang Ranran continued to move forward, and as she approached, the surviving crypt wolves showed fear in their eyes, and couldn't help but shrink their bodies and retreat. Fuck. A humanoid killing machine. It looks exactly like a humanoid killing machine. Ha. These beasts are scared by the host. The host looks like a full-level massacre in the novice village. Yes. Yes. That's the feeling. It's not on the same map at all. This is simply a cross-map dimensionality reduction attack. See? Our brother Tongmu is a real man. Your Xiao Xiao and the like are all weak scum. I admit that the host is really awesome. Oh. I worried for nothing. Tongmu. You are so awesome. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ward Tian. The host didn't use any superpowers. Pure physical duel. Swordsmanship. This is swordsmanship. I want to learn. Where can I learn it? Higher Martial Arts Academy? Are you stupid? Tang Mu's mental power is S level, so he must have used mental power skills. How can a cold weapon have such great damage? One cut in half. What a joke. I need several cuts to cut meat. Please explain. What kind of mental power skill is this? I know. The one that blocks blood must be a mental power barrier. A physical barrier. The one that killed the wolf should be a mental power blade, which is to condense mental power to form an invisible knife. The anchor should have attached a mental power blade to the sword, which is equivalent to increasing the sharpness several times. Little Mingxin asked. At what level can these mental power skills be learned? Everyone should go to bed without S-level mental power. Don't dream of being as awesome as the anchor. The appearance of the flying camera brought new hope to the 4 people hiding in the tree. After calling for help a few times, Xiao Xiao checked her smart brain. As an old anchor who has been broadcasting for decades, she has hundreds of fan groups under careful maintenance. Because she did not start broadcasting on time today, the fan groups on the smart brain have exploded, and a lot of fan messages have accumulated. Xiao Xiao simply looked at the latest news, and then understood the situation. There was an anchor named Tongmu, who happened to be broadcasting nearby. He heard the howling of the underground wolf, came to check the movement, and then found them. Tongmu is not an ordinary anchor, but an anchor in the superpower area. He is a with superpower. Seeing this information, Xiao Xiao eyes suddenly lit up. Superpowers? They are saved. The anchor who came is a with superpower. We are saved. Xiao Xiao shared the news with the other 3. Shan Shan was surprised. Great. Really? Can he save us? Of course he can. Xiao Xiao nodded affirmatively. It seems someone is coming. Let's check the situation first. Lao Gao looked cautious, but there was hope in his eyes. A fan sent me a link. Let's go in and take a look. Xiao Xiao shared the link of Tang Ranran live broadcast room with the 3 people, and then hurriedly entered Tang Ranran live broadcast room to understand the situation. Shan Shan, Shiro, and Lao Gao also entered Tang Ranran live broadcast room one after another. As soon as she entered, Xiao Xiao found her group in the live broadcast split screen. But they were all mosaics, and their faces could not be seen. In the barrage area, a large group of fans were concerned about her safety. But more of them were shouting Ho 666. On the main screen, a man, obviously the host Tang Mu, was holding a cold weapon in his hand and walking towards the wolf pack step by step. Danger! Xiao Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed. But to her surprise, as Tang Mu approached step by step, those ferocious, bloodthirsty, and deadly underground wolves were afraid and retreated step by step. Just like that. You advanced and I retreated more than 10 meters. Tang Mu said coldly. Get lost. A group of underground wolves just tucked their tails and fled. Hiss. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath. Too awesome. Really awesome. Great. We're saved. Superpowers are awesome. It's safe. Shall we go down? The underground wolves didn't dare to attack. And Tang Ranran was too lazy to do it. Although she hadn't learned mental power deterrence, the effect of spiritual power deterrence was the same. With a little pressure, all the underground wolves were scared away. One word, awesome. This is a high-level psychic. The beasts that are so powerful in our eyes can only run away with their tails between legs in front of the anchor. Oh my god. So cool. This Get Lost is really so cool. With just one word. The beasts were scared to run away with their tails between legs. One word. How is that possible? What we heard was Get Lost, but the anchor must have used mental power to deter. In addition, the anchor didn't kill so fiercely just now. So the wolves were scared away. Let's try with an ordinary person. What would an ordinary person do if they encounter a wild beast? Don't be timid. Look back at it boldly. And stare at it with the most ferocious eyes. Then you will die with dignity. Ha ha ha. You must kill them all. These beasts have a strong desire for revenge. If you let them go, they will find a chance to retaliate. With Tang Mu's strength. Are you afraid of those beasts? They are here to serve as food. Wrong. Not serving as food, but as fertilizer. It's just right for growing vegetables. Ha. Yes. Make fertilizer for flowers. Speaking of fertilizer for flowers, I think of welfare. In order to save people, we have wasted a lot of time. Let's get back to the topic. When will we plant vegetables? Yes. Plant vegetables and give welfare. By the way, why did the anchor come to this deep mountain forest today? Shaking the sword in his hand. All the blood was gone. Tang Ranran put the sword into the space buckle and said to the audience, Today, I came to the Dakingland Mountains mainly to collect some pure plant seeds as research materials. It's safe now. Come, let's find out if there are any pure plants around here. After confirming that the crypt wolf had run far away, Tang Ranran called back all 6 cameras and began to shoot the surrounding plants. Looking for pure plants? Are there any benefits if you find them? Damn. I'm plant blind. Haha. I've downloaded the complete list of pure plants in the Daqing Lanshan Mountains. The top students of the pure plant specialty are here. All the illiterate people. Please make way. Tanmu. At 6 o'clock. About 8 meters away. That seems to be Sufan Muxing Fudi Tang. At 6 o'clock. 8 meters away. Let's go and take a look. Tang Ranran immediately walked over. I scanned it with a smart brain. A scientific version of the identification technique was used on the plant mentioned by the netizen. And the result came out in the next second. Fudi Tang, a perennial herb, living in the Dakingland Mountains of the 3rd galaxy Sufan Mayo star. It cannot be cultivated artificially at present, and can only be found in the wild. The fruit season is from September to October every year. And the unit purification value of the fruit is between 4.57 and 5.08. Congratulations to this viewer Kan Love, who has discovered the first pure plant with sharp eyes. After the live broadcast, send me the address and receive a unit of Fudi Tung fruit. After that, Tang Ranran used his supernatural power to catalyze this vine. Supernatural power vegetable planting is the audience's favorite part. So Tang Ranran deliberately slowed down the speed. The vine, which was a little sluggish and seemed to have withered, gradually became energetic under Tang Ranran ability. The vines began to grow, and the branches and leaves began to stretch. Ha! The first winner. Hands on hips. Brag for a while. 1 unit of vine fruit is nearly 50,000. Right? Is this anchor so rich? I love the anchor planting vegetables the most. I never get tired of watching it. 666. Do you think Tang Mu started live streaming because he has no money? Don't be funny. He is a wood element. A wood element who can plant vegetables. Ah, it's the first time I see a wood element planting vegetables. It feels so magical. Xiao Xiao. Where is Xiao Xiao? Where is she? Anchor. Please give me a shot. I'm so anxious. Please benefit. Ah. It blooms. It blooms. Blooms. Result. Vine fruit. Black. Looks a bit like Kyoho grapes. But not in a bunch. But individually. According to the information, this vine fruit is sour and sweet. Eating one or two is very fresh and tender. But eating too much will make it more sour. Taking out a fresh food box, Tang Ranran began to pick the fruit. While she was picking, Xiao Xiao and her group of 4 climbed down from the tree. The 4 leaned against the tree, looked around for a while, and made sure that the surroundings were safe. Then, they started to move. Finding Tang Ranran not far away, Xiao Xiao and her group of 4 came directly towards her. As they approached, Tang Ranran stopped picking fruits after hearing the noise, and turned around with the food box in hand to look over. In reality, there is naturally no mosaic effect. After seeing each other's appearance clearly, Lao Gao and Shan Shan, 2 men, were just a little surprised, while Shiro and Xiao Xiao, 2 women, were stunned by the amazement, because Tang Ranran did not show his face. The comments were all speculations that he was ugly. Shiro and Xiao Xiao did not have any expectations at first, and came to express their thanks verbally with the mentality of I can't repay the life-saving grace, and I can only work like a cow and a horse in the next life. But seeing it with their own eyes, the 2 were immediately hit by the appearance. This face is like a sculpture made by magic. An incomparable perfect work of art. The handsomeness of masculinity and strength is full of fatal temptation for women. Tang Ranran's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! She knew the puppet's skin was nice, but she was a woman at heart. These 2 girls, don't look down on her. Tang Mu. Thank you so much. Sensing the 2's misbehavior, Shan Shan spoke up immediately with a sincere thank you. Thank you very much. Lao Gao bowed respectfully, full of gratitude. Brother Tang. It's a good thing we met you. Otherwise we would be in trouble. Shiro, who came back to her senses, smiled and thanked softly. Brother Tang. Thank you so much. You saved the 4 of us. Xiao Xiao, who reacted, immediately joined the thank you camp. Her eyes wide open while she spoke. Her eyes full of autumn water. Xiao Xiao's eyes were very beautiful. Big, with less white and more black. Like a child. Giving people a very pure and innocent feeling. Looking at each other, they were very lovable. Of course, being kind to women is limited to men. Tang Ranran just felt a little shabby. She felt that Xiao Xiao was flirting with her, but she had no evidence. Tang Ranran's expression was indifferent, and her voice was also indifferent, with a sense of indifference and alienation. It's just a little help. Don't worry about it. Feeling Tang Ranran's indifference, Xiao Xiao's smile froze. And then she pretended to be confused and introduced herself enthusiastically. I'm Xiao Xiao. This is Xiao Rou. He is Lao Gao. He is Shan Shan. We are a team. Adventure Stream Anchor. I know that your fans have explained the situation. Speaking of it, you should thank them more. Well, the fans are very worried about me, and have done a lot for me. I am very grateful to them. Can I borrow your camera and say a few words to them? Xiao Xiao was very polite. Sure. With permission, Xiao Xiao found the camera, compared it with a live broadcast screen, habitually occupied the C position, and then showed a sweet smile. But the next second, she realized that it was mosaic. With a faint smile, Xiao Xiao spoke in a sweet voice. Hello everyone. I am Xiao Xiao. I am sorry for worrying you. Thank you all today. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you. She spoke with emotion, as if she recalled the horrible things, and her tone began to become scared and sad. Today was really terrible. When I was on the tree. Fuck. Is it over yet? Just say a few words. Are you still not done? Get lost. That's right. Don't block my husband from picking fruits. Don't block the camera. I just want to see my husband. Thank you. Xiao Xiao Anchor? Anchor of the Adventure Channel? I go and take a look. This Xiao Xiao is using my brother Tang Mu's traffic. Shameless. Look carefully. Our Xiao Xiao team has 500 million fans. Your Tang Mu only has 300 million fans. Who is using whom? Can you compare? Our Tang Mu is only broadcasting for the third time. How about you, Xiao Xiao? You are all veteran anchors for more than 10 years. After more than 10 years, you only have 500 million fans. And you still have the nerve to shout. Hee hee. You crying little white flower. You can only deceive stupid men. Don't shoot the map cannon and accidentally hurt friendly forces. I'm a man. What's the point of being small and soft? I just like to watch the main plant. I'm also a man. I don't like this either. I just like to watch the main plant. That's right. Don't delay Tang Mu from picking fruits. We have to change places after picking. And continue to look for pure plants. Ah. Wait. Welfare. Women. Get out of the way. Don't block me from finding pure plants. Wait. The mosaic covering the face is a special effect. So the anchor is not wearing a mask? Damn it. Damn it. That little bitch got a bargain. She saw my husband's gorgeous face. The baby is so angry. The kind that is hard to coax. Little anchor. Let me ask you. What does Tang Mu look like? Is he handsome? I have seen Tang Mu from a passerby's perspective. At that time, Tang Mu was planting red water spirit fruit for the government on Bakey Star. He is super handsome in person. Really? If I lie to you, I will be poor forever. But probably for privacy protection. The video was later removed by the official. No pictures. No truth. So disappointed. Don't dare to show your face. It must be ugly. Xiao Xiao. Don't be afraid of him. Just tell me honestly. Is Tang Mu ugly? After that, we will leave. Who wants to stay here? Everyone. Please stop arguing. Xiao Xiao apologized sincerely with a little grievance. Fans of Brother Tang. I'm sorry for making you feel unhappy. I say a few more words in the end. My relatives who support me. See you in the live broadcast room. Also, Tang Mu anchor. Xiao Xiao paused, looked at Tang Ran Ran, and continued with a shy look. Super handsome. After that, Xiao Xiao took a step back, exited the C position of the live broadcast screen, and then took out his live broadcast equipment. Before starting the live broadcast, Xiao Xiao was still polite and well-behaved, and asked Tang Ran Ran, Brother Tang, can I start a live broadcast here? Whatever. But if you take a photo of me, please set it so that my face is not shown. Thank you. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Tang Ran Ran did not want to be exposed to the public. Okay. Don't worry. I will pay attention. Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly, and then started her own live broadcast. Originally, I wanted to go to Xiao Xiao to see what Brother Tang Mu looked like. But I was disappointed. I support Tang Mu. After all, he is a wood type. So it is better not to show his face. Just think about it. If Tang Mu showed his face, everyone would know what he looked like. So one day when he was shopping, suddenly several people rushed over, crying and begging him to help grow a pure plant to save his life? What should I do? It is really difficult. Save it. And more people will follow suit. But if I don't save him, I'm afraid I'll be scolded to death by the saintly bitches. Just like the stars. They won't be able to go shopping freely in the future. Yes. It's better not to show your face. Another wood element. The big planter Ludafa never covers his face. But he himself said that whenever he appears in public, someone will grab him as a life-saving straw and ask him for pure plants. Which makes him very distressed. He dare not leave his own planting planet. Xiao Xiao started the live broadcast. In Tang Ran Ran live broadcast room, all the Xiao Xiao fans left. However, these Xiao Xiao die-hard fans were honest. They left a large wave of rewards before leaving, fulfilling their promise of a large reward for saving people. Although she was not short of money, Tang Ran Ran was still very happy to receive a large wave of rewards. There were a lot of fruits on the vine, and Tang Ran Ran continued to pick them. Although Xiao Xiao wanted to share the screen with Tang Ran Ran, she was scolded by Tang fans for stealing traffic. In order to maintain her image, she stepped back a distance and started the live broadcast. Xiao Xiao and the other four first reported safety to the fans in the live broadcast room, and then went to the pile of bones that had been gnawed into dregs to mourn. Under the questioning of the fans, the four of them told their experiences one by one, and successfully received a lot of comforting rewards. After properly packing up Ajia's remains, the four of them discussed for a few words, and finally set their sights on Tang Ran Ran. Xiao Xiao and Shiro fought in front, followed by two men, and the four of them walked towards Tang Ran Ran again. Here they come again. So annoying. Can you let the anchor plant vegetables quietly? I told you. Women are troublesome and will affect the anchor's planting speed. If I guess correctly, they will definitely ask the anchor for help. Hey, I open to live broadcasts. I know everything. They lost 3 people and want the anchor to help find them. Lost? I'm afraid they are dead. They want my husband Tongmu to be a free bodyguard. How shameless. Not only are they dead, I'm afraid there is nothing left. We are all citizens of the empire in the deep mountains and forests. And we should help each other. Anyway, the anchor is so powerful. So help them. Xiao team is pretty miserable. They have encountered it. So what's wrong with helping them? It's not hard. Virgin Mary, that person is so pitiful. I want to help him. Virgin Mary bitch, that person is so pitiful. You guys go help him. Our brother Tongmu owes her? Why should we help them? Don't do that. After all, Xiao fans have given the anchor so many rewards. What's wrong with helping? Of course. If there is danger, don't take risks. Protect yourself. With Tongmu's fighting power? Danger? It's so funny. With just those 2 moves, he can walk sideways in this Dakingland Mountains. We, the D people, don't worry about the anchor. The big S. I support saving people. Before anyone else spoke, the netizens in the live broadcast room had already quarreled. Tang Ranran had a slight headache and continued to pick fruits. The 4 people headed by Xiao had already arrived beside her. Brother Tang, let us help you. Without saying anything, the 4 people joined the ranks of picking fruits. Thank you, Tang Ranran said politely. Tang Ranran has 6 cameras. Xiao uses 3. With 9 cameras, the 5 people's every move is very clear. With the supervision of netizens in the live broadcast room, Xiao and the other 4 are envious. But they dare not tamper with the fruit in public. If you are too kind, you are either a traitor or a thief. Everyone, watch out. Something strange is coming. Help first and then ask the anchor for help. It's all a routine. Why are you so resentful? Isn't it just a favor? It's not a difficult task for the anchor. I have a guess. Those who don't let the anchor help are all women. Right? Don't make gender attacks. That Xiao and Xiao are bitches. The anchor must not fall for them. For the anchor, this is clearly a romantic encounter. A good thing. Men understand men. Hee. This favor must be helped. The barrage area is still noisy. There are 4 more laborers on the scene. And the fruit is soon picked. Brother Tang, can you please help us? After finishing the work, as expected by netizens, Xiao spoke, staring at Tang Ranran with a look of admiration, as if he were looking at a savior. Brother Tang, the relevant departments do not agree to rescue. Only you can help us. Xiao was the same, looking at Tang Ranran as if she was looking at the only life-saving straw. Tang Ranran did not agree. Nor did he refuse, but looked as if he was considering, and asked, "Tell me what happened first." It's like this. The 4 of them talked one after another. When Tang Ranran was picking fruits, he actually heard a few times and roughly knew Xiao and his group camped in the mountains at night. Before dawn, when the stars were dim and the sun had not risen, they were attacked by a cave wolf. And then they fled all the way, and finally met her and were saved. The 4 people's narration was more detailed. The day before the attack, they found a cave wolf's den. It was probably out hunting, and the den was empty. They meant to avoid it, but the 2 mercenary bodyguards insisted on going in to take a look. In the end, the 6 of them stayed outside, and the 2 mercenary bodyguards went in. After they came out, the 2 said they didn't find anything, so they didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, they attracted hatred and were attacked by the cave wolf at dawn. At that time, the 2 mercenary bodyguards were the last, and the other days was separated from them during the escape. They have not received any messages from the 3 people, and they don't know what they are doing now. They don't want to abandon their companions, but their own martial arts value is not enough. And they are worried about being retaliated by the unicorn cave rat wolf. So they want to ask Tang Ranran for help to find someone together. For a wealthy planet like Su Fengmao, the star network signal almost covers the entire planet. Losing communication is definitely a bad omen. The 2 mercenary bodyguards and Days are probably dead. Tang Ranran estimated that the so-called looking for people is more like picking up corpses. After all, a space deduction is several million. Tang Ranran keenly caught the abnormality. Why did the two mercenary bodyguards insist on going to the den of the crypt wolves to take a look? Tang Ranran asked a few more questions, and then confirmed that there must be something wrong. When entering the Dakingland Mountains for exploration, Xiao Xiao and his group had done enough strategy. So they also knew that the crypt wolves were vengeful, and didn't want to provoke them. But the two mercenaries insisted on going in to take a look, which was very suspicious. Yesterday, we were live streaming, and fans also said that their attitude was very strange. They were all guessing whether there was any treasure in the den. But later when they came out, they looked normal, and they didn't look like they had found a treasure. So we didn't think much about it. I didn't expect. I suspect they took something. So they were retaliated by the wolf pack. We were implicated by them. Ajia died too unjustly. The four of them were angry. And there was no lack of blame. Help or not? This is a question. After clarifying the cause and effect, Tang Ranran democratically launched a paid vote. Help or don't help. 1-star coin to participate in the vote. Each person can only vote one. Limited to 2 minutes. As soon as the vote was launched, a large number of small fans immediately poured into Tang Ranran live broadcast room. It goes without saying that all of them voted help. Personal suggestion. No limit on the number of votes. 1-star coin? Who are you looking down on? I want to vote 10,000 times. Help +1. I'm curious. Why did the two mercenaries go into the dungeon? There must be treasures. The anchor will take us to see it. I want to go to the dungeon wolf's lair to take a look. Hey. The anchor grows vegetables and makes delicious food. Not an adventure anchor. This has become an adventure channel. Curiosity +1. Curious to the point of being tickled. During the voting period, netizens were all shouting. Most of them just wanted to see the fun and explore the underground wolf's lair. In the end, the helpers crushed the non-helpers by 4 times. Since everyone wants to help, let's do it. Tang Ranran followed the public opinion and agreed to the help of Xiao Xiao and the other 4. And then made a request. I can go with you to find someone, but you have to give me the location of the underground wolf's lair. And if there are pure plants along the way. I need some time to collect seeds. Okay. No problem. Thank you so much. Xiao Xiao hurriedly thanked them. Then searched the records, and said Tang Ranran the location of their location outside the underground yesterday. We have opened an address interconnection group. And the 3 of them still have signals in their smart brains, which can locate their location. The location of Days is shown to be in the southwest, about 2 kilometers away. Then let's go! After determining the direction, the group set off, limited by the level of mental power. Xiao Xiao also used a flying camera, but the maximum range was only 100 meters, while Tang Ranran could control the flying camera to search within 1,000 meters. Tang Ranran deployed 4 cameras. 1 flew to the front as a pioneer, and the other 3 were on the periphery, acting as surveillance to ensure the safety of the environment. The camera in the live broadcast room followed Tang Ranran, but she could see all the surrounding conditions and the situation in the front. Although there are many pure plant species in the Dakingland Mountains, they are not so easy to find. After walking a long way, 2 more foodie vines were found. As the distance to the location was getting closer and closer, Tang Ranran could already smell the bloody smell blowing in the wind. Comparing with the location of the intelligent brain, he searched in this area, and soon, Lao Gao found Days under the bushes. To be precise, there were a few pieces of rags, a few bones, and blood all over the ground. Days? Ah! Woo woo woo. Days? There are ferocious beasts in the wild. We ordinary people, we should not run around no matter what. It's so bloody. I guessed right. It must be dead. TSK. Dangerous. Dangerous. This fact tells us that ordinary people don't try to get killed. Exploration or something. At least you need to have the strength of Tang Mu. Tang Mu anchor strength. Forget it. Go to bed. Xiao Xiao anchor. Can you see it? I just want to ask. Don't you have guns? Don't you have any weapons? Those with guns. Look. There are bullet marks. The wolf is very cunning. It pounced from behind. And it's useless to have a gun. Guns are just weapons. They can't make ordinary people become masters. Xiao Xiao and the other 4 were crying and looking for the intelligent brain beside the skeleton. Tang Ranran was very considerate and didn't disturb them. She walked around by herself. And then a netizen spotted the second pure plant with sharp eyes. The bush was languishing, withered and yellowed, as if it was dying of water shortage and drought, with only a few leaves on the top of the branches lingering. Tang Ranran could only admire the netizens, who could still recognize it even in this state. The analysis result of the intelligent brain only dared to give a 50% suspected result. This plant is going to die. So let's use a wave of supernatural powers to rescue it first. Under the with supernatural power, the bush immediately became mentally strong, and soon it became lush and leafy. The intelligent brain scanned again, and got a result of 99% probability. Small leaf green pointed fruit tree, deciduous shrub, living in the Dakingland Mountains of the third galaxy Sifeng-Mayo star. Currently cannot be cultivated artificially. Can only be found in the wild. July to August every year is the fruit season. The unit purification value of the fruit is between 3.89 and 4.12. After confirming that it is a pure plant, Tang Ranran usually gives a small leaf green pointed fruit to the netizen who first discovered it, and then catalyzes, flowering, fruiting. The fruit is a grain, and looks like wolfberry, but it is green. The information says that this thing is not delicious. Tang Ranran controlled his superpowers, and only catalyzed less than 2 units of fruit. By the time she had finished collecting, the 4 Xiao people had also finished their grief, and had properly stored Dazai's bones. Continued to find the 2 mercenaries. The 2 mercenaries showed 2 locations. One fixed near the camp where they camped at night, and the other, which seemed a bit weird, was moving. Is he still alive? I don't think it's possible. Maybe the intelligent brain was eaten, and is in the wolf's stomach. No way. Even if it's a beast, it's not so stupid. Right? The intelligent brain is made of metal. Could it be that the underground wolf was full, and then they carried the corpse to find a place to hide? I am more inclined to believe that only one hand was eaten, with the hand of the intelligent brain, and then the wolf ran away. Netizens were full of imagination and speculation. According to the fixed location, the group soon arrived at the campsite where Xiao and his group had camped before. The camp was in a mess. The 2 mercenaries obviously violated the ban, and used weapons such as bombs. The scene was in ruins, and the environment was destroyed. After searching among the rubble and broken wood, a sharp-eyed netizen found the broken intelligent brain that was pressed by the rubble through the camera. Next, everyone, including netizens, will look for the space buckle together. The 2 mercenaries each have a space buckle, and as for what is in their space buckles, it is unknown. After searching for a quarter of an hour, they still couldn't find it. Tang Ranran unilaterally announced that it was over and stopped looking. Continuing, the last location that was originally in motion is now in a static state, and after comparing the map, the 4 Xiaos confirmed that the location was the underground wolf den they found yesterday. Are you going to rob the house? To be more precise, raid the house. Go! Super excited. Host 666. I am so excited when I think that the host is going to the wolf pack's lair. Tang Mu's husband is super handsome. Are you going to use a sword again this time? How about a supernatural move? I want to see the supernatural move of the wood system. Tang Ranran is going to the underground wolf's lair, and the audience is howling with excitement. Tang Ranran was going to the den of the underground wolves. Xiao and the other 4 were reluctant to go. 2 of their companions had died. The brutality of the underground wolves left a huge shadow in their hearts. The 4 knew that Tang Mu was very powerful. But no matter how powerful he was still alone, facing the attack of a group of wolves. Tang Mu, a superpower, would definitely be fine. But if they were attacked, Tang Mu might not be able to save them in time. So after a brief discussion, the 4 decided to part ways with Tang Ranran. Before they separated, Xiao and Xiao Ro, 2 girls, proposed to add Tang Ranran contact number, but were ruthlessly rejected by her. After confirming that they were not going to the den of the underground wolves, Tang Ranran, who had the positioning coordinates in his hand, left simply, saying, goodbye. Then he jumped up with a chic movement, stepped on the tree trunk, and after a few jumps, Tang Ranran disappeared into the tree canopy. After watching Tang Ranran disappear, Xiao put away the disappointment on his face, showed a forced smile, and said to the camera, dear friends, too many things happened today. Now we have to go out. I have to use the camera to detect the environment, so I won't broadcast live. I hope everyone understands. I will report my safety to everyone after leaving here and returning to the city. I really thank you all today. If it weren't for you, Tang Mu Anchor would not necessarily come to check the situation. I can't imagine what we would encounter. I am really grateful. He sincerely thanked the fans. And after receiving a large wave of rewards, Xiao Xiao ended the live broadcast. Outside the camera, Lao Gao and Shan, the two men, had cleared a flat area. Xiao ran over there after ending the live broadcast and released a hover car on the open space. This area is still dozens of kilometers away from the non-restricted area. The four people didn't plan to walk out at all, although there is a ban. In the face of life, of course, it is more important to return to the city alive. The hover car is in place and enters the startup state, ready to be deployed at any time. However, the four of them were not in a hurry to leave. 3 cameras were used for reconnaissance, and 2 men were responsible for keeping watch and paying attention to the safety of the environment. Xiao Xiao and Shiro once again began to look for the mercenaries' relics, trying to find the location of the space buckle. The 4 of them were almost certain that the 2 mercenaries who were traveling with them must have taken something from the wolf pack's dungeon. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, Tang Ranran stepped on the branches and moved forward quickly on the tree with Qigong. No drag. It's just that fast. Holographic experience. I feel like I'm flying. Roar. Charge. Sure enough, women only affect speed. Let's go. Raid the wolf pack's hometown. I'm so nervous and excited now. La la la. La la la. Let's go treasure hunting together. Host. Slow down. It's too fast. I can't see the plants clearly. I have a question. Don't the 4 of Xiao Xiao, the host, worry about their own safety? They didn't follow the host? Didn't you see the field just now? It was blown flat, so it would be no problem to park a small hovercraft. I saw that Xiao Xiao has already gone off the air. I suspect they are going to drive the hovercraft away from here. Be more confident. Remove the word doubt. With just 4 weaklings like them, can they walk out alive without a hovercraft? Isn't it forbidden to use a hovercraft in the 2nd level protected area? Hee. I'm going to report it. Don't be mean. Reporting is shameful. That's right. It's not easy for the girl either. Do you have to make a big deal out of it? As netizens were joking along, Tang Ranran soon reached the top of the positioning coordinates. And at this time, she had made an unexpected discovery. As she approached the wolf's den, Tang Ranran keenly felt the spiritual energy. The closer she got, the denser the spiritual energy. Of course, this dense is relative. In fact, it's just a little bit. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is definitely a place with a lack of spiritual energy that is ignored by the dog. In this world, the presence of spiritual energy means that there are pure plants with high purification values around. Combining various signs, Tang Ranran suspected that the pure plants with high purification values were in the lair of the unicorn burrow rat wolf. Operating 2 cameras, Tang Ranran used technological means to investigate. I checked Xiao Xiao live broadcast yesterday. The wolf pack's lair is under a big rock. I saw it too. That one. The biggest one. Hurry. Go and have a look. There is strength in numbers. Look. The netizens watching the split screen even pointed out the hole. The camera flew down, and Tang Ranran saw a huge rock as big as 2 elephants. There was an oval cave about half a meter in size at the bottom of the rock. It was a bit small and looked like a dog hole. Tang Ranran turned on the night camera mode and flew in with the camera. Entering the dog hole, it was a very narrow passage, only 1 meter high at most. If a person went in, he could only hunch forward. It was about 4 meters long. After passing this passage, it suddenly became clear. It was a large cave of 40 to 50 square meters and 4 to 5 meters high. As the camera entered, it could be clearly seen that dozens of underground wolves were resting in it. The wolves obviously also discovered the camera, a foreign object, and rushed over with a low roar. Tang Ranran immediately raised the height and hid the camera at the top of the cave. The group of wolves below jumped up and down, but they couldn't reach it, so they could only dig the ground and roar in frustration. Tang Ranran controlled the camera and looked around the cave. In addition to the entrance passage, this main cave, there were 2 other cave entrances, which were obviously passages. It was a standard cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Netizens were excited to find the wolf cave. Do you want to go in? I think the wolves in the cave are not the problem. The problem is the dog hole. Does the anchor want to climb the dog hole? I am looking forward to it for some reason. How to keep a cool posture through the dog hole. This is a problem. I just want to know. Will the anchor go in? This wolf's den is obvious at a glance. There is no treasure. So it is better not to go in? Let's guess. Will the anchor go in? Since I'm here, I have to go in and take a look. Tang Ranran jumped down from the tree, walked a few more steps, and arrived at the dog hole under the boulder. Although there were no plants in the cave, Tang Ranran could confirm that the spiritual energy emanating from the cave entrance was more concentrated when he stood at the entrance of the cave. Could it be grown underground? Or has it been taken away by the two mercenaries first, and they were retaliated by the cave wolves because they robbed the treasure of the wolf pack? Forget it. Don't think about it. Just go in and take a look and you will know. As for how to get in front of hundreds of millions of netizens, Tang Ranran still has to save face. So go ahead and dig the vines. A piece of dry old vine appeared in his hand, and Tang Ranran casually threw it on the soil beside the dog hole, and then began to use the wood power to stimulate. The dry branch, which was only about 30 centimeters long, was inserted into the ground. Under the nourishment of the wood-type supernatural power, the dead tree came back to life and grew rapidly like bamboo shoots after rain. The interstellar world is vast, with countless planets, and naturally breeds countless species, and the plants are particularly rich. Tang Ranran, who grows vegetables every day, has selected many plants for special purposes, such as this digging vine, which can be used as a shield machine under the catalysis of the wood-type supernatural power. Originally just a piece of dry branch, under Tang Ranran's supernatural power, it was inflated in less than 5 minutes. Thick vines, like countless tentacles, swarmed in from the entrance of the cave, as the vines spread into the cave. Soon, in the split-screen picture shot by the camera in the cave, vines rushed out from the narrow passage and drilled into the wolf pack's lair. The wolves were frightened and roared and warned the vines. As more and more vines poured into the cave, the leader wolf roared, and a group of cave wolves pounced on it and started biting the vines, trying to stop the invasion of this foreign object. The wolves had no power to resist Tang Ranran's ability. In less than 3 minutes, most of the cave had been occupied by thick vines. Probably realizing that they could not defeat the enemy and could not keep their territory, the leader wolf angrily and unwillingly issued an order to evacuate, and a group of cave wolves fled from the other two passages with their tails between their legs. Host 666. This is the wood power. Wood power. What kind of plant is this? It looks so powerful. It's not the plant that's powerful, but the host. I don't quite understand. What's the point of scaring the wolves away? I just want to see the host crawl through a dog hole. I also want the wood power. I found out that this is the hot forest digging vine from Chuan Anmen Star, a common plant that can grow rapidly after rain and grow to 100 or even 1,000 times its size. I don't quite understand what the host is doing. From my sharp eyes, there is nothing in the wolf pack's lair. It's so boring. Let's hurry up and find pure plants. I suspect that the treasure was taken away by the two mercenary bodyguards of the little host. Isn't the location here? Will the mercenary's space buckle be in the cave? According to me, the space buckle is in the wolf's belly. Now that the wolves have all run away, I'm afraid there's no hope. Oh, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have separated from the little host and the others, and I would still know where the location is. You're overthinking. Other people's space buckles must be handed in if you pick them up. The wolves had all run away, and Tang Ranran had a wave of artificial expansion. The vines of the digging vines were entangled together, and they expanded rapidly as if they were soaked in water. And the originally narrow dog hole passage was expanded by it. The diameter of the entangled vines was close to 2 meters. And Tang Ranran stopped. Okay. The size is enough. Next. Just a little fire. Tang Ranran took out an interstellar lighter and lit it at the root of the vine that had grown into a large mass. The fire burned the digging vines, and they began to tremble immediately, and their size shrank at an extremely fast speed. Tang Ranran also gave a safety education lesson. Here is a word of caution. If you set a mountain on fire, you will be sentenced to life imprisonment. When you use fire in the wild, you must pay attention to safety. Is this okay? So the host used digging vines to dig the dog hole bigger? Digging holes with superpowers is so high-end. Why use superpowers when you can solve it with a shovel? Isn't it a waste? I have a question. Is the wood system a perpetual motion machine? Grow vegetables. Eat the pure fruits and vegetables you grow when your mental power is disordered. And then continue to grow vegetables. Repeat the cycle. And your mental power will never be disordered? You think too much. There are restrictions on growing vegetables with the wood system. The higher the purification value, the harder it is to grow. Most pure plants are difficult to grow. For example, the S-level host. The purification value must be at least 20 to quell the mental power riot. Assuming that mental power has a specific value. Let's assume that it takes 10 points of mental power to plant a unit of fruit and vegetables with a purification value of 20. So the host can only recover 5 points of mental power at most after eating this unit of purification value 20. Forget about the idea of mental power being able to move forever. Who said that mental power can't be able to move forever? Therapists. Therapists can do it. Nonsense. Even the therapist can't do it. Too frequent treatment in a short period of time will affect the treatment effect. Therefore, although the therapist's mental power is stronger than other psychics, it is impossible to last infinitely. It's so funny. You ordinary people are discussing psychics? That's right. I only care about what's in front of me. This plant is so strange. It can be big or small. Just like a balloon. It's fun. As an ordinary person, if I raise it, can I keep it alive? Can it be kept alive? Although it is an ordinary plant, it requires an ambient temperature of more than 40 degrees. The data says that the digging vine in the hot forest of Sichuan-Anmen Star is particularly afraid of fire, because there are forest fires all year round in that area. So when it encounters sparks, the digging vine will shrink and pretend to be dead. It gets bigger when watered, and gets smaller when ignited. Is it so magical? Relying on the small flame of the lighter, it burned for 5 minutes, and the huge digging vine shrank to its initial state. That dry twig of more than 30 centimeters. Tang Ranran put it back into the space buckle. Okay, let's go in. The dog hole, which was originally half a meter in size, has been stretched to a diameter of nearly 2 meters. And the height is also the same. There is no need to lower your head at all. Tang Ranran walks in it, and it is particularly spacious. Although it has become taller and bigger, it is still a dog hole in essence. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, it is still a dog hole. Everyone come and see. The wood-type superpower has drilled a dog hole. What a bullshit dog hole. This is a passage. I don't care. Tang Mu husband is handsome no matter what he does. Super handsome. The anchor may be disappointed. My fire eyes have scanned it. And there is nothing in the cave. Through the passage, Tang Ranran quickly arrived at the cave. A fishy smell immediately hit her nose. She quickly blocked her sense of smell with her spiritual power. Tang Ranran was sure that the source of spiritual energy was underground. Half kneeling and squatting, with one hand on the ground, Tang Ranran released her spiritual consciousness and began to explore. It's a spiritual plant. That is, a pure plant with a purification value of more than 30. However, it is obvious that it has been pulled out by someone. These pure plants only have a few roots and stems left underground. Tang Ranran cultivation was low, and the range of his spiritual sense was limited to about 30 meters. After looking around underground, he found that there was nothing else except the remaining roots. It was pure fantasy to think of spiritual stones underground. Tang Ranran can grow pure plants with a purification value of more than 30. But she is low-key and cannot grow high-quality pure plants during the live broadcast. So she chooses to dig the soil. Tang Ranran started digging the soil. The audience in the live broadcast room shouted in surprise. Shock! Is this what it means to be so poor that you have to eat dirt? Is there something good underneath? Host. What are you doing? Digging for treasures? Looking forward to it. Is this the legendary plucking feathers from a passing goose? Host even doesn't let go of the dirt. Tang Ranran started to explain. Although I didn't find anything, I can feel the scent of pure plants with high purification values. I'm sure there were pure plants with high purification values here. Either the burrow wolf ate them, or someone else got there first. Are there seeds in the soil? Host. You are a wood type. Just plant them directly. Grow vegetables. Grow vegetables. Grow vegetables. I want to see growing vegetables too. One-horned burrow rat wolf. I can't find any relevant records saying that pure plants with high purification values were found in their burrows. Host. Could you be mistaken? Ha ha. No relevant records. If it were you, and you found such a pure plant growth point with high purification value, would you come here to pick it at a fixed time every year? Or would you post it to advertise it? Wow. Did the anchor reveal a way to make money? People, think about that Ajia and Days in the small team. This way of making money. If you don't have the force value, don't even think about it. It's as real as it is. The anchor is not sure yet, fearing that someone would follow suit and then die in the mouth of the cave wolf. Tang Ranran sincerely advised. I'm not sure if there are seeds in the soil. I just dug some and took them back for research. However, the environment of this cave, based on my experience, is not suitable for the growth of pure plants. It is more likely that the cave wolves picked pure food outside and brought it back to the nest for storage. It's so dark in the cave. I also don't think there can be pure plants. I think what the anchor said makes sense. It is more likely that the cave wolf picked it outside and brought it back. A large amount of research data shows that not only as humans, but also Zerg, aliens, alien beasts, and ordinary wild beasts like to eat pure plants. We have to fight not only people, but also livestock for pure fruits in the wild. It's too difficult. So, the wolves worked hard to pick pure fruits and store them at home. But they were stolen by 2 mercenaries. So the wolves attacked in revenge. And then, they had the bad luck to meet the anchor? The wolves are victims. Isn't there anyone who speaks up for the crypt wolves? Speak up for the crypt wolves? I suspect that an alien with wolf genes has infiltrated my empire. I say one thing for Ajia and Days, sympathize with the wolves. Wolf? Did we not die miserably enough? Found an idiot. Ha ha ha. Host. My curiosity has been aroused. I strongly request a follow-up. The follow-up of soil research. Please announce it later. Please. I want a follow-up too. Add one for the follow-up. As for the follow-up, I will tell you after I have done the research. After digging a large piece of soil with roots and rhizomes and putting it into the space buckle, Tang Ranran changed the subject. Now let's look for the positioning intelligent brain and see if we can find it. 2 cameras followed him, and the other 4 cameras filmed everywhere in the cave. The audience was distracted at once, and they carefully searched the live broadcast screen. There are bones. So many bones. Ah! There are human bones. Human bones. The part of touching the corpse feels like playing a game. Is there a possibility that the intelligent brain positioning and the space buckle are in the wolf's stomach? Is there a possibility that the space buckle hides the pure food collected by the underground wolf? So the space buckle also exudes the smell of pure food? So it went into the wolf's stomach. Too careless. The anchor should not be separated from the little anchor. Why bring that group of burdens? When they separated, they should have joined their group and checked the location. Mistake? Are you thinking too much? Even if the space buckle is found, it is not the anchor's. If you pick up someone else's relics, you have to turn them in, under the watchful eyes of the public. Even if the anchor finds it, he can only turn it in to the relevant department. Huh? Will the 4 little people who left the live broadcast still be looking for the space buckle? It's possible. After searching in the underground for 5 minutes, Tang Ranran didn't find the space buckle. So he simply gave up and ended this exploration of the underground wolf's lair. After leaving the cave, Tang Ranran returned to the main topic of the day, looking for pure plants. Walk around, look around, and take photos with the camera. The netizens were looking for plants as if they were on an adventure. In this open secondary protected area, the number and variety of pure plants are really not many. Tang Ranran estimated that the places with more pure plants are those closed areas and have been fenced off long ago. After wandering for more than an hour, even though the netizens had sharp eyes, they only found 13 pure plants in total, and all of them had a purification value of less than 10. Anyway, it was still early, and Tang Ranran continued to go deeper. The audience in the live broadcast room became more and more excited. It's so dark. It's a bit hard to see. Ah! Spider. A spider as big as a hand. There's a snake over there. Green. Looks so poisonous. Did you see it? There's a nest of insects on that tree with big leaves, twisting and turning. Can't they be blood-sucking insects? Woo! Woo! So scary. The most dangerous thing in the deep mountains is not the beast, but the poisonous insect. Brother Tonmu, let's go back. It's too scary here. No wonder pure plants are expensive. With this growth environment, picking them is a life-threatening thing, even with an annual salary of tens of millions. I don't want to go. I'm a little scared and dare not look. I saw it. It was a four-winged red-mouthed bee that flashed by just now. It's extremely poisonous. A bite will kill you. I'm a little worried about the anchor. Don't worry. Tang Mu has opened a mental barrier. So it's very safe. By the way, isn't Tang Mu a food anchor? Is he going to switch to the Adventure Channel? Ah. Be careful. Snake. Silly snake. It actually wants to bite the anchor. Is it broken? Ha ha ha. The wild beasts in the mountains are all scum to Tang Ranran. But the deeper you go into the mountains, the taller the trees are, the mottled shadows of the trees, the scarcer the light on the ground, and the more snakes, insects and poisonous beasts there are. In the deep mountains and old forests, the most dangerous things are these small poisonous creatures. But it doesn't matter. She is indestructible. Comparable to a tortoise shell. The ground became more and more muddy and difficult to move forward. So Tang Ranran simply jumped onto the ground and began to move forward between the branches. As she went deeper, she felt that there was spiritual energy, but it was extremely thin. Sensing the spiritual energy, Tang Ranran went to the place with dense spiritual energy, leaping on the branches nimbly, and went deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, the intelligent brain beeped a warning. An announcement. Just like when you cross provinces, you will receive a message like XX province welcomes you. Tang Ranran received a notice warning. The front is a special protection zone. Ordinary citizens are not allowed to enter. Special protection zone? Tang Ranran quickly pulled out the map and gave himself a precise location. Then he took a look. And it was true. About 50 meters ahead, there was a large red area that prohibited entry. Wow! It's Tianning Green Valley. One of the 10 special protection areas on Sifan Mayo's star. Tianning Green Valley? Oh my god! Is it true? Host, please take some aerial photos for us. Ignorant fools. The special protection area is monitored by satellites that detect and strike the sky and prevent intrusion. Once a signal device is found to have entered without permission, it will be directly destroyed. The special protection area has star monitoring. Really? You can't go in. Even if you want to enter, turn off the signal first. Danger! 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 We have received a warning, which means we are very close. Host, you should retreat quickly to avoid being injured by mistake. There are a lot of pure food in Tianning Green Valley. Right? I remember there is a Qinglong string of beads with a purification value of 35, which is only auctioned during the fruit season every year. 50 to 60 million per unit. Why? Why can't we enter the special protection zone? The planet doesn't belong to the government. The so-called special protection zone. Do you think it is to protect pure plants? Wrong. It is to protect us. If the special protection zone is open, there will definitely be a corpse every 3 steps. There are special forces that specialize in picking pure plants in the special protection zone. And the death rate is as high as the pioneering forces of Freedom Star. Is it true? So scary. Really? I have a relative who is in the special forces. They only have one mission, which is to enter the protection zone to pick pure plant fruits. He said that on his first mission, half of the whole team returned, and he didn't come back on the second mission. Oh my god! Isn't our Sifan Mayo planet an administrative planet? How can there be such a dangerous place? Will a strange bee suddenly come out of such a place and attack the city? No wonder the pure food in Tianning Green Valley is so expensive. It is literally bought with life. You think too much. The protected areas are left because of the pure plants and pure beasts. There are only wild beasts in them. If there are any killing power that reaches the level of strange beasts, they will definitely be eliminated no matter what the cost. The dangerous thing is the poison and poisonous species in it. I checked. According to the information on the Star Network, there are a total of 89 kinds of pure food found in Tianning Green Valley, 49 of which have a purification value of more than 10, 18 of which have a purification value of more than 20, 7 of which have a purification value of more than 30, 3 of which have a purification value of more than 40. And there is also a Qingtan water lotus seed with a purification value of 56. Qingtan water lotus seed. I have seen it. 5 years ago, Diabei auctioned a unit, and it was bought by someone for 7.8 billion. There are so many pure plants. I really want to go in and take a look. Hey, I'm curious. I'm really curious. I want to go and take a look too. I'm curious too. But, forget it. Looking at these comments, Tang Ranran echoed. To be honest, I'm curious too. Tang Ranran is not interested in high-quality pure plants, but she suspects that there are spiritual stones under the Chintan water lotus seeds. Anchor. I support you to sneak in. No. Brother Tanmu. Don't break the law. Don't encourage the anchor. Don't go in. You can't go in now. You will be attacked by the star satellite. Even if you are really curious, wait until the live broadcast is turned off before going in. Be a good person and live a long life. Don't worry. I'm a law-abiding citizen. If we don't go in, we just look around. Tang Ranran is not stupid. Of course, she can't do anything illegal while live streaming. But after the live streaming, when it's dark and windy, well, in 2 days, when she charges the battery and it's full, she come to find the spiritual vein. Comparing the map, Tang Ranran took a group of viewers to look at the edge of Tianyin Green Valley. After the initial curiosity passed, the audience was a little bored. There were only trees. All towering trees. A morning passed like this. Tang Ranran felt that the outdoor adventure should be over. And then it was time to get down to business. Today's search for pure plants is almost over. It's time to go back. Because there is a distance. I have to speed up. If the audience in the holographic experience mode feel uncomfortable, remember to switch to the normal viewing mode. Tang Ranran greeted the audience in advance and then started to move. Jumping between the branches. Tang Ranran's speed was as fast as a flash. 6 cameras pulled the flying power, so that he could barely keep up and not be thrown off. With rich experience in watching live broadcasts, Tang Ranran had a good idea in his mind. For an S-level psychic, this speed was not exaggerated at all. The live broadcast screen changed rapidly. Damn! I'm dizzy. A little dizzy. No deceleration. No deceleration. Too fast. I'm in normal mode. To be honest, the camera is too fast. I'm a little dizzy too. Feeling like flying. Flying freely. Today I finally understand what a man like the wind is. I'm throwing up. I'm carsick. Anchor. Please slow down. If it doesn't work, just black out the screen. It's too fast. The camera is really too fast. I can't stand it. This speed? Is it about 100 yards? If you don't understand, ask, how did you do this? Did you use a small aircraft? I paused it. And I can confirm that the anchor didn't use an aircraft. He just flew. Question, can a person's speed be so fast? Yes. The water type S level next door can also do it. The skill of floating on water is really fast. Faster than the anchors. Damn. Are all S-Class cars so awesome? That's right. Let's not talk about S-Class cars. C-Class cars are awesome. The car is going too fast. Too fast. We're not in a hurry. Please slow down. Anchor. I decided to give my eyes a rest and come back in 5 minutes. At a very fast speed. It only took half an hour for Tang Ranran to exit the Dakinglan Mountains and return to the ordinary suburbs. After comparing the map and confirming that this was an ordinary suburb, Tang Ranran found a flat place and released his newly purchased large RV. What a big car! I told you. The host is not short of money. This car is really suitable for camping. Oh my god! How much does such a big car with a space buckle that can be carried around cost? I found the same model online. 498 million. I am a poor man. And I gave a reward to a rich man? If it weren't for talking, I wouldn't give the host a single star coin. Humph. I seem to see the kitchen. So I have to cook. Finally. It's time for the most exciting food segment. Looking forward to it. Please give me some benefits. It's time for lunch now. I have a delicious watermelon here. Let me share it with you. After checking the kitchen function of the RV and making sure there were no problems, Tang Ranran began to recommend watermelons. Take out the sensor. Connect it. And then release the 2 newly added robots to start working. Move the table. Move the chairs. Move the bowls. The 2 robots quickly built a picnic camping site next to the RV. Sensors are coming. This is to share delicious food. Wait for me. I'm going to the holographic cabin right now. Yo. Holographic mode. Turn it on. The anchor said it was a melon? I miss the yellow glutinous melon so much. Can I plant some yellow glutinous melon first? I want to eat melon cakes. Can the anchor satisfy me? Brother Tanmu, give me an address. How can there be delicious food without a beauty? At this time, you need a beautiful girl like me. It's been a morning. And there are only a few benefits. Anchor. You will lose us like this. Camping in the suburbs. So envious. I am a girl. A beautiful girl. Where are you? Husband Tongmu? Can you give me a location? Please give me benefits. Baby has been waiting until now. I'm nearby. Please bless me to find the anchor. Ask for some benefits. 3Q. Today's pure plants are indeed a bit too few. Since everyone strongly requests it. Then well, let's give out benefits now. As he spoke, Tang Ranran took out a few black watermelon seeds from the space buckle. First, we need seeds. Huh? It looks a bit unfamiliar. I'm sure this is not the Bakey Star yellow glutinous melon seed. Grow melons and get benefits. Please melons. Little frog. Quack quack. Please melons. Let me see. There are 428 million people online in the live broadcast room. And the number of fans of the anchor is 315 million. If you are paying attention to the lottery, the base number is 315 million. Even if there are 300 benefits, it is a 1 in 10 million probability. Why are there so many people? Based on the experience of the last live broadcast, the anchor will give special treatment to the users who give rewards. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The main thing is that I want to eat melons. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, we still plant in flower pots. Tang Ranran took out 10 cheap plastic empty flower pots. And the two robots used local materials and dug the soil. And soon filled the flower pots. The vegetable planting link is the theme of her live broadcast. So Tang Ranran was very relaxed and stretched the time. Starting to plant one by one. Starting with the first watermelon seed in the first flower pot. I love the anchor planting vegetables the most. It's time for the planting part I've been dreaming about. I love it so much. I counted. There are only 10 flower pots. Not enough to share. I'm number one. I must have a share. Ha ha. Damn capitalism. I'm so angry with a broke pocket. Why is the area around the Daqing Lanshan Mountain so vast? I can't find anyone. Can any analyst analyze the address and find out the anchor's location? It's sprouted. So magical. Growing vegetables with the wood element. It feels so profound. If I can grow vegetables, I will grow pure food for myself every day. I really want a husband like Brother Tongmu. This plant looks a little unfamiliar. Am I ignorant? Does anyone know what plant this is? The anchor said it's a melon. A melon vine. Why are you in such a hurry? You know when it's grown. Little vine. Grow faster. Grow faster. Bloom faster. And bear fruits. It feels a bit awkward. Like a snake. I just want to ask. Is this fruit big enough to share? It would be best if there were 10,000 benefits. I am dreaming. 10,000? The anchor is losing money and has to sell his pants. Lying in the holographic cabin. Crying for food. Ah. It bloomed. It bloomed. To be honest, this flower is not very beautiful. It doesn't matter whether it blooms or not. What matters is whether this fruit tastes good. As a pure plant expert, I still can't figure out what this is. And I'm a little skeptical about life. Question. It's unscientific to bear fruit without pollination. Can anyone explain it? Supernatural things cannot be explained by science. Spiritual power is still an unsolved mystery until now. Science? The end of science is theology. Didn't the internet say that a natural disaster level strawman is not a human, but a superman? Roar. The melon appeared. I saw it. I saw it. It really has a melon. Let's count. 1, 2, 3. 3 small melons. And 4 flowers. Conclusion. 7 melons on a vine. Growing up. Growing up. The little melon is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Too amazing. So exciting. Diameter 1 centimeter. It suddenly occurred to me that the anchor hasn't mentioned the purification value of this melon yet. Could it be just an ordinary plant? Impossible. It must be a pure plant. But looking at the host's relaxed attitude, the purification value will not be very high. I have analyzed that with the host's ability. It is very easy to grow fruits and vegetables with a purification value of more than 10. The difficulty increases above 10. And it will take some time to grow more than 20. The diameter is 3 centimeters. Please explain. What kind of pure plant is this? I am also curious. Even though it has borne fruit, I still can't find relevant information. Come on. Let's guess together. What the host is planting. Based on the host's position, I guess it is Sufingmashing green vine small leaf melon. I think it is Sufingmashing climbing vine green skin melon. Don't guess. This is a new species that was discovered a while ago. The Sutherland Star green skin big red melon. A new variety. The pulp purification value is about 2.6. Tang Ranran explained. And then advertised. Insert an advertisement here. This new pure plant is recruiting large-scale planting partners to join. Those who are interested can consult the Beiki Star Agriculture and Forestry Bureau. It's actually an advertisement, I said. Tang Mu started live broadcasting for popularity and traffic. Isn't this free advertising? I have a question. Sutherland Star green skin big red melon. Then the place of growth is in Sutherland Star. Why is the patent right in Beiki Star? According to the principle of proximity. 1. It shouldn't be the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau where the jurisdiction is located. Sutherland is a free planet, so it should belong to the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau of Sufingmeo Star. Right? Personal wish. The first discoverer can register wherever he likes. Hey, guess who is the first discoverer? I have a bold guess. What was the anchor doing some time ago? Is Tang Mu from Beiki? This big red melon with green skin was discovered by the anchor. Sutherland Star is a free planet. The anchor explored Sutherland Star and didn't take us with him. It's too much. I really want to see the adventure of discovering new species. Does the anchor have a video? It's okay to show us a video. You guessed it right. I discovered the big red melon with green skin. It has been guessed. Tang Ranran generously admitted. Currently the relevant patents are managed by the Northern Qixing Agriculture and Forestry Bureau. My family is engaged in planting. I asked for a sample to taste. Is it too much? I am also a planter. The anchor sent me a sample melon to taste. So the anchor is promoting his own melon? Good advertising is not as good as the taste of the melon. Let's have some real stuff. Big planting farmers. Send me a sample. Anchor. Remember to check the backstage private message. Sincere to join. The largest melon is 10 centimeters in diameter. Right. It's quite big. But I don't know if it tastes good. I believe in Brother Tangmu. If it doesn't taste good, he will definitely not bother to register. I think so too. It must be delicious. Big red melon with green skin. So this melon has green skin and red flesh? Red flesh? This is relatively rare. Inexplicably looking forward to it. Let's not talk about the taste first. The green skin and red fruit look pretty good. I'm a little curious. I've seen the green skin. When will it ripen? Is the flesh really red? Oh my god. Did you see that? The third one on the vine, is so big. Is the diameter about 15 centimeters? What a big melon. Host, pay attention. The melon is very big. Is it ripe? My goodness. This melon is bigger than my head. Big in size and quality. Is it also a lot of benefits? Hee hee. Look at the size of this melon. It must be at least 50 or 60 units. Everyone, please be patient. This melon is not ripe yet. Let's plant more. Tang Ranran continued to plant slowly and leisurely. Oh my god. The diameter is almost 20. And it's still growing? It's really big. This is much bigger than the yellow glutinous melon. 1 vine. 7 melons. If all of them are this big, the yield is terrifying. As long as this melon can survive in the wild semi-artificially, the economic benefits are immeasurable. I'm in a city with zero radiation. I just want to ask, can I grow it at home? Grow it in a flower pot like the anchor? Guaranteed not to make a profit. The family will eat it by themselves. Let me ask. Brothers who received the plant welfare from the anchor last time. Are your plants still alive? Died a long time ago. Cold. Dying. Mine is still alive. Ha ha. Oh my god. This melon is still growing. How big can it be? Without solid skills. Don't be naive to think that you can grow pure plants. Lil Ming is new to the flower and plant circle. It is recommended to start with ordinary plants. The melon in the middle is so big. Is it really not ripe yet? I'm so anxious. I'm so worried that this melon will be overripe and rotten. Don't worry. I'm a professional at growing melons. And I won't let them become overripe and rotten. Having grown so many watermelons, Tang Ranran knows how to grow melons very well. And guarantees that each melon is big and sweet. With a pulp purification value of around 2.7. Rain and dew are evenly distributed. Tang Ranran balances his abilities. allowing each melon on this vine to grow strong. I'm still a little worried. Such a big melon. I can only drool at the screen. I seem to smell the fragrance of melons and fruits. I'm so envious of the real name system. 7. 7 big melons. How many units are these 7? Excuse me. Based on a purification value of 2.6. How many star coins can the anchor create by growing vegetables this time? I said. The wood type cannot be short of money. It's so big. The diameter is 30 centimeters. This is the first time I've seen such a big melon. Don't mention it. This melon looks pretty good. Look at the texture. It's really special. It's not ready yet? Really not ready? So anxious. The whole melon planting process took a quarter of an hour. On the watermelon vine, extending from the first flower pot, there are 7 large watermelons with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters, all of which are round and particularly pleasing. Tang Ranran announced the end. Okay. It should be almost done. Let's identify it now. The unique skill of the Chinese. Knocking the melon. Tang Ranran bent 2 fingers and started knocking at the first one. Like this. Knock a few times. Do you hear it? When it makes this crisp dong 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 sound, it means that the melon is ripe, but not overripe. It is at the best time to eat it. I understand and learn it. But I don't have a melon. I learned a skill today. Please give me a melon so that I can practice my skill. What's the use of this melon identification skill? Do I have a melon? Ha ha. Does the host think that we buy melons by the piece? It's a unit. 1 unit. By the way, I have never seen such a big melon in real life. I have only seen 1 unit in a fresh food box. I suspect the host is showing off the melon. Stop talking nonsense. Let's eat. Don't worry. Let's pick the best one. Tang Ranran knocked all the 7 melons. And then she picked the one she thought was the best. Picked it off the vine and picked it up. Let's weigh it first. Tang Ranran put the melon on the electronic scale and weighed it. The result was 25,438 grams. Wow. 254 units. If 1 unit is 25,000. This one is 6.35 million. Please benefit. Please benefit. Let's eat. Can't wait. Let me take a look first. Is the flesh really red? Wash it first. Tang Ranran washed the melon directly with bottled mineral water, and then put it on the temporary dining table covered with a disposable edible material tablecloth. Took out a kitchen knife and cut it in half with 1 cut. It's really red. Green skin. Red flesh. Black seeds. This melon is so colorful. Am I the only one who feels bad? A lot of juice will be wasted after this cut. Can you send me that tablecloth? It looks so good. I want to eat it. If there are many people, you can slice it and share it. Tang Ranran demonstrated on the spot. And half of the watermelon was divided into several even slices with a few cuts. If you eat it alone, it is recommended to use a spoon. When watching TV series, hold half a melon and eat it directly with a spoon. In areas with temperatures above 25 degrees. Chill it before eating, which is especially refreshing. Haha. Is the anchor talking nonsense? Do I have a melon? Do I? Do I? Half? I don't even have such luxury when eating ordinary fruits. Give me a piece. I will be satisfied. Stop talking. Let's eat. I haven't tasted it yet. But this melon is so juicy. It's perfect for making juice. I want to try it. Please share your taste. Stop talking. Take a few bites. I'm so anxious. Giving a close-up shot of the uncut half of the watermelon. Tang Ranran held a spoon and explained slowly. Here. In the middle. Do you see it? The center without seeds is the core of the watermelon. The sweetest part. And I personally like to eat this the most. After explaining, Tang Ranran scooped a spoonful and put it in his mouth. When he chewed it, his mouth was immediately filled with watermelon juice. Aya! The feeling of bursting juice. Oh my god! So sweet. This taste is really, really sweet. It feels like I took a big mouthful of sugar water. So magical. Great. So great. The taste shared by the sensor is already so good. I would be so greedy if I could eat it in real life. Too much. The new variety is not available online. Oh my god. The taste of this melon is really great. Big growers, take action quickly. I can guarantee that as long as the planting is successful, the price will definitely be 50% higher than the same purification value based on this taste. This taste is really addictive. watching the drama while holding half a melon to dig and eat. It's simply a fairy life. Everyone, wake up! Half of 125 units. Calculated at 25,000 per unit. Half a melon costs more than 3 million. Only 3 million. That's all. Anchor. I want to buy. Sell me one. I just want to ask. If I go to Beakixing Agriculture and Forestry Bureau to discuss joining, will the franchisee give me a sample melon? Rich people talk about cooperation. Poor people wait for benefits. Please give benefits. Please give benefits. Family with holographic experience. Is it really that delicious? Super delicious. All juice. Really. It's juicy and sweet. And the taste is super good. Anchor. Are you giving me benefits? The anchor said he likes to eat the melon core. So what about the rest? I don't mind. Mail it to me. I just want to ask weekly what to do with the slices on the table. Such a big melon. The anchor can't eat it all. Right? I help you solve it. Where is the morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is the address? Give me the address. I will drive over myself and help you clean up the garbage. I can also pay you. After eating 2 more bites, Tang Ranran stopped and took out a bunch of fresh food boxes from the space buckle. Leave the work to the robots. Let's draw the rewards now. The total weight of the 6 melons should be 1,200 units. The purification value of the pulp near the melon skin will be low. And the purification value of the melon skin will be 0. So after removing the melon skin and the pulp near the melon skin, the net weight can be about 1,000 units. The first batch of rewards is tentatively set at 1,000. About 1 unit per portion. Let's compete with your hand speed. All users who have clicked on the follow button in the live broadcast room can participate. Come on everyone. As usual, you have to pay for the postage yourself. I am now on Sufan Mayo star in the 3rd galaxy. The distance is too far. Viewers who think the postage is too high can give up and not participate. While Tang Ranran was talking, he gave instructions to the 2 robots. And the 2 robots began to divide the melons diligently. Hand speed competition. I like it. Hand speed party is ready. Can you mail it to me? 1,000 copies. 25,000 each. 25 million. This benefit is so domineering. The number of online fans of the anchor is now 275 million. Damn. As soon as the benefit is announced, everyone starts to follow. I want to call for help. Hee hee. Don't call for help. There are already enough people. 300 million for 1,000. The competition is very cruel. Okay. Hands eager to try. Can't wait. Has it started? Is it about to start? Tang Ranran had such a setting in the background. And a 10-second countdown for grabbing the benefit immediately popped up in the middle of the live broadcast screen. 10 as soon as the countdown appeared. The entire bullet screen area immediately became quiet. The comments were paused. And a blank screen appeared. 3, 2, 1. Grab the benefits. System. Congratulations to the user XXX for being the first to grab the benefits in this round and receiving a green-skinned big red melon from the anchor. System. Congratulations to the user 123 for being the 1,000th to grab the benefits in this round and receiving a green-skinned big red melon from the anchor. 1,000 hand speed parties were created within 0.01 seconds. Oh my god. Are you still human? Are you still human? So fast? What happened? Why can't I press it? What a bunch of beasts. It's so fast. It must be my network card. Give me another chance. Damn. Broken Star Network. I'm not as good as them. I give up. I really give up. I suspect they used a cheat. Fuck. I didn't even click on the follow button. I can't grab it. I hate it. The buttons have already been flying. Why am I not there? I suspect I am the 1,001st unlucky person. Some are happy and some are sad. Tang Ranran comforted them. For those who didn't grab it, don't be discouraged. There will be another chance later. Now, we are going to make a very simple cold drink. A must-have in summer. Refreshing and delicious. And also very simple. The raw material is this melon. Let's make it into juice first. Tang Ranran demonstrated with the half melon she had scooped a few bites out of. A full-function juicer. Just scoop the pulp in. And when it's full, close it. And start the seed removal function first. Now you can see that all the black seeds have been removed. Next, choose the crushing and juicing mode. The flesh of this melon will have a little sandy feeling. I personally like to leave the flesh residue, according to personal taste. If you don't like the flesh residue, you can choose the pressing and slag removal mode. The slag removal pressing mode. I only dare to use it when squeezing ordinary juice. Are you kidding? Pure fruit. Who will remove the residue? Don't mention the flesh residue. I even eat the melon rind. So host, can you give me the melon rind? I want the melon rind too. Give me some. I got the benefit. When the goods arrive, I will make this small cold drink according to the host's steps. Little naive. Look at how much the host used. 1 unit? Haha. After obtaining the juice with residue, freeze it. Tang Ranran took the squeezed watermelon juice and put it into the small refrigerator in the RV and turned on the freezer mode. It will take some time. Let's go and plant another wave of watermelons. While the robot is processing, let's plant another wave of watermelons. Go. Go. Continue planting watermelons. Looking forward to the next 1,000. The second pot of watermelons. Is the melon vine in the first pot of watermelons a welfare project? Excuse me. Are there any special benefits for the top 10 rewards? My favorite host planting watermelons. Tang Mu. My husband. I love you. Comparing goods will make you throw them away. And comparing people will make you angry. Why can other men grow vegetables, cook, make money, and have first-class skills, but my husband is a waste? Excuse me. Which direction should I kowtow to find a husband like Tang Mu? Not to the south. After all, it's difficult. Tang Ranran performed planting melons online. All the remaining 9 flower pots had watermelon vines. However, compared with the first watermelon vine, she intentionally reduced the number, with 2 melons on 1 vine. After the melons were planted, the work of dividing the melons was still handed over to the robot. Tang Ranran took out the frozen watermelon juice from the refrigerator and gave a close-up shot. The red watermelon ice was particularly bright and beautiful, causing a group of netizens to scream across the screen, clamoring for benefits. Tang Ranran made food slowly. What she called a small cold drink was actually watermelon shaved ice. It was very simple. Just knock the watermelon ice into pieces and put it into the shaved ice machine. The machine started. Okay. The finished product came out. As long as there is a machine, it can be made. Oh! Everyone has no melons. She squeezed another juice, drank 2 sips of juice, ate 2 sips of shaved ice. Through the sensor, Tang Ranran promoted the taste of watermelon. This green-skinned big red melon is really amazing. My city is always between 28 and 30 degrees Celsius. I think eating this melon is very refreshing and very heat-relieving. I am so greedy by the anchor. Can this melon be grown on a large scale? Can we buy it? With this taste, I am afraid I will have to grab it. Can I ask if there is any possibility of large-scale planting? I strongly request the anchor to sell the goods. I am so greedy. That's right. Anchor. Just grow and sell melons. It is acceptable if it is a little more expensive. I want to eat. With the taste of watermelon, it is natural that it has received a lot of praise. The planting requirements of this green-skinned big red melon are not high. The Northern Xixing Agriculture and Forestry Bureau is already studying it. I believe there will be results soon. The audience who receive the benefits can try to grow it themselves. But I have to say here that without obtaining the patent right to use it, it is not allowed to be used for commercial purposes. It is still profitable. I didn't even get the benefits. Grow it yourself? Does the anchor think too highly of me? Oh, I want to try. Maybe I can grow it. There are occasional radiation ion storms in my city, but my house is radiation-proof and isolated. Will it affect my vegetable planting? Who can give me a seed if they get the benefits? The address is on US Star in the 12 Galaxies. Where are the benefits? The melons that the robot is packing. Are they benefits? In normal viewing mode, the poor party who can't eat the melons and can only look forward to the benefits. Waiting online. Very anxious. After sharing the taste of the watermelon, Tang Ranran began to divide the melons under the urging of netizens, and the robot was still dividing the boxes. However, the total mass has been counted. The total weight of the 18 melons in this wave is 4,031 units. Minus 20%. There are about 3,224 units. Tentatively, 3,500 benefits. Next, we will start the lottery. First, friends who didn't perform well just now, give you a chance to redeem yourself. The first 1,000 will be drawn from the top 10,000 users on the reward list. The third 1,000 will be drawn from all the users who have been followed in the live broadcast room. The last 500 will be given to the top 500 on the reward list so far. As usual, you have to pay for the postage yourself. After sending the address in the back end, you will be accepted to pay for the postage by default. In addition, planting companies interested in green-skinned big red melons can contact Beiki Xingnong. The Forestry Bureau is here to consult. I am not responsible for this matter. It is useless to ask me. I declare again that the benefits given in my live broadcast room shall not be used for commercial profit. Thank you. The last sentence? As of now, the top 10 on the reward list. Please send me a private message to my address in the background. Haha. I knew that the 10 pots of melon vines will be given to the top 10 on the list. Will it be shaved ice made by the anchor himself? It must be the melon vine with melons. I envy the rich. I don't envy the rich. I only envy Tang Mu, who can grow whatever he wants to eat. Let's do the math. If there are 4,500 benefits in total. Wow. More than 100 million. I said it long ago. Tang Mu is not short of money. Growing vegetables every day. 100 million a day. Easily. Exaggerated. I estimate that after this live broadcast, Tang Mu will disappear for another month. During this period, he must be recovering his mental strength. Monthly income exceeds 100 million. Ordinary people like me can only look up to him. When will the anchor start broadcasting next time? Tang Ranran closed the live broadcast. But the afterglow of the live broadcast room was still there. A group of netizens discussed for a while before gradually dispersing. After glancing at the barrage, Tang Ranran checked the background data. The number of users who followed her has exceeded 500 million. But the data is dropping. It is estimated that the lucky draw fans are unfollowing her. The number of online users in the live broadcast room reached 590 million. And this live broadcast, because of the extra income from small fans' tips for saving people, and the 1-star coin paid voting, the voting income alone reached more than 100 million. And Tang Ranran total tips reached 290 million. Nearly 300 million. Even if she gave out more than 100 million yuan in benefits, she still made some money. The majority of the money came from franchisees. And it was unknown how many growers her watermelon advertising could attract. Before Tang Ranran finished reading the data, a call came in. It was LV Chuanping. This person must want to buy watermelons. Tang Ranran knew it without having to guess. Pulling out a polite smile for the occasion, Tang Ranran answered the call. Director LV? Hello. I just watched your live broadcast. There is a new variety. The one with green skin and big red fruit. Did you discover and register it? Since they were already familiar with each other, LV Chuanping got straight to the point and asked directly. Yes. I discovered it some time ago. Congratulations. LV Chuanping congratulated. Thank you. I was just lucky. Tang Ranran responded modestly. You are affiliated with the Beijing Agriculture and Forestry Bureau and cooperate with them. Right? Yes. Have you studied its growth habits, and can it be artificially cultivated? LV Chuanping asked impatiently. No. The planting base has just started research. Is that so? I saw you said on your live broadcast that you want to recruit franchisees in the planting industry. So the first batch of seeds were induced by you using your supernatural power. Right? Then can the pulp be sold to our frontline military supply department? This? Tang Ranran looked embarrassed and told the truth. I'm sorry. The melons I planted some time ago were all bought by Minister Lu. Lu Qinhua from Beiki Star? LV Chuanping frowned. Yes. I sold them all to him. I have been using my mental power too frequently during this period. I may need to rest in the near future. Tang Ranran tactfully said that he would not sell goods recently. It should be. The mental state is the most important. Don't work too hard. Facing Tang Ranran, LV Chuanping spoke politely. But he was cursing Lu Qinhua in his heart. Asshole. He knows how to snatch goods from him every day. Beijing is such a small planet. Why do they store so many pure fruit and vegetable raw materials? They can't be used. It's a pure waste. After a few polite words to Tang Ranran, Lu Chuanping ended the communication and began to contact people anxiously and mobilize his own social network. In recent months, the Beijing government has purchased a lot of pure fruits and vegetables from Tangxian. He has to find a way to get some from Beijing Material Reserve. Soon after, Liu Qinhua received the order to requisition materials from the Imperial Central Military Department. Damn. The pure food reserves he had finally enriched. Most of them were transferred away just like that. My heart hurts. The two robots cleaned up the scene, and Tang Ranran drove the RV back to the city. After returning to the city, the first thing she did was to go to the express station to send the express. The number of express deliveries was a bit large, and it was also fortunate that the relevant address information could be counted by the intelligent brain. As long as the data was connected, it would be okay. Otherwise, just filling out the form would be exhausting. A total of 4,500 watermelons were sent. Then 10 flower pots with melon vines, which required special packaging and special channels. For the top 3 fans on the reward list, Tang Ranran gave special treatment and sent 2 big watermelons on the melon vine. LV Chuanping was still on the list this time, but he was at the back. In the 300th place, Tang Ranran sent him 2 more big watermelons, big and round, and left a note. If Lai Sha is also there, give him one. If not, forget it. After sending the express, Tang Ranran went home. Back to the hotel. Resting on the sofa, Tang Ranran turned his attention back to himself, and first checked the intelligent brain message. Most of the junk messages were of no nutritional value, so they were all filtered out. Tang Ranran mainly looked at the messages of Tang Chui, Steward Lin, and Yan Xing. Tang Chui and Steward Lin had both arrived at Su Ping Ruishing. At this moment, Tang Chui had already started to look for a suitable factory site. Between buying and leasing, Tang Chui preferred long-term leasing. However, if there happened to be a bankrupt enterprise, it would be a good choice to acquire it at a low price. Anyway, Tang Chui was very busy, running around in several plant research industrial parks in Su Ping Ruishing. Steward Lin, who felt that he had a great sense of responsibility, was afraid that Tang Chui would do something to collect high kickbacks. So he kept an eye on her and followed her diligently, also running around. As for Yan Xing, he was still on the small spaceship, and was slowly coming back. After replying a few read, indicating that he knew, Tang Ranran entered the holographic cabin, entered the game, and practiced the mecha technology for more than 2 hours. After the night fell, Tang Ranran washed up and went to bed, covered herself with a quilt, and entered the farm. After a round of training, Tang Ranran also pulled the small puppet into the farm, and then charged the puppet. Recently, I have been using my mental power to grow vegetables, and my spiritual power is only used for recovery. The consumption is very small. After taking only a dozen pills, the puppet's power is full. After it is fully charged, Tang Ranran is not in a hurry to act, but makes a strategy first. There is not much official information on the Star Network about the top 10 special protection areas of Sifeng Mayo Star, but all kinds of gossip are flying all over the sky. Keeping a steady style, Tang Ranran decided to find out the information thoroughly, and then sneak in to look for spiritual minds. The plan is good, but on the first day of looking up the information, when Tang Ranran was looking at the intelligent brain, something unexpected happened. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang. Tang Puppet Ranran on the sofa was very surprised. Hotel service? Impossible. Then who is looking for her? Could it be that her information was dug up by netizens, and that fans came to her door? Tang Ranran was surprised to see 2 uniformed personnel. Police officers? As a city with a sound legal administration star, it is almost impossible to impersonate an internal staff of the public security system. Tang Ranran opened the door. Hello. Are you the anchor of Chuanqing Entertainment? Tang Mu is a wood-type person who can cook, the taller police officer asked. Yes. Tang Ranran felt helpless. The state machine is awesome. It only takes a few minutes to check a person. But, who are you? Tang Ranran looked puzzled. She didn't do anything illegal or disciplinary. Could it be that she was found out for fooling around with the physical examination when entering the country? We are the patrol police of the Lanshan Mountains in Daqing. The 2 raised their hands in unison, and their respective electronic certificates were displayed on the smart brain. Tang Ranran's heart skipped a beat. No way. She shouldn't have violated any laws and regulations when she was live yesterday. She shouldn't have been invited for tea. Did she violate the ban of the protected area without her knowing? What's the matter? We suspect you are related to a death case. So please come with us and cooperate with the investigation. Thank you. Although the word please was used in the words, the attitude of the 2 was very tough. Tang Ranran frowned. not quite understanding. Who died? Daqing Lanshan Mountains. Could it be Xiao 4 people? With a lot of doubts in her mind, Tang Ranran realized that the visitor was not friendly, and this matter might be troublesome. Although it was not an arrest, this situation was almost the same as arresting someone. So could she be defined as a suspect? As for the specific situation, the two police officers did not say much. Tang Ranran could only follow them, enjoy the treatment of a police car, and go to the police station together. It was not serious enough to be interrogated, but the record was very detailed. After being asked specifically, Tang Ranran finally understood. It turned out to be because of Xiao group of 4 people. And those 4 people were all dead. She was considered a murderer, because there is a live video. The relevant time is very clear. Yesterday, at 8:53 on Sufin Muxing time, Tang Ranran and Xiao and her team of 4 parted ways at the camping site. Then at 9 o'clock, Xiao ended the live broadcast. Xiao fans have been waiting for them to report their safety after they went off the air. But they still didn't hear any sound from the 4. At first, the fans obviously guessed that Xiao and the other 4 were going to use the suspension car in violation of regulations. And shutting down the smart brain was an effective way to evade supervision. They just shut down the smart brain to evade regulations. But until the night fell, no one from the 4 people in Xiao team spoke. Fans realized that something was wrong and called the police. This morning at 6 o'clock, the forest rangers of the Daqing Lanshan Mountains found a crashed suspension car 2 kilometers away from the camping site. There was blood on the car, but no body was found. The patrol arrived at the scene, and after an investigation, it was determined that the vehicle was hit by a mechanical gun and crashed. According to the vehicle's manufacturing number, the hovercraft was small. Unable to contact the 4 small people, the police forcibly activated the intelligent brain life detection function when their life and death were unknown. The intelligent brain life detection function can feedback information as long as it is within the signal range, even if it is turned off. If the intelligent brain is not damaged, the intelligent brains of the 4 people all responded. And the feedback was, no life characteristics. That is, either the person is dead or the intelligent brain has left the wrist. After a careful search at the scene of the car accident, traces of wild animals were found. Following the traces for a while, the 4 people's broken clothes were found along the way, all of which were stained with blood. The police determined that the 4 people were dead, and even their bodies had been eaten by wild animals. Then the question came, who attacked their hovercraft? Tang Ranran broadcast time was 3:27 p.m. Because no bodies were found, it was impossible to determine the time when the 4 people were attacked and the time of death. So Tang Ranran became a suspect unlucky. Tang Ranran described her schedule for the day in detail. After the broadcast, she returned to the city, mailed a package, and then returned to the hotel. When she mailed the package, there were witnesses and physical evidence, but she was alone during the time she returned to the city. After returning to the hotel, there were no witnesses either. The police determined that Tang Ranran, as a superpower, had the time to commit the crime. As for the motive for the crime, it was murder and robbery. Tang Ranran, This reason is quite outrageous. She is really unlucky. Although she explained her whereabouts clearly, Tang Ranran still became a suspect. Before she was completely cleared of suspicion, she was detained. When the situation developed to this point, Tang Ranran vaguely realized that something was wrong. She was just a suspect, but there was no evidence to prove that she did it. Why was she detained? Tang Ranran felt that she was being targeted. Although she was not treated like a prisoner, Tang Ranran was also happy to get a small single room and 24-hour detention and observation. Tang Ranran checked the relevant laws and found that this was actually legal. The relevant laws stated that the police had the right to detain suspects 24 hours a day. This was definitely not her doing. But why would you find a pretext to accuse someone? If someone really wanted to throw dirty water on her, wouldn't they just find evidence? It would definitely not work to just sit there and wait for death. She had to save herself. There were only a few friends on the smart brain. Tang Ranran first contacted Lu Jingxing and called him. Tang Ranran directly explained her current situation in detail. Although Lu Jingxing was always kind and easy to talk to in front of Tang Ranran, he was definitely a man with deep thoughts. After hearing the cause and effect, Lu Jingxing understood. This is being targeted by the government. The healing system is the most coveted among the superpowers, and the Wood system ranks behind the healing system. The wood system grows vegetables. And this skill can be called creating star coins out of thin air. Lu Jingxing analyzed it for Tang Ranran. This is someone taking advantage of the death of the four little people. Taking advantage of the situation. First playing the bad guy. And it is very likely that the murderer will be thrown on you in the end, forcing you into a dilemma. And then someone will jump out to play the red face and help you out of the predicament with a purpose. You have to accept this favor. And then pay the cost of planting. Or even be trapped. And then become a free labor force. After listening to Lu Jingxing analysis, Tang Ranran completely understood. A tall tree attracts the wind. A lone man without a backer, the wood type, is being watched by all forces. Some forces use a conciliatory policy and are very friendly, such as Lu Jingxing and Lu Chuanping of the Expeditionary Force. They are friendly and pay attention to a transaction that is mutually beneficial to achieve a win-win situation. But some forces are unreasonable and tyrannical, using power to oppress others and using tricks. This time, Su Fengmoxing is obviously preparing to oppress others with power. First, they took the opportunity to make trouble and show their power, and then jumped out to be a good person when she was at a loss, and then made demands, coerced and lured her to achieve their goals. In the end, she was put on the high hat of serving the people and developing the planet, and became a free laborer who grew vegetables for others every day. It's too difficult to be alone. I roughly understand my situation. And then what should I do? Tang Ranran continues to save herself. Lu Jingxing said very righteously that he would mobilize his connections to help her deal with it. But it may not be successful. Lu Jingxing family. The Lu family is of a local nature. In Beiki Star, their Lu family has a lot of say and has some power in the entire 15-star systems. But outside the 15-star systems, it's like a county magistrate entering someone else's county, or crossing provinces. If others are happy, then give you face. If others are not happy, who are you? Although everyone is at the planetary level, the relative position and economy determine the status. The political system of Sifan Mao's star absolutely looks down on the political system of Beiki Star. In other words, if the person who wants to detain Tang Ranran is in a relatively high position in the political system of Sifan Mao's star, or even if this is the will of the entire government, Lu Jingxing will not be able to play a role. After giving an attitude of I will definitely help to deal with it, Lu Jingxing suggested that Tang Ranran ask Lu Chuanping for help. The expeditionary force that Lu Chuanping belongs to is affiliated with the Central Military Department of the Empire and occupies a pivotal position. Moreover, Lu Chuanping is a descendant of a big family, and the Lu family is a big family in the first star system. As long as Lu Chuanping is willing to stand up and support Tang Ranran, the Sifan Mao star regime will never dare to make plans against her. Tang Ranran accepted this suggestion and immediately contacted Lu Chuanping after the communication ended. After the cause and effect and speculation, Lu Chuanping immediately said, "Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that you will be fine." Next, Tang Ranran waited. Nearly 3 hours later, Tang Ranran regained his freedom. Almost on time. Just when Tang Ranran stepped out of the police station and was still sighing, Lu Chuanping communication came. "Tang Xian, are you out?" "I'm out. Thank you very much this time." "What are you polite about? It's just a small matter. And this matter has nothing to do with you. They are just taking advantage of it." Lu Chuanping explained in detail. "I've already found out. This is what happened. When you were live streaming yesterday, someone from the Sifan Mao Star's Supernatural Department watched your live streaming and was amazed at your ability to grow vegetables. Because you were on the planet, your situation was reported to the Supernatural Department. The Supernatural Department wanted to recruit you into the department. Coincidentally, the 4 people you rescued were killed. So the Supernatural Department planned to detain you first, then get some evidence against you. And finally someone from the Supernatural Department came out to pretend to be a good person and get you out on the condition that you join their Supernatural Department." LV Chuanping's voice was filled with anger, and he was particularly indignant. Knowing this, he was about to curse. One by one, everyone wanted to steal his goods. Tang Xian was only an ordinary wood type in the live broadcast. If they knew that he was a wood type healing type, God knows how many people would want to steal his goods. LV Chuanping was angry and worried. So after explaining the situation, he said a lot more. To sum up, if you want to upgrade your honorary military rank, others will not dare to take advantage of you. The implication is, sell my goods. Sell my goods? Sell more of my goods? After ending the call, looking at the police station behind him, Tang Ranran sighed in her heart. This world is not black and white. For example, this time, if there was no LV Chuanping, she would have suffered a loss. A powerless wood type who is good at growing vegetables is really like a child carrying gold through a busy city. Money can move people's hearts. As for power, in her current situation, she can only cling to the thighs of the military. What Lu Chuanping said is also true. If she has a military rank and a high level, the local political system can't touch her at all. Well, just grow vegetables well. Back to the hotel. Tang Ranran immediately applied for exit. Sufeng Muxing is too unlucky. She's leaving. As for exploring spiritual veins, forget it for now. After all, she is still a rookie in the chi refining stage. The range of spiritual consciousness exploration is only a few dozen meters. She doesn't have a magic weapon to explore spiritual veins. Those special protection areas are so large that she will be in the dark if she goes in. The puppet trumpet applies for exit, and Tang Ranran himself will naturally accompany it. Tang Ranran, who is one step behind, also applied to leave the country. As for the next destination, Su Ping Ruixing, although she was a hands-off boss, she couldn't really ignore everything. So she went to Su Ping Ruixing to supervise. The most important thing was that after the company was established, she had to find an opportunity to create something out of nothing. Because of the tight time, and the problem of the remaining watermelon seeds in Lunan Yongxing, the watermelons were registered under Tang Xian name, and the other farm crops, of course, had to be registered under her name. Tang Ranran. Lu Chuanping power is obviously very great, and Tang Xian application for leaving the country was successfully approved. Tang Ranran bought a ticket for the same spaceship on the same day, and the nearest spaceship ticket for the next day. The next day, Tang Ranran and the female bodyguard arrived at the Starry Sky Station first, and then Tang Xian drove alone and arrived at the Starry Sky Station an hour later, landed the spaceship, set off, and left. The distance between Sufenmeo Star and Supingrui Star is not far, and the entire voyage takes 39 hours. Entering Supingrui Star, looking through the viewing window at the starry sky, the whole planet is earth yellow, ugly and dilapidated. The spaceship landed and docked. Although Supingrui Star is a bit broken, there are still a few cities and hotels. Tang Ranran continued to choose to act separately, one in front and one behind. He and the bodyguard drove into the city closest to the Starry Sky Station and found a hotel to stay in. After settling down, Tang Ranran went to rest in a hotel room. And then the small Tang Xian became active. 10,000 miles away, the small Tang Xian went to the city on the other side of the planet and also chose a hotel to stay in. After the small Tang Xian settled down, the first thing he did was to grow some vegetables. As a person, you should be more transparent about the ways of the world. After growing some vegetables, Tang Ranran went to the nearest express delivery point to the hotel and sent 2 express deliveries. One for Lu Jingxing and one for Lu Chuanping. Lu Jingxing got 3 watermelons. Lu Chuanping got 3 watermelons, plus a unit of small wind chime fruit with a purification value of 42, worth more than 100 million, which is a generous gift. After sending the express delivery, he returned to the hotel. Tang Xian hung up, switched back to Tang Ranran original state, and worked hard to grow vegetables. Her current ability to grow vegetables is only below 30. To grow more than 30, she needs to rely on the Xingxi Ju, which consumes spiritual power. In the case of large-scale planting, it is very uneconomical unless it is used to exchange for pure glass crystals. After thinking about the cost-effectiveness, Tang Ranran decided to grow vegetables with a purification value of 20. The market price of 20 purification value is about 1 million per unit, and the purchase price is about 800,000. Although the unit price is low, she can grow a lot of them in a day. The yield is high, and the spiritual power consumption can be almost ignored. After finding a good-tasting herb with a purification value of about 20, Tang Ranran began to grow vegetables with her supernatural power. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. When she felt a little tired of her mental power, she didn't need spiritual power to heal, so she just ate the fruit. To date, Tang Ranran basement has stored a lot of fruits with purification values higher than 5, such as grapefruit with a purification value of 6.1, pineapple with a purification value of 6.4, water lily with a purification value of 6.1, Dragon fruit with a purification value of 7.0. Plum with a purification value of 7.2. Cherry with a purification value of 7.2. Lychee with a purification value of 7.7. There are rich varieties and rich tastes for her to choose. When she eats too much fruit and her stomach is full, or when these fruits below 10 are no longer effective, Tang Ranran stops growing vegetables or gives herself a healing treatment. After moving into the hotel, Tang Ranran grows vegetables every day, and the trumpet Tang Xian is in a resting state most of the time. Her body, which has entered the night, sleeps, and Tang Xian, who is in the daytime on the other hemisphere, becomes active. 24 hours a day. All kinds of busyness. The Qingling grass in the basement has all been refined into Qingling pills. And the Qingling grass and century-old ginseng in the number 2 spiritual field are running out. In the midst of her busy schedule, Tang Ranran did not forget to pay attention to the follow-up. Under her big name Little Cutie who loves to eat fruits, Tang Ranran mingled in Xiao Xiao live broadcast room and paid attention to the dynamics in the comment area. The person is really dead, and the murderer is still under investigation. Netizens speculated that some said that he was attacked by a flying beast. Some said that he was robbed. And some even suspected that it was her, anchor Tang Mu, who did it. Xiao Xiao die-hard fans ran around, putting pressure on the relevant departments in various ways, demanding the truth to be revealed. About 3 days later, the Daqing Lanshan Mountain Inspection Bureau issued an official notice, announcing the murderer. The murderer was 4 mercenaries, who were accomplices of the 2 dead mercenaries. The 2 bodyguard mercenaries, who were traveling with Xiao Xiao, and his group were organized and members of a small mercenary team. The 4 good brothers in the same mercenary team with them discovered the death of the 2 while watching the live broadcast. And then, they hated Xiao Xiao and his group, and also wanted to rob him. So they ambushed halfway, attacked the hovercraft, and killed 4 people. That's the official explanation. Tang Ranran got the specific version from Lu Jingxing. Although Lu Jingxing didn't help much with Tang Ranran detention, he actively inquired about it and got the detailed truth. The whole thing can actually be said to be a murder for treasure. Here Lu Jingxing mentioned a treasure. The Lingmu Sistange from Su Feng Moxing. A pure edible plant with a purification value of nearly 72. It not only has a high purification value, but also has special functions. As the name suggests, Lingmu Sistange can improve eyesight. Not only improve vision, but also enhance night vision. Its value is definitely more than 150 billion per unit. The 2 mercenaries, who were traveling with Xiao Xiao, and his group accidentally obtained Lingmu Sistange in the wolf's den. However, Lingmu Sistange belongs to the top secret file. Most people don't know it, and the 2 mercenaries don't know it either. But after testing it with the basic purification value detector, the purification value is more than 30. The 2 were very happy to share this good news with the 4 good brothers. The 4 people originally thought they could make a fortune and waited excitedly for the 2 to come back. But they didn't expect that they died in the end. Tang Ranran was very powerful, and the 4 people didn't dare to provoke her. So they locked their eyes on Xiao Xiao and the 4 people. When they suspected that the space deductions of their 2 companions fell into the hands of Xiao Xiao and the 4 people, the 4 mercenaries chose to take risks. As for Tang Ranran involvement, Lu Jingxing's statement was consistent with Lu Chuanping. It was because of her excellent ability to grow vegetables that she was favored by the Department of Supernatural Powers and wanted to recruit her. So they used their power to suppress her first. After listening to Lu Jingxing's complete version, Tang Ranran slapped her head, feeling a little excited and a little annoyed. How could she forget it? The soil she brought back. Maybe those rhizomes are that Lingmu Sistange deserticula. Tang Ranran took action immediately. At night, when her body was asleep, she opened the account Tang Xian and played with mud in the yard. She poured out a large pile of soil dug from the wolf's den from the space buckle. Tang Ranran took a small shovel and dug and shoveled by herself. Soon, she dug up a piece of something, which should be a rotten root of some plant. There were some roots parasitizing on the root, and there was a little bit of fleshy things, a bit like mushroom stems. Tang Ranran first used supernatural power to catalyze, and after a lot of effort, she was sure that supernatural power could not catalyze it. It could not catalyze it at all. Switch. Tang Ranran instead consumed spiritual power to perform Xingqi Ju and started to grow vegetables. Even with the skills of cultivating immortals, it was still very difficult to grow vegetables. But she saw those roots growing. The higher the purification value, the harder it is to catalyze. Tang Ranran spent the whole night growing this Cistanche deserticula, and took a large number of Qingling pills. Finally, at dawn, she successfully gave birth to a spiritual Cistanche deserticula. From the appearance, it looks a bit like Caprinus comatus, similar to the photo Lu Jingxing gave her. It is chubby and looks cute, and exudes a strong spiritual energy. This quality is also good in the world of cultivating immortals. Enhanced vision and night vision? Tang Ranran first thought was to produce and sell it by herself. After switching to the original body, she considered eating it. But how to eat this thing? This should belong to the category of mushrooms. It won't be poisonous. Right? Pure food should be edible. So, cook it. Didn't I say that mushrooms are poisonous because they are not cooked? Tang Ranran washed it, removed a root and threw it into the pot, and then boiled it in water. After boiling for an hour, when it was absolutely cooked, Tang Ranran first drank a mouthful of soup very rigorously. After waiting for an hour, there was no reaction, so it should be non-toxic. After using chopsticks to pick up the Cistanche deserticula that was only the size of a baby's fist after boiling, Tang Ranran still maintained her cautious and steady style and took a small bite first. It didn't taste much, and the taste was similar to that of mushrooms. Another hour. There was no reaction. After confirming that it was completely non-toxic and had no side effects, Tang Ranran ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Not to mention its spiritual function. Such a pure plant with a purification value of 72 is like eating a high-grade spiritual plant. And the feeling comes immediately. Tang Ranran struck while the iron was hot and immediately entered the state of cultivation. It took Tang Ranran 7 or 8 hours to finish the cultivation. It must be said that this 72-point Cistanche deserticula has an extraordinary effect. Tang Ranran could feel that her eyesight was really better, and her eyes seemed to be bigger, brighter, more watery and more beautiful. Turned off the lights and turned on the dark late night sleep mode. Don't say it. I can actually see. Although it can't be compared with daytime. It really has the ability of night vision. The most important thing is that the effect of this practice is comparable to her usual 7 or 8 days of practice. Her cultivation has improved a lot. I believe that in a few days, she will be able to break through the 8th level of Qi refining and enter the 9th level of Qi refining. When she reaches level 60 and has enough Qingling grass, she can farm Cistanche deserticula and the 70-level chrysanthemum tea. By then, her cultivation speed will definitely be accelerated. Level 60. She is so anxious. After another crop of harvest, Tang Ranran sighed at her level. During this period, she still spent the most money, gaining experience, gold coins, upgrading and buying land. Today is May 20th. A good day. But it is not very friendly to singles. But it doesn't matter. There is number 520 festival here. After the second crop of experience grass was harvested and sold, Tang Ranran's experience package was greatly enriched. 2 seasons of experience grass. Experience is 3,600. With the bonus of fields and props, one field can get 4,752 experience after harvesting. More than 40 fields. Nearly 200,000 experience. That is to say, 200,000 experience is obtained every 26 hours. And gold coins are about 130,000. Half a month ago, Tang Ranran farm level was still 44. But now, current level farm level 53. 53 cultivated fields. Total number of fields is 59. Experience, 327,292. Gold, 4396810. VB, 69428 from level 53 to level 54. It takes 286,200 experience. Tang Ranran upgraded with that operation. And then, the next step is to buy land. Current level farm level 54. 54 cultivated fields. Total number of fields is 60. Experience, 41,092. Gold, 3856810. VB, 69,428. During this period, Tang Ranran unlocked many new crops. Level 39, passion fruit level 40, lantern fruit level 41, aloe level 42, mint level 43, jackfruit level 44, avocado level 45, black rice level 46, black mulberry level 47, cocoa beans level 48, wax apple level 49, egg yolk fruit level 50, seed buckthorn level 51, ginseng fruit level 52, golden fruit level 53, Cassia Seed Level 54, Attractaloads. Because the upgrade was too fast. The planting tasks were one after another, and Tang Ranran still had a lot of unfinished tasks. The rewards for the tasks were that the super fertilizer was a little useful, and Tang Ranran didn't care about the rest. Tang Ranran looked at the super fertilizer he had accumulated through the tasks and calculated it. Currently she is level 54. Only 6 levels away from level 60. From level 54 to level 55. She needs 297,000 experience points. So she still has about 2 million experience points to reach level 60. 58 plots of land. 2 seasons. A total of 26 hours. Tang Ranran can gain 275,000 experience points. If she uses chemical fertilizers. Well, forget it. Tang Ranran finally gave up on using chemical fertilizers for quick growth. Although she still has a lot of VB. It only takes a few dozen days. If she doesn't grow high-quality vegetables, her reserve of elixirs is still enough. The farm level was upgraded rapidly. And in reality, the company's business was also booming. Tang Shui gave her many company site selection plans, and then urged her to make the final decision. It's better to be lucky than to be early. Tang Ranran decided to do it today. It was still morning, and there were still 7 or 8 hours of working time. So Tang Ranran took action. After contacting Tang Shui, Tang Ranran took the female bodyguard out and ran to the scene. Tang Shui's site selection plan was in 3 areas. The first scene was the Heroin Planting Research Industrial Park. When the female bodyguard arrived in the hover car, Tang Shui, Lin Guanjia, and a few others were already waiting at the entrance of the park. Tang Ranran joined them, and then looked at the scene together. Heroin Plantation is the best ecological environment among the many plans given by Tang Shui. The plantation is located in a plain area, surrounded by woodlands and grasslands. The environmental radiation of the entire area is between 5 and 8, which belongs to the low radiation area. The surrounding plants are lush and green, and most of them are ordinary plants. In Suping Ruishing, this is one of the areas with the best environment. The price is also the most expensive. Heroin Plantation belongs to the government industry. The construction style is square and square. Each plant area covers an area of 5,000 square meters. And the plant area is 2,000 square meters. 4 floors. And the total construction area is 8,000 square meters. The purchase price of the entire plant area is 800 million. And you will enjoy permanent use rights after purchase. For leasing, the current price is 6 million per year. And you can only sign a lease contract within 10 years. It is unknown whether the price will increase after 10 years. For land outside the park, the rental price per mu is 60,000 per mu per year. And the purchase price is 4.8 million per mu. After purchase, you will get permanent use rights. Of course, this is agricultural land for planting and cannot be used for other purposes. The above is the public price given by the government. In addition, there are other options. Tang Shui found 2 companies to sell. One for 2.8 billion and the other for 2 billion. The former is also a plant research company. The price is a package price, including equipment and 50 acres of land outside the park. All for sale. The latter only has an empty factory building that has been renovated. No equipment. And no land. In addition, Tang Shui also found 3 sub-renters, all of which have been renovated. Radiation isolation has been done. And there is 0 radiation indoors. The price is about the same, charging about 1.5 billion for renovation fees, and the rest for rent. After driving a hover car around the plantation and looking at several factory areas, Tang Ranran prefers the one that is a package of 2.8 billion. The empty factory building built by the government is a rough one, and renovation is a big project. Doing radiation isolation to achieve 0 radiation indoors is not only expensive, but also time-consuming. If there is a ready-made one, of course, it is picked up. Although he was somewhat fond of it, Tang Ranran still decided to go to the remaining 2 sites to take a look. The female bodyguard drove, and housekeeper Lin, Tang Shui, and Tang Ranran took the same car. The group went to the next site, Qifeng High-Tech Research Park. When they arrived, Tang Ranran's first impression was bad. Although Heroin Plantation is a low-radiation area, it is also a beautiful environment with lush vegetation and vitality. But this Qifeng, there are bare hills all around, gray and yellow, and the external environment radiation is between 25 and 30. The overall environment is very poor, and it is simply fatal to have a building. The only advantage is that it is cheap, especially cheap. The factory area is still the square grid shape. The factory area and building area are almost exactly the same. But the price is a world of difference. The purchase price of a factory area here is only 180 million. And the rental price is even cheaper. Only 600,000 per year. It's as cheap as cabbage. Tang Ranran couldn't help but ask. Are there any companies settled in this science park? Yes. The occupancy rate has reached 60%. Tang Chui, who had done a detailed investigation, answered straightforwardly. Forget it here. Tang Ranran was very disgusted and puzzled. How could a company be opened in a place with such high radiation? What if an employee accidentally went outside to get exposed to the sun and got radiation sickness? Then let's go to Shangjia to have a look. Tang Chui asked. Is it a survivable environment over there? Tang Ranran, who had not carefully looked at the site selection plan, asked. Yes. The environmental radiation over there is between 12 and 15. The price is slightly more expensive than Chifeng, but it is much cheaper than Heruan. Then let's go and have a look. The hovercraft continued to move forward. After flying over this desolate gravel area, small hills appeared in front of it. After taking a closer look, Tang Ranran felt something was wrong again. It seems not to be a hill. But, as the distance got closer, Tang Ranran saw clearly that there were piles of garbage mountains on the ground. Su Pingrui Star is a garbage disposal star. Tang Ranran suddenly remembered. Is the landfill area in front? Shangjia Industrial Park is next to the garbage dump? Tang Ranran frowned and asked. It used to be a mining area. After the mineral deposits were mined, many open-pit mines were left. So the government simply used these mines as landfills. The nearest edge of the landfill is about 30 kilometers away from the edge of Shangjia Industrial Park. There is also a waste processing industrial park between them. You can look at the location map yourself. It is in the plan. Oh! Tang Ranran found the site selection plan for Shangjia Industrial Park, and then looked at the surrounding map, and it was clear at a glance. 30 kilometers away from Shangjia Industrial Park is the vast landfill she saw, and between the two is the waste processing industrial park. The waste park is to the east of Shangjia, and to the southeast of Shangjia is a city. There were also pictures in the plan. Although they were high-rise buildings, they were dilapidated like a post-war period. There was almost no complete building, but more half-high-rise buildings and some repaired dozens of floors. Tang Ranran had never seen such a dilapidated city. And then she saw even more dilapidated shantytowns in a few minutes. The hovercraft had entered the landfill area and flew over the piles of garbage. Tang Ranran looked down and saw it. Surrounding the large landfill pits were simple living places built by humans. Standard shantytowns. And Tang Ranran could vaguely see people living in them. There are still people active here? The environmental radiation is 22. The hovercraft has its own monitoring system. So Tang Ranran can see that the external environmental radiation is constantly changing between 18 and 25. It's all for survival. Tang Chui couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. The people living here are all the lowest level scavengers on the planet. Whenever the garbage ship comes to dump garbage, they will go out to pick out the recyclable waste in the garbage and sell it to the waste recyclers, who then sell it to the companies in the waste processing industrial park. After hearing this, Tang Ranran fell silent. Where there is light, there is darkness. Sure enough, even the most prosperous places have poverty. This is a shantytown on the planet. And Su Pingrui Star is also a shantytown in the third galaxy. According to the data, the average economic level of the third galaxy is 1.2 million star coins per person per year. Citizens belonging to the third galaxy can survive by receiving citizen relief subsidies even if they do nothing. For example, on Sutter Star, local citizens with no income can receive 100,000 living relief subsidies every year. These scavengers are probably unregistered. Tang Ranran was silent for a few seconds before continuing to ask. Are all the scavengers here unregistered? Does the government not care? Tang Chui sighed, with a bit of helplessness and sympathy. They are powerless. This is a historical problem. When the mines were first mined, in order to save money, most of the employees were brought back from poor planets and other galaxies. During the mining process, the miners got married, had children, and the labor force increased. Finally, when the mines were mined out, the first batch of miners, who were originally registered in other places, had already died, leaving only a large number of illegal households. Because of their large number, the mining companies only gave them partial subsidies and evacuated. For these illegal households, The government is powerless, and can only let them develop. Wasn't Suchi Huangxing also a mining planet? Tang Ranran continued to be curious. As a mining planet, Suchi Huangxing did not have the problem of miners left over. Do you know about the Tianfengrong mountain range? I know. Tang Ranran nodded. That was the largest and highest mountain area on Suchi Huangxing. There seemed to be a group of volcanoes there. Realizing something, Tang Ranran opened his eyes in astonishment. The volcano erupted and everyone died? Tang Chui explained slowly. Yes. Suchi Huangxing also left behind many illegal miners, which caused the government a lot of headaches. The government's humanitarian subsidies could only keep most people from starving to death. Then one year, the volcano group in the Tianfengrong Mountains suddenly erupted. Almost all the registered citizens on the planet evacuated. But there were a large number of illegal residents. Tang Chui sighed and continued. The volcanic ash that rushed into the atmosphere covered the sky and the sun. The entire planet was shrouded in volcanic ash, forming a polar night environment. After the volcanic ash settled, Suchi Huangxing almost became a dead planet. At that time, the geological activities in the Tianfengrong Mountains were relatively frequent, and there was a possibility of another eruption. It was precisely because of this that the third brother was able to obtain the 100-year lease at that low price that was almost given away for free. Tang Ranran was silent. It was a natural disaster, and a man-made disaster. Illegal residents have no human rights. After 2 seconds of silence, Tang Ranran admired that Chief Dad again. He was really brave. Under such circumstances, he dared to rent a planet, and was not afraid of falling on his hands. While the two were talking, the hovercraft flew over the landfill area. In front of it was a square Tianzi grid industrial park. To the south of it, the ruined city in the picture came into Tang Ranran's sight. Flying over the waste processing industrial park and the dilapidated city, Shangjia Technology Industrial Park appeared in the field of vision. At first glance, the environment is acceptable. Shangjia is surrounded by a plain with lush weeds and sparsely distributed small and large trees. There is also a river that flows through Shangjia from the distant sky, then crosses the middle area between the waste park and the city, and finally disappears in the landfill area. The data from the hovercraft shows that the environmental radiation value is 14, sometimes jumping to 13. In Shangjia, the environmental radiation value is generally around 14, and only occasionally encounters high radiation flow weather. The radiation environment and ecological environment are still acceptable, and the price is much more appropriate. Tang Chui is more inclined to Shangjia Industrial Park. Guessing that Tang Ranran hadn't even looked at the site selection plan she sent, Tang Chui recommended it to her when they entered the sky above the park. Green Forest Research Company Limited. I have talked with their CEO Zhou several times. The same size factory, with decoration and equipment, and 20 acres of land outside the park. Only costs 1.98 billion. And there is still some room for bargaining. It should be 1.8 billion. What's the price? The factory purchase is 460 million. And the lease is 3.2 million per year. 1.98 billion. That CEO Zhou is selling it so cheap? Are you sure it has been isolated from radiation? Will there be any problems? No. I took people to measure it comprehensively, including all indoor planting areas. There is indeed zero radiation indoors in the factory. It is estimated that the funds are running out, and they can't hold on. It may also be that they owe debts. The only requirement of CEO Zhou is that the full payment is received and there can be no arrears. 1.98 billion is much cheaper than the 2.8 billion of ruin. And it is ready-made. The difference is only about 8 environmental radiation values. And Tang Ranran can't help but be tempted. Let's go take a look. Tang Chui saw her excitement and asked. Yes. Shao Li. In front. D area. Building 12. You can see the company sign when you get there. Tang Chui pointed the direction to the bodyguard, who was acting as a driver. Okay, Mr. Tang. Within 5 minutes, the big sign of Su Ping Ruxingle Green Forest Research Company Limited appeared below. Tang Chui had contacted in advance, so the hovercraft entered the Green Forest factory area without hindrance, and slowly drove to the parking space planned in the factory area in floating mode. Huh? Looking at a car in the parking space below, Tang Chui exclaimed in surprise. Little ant, is that the government's car? Just like in modern times, vehicles in the military and political systems are different from ordinary civilian hovercrafts. Well, it seems that Mr. Zhou has a guest. I will contact him to confirm and see if it is convenient. Okay. The hover car stopped. And the housekeeper Lynn, who had not spoken much along the way, reminded, Miss, for safety reasons, you should open the mental barrier when you get off the car and go to the outside world. I know. Although the environment below 20 is a survivable environment, it is always right to be cautious. Having confirmed with Mr. Zhou, Tang Chui got off the car first. Let's go! The group walked quickly towards the factory door with the mental barrier. The parking lot was right next to the factory gate. In less than 2 minutes, the group arrived outside the factory gate. The heavy glass door with a metal frame opened to both sides when they arrived in front of the door. After entering the door, Tang Ran and his group came to the hall. The elevator on the southwest side of the hall happened to arrive. As the elevator door opened, a middle-aged man with a heavy body, who looked very wealthy and wore gold-rimmed glasses to pretend to be a cultured person, ran out first. That fat guy is Zhou Tai from the Green Forest. Tang Chui introduced him in a very low voice in Tang Ranran's ear. Yeah. Tang Ranran responded and looked at Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai walked hurriedly. Although he was fat, he was very flexible. He ran out of the elevator and came to them quickly. Behind Zhou Tai, a few steps behind, 2 more people came out of the elevator. 2 men dressed in white shirts and black trousers. Very formal. One in front and one behind. Looked like a superior-subordinate relationship. Huh? Seeing the 2 people, Tang Chui was a little surprised. And then added, the tall one in front is Kong Chen. Kong Xingchong. And the one behind is his secretary. Xingchong. The highest administrative chief of the planet. Xingchong is the one with the highest position and the greatest power in the government system on the planet. If Supingruixing is compared to a city, this position is the mayor. Yeah. Tang Ranran responded again. And his eyes could not help but move from Zhou Tai to him. And looked at him carefully. The star leader Kong Chen, who was walking in front, was about 190 centimeters tall, with a straight body and a strong and powerful step. With a military demeanor. He had short black hair, sharp eyebrows, sharp eyes, and very deep facial features. He had a very tough and handsome appearance. Compared with the fair-skinned secretary behind him, he looked very wild and rough. Comment, a very handsome tough guy. Kong Chen looked at her openly and frankly. He looked back and saw 2 people. He had told Tang Chui about this. And the girl next to him. After a fleeting surprise, Kong Chen felt that the girl looked familiar. Wen Yang, the secretary behind him, stepped forward at the right time and reminded her in a low voice. Xingzhong. That is Tang Ranran, the niece of President Tang, the legal person of Shitang Biology and the sole owner of the company. Kong Chen immediately remembered that he had read the information of every company that came to Supingruixing for development. So he had seen photos, thinking that Shitang Biology's registered capital was as high as 100 billion. Kong Chen followed Zhou Tai and walked over together. President Tang. Zhou Tai wore a warm welcome smile and almost trotted. The fat on his body trembled, which was very funny. Zhou Tai ran to Tang Chui and said hurriedly, Finally you are here. It's a great honor to have you here. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. After greeting Tang Chui, Zhou Tai turned his eyes and saw Tang Ranran. His eyes lit up and were full of surprise. After being absent-minded for 2 seconds, Zhou Tai realized his mistake and quickly retracted his gaze. He said to Tang Chui impatiently, Mr. Tang, I believe you have learned about the prices around here. Right? I'm not exaggerating. I'm really selling at a loss at this price. How about we make a decision? Mr. Zhou. Tang Chui didn't answer and smiled as a greeting. Then she looked past Zhou Tai and looked at Kong Chen, who had already walked over. Mr. Kong Xing is here too. Do you have something to talk about? Did I disturb you? No. No. Mr. Kong Xing just came to have a cup of tea. I do have something. The 2 spoke at the same time, with completely opposite words. Good fellow. You are ruining his career. Zhou Tai glared at Kong Chen angrily and quickly made amends. We have already discussed it. It's not a big deal. Boss Zhou, you haven't given a reasonable employee placement plan yet. Kong Chen continued to ruin his career. Employee placement? Hearing this, Tang Chui frowned. Zhou Tai was so angry that he wanted to kick out Kong Chen, the troublemaker. But because he was a businessman and he was an official, he could only explain to Tang Chui in a flattering way. It's not a big deal. We signed temporary employment contracts with our employees. Now we can't continue. So we can only lay off the employees. They can't accept unemployment for a while. Boss Tang. Don't worry. I will solve this problem, and will never leave you with any problems. My layoffs are absolutely in line with the labor law contract. Zhou Tai made a solemn promise. And Kong Chen on the side continued to ruin his career at ease. Boss Zhou. You have called the police 3 times this week. All because employees were making trouble in the factory. Zhou Tai's face became even darker. And the word get out almost came to his throat. There are few industries. So there are few jobs. When there are many people, the competition pressure is huge. Unemployment is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying thing. However, does the mayor need to intervene to solve the unemployment problem of employees in a factory? Is it too much of a big deal? After listening to the conversation between the two, Tang Ranran was a little confused. Seeing Zhou Tai's posture of wanting to jump up and beat Kong Chen, Tang Ranran guessed that this fat Zhou was really short of money and was anxious to sell the factory. How many employees? Tang Ranran asked, interrupting Zhou Tai's glaring attack on Kong Chen. Zhou Tai, who turned his head to look over, did not answer, but looked at her with a little confusion, obviously not understanding Tang Ranran's identity. This is my niece, Tang Ranran, and also the chairman of our company. After Tang Chui introduced it, Zhou Tai understood immediately. This is the person who can make the final decision. The fat on his face squeezed, revealing a more enthusiastic smile. Zhou Tai immediately flattered. It turned out to be Director Tang. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. I'm really disrespectful. Director Tang is really young and promising. And he is better than his master. Zhou Tai was surprised that the biggest director came to see the scene. And the deal was about 70% sure. I originally had about 1,000 employees. Zhou Tai immediately answered. Don't worry, Director Tang. If you buy the factory, I promise to let them leave before the handover is completed. And it will never affect you. Heh. Kong Chen on the side sneered very disrespectfully, obviously mocking his nonsense. After stabbing Zhou Tai, without looking at him, Kong Chen introduced himself to Tang Ranran in a gentlemanly way. Little Director Tang. Nice to meet you. I am Kong Chen. Hello, Director Kong Xing. I am Tang Ranran. Out of politeness, Tang Ranran smiled back. Just a light smile, like a blooming hibiscus. Especially those eyes, as bright as the stars. Kong Chen couldn't help being dazzled. And then he sighed in his heart, secretly complaining, this little Tang Dong is really too beautiful. Just like a little fairy. Suppressing that little abnormality, Kong Chen looked normal and spoke steadily. Little Tang Dong, you are a newcomer. You may not understand a little bit. We are Suping Ruishing. The folks are a bit tough. And the employees here, Mr. Zhou, do not accept layoffs. This matter is not so easy to solve. Kong Chen said it bluntly. And it was simply torn down Zhou Tai's stage. The look in his eyes that wanted to stab someone. That is definitely impossible to hide. Zhou Tai wanted to pull out the laser sword to stab this wicked guy to death. Zhou Tai drove him away with an extremely ugly expression. And said loudly, Director Kong Xing, you are busy with official duties. If you have nothing to do, shouldn't you go back? I have a distinguished guest here. Sorry I can't entertain him. Nothing to do today. No need to entertain. Mr. Zhou, you guys talk. Just pretend I don't exist. Kong Chen ignored his expulsion and continued to stand there calmly, with no intention of leaving at all. Zhou Tai was so angry that his blood vessels almost burst. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Zhou Tai looked like he was about to pounce on Kong Chen. Tang Ranran tried to smooth things over. How much does Mr. Zhou pay his employees? Suppressing his anger towards Kong Chen, Zhou Tai smiled and immediately replied. General workers get 500 star coins per month. Those with longer experience get 600 to 800 per month. Management gets more than 1,000 per month. And a few key members get 2,000 to 3,000 per month. As an old fox in the business world, Zhou Tai could tell that Mr. Tang had the intention to take over. Zhou Tai was surprised that Tang Ranran youth could not hide the truth. While Tang Ranran was amazed. What? The salary is so low? Monthly salary? So poor? What is cheap labor? That's it. The competition here is so fierce? 500 star coins. Only 500 star coins. And it's a monthly salary. On Sutter Star, people with a daily salary of 500 are poor people at the bottom. After nodding calmly on the surface to show understanding, Tang Ranran threw a look at Tang Chui. Tang Chui understood and smiled like a businessman. Mr. Zhou, can you take us for a detailed tour? Of course. Of course. Zhou Tai nodded hurriedly, thinking that the success rate of the factory was higher. Kong Chen interrupted. Do you mind if I join you? Zhou Tai wanted to yell get lost. But, forget it. The people should not fight with the officials. As if Kong Chen was nothing. Zhou Tai enthusiastically acted as a guide for Tang Ranran and his group, and gave a passionate explanation. Mr. Tang, please come this way. We are on this floor. The front hall is right after entering. And then, there is the warehouse. Zhou Tai led Tang Ranran and his group to look around the entire factory. Based on the original 4-story specifications, Zhou Tai added 2 floors on the basis of the roughcast after purchasing. Each floor is 2,000 square meters. A total of 6 floors. The first floor of the factory is the hall and warehouse. The second floor is the office area and leisure living area. And the third floor is the laboratory and independent planting research room. The fourth and fifth floors are distributed with large and small independent planting areas, which can simulate different ecological environments. The sixth floor is a whole indoor planting area, and the height is 5 meters. And both medium and small trees can be planted. The factory has been treated for radiation protection, and there is no radiation indoors. Next to the factory, Zhou Tai also built 3 employee dormitories, each covering an area of about 300 square meters, and a 10-story high-rise building. The 2 ordinary employee dormitories are like school dormitories. The best one is a 4-person room, and the worst one is a large bunk bed for 12 people. The accommodation environment is poor, and it is an ordinary building without radiation protection. There is also a building equivalent to a boutique apartment building, which has done radiation protection and fine decoration. Zhou Tai lives there, along with some of his confidants and senior executives. After visiting the factory and looking at the 3 residential buildings through the glass, Zhou Tai took people into his independent boss office and explained the situation of the planting site with relevant photos. Lin has 20 acres of land outside the park to the west, which is a permanent use right purchased. At present, plants are planted, which are some ordinary plants with certain economic value but not high value. All the necessary introductions have been made. Since Tang Ranran did not express his opinion at all, Zhou Tai could not help but feel a little nervous. Mr. Tang, what do you think? 1.8 billion. We will take over all the employees who are willing to stay. Tang Ranran made a price and bargained straightforwardly. Mr. Tang, how can you cut so much with one stroke? I will lose all my money if you give me this price. This is really not okay. Zhou Tai was embarrassed and waved his hands vigorously. I will lose all my money. This is really not okay. Kong Chen followed all the way here with a thick face. He intervened again. Mr. Tang, do you want to take a look at other vacant factories? Meeting is fate. If you like it, I can make the decision now and give you the highest preferential policy. Our government has great preferential policies for investors coming to the planet. Kong Chen hadn't finished speaking yet, fearing that he would really be poached by this troublemaker. Zhou Tai slammed the table and roared with gritted teeth. 1.8 billion is 1.8 billion. Boss Zhou. Buy and sell. Compare prices. Kong Chen was unhappy. Mr. Tang has the right to choose. Mr. Tang. 1.8 billion is 1.8 billion. All of them will be sold. And I will leave the equipment in the factory intact. Not a single one will be taken away. You can count and seal it today. Tang Chui hurriedly winked at Tang Ranran. They really got a bargain at this price. Kong Xingchang was really a great assist. Tang Ranran was secretly happy. Boss Zhou. It's settled. Okay. It's settled. Zhou Tai seemed to be afraid that Tang Ranran would go back on his word. I have prepared all the relevant contracts. Mr. Tang, can you take a look? Tang Ranran immediately looked at Tang Chui. Tang Chui, Boss Zhou. Let's talk about the details. Okay. Boss Tang. The next thing was left to Tang Chui. And Tang Ranran once again became a hands-off boss. And she could go back to her home. Aunt. Uncle Lin. I go back first. Tang Chui, okay. Be careful on the road. Butler Lin, be safe. Is Boss Tang going back now? Zhou Tai wanted to see him off in person, but was thinking about talking to Tang Chui in detail. When he was hesitating, Kong Chen stood up and said, You guys are busy. I take my leave first. Boss Tang. Let's go together. Tang Ranran left the office with a female bodyguard and Kong Chen left with a secretary. Waiting for the elevator, Kong Chen said directly, "Boss Tang, can you add me on WeChat?" Tang Ranran was surprised to be asked for WeChat, and looked at him carefully. A masculine and tough face, and long legs, are her favorite dishes, so she can add one. Okay. After adding each other in the communication channel, they exchanged some polite business words, and then arrived at the parking lot. They said goodbye politely, and went their separate ways. Each of them returned to their own hovercraft, started it, and drove in different directions. On the other side of the planet, in the city where the small Tang Xian was staying at the hotel, 30 kilometers away from the Xianyuan district landfill, the moon was dim, and the stars were sparse. In the dark night, a hovercraft took advantage of the dark night and quietly entered the landfill area from above, heading straight for the X-123 landfill pit with a clear purpose. The hovercraft stopped at the edge of the garbage pit that had not yet been filled. After a while, several old land-based small trucks appeared in the vast night and also stopped at the side of the garbage pit. A group of big men came out of the small trucks and stood aside, looking very black and gangster. After all the younger brothers were in place, a thin man got off the small truck in the front. The thin man looked around and went to the hovercraft. When he approached, the window of the back seat of the hovercraft was lowered, and a fat man with a face full of flesh was sitting on the seat. "Well, are you here?" "Hello, Brother Wang." The thin man greeted with a little respect and replied, "I brought everyone here." "Yeah." Looking at the many big men, Brother Wang nodded with satisfaction, and stretched out his arm that was originally leaning against the window, holding a cigarette in his hand. "Have a smoke." "Thank you, Brother Wang." "Take the cigarette." And the two of them puffed out smoke. "Is it fenced off?" "Brother Wang, don't worry. My people are guarding every intersection around the X-123 pit to ensure that those scavengers can't get in." "That's good." Smoking cigarettes, the two chatted casually. About an hour later, the spacecraft signal light appeared in the dark night sky above, and a spacecraft broke through the vast night and gradually revealed its shape. "Here, don't let anyone get in," Brother Wang ordered again. "Don't worry, Brother Wang." The spaceship was obviously a garbage transport ship, and it was here to dump garbage. Soon, the spaceship arrived above the X-123 garbage pit, and then unloaded directly more than 10 meters above the ground. A lot of things poured out of the spaceship and fell into the garbage pit, causing the entire ground to tremble. In just a quarter of an hour, the spaceship was cleaned up, and after completing the garbage dumping operation, it took off and returned. "Let your people find the yellow shockproof box." Brother Wang gave orders. "Did you hear me? Go down and find it." The thin man immediately shouted to his men. A group of big men, tied with ropes, climbed into the garbage pit. Soon, one yellow box after another was pulled up and loaded onto the truck. 10,000 tubes per box. This batch should have 500 boxes. "Don't be less." "Don't worry, Brother Wang," the thin man assured, and then asked stiffly, "Can I take a look at the goods first?" "Sure." Walking to the box, opening the outermost shockproof layer, the thin man saw the seal and the big word "destroy." After taking a closer look at the stripes on the seal, the thin man understood that it was no wonder that the price was so low. The radiation value of this batch of nutrient solution exceeded the standard and should have been destroyed. The surnamed Wang bribed his connections and secretly threw it here as garbage. Returning to Brother Wang, the thin man asked a little worriedly, "Brother Wang, this batch of goods will not be in trouble? What can happen? What can happen?" Brother Wang didn't care at all. "The radiation is too high." The thin man was a little uneasy. "But, Machi, this is the stuff I got with great difficulty. There are more than 100 million in total. This batch of 5 million. I only give you 0.9. If you don't want it, tell me earlier. I contact someone else. Priced at 1 star coin. No worries about selling. Sell all. A full 500,000. If he sells 1.2, 1.5, that's millions. What's more, this is only the first batch. There are so many people in the Xianyuan district. Even 10 million can be easily sold." The thin man Machi gritted his teeth. "Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Do it." "No. No. No. Wang. Brother. I want it." "That's right." "Ha!" Laughing, The fat brother Wang patted Ma Chi's shoulder and said, "Who living in the garbage dump didn't survive the radiation? Isn't it just that the radiation value exceeded the standard by 0.1 or 0.2? It's just that those people are hypocritical and can't eat it. What are you afraid of here? So what if a few people die from eating it? The radiation here is originally high. And there are not many people who die from radiation sickness every year. What's more, they are all illegal residents. And their lives are worthless. Brother Wang is right. And Brother Wang has a big picture. I rely on Brother Wang to take care of me." Ma Chi hurriedly flattered. "Don't worry. I will take you with me, if I have a way to make money in the future. Brother Wang is righteous. Brother Wang is my real brother in the future. Brother Wang, if you have anything to do, just tell me. I will do it." The factory was finalized. And Tang Ranran returned to the hotel and logged in to the small account. There was good news on Tang Xian's smart brain. From Zhou Yuanji, Tang Ranran's advertising during the live broadcast was quite effective. And many growers who were interested in cooperating have approached Zhou Yuanji. However, watermelon is a new variety. And whether it is difficult to grow or not is unknown. Most growers have some concerns and choose to wait and see. However, a few action-oriented people have decisively chosen to join. During this period, in addition to the Bikixing planting base, Zhou Yuanji has also developed 5 franchisees. Of the 5 billion franchise fees, 4.5 billion belongs to Tang Ranran. Oh! Before tax. And tax must be deducted. After deducting 8%, there is still 4.14 billion. The money is still going through the procedures, and will be fully credited before the end of the month. Zhou Yuanji gave her a very detailed relevant information, which recorded the total number of watermelon seeds, how many were left, and the information of the 5 franchisees. Tang Ranran looked carefully, and didn't recognize 3 of them. And the remaining 2 were Helixing Gai Green Planting Company Limited and Anbuxing Lufeng Forestry Planting Development Company Ltd. Gai Green Planting. Any company with the word Gai is basically a branch of Gai Group. Gai Group, like Xiezhengsheng, is a long-established large enterprise with a history of 10,000 years. A super-huge behemoth. It is said that Guz is also a long-established large family in the first galaxy. A powerful family at the top of the imperial pyramid. After being envious for a while, Tang Ranran focused on Lufeng Forestry. Lufeng is a person. Tang Ranran knows this person. She has seen his live broadcast. He is the big planting farmer Lu Dafa next door. He is a tall and thin man. This guy does not cover his face, so his vest has been stripped off by netizens. Lufeng has a baby face and looks a little bit milky. He likes to wear a suit and leather shoes with gold-rimmed glasses to look mature and gentle. This Lufeng's life can be called a long Outian-style male protagonist. It is said that he started from scratch. In more than 10 years, he has conquered several planets. There are no less than 5 planting planets in Lufeng's industry. As for whether he rented or bought them, it is unknown. Some netizens speculated that Lu Feng was SS level, and some said he was SSS level. Some said he was the illegitimate son of a high-level spiritualist in a big family. Some said he was born ordinary and had an adventure when he was a teenager. Anyway, his spiritual level was at least SS level, and his ability to grow vegetables was very strong. Lu Feng's live broadcast was basically to advertise for growing vegetables. When the vegetables he planted on the planet reached the maturity and fruiting period, he would come up to advertise and promote his own vegetables. And sell vegetables live by the way. The pure food produced by Lufeng Forestry is very popular, and it is basically snatched online. Tang Ranran has watched several of his past live broadcast videos. To be fair, if it is purely based on supernatural powers, Lu Feng's ability to grow vegetables is better than hers. However, she has spiritual power cheating. With the bonus of Xingqiju's skills, Tang Ranran can leave him behind not just a few streets, but several planets. Although not as good as her, but the real with system. The best partner. Join Lufeng Forestry. No worries about not being able to grow watermelons. Tang Ranran estimated that in 3 or 4 months, Lufeng Forestry will be able to sell watermelons. By then, there will be a large amount of patent tax. And with the successful planting case of Lufeng Forestry, franchisees who are waiting and watching will come in droves. You can collect money without doing anything. Because of the purchase of the factory. Tang Chui, who was in charge of the inventory and handover, was very busy, while Tang Ranran was a hands-off shopkeeper without any psychological burden. and she was still staying at the hotel. Tang Ranran basically sent the official business on the intelligent brain back with a read, and let Tang Chui make her own decisions. Tang Ranran, the hands-off shopkeeper, was very relaxed and comfortable, and Tang Chui, who was busy with all kinds of things, was also very happy to give orders and command. In her daily life, all the Qingling grass was refined into pills, and there was almost no room for vegetables in the yard. Without the two items of refining pills and growing vegetables, Tang Ranran was very free, and she looked forward to the time every day waiting for the harvest of vegetables. Level 60 is just a little bit away. The darkness before dawn is the most tormenting. As a senior otaku, Tang Ranran life is very regular, almost unchanged. Oh, there is a little change. It is the friend who has been added to her address book. Since adding Lin as a friend, Kong Chen would send her messages every day. The content was a bit nonsense, which could be summarized as good morning, good afternoon, good evening. In addition to greetings, there were also random, meaningless topics. After 3 consecutive days, Tang Ranran had reason to suspect that this guy wanted to pick her up. Then the question came, was she just picking peach blossoms? Or was she just having a relationship as a seasoning after practicing? In terms of appearance alone, Kong Chen was her favorite dish. But her character and personality, I didn't know. Just a communication friend. Tang Ranran could only see Kong Chen. Male, 47 years old, mental power A level, registered as Su Pingrui star in the 3rd galaxy. There was a little known information. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. Tang Ranran first asked Tang Chui about Kong Chen's personal situation in a tactful way. Tang Chui, you mean Captain Kong? I don't know him well, but from what I know, he is quite capable. He is the real power leader. Except for the garrison on the planet that belongs to the central government of the Empire. He has the final say on the entire planet. I heard that the local troops on the planet all obey his command. How can he be the star leader of Su Pingrui Star if he is quite capable? Tang Ranran was puzzled. If it were in modern times, this place would be a backward and poor county in the mountainous area. Could he be trying to show his political achievements? I heard that when he retired from the army, he was given several planets to choose from. And then he chose Su Pingrui Star. I guess it was because of his hometown feelings. He was born in Su Pingrui Star. After he became successful, he wanted to change his hometown and lead his fellow villagers out of poverty and become rich together. Soldier brother. He hit her aesthetic point again. Tang Ranran praised. Very idealistic. Indeed. Although Su Pingrui is so poor now, it was even poorer before, with starving people everywhere. And it was also very chaotic. There were riots every now and then. And there were few industrial parks. The rate of enterprise occupancy was almost zero. Since Kong Chen came, the public security has been much more stable. And many enterprises have been attracted to invest, relying on the sale of land and factories and taxes. The government's wallet has become thicker. So there are some subsidy policies. Although the bottom is still struggling to make ends meet. There are fewer people starving to death. Since she chose Su Pingrui, Tang Chui had done enough homework early on. That's quite capable. But I'm afraid this ideal is a bit high and a bit difficult. Tang Ranran said very realistically. It's quite difficult. This planet has no resources to speak of. Apart from high-risk and high-polluting enterprises like ours, it's difficult for other industries to settle in. The government doesn't have enough fiscal revenue. So everything is just empty talk. Moreover, the people at the bottom keep giving birth. The population is increasing. And there are no resources. Oh, it's difficult. Yeah. To change Su Pingrui, there is no other way but to invest a lot of money. After having the ability, and having served in the army, and getting these 2 pieces of information from Tang Chui, Tang Ranran finally decided to contact him first. Anyway, she has been quite free recently. When Kong Chen sent a message to invite her out for a date on the 4th day, Tang Ranran readily agreed. Time, 9 a.m. Planet Time. Address, the highest administrative center of Ruili City, which is also the highest government building of Su Pingrui. Tang Ranran was quite puzzled about meeting in the administrative center. On second thought, Ruili City is the best city in the entire Su Pingrui. Without a doubt. So it is understandable to meet in Ruili City. After all, on this poor planet, there are probably only a few high-end entertainment venues in Ruili City. Because it was 300 kilometers away, Tang Ranran set off at around 7 o'clock. driven by a female bodyguard. After more than an hour's drive, they arrived at the destination. There were not many cars in the rooftop parking lot dedicated to hovercrafts, so the female bodyguard parked the car directly next to the elevator. The message was sent in advance, so when Tang Ranran got off the car, he saw Kong Chen waiting by the elevator. The all-white shirt and dark trousers were extremely simple and ordinary outfits, but because of Kong Chen's perfect body proportions and handsome appearance, they were worn with a sense of luxury of high-end customization. TSK. It's her favorite dish. Tang Ranran couldn't help but sigh, secretly giving him a point. Don't say that beautiful skins are all the same, and good-looking souls are rare. She is superficial. She just likes long-legged, handsome and manly soldiers. If it were an ugly guy, she wouldn't send a single message back. Mr. Tang, I'm glad you can come. Kong Chen smiled heartily, with joy in his tone. Sorry, it's a bit late, and I've kept Kong Xing waiting for a long time. Tang Ranran was reserved and polite. It's okay. I just got here too. Kong Chen pressed the elevator. This way. Please. Huh? Tang Ranran was confused. Why did he enter the building? Aren't they going out to play? Tang Ranran was confused, but she was afraid that she would misunderstand, so she didn't ask. After the elevator arrived, Tang Ranran told the female bodyguard to wait for her in the car, and then she and Kong Chen entered the elevator together. Kong Chen pressed the third floor. Arriving at the third floor, there was a straight corridor after getting out of the elevator. After walking along the corridor for a while, Kong Chen finally took her into a large lecture hall that could accommodate 100 people. Half of the people in the lecture hall had already taken their seats. Tang Ranran vaguely realized that something was wrong. She might, probably, perhaps, be too sentimental. It wasn't a date at all, but a business event. Tang Ranran was very glad at this moment. Fortunately, she didn't say anything just now. Otherwise it would be very embarrassing. Damn! 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 Cursing inwardly, but calm on the surface, Tang Ranran followed Kong Chen all the way to the front row. Little Tang Dong, sit here. Kong Chen led Tang Ranran to the front row and arranged the person next to him. Tang Ranran looked around and saw that there were men and women in the front row, all wearing shirts, trousers and suits, and they should all be government officials. Damn, it's confirmed. The meeting will begin. After sitting for a while, it was almost 9 o'clock and the meeting started. In the front row, a middle-aged woman dressed very neatly and looking dignified came on stage and spoke in a clear and melodious voice. Hello everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Wu Lihua, the director of the Planet Charity Bureau and the director of the Women's Federation. I am very grateful for everyone's coming. Everyone knows our Suping Ruishing. Then, there was blah blah blah. When Tang Ranran heard about the Charity Bureau, she understood what it was all at once. This is a charity donation activity organized by the government. The content of Wu Lihua's speech, the people at the bottom who are struggling on the food and clothing line are very pitiful. Especially women and children. If they have problems with food and clothing, how can they prevent pregnancy? How can they have good eugenics? Under the high-density births one after another, women and children are the most pitiful. Every year, there are many abandoned babies. And in some places, there are even horrifying cases of eating babies. Excellent politicians have the gift of inspiring speeches. And Wu Lihua is obviously the same. With an eloquent and tearful voice, Wu Lihua has a trilogy. The opening, women and children at the bottom are so miserable. Really so miserable. The middle part, as long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. And all kinds of compliments are given to the investors present. The ultimate goal of the final part is concise and clear. Donate money. Tang Ranran, it is indeed a charity. I have to say that Wu Lihua's speech is very touching. And people feel very sympathetic to the people at the bottom. But maybe it is because they have not experienced it. Even in the worst first life, they are just office animals. And they have no problem with food and clothing. The only problem is the house. So Tang Ranran finds it difficult to resonate. Kong Chen next to her obviously resonated strongly, and his eyes were slightly red. Tang Ranran was a little shocked. But after thinking about it from another perspective, she understood. Kong Chen was born on the planet Supingrui. He probably saw too much helplessness and suffering at the bottom. So after he became successful, he thought about coming back to change and try to turn the tide. The light screen on the podium that originally showed pictures has now become a special code for the Charity Bureau to collect payments. I don't know if there is a proxy or if she is acting to the air. Wu Lihua thanked them repeatedly on the stage. Thank you for the donation from Tianda Technology. Thank you for your help. Thank you. Thank you for the donation from Fengmao Research. Thank you for your help. Thank you. Maybe he was afraid of losing face in public. After all, if others donate and he doesn't donate, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? The company boss's present donated one by one. Tang Ranran looked at the balance of her smart brain, which was nearly 5,900. And the number behind it was not 10,000, but 100 million. She is now a wealthy woman with $1 billion. Tang Ranran's smart brain scanned the code of the Charity Bureau. But the connection popped up was her company account. Well, it turns out that it can only be done through the public account. If there is little money in the company account, then donate less. How much money does her Shitang Bio have? Nearly 98.1 billion. That is to say, except for the 1.8 billion for buying the factory, there is no expenditure at all. With a swipe of her hand, Tang Ranran donated 1 billion directly. On the podium, Wu Lihua gave a speech of thanks while paying attention to the donation data in the background. Then, a 1 billion income was particularly long among the 100,000, 500,000, 200,000, and the long string of zeros dazzled her eyes. She closed her eyes in disbelief and opened them again. Wu Lihua looked carefully and saw hundreds of thousands, millions, hundreds of millions, billions, and billions. Wu Lihua, who had never received such a huge donation, was shocked and lost her composure, and could not help showing a look of shock and ecstasy. 3 seconds later, Wu Lihua, who had recovered from her shock, hurriedly looked at the donor, who was from Shantang Biotechnology. Thank you for the donation from Shantang Biotechnology. Thank you for your help. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Just saying thank you with her mouth was completely incapable of expressing Wu Lihua's gratitude. So she simply bowed 90 degrees in the direction of Tang Ranran with great sincerity. Tang Ranran was stunned in the chair. Ah? This. Others just said thank you. Why did she bow so much? Little Tang Dong. You? Kong Chen tilted his head and stared at her in shock, his eyes full of astonishment and gratitude. From Wu Lihua's reaction, it was not difficult for him to see that Tang Ranran donation amount was definitely not less than 50 million. It must be said that Kong Chen still guessed less. Tang Ranran realized at once that she had donated too much. Could it be that the others had only donated a few million? Since our company has settled here, it is only natural for us to contribute to the planet. Tang Ranran said this in a very official manner. With an additional voiceover, I have donated money. And if someone comes to trouble our company in the future, you have to solve it. Shocked and moved, Kong Chen was in a complicated mood. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only say, thank you. You're welcome. On the podium, Wu Lihua had already stood up. Thanks to her amazing eyesight, Tang Ranran was surprised to find that she was moved to tears. Is it so exaggerated? Tang Ranran couldn't help asking. She just said that she is the director of the Charity Bureau? Yes. Has this director never seen the world? Thinking like this in her heart, Tang Ranran changed her words to be more tactful. Has no one donated to the Charity Bureau of your planet? Yes. There are. Kong Chen didn't say the rest of the words, but just complained in his heart. It takes him a lot of brains, thinking of ways, coercion and inducement, for these profiteers to be willing to donate so little. Oh! Profiteers do not include the beautiful fairy in front of him. Kong Chen checked the account data of the Charity Bureau with the power of the Star Chief, and he saw that there was a full 1 billion. Today, he finally understood what it meant to be beautiful and kind-hearted. This little Tang Dong is really a fairy. That Director Wu has a hard time. Tang Ranran also heard the difficulty in Kong Chen's tone, and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. I donated 60 billion to the Charity Bureau of our star last year, and I didn't even see the director. Hiss. Kong Chen couldn't help but gasp and asked in disbelief. How much? How much did you donate last year? 60 billion. Tang Ranran's tone was light, as if she was saying that the weather was good today. Kong Chen, 600 billion. 600 billion. The world of the rich. He really couldn't imagine. As soon as the charity donation was over, Wu Liwa hurried off the stage and ran straight to Tang Ranran, excitedly holding her hands with both hands, shaking hands again and again. Mr. Tang, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. Really. Thank you so much. With your donation, we can rescue more. Thousands. Even tens of thousands of women and children. Thank you so much. Wu Liwa thanked again and again. The whole person was excited. Tears fell from her red eyes. Tang Ranran, just 1 billion. No need to be so exaggerated. Right? Of course. Of course. Director Wu. You are welcome. Making a contribution to the planet is what we entrepreneurs should do. Tang Ranran said a few official words. And then said seriously with a hint of warning. But I hope that the donations can be put to good use. That is a must. The amount of each donation and the direction of the donation will be made public on our Charity Bureau's website. Don't worry. Director Tang. We welcome you to monitor online. Wu Liwa made repeated assurances. I believe in Director Wu. The greetings were polite. Because it was time for dinner. Director Wu was very enthusiastic to treat her to dinner. Tang Ranran refused in every possible way. And finally gave up her intention to treat. After saying goodbye to Director Wu and walking out of the conference room, Tang Ranran originally planned to go home. But Kong Chen sincerely asked her to sit in the office. Tang Ranran thought carefully for 3 seconds. And finally agreed because she really liked Kong Chen type. Maybe she was right? And then? Shit! Lunch was eaten in Kong Chen office. Kong Chen wanted to treat her to a nutrient solution. But it was a brand Tang Ranran had never seen before. She suspected that the taste might not be very good. So Tang Ranran took a bottle of her own nutrient solution on the grounds that she was not used to other brands. They drank the nutrient solution separately. Lunch was eaten in 2 minutes. And then we got down to business. Kong Chen directly pulled out a large projection screen with pictures and data and talked to Tang Ranran about an Anjin Ranch project he was planning. This is the Anjin Plain in the southeast of the planet. Mining caused a devastating blow to the local vegetation. Later, due to the high environmental radiation, the vegetation could not recover. So it is now a barren wasteland. But the climate of the Anjin Plain is relatively stable, with temperatures between 10 and 30 degrees all year round. Plenty of sunshine and rain. If it is transformed, it will surely be able to restore its former greenery. At present, the environmental radiation of the Anjin Plain is between 28 and 32. I have made a relevant feasibility study report. As long as supporting greening is planted and a certain amount of transformation funds are invested in the early stage, the environmental radiation can be reduced to below 10 in 3 years at most. In a low radiation environment below 10, many common grasses can survive, and the entire area can be turned into a pastoral area. At that time, some small edible herbivores, such as rabbits and rats, can be raised. With their ability to survive and reproduce, they can be captured and harvested in a quantitative manner after half a year. At that time, a supporting nutrient solution processing plant will be established in the surrounding area. I have conducted data simulations. If everything goes well, relying on the Anjin Plain pastoral area, the annual output of nutrient solution can reach a minimum of about 50 billion, which can solve the problem of food and clothing for at least 50 million people. Looking forward to the huge changes that the Anjin Ranch project will bring. Kong Chen spoke passionately and excitedly. As a caring listener, Tang Ranran listened to him patiently and clapped his hands in cooperation. Then asked the most critical question. So how to make a profit? I have researched nutrient solution production companies. If it is meat animals such as rabbits and mice, the cost can be reduced to less than 2-star coins without transportation costs. Even if the selling price is set at 2-star coins, there is still a profit of 5% to 15%. Tang Ranran nodded. Su Pingrui Star is in an awkward position. It is a very poor household among the rich. On its surrounding planets, the lowest priced cheap nutrient solution has no market at all. So there is no low-end nutrient solution production company on the planets of the third galaxy. For example, the former Xinliang, not to mention Xiaolianko, produce those cheap ordinary nutrient solutions. And the cheap means dozens of star coins. Dozens of star coins. 2-star coins step on the passing line of radiation value 4.99 nutrient solution. I can't find it at all. And the freight cost of importing the lowest priced nutrient solution from other planets is more than 2-star coins. So, the starting point of this Anjin Ranch is quite good. Does this Anjin Ranch project have a detailed plan? Is it a project planned and launched by your government to attract investment? Though the conversation was calm, Tang Ranran was already cursing in her heart. Damn! 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 She thought they were in love. But it turned out to be a project. This bastard had no intention of pursuing her at all. He clearly wanted her to invest in this project. Oh! Man! She could accept coveting her beauty. But coveting her wallet? She is a rich woman. She can support a gigolo. But the gigolo cannot ask her for money. Kong-chun, this bastard, has a big appetite. The Anjing Plain project starts with an investment of 100 billion. No, it has not been put on the bill yet. It is just my personal idea. Mr. Tang, your family used to manufacture nutrient solution. So I want you to help me refer to it. From your point of view, are there any problems? Kong Chen didn't know that Tang Ranran had given him a bad review. He just felt that Tang Ranran was kind and loving because she donated 1 billion yuan. So he couldn't help but share his big project that he was planning to solve the problem of food and clothing for the lower class people. Moreover, Xin Liang used to be a nutrient solution manufacturer. So they had a common topic. From my point of view, first of all, Anjing Plain. Is it a lease or a permanent property right that is purchased at one time? As an investor, there will definitely be some concerns. After all, the environmental transformation will take at least 3 years. If the service life is short, won't your government reap the benefits in the end? Secondly, Anjing Plain is too large. There are 3 garbage dumps in the entire area and 2 more garbage dumps outside. How many illegal households are there in these 5 garbage landfills? Can they be relocated? Even if they can be relocated, how can we ensure that they will not invade after the environmental radiation is improved? After the meat beasts are released? How to prevent poaching and theft? The 3 garbage dumps in the plain will definitely be relocated. As for the others, I haven't considered them yet. Kong Chen thought for 2 seconds with a gloomy look in his eyes, and replied, if it is leased, the term will definitely be long-term. If it is purchased permanently, it will definitely be at a low price. The illegal intrusion and theft you mentioned are indeed problems, but they should be solvable. There are always more solutions than problems. Kong Chen's tone was firm, with a determination to overcome all obstacles and move forward, even if these are solved. Then, there is the last question. Tang Ranran smiled, and poured cold water on him in a calm and realistic tone. Indeed, my family used to make a fortune by manufacturing nutrient solution. So I also have some knowledge about nutrient solution manufacturing. In pastoral areas with environmental radiation below 10. As long as you select high-quality meat animals with radiation resistance and use the most advanced production and processing technology, you can produce ordinary nutrient solution with radiation below 2 or even 0. Nutrient solution with radiation below 2 can be sold for more than 10 star coins, even including transportation costs. The profit margin can reach 20% to 30%, or even more. In business, the fundamental purpose of business is to make money and have greater profits. Why sell it to the bottom people on the planet for 2 star coins? You are considering the people's food and clothing. But businessmen pursue profits. Tang Ranran hit the nail on the head. There is no shortage of food in the interstellar world. There are countless nutrient solutions that have been destroyed because they are unsaleable and have exceeded the shelf life on the rich planets. Why not send it to the poor planets? Who pays for the transportation? Just calculating the transportation cost. It is difficult for people on the poor planets to afford it. So what Su Ping Ruishing lacks is money. And those people at the bottom, who have no lucrative jobs. This cannot be solved by building a pastoral area to produce nutrient solution. Kong Chen was stunned when he heard this. And it was obvious that he did not realize the profit margin. A large basin of cold water made Kong Chen return to reality from his lofty ideals. He has always looked at the problem from the perspective of politics, benefiting the planet and the people, and seeking solutions to solve the problem of food and clothing. After being reminded by Tang Ranran, he considered it from the perspective of a businessman. And it was indeed as she said. Businessmen pursue profits. Kong Chen frowned and said uncertainly, what if there is a precondition? In the first 20 years, or the first 10 years, the products of the pastoral areas are restricted from export and can only be sold locally? Maybe it is feasible. But if the export is restricted, then it may not be recovered in 10 or 20 years. Why invest in such a project? Tang Ranran asked back. This, Kong Chen frowned even more, unable to answer for a moment. and finally said with a bit of self-mockery, "Sorry. I was just daydreaming and made you laugh." Kong Chen was a little depressed, but also a little relieved. Sure enough, different trades are like different mountains, and we should listen to the advice of professionals. Tang Ranran, it's a bit of a daydream, but it's not a joke. Kong Chen carefully wrote down all the points Tang Ranran said, and then continued to ask, "Mr. Tang, according to you, the key is to make people rich? The key is employment, creating enough jobs. So how to do it? Introduce some enterprises that need intensive labor? Sell low-cost labor." Thinking and answering himself, Kong Chen's eyes lit up at the end. "I understand. But which industries need cheap labor and are willing to settle in our souping ruishing? I don't know much about this. You can hold a meeting with the relevant departments to discuss it." After discussing the Anjin Ranch project, Tang Ranran said goodbye after just a few words. Kong Chen insisted on seeing her off, and the two returned to the top parking lot together. A polite goodbye. Tang Ranran simply got in the car. The hover car took off, and there was only herself and the female bodyguard in the space. Tang Ranran called Tang Chui back. Not long after the donation was transferred, Tang Chui sent a message, asking her if she was with Kong Chen. After getting a yes reply, Tang Chui asked her to call her back when she was alone. As soon as the call was connected, Tang Chui asked anxiously, Ran, did you just donate 1 billion to the charity bureau?" "Yes." 1 billion. Tang Chui's eyes widened in shock. "How can you donate so much money? We only spent 1.8 billion to purchase the factory, and donated 1 billion at once. Donating a few 100,000 or 1 million is enough. Ran, you will be taken advantage of if you donate 1 billion like this. They will keep an eye on you." Tang Ranran was speechless for a moment. So, the donation standard here is less than 1 million? Ran, in addition to charitable donations, did Kong Chen introduce any investment projects to you? Didn't you ask me about him before? Is he pursuing you? Or is there some ambiguous behavior? Let me tell you, a man like Kong Chen who is involved in the political system cannot be as simple as he seems. He is scheming behind the scenes. He must have bad intentions, and is thinking about your money. Tang Chui reminded seriously. And she was worried. The London Yongqing project has been sold, and my niece has a huge amount of cash in her hands. Not to mention outsiders. Even her family members are thinking about it. Even she is a little jealous in her heart. Although my niece is not stupid and holds on to money tightly, she is too young after all. She is afraid of meeting a man with excellent appearance and conditions in all aspects, such as Kong Chen. If she talks about feelings first and is bewitched by him, won't she lose money? I know it in my heart. Tang Ranran's face darkened. After ending the call, Tang Ranran sighed helplessly with a faint expression. Annie Tang Chui saw it all. Kong Chen, that bastard, was thinking about her money. She thought she was so charming. I was so angry. I was in a bad mood. The first thing I did when I returned to the hotel was to practice. Men will only affect her cultivation speed. After a few hours of cultivation, Tang Ranran felt more and more that something was wrong. After eating 72 grams of Cistanche deserticula that day, she had a premonition that she could break through. But now, after several days, she still hasn't broken through, and is still stuck at the 8th level of qi refining. State of mind? Impossible. In her previous life, her cultivation was so high. It is impossible for her to be stuck in the state of mind in the qi refining stage in this life. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran finally decided to go into seclusion. Of course, it is not the kind of long-term seclusion in the world of immortal cultivation. Tang Ranran's so-called seclusion, to be precise, is to put aside all distractions and practice for a few days. There is nothing to do on the Tangxian, so the smart brain is turned off and disappeared. On her side, Tang Ranran approved 3 billion funds for Tang Chui, allowing her to arrange it herself, of which 1.8 billion is for the purchase of the factory area. There is no other major event, and the smart brain is turned on a do not disturb mode. Tang Ranran is in the hotel room, sitting cross-legged and in seclusion. Xianyuan District Landfill. A skinny boy, with his hands tightly clasped in front of his chest, walked like the wind, and quickly shuttled through the narrow and dirty passages of the shantytown. After a safe journey, the boy successfully returned to his home, a space made up of several metal plates simply put together. knocking on the independent small metal plate that served as the door. The boy said to the inside of the door, "I'm back." The small metal plate was moved from the inside, and 3 little carrots showed their heads. "Brother. Brother is back. Big brother. You are finally back." The boy squeezed in, and the 3 little carrots quickly moved the door panel back to block the gap. The small space immediately became dark, and the light that came in through the large cracks at the joints of several metal plates was dim. But it was enough for people to see everything in the house. The space of less than 10 square meters was filled with all kinds of garbage picked up from the garbage dump. But they were all sorted out in an orderly manner. It was shabby and poor, but not dirty. The woman with the vicissitudes of life finally put aside her worries, and smiled with relief after seeing her eldest son return safely. "Xiaoyi, it's good that you're back." "Mom, look." The thin boy Xiaoyi grinned, took his hands away from his chest, and took out a bundle of nutrient solution from under the cover of his tattered clothes. A bundle, with a total of 10 tubes. "Wow, so many!" The youngest carrot head couldn't help but exclaimed, and then immediately covered his mouth. The 2 older carrot heads widened their eyes in surprise, staring at the nutrient solution in their brother Xiaoyi's hand. Xiaoyi was excited, but her voice was very low. "I bought it from Boss Wu. 10 sticks for only 15 star coins. So cheap? Maybe it has been expired for a long time?" After the woman was surprised, her expression became a little worried. "If you are lucky, you can pick up unopened nutrient solution when the garbage ship has just dumped the garbage. It is okay to eat it after a few months of expiration, but it is not okay if it is too long. Someone here died after eating nutrient solution that was expired for more than a year." "Mom, don't worry. It is not expired. There is still a month. But Boss Wu said that this tastes terrible. He said that because of the bad taste, it is unsaleable in other places. So it came to us. It's good that it is not expired." The woman's concerns were dispelled. "It tastes bad? Is it worse than the little white worms?" "As long as they are roasted. The little white worms are not bad." "Mom, can we eat this today?" "Yes. Eat this. Just one today." Looking at her 4 skinny children, the woman hesitated, then gritted her teeth. "Eat 2. Great. Oh, I haven't had nutrient solution for a long time." "Mom, hide the rest." 8 nutrient solutions were passed over, and Xiaoyi kept 2. Only 1 was opened, and the eldest brother Xiaoyi took the lead to take a sip, and then passed it to the second sister, and the little girl also took a sip and gave it to her younger brother. "You take a sip. I take a sip." The 4 children are very careful to take only a small sip, and a nutrient solution was passed several times before it was finished. After the woman hid the nutrient solution, Xiaoyi was very sensible and opened the other one. "Mom, you eat it." Okay. The woman was very relieved. After eating a small half of it, she handed him the remaining half of the nutrient solution. "Mom is full. You are growing up, so you should eat more." "Mom." Xiaoyi frowned. But in the end, under the woman's insistence, he could only take the remaining half of the nutrient solution, then pretended to drink a sip and immediately passed it to his sister. The 4 children started to drink the nutrient solution in a passing the flower style again. Finally, they finished drinking it all. "Everyone take a good rest. Brother Wan said that a spaceship will come in 2 hours. "Yes." Climbing onto the wooden bed, the 4 children laid down one by one. The woman turned her back to them and took out the boiled water stored in the container under another wooden bed, poured it into the 2 empty nutrient solutions, shook it, and the woman drank it in one gulp, then continued to pour water and drink it. 10 bottles of nutrient solution were enough to sustain for 7 or 8 days. But just when Xiaoyi family was immersed in the joy of buying cheap nutrient solution, misfortune happened. Among the 4 children, the youngest daughter Yaya developed erythema. At first, the woman thought it was an accidental injury or a skin disease, and did not care. But on the second day, the erythema began to turn purple and more. And Yaya, who was 5 or 6 years old, was in so much pain that she could only cry. "Mom, it hurts. It hurts so much. This. The woman was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Here, human life is worthless. And if you get sick, you can only wait to die. Yaya, eat more. Sister, eat. I'm not hungry. Give it to sister." There was no money to see a doctor. So the three brothers and sisters were very sensible and left all the nutrient solution to Yaya. Here, she had to rely on herself to defeat the disease. And only when you are full can you have the strength to defeat the disease. However, after 2 days of continuous full meals, Yaya died. Her whole body was black and purple, and her death was very horrible. After the 3 children cried sadly, the woman put Yaya's body in a bag made of rags. The woman carried the bag and said, "Xiao, you and your brother and sister take care of the house. Mom is going out for a while." The 2 little kids were confused and didn't know what was going to happen. The 14-year-old Xiao understood and held a corner of the bag, with a sad and upset face, and also with unacceptable. "Mom, can you please not?" "She." The woman's tone became heavier. "I know. Mom," helplessly letting go of her hand. Shui hung his head, tears dripping down. "Good boy." The woman reached out and touched his head lovingly, and sighed heavily. "Yaya has left. You have to live well and grow up. Xiaoyi, after Mom is gone, no matter who comes, don't open the door. If someone breaks in, shout loudly to Uncle Wang and Uncle Lu next door. Understand?" "Yeah, I know," Xiaoyi responded with a stammer. "Mom, be careful. Mom knows." Going out, the thin woman carried the bag and ran quickly towards a place, passing through narrow and dim passages. The woman left the messy shantytown and arrived at a relatively clean and tidy place similar to a color steel house. The woman found the place familiarly and arrived at a larger white house similar to a factory. At the door of the white house, a strong man carried a motionless person on his shoulders and knocked on the door with one hand. The woman quickly shrank into the shadows, fearing that she would be noticed. The door opened, and the strong man carried someone in. After about 5 minutes, the strong man came out alone. The person he was carrying on his shoulders was gone, and he was carrying a sack in his hand, obviously not noticing the woman. The strong man left here quickly with his things, looking around and confirming that there was no one else. The woman came out of the shadow and went forward to knock on the door. The man who opened the door was a very strong man with a scar on his face. He looked at her lazily. The scarred man looked at the sack and asked casually, "Selling feed?" "Yes. Yes." The woman nodded and asked, "Is Brother Yao here? I'm looking for him." "Hey, Brother Yao's friend." The scarred man's attitude changed and became more serious. "Come in." "Thank you." The scarred man took the woman in, walked through the corridor, and came to a room. He opened the door and stood at the door, shouting, "Brother Yao, someone is looking for you." In the room that looked like a simple office of dozens of square meters, there were 2 men, one thin and one fat. The woman carried the bag into the room. The fat man, Brother Yao, stared at the woman for a few seconds, then whistled, narrowed his eyes and smiled, his voice teasing. "Hey, isn't this Alan?" "Brother Yao, I'm here to sell feed." "Xiao Hei, take a look." Brother Yao directed the thin younger brother. "Yes." The thin Xiao Hei walked to the metal plate platform by the wall and said to the woman Alan casually, "Put it here." Okay. Alan was hesitant, with sadness in her eyes, but she finally gritted her teeth and walked over and put the bag on the platform. Xiao Hei opened it and took a look, and his brows immediately frowned. "This? Died of illness?" No, it's..." Alan waved his hands repeatedly. "He starved to death." "Heh." Xiao Hei sneered, obviously not believing it, and said coldly, "We don't accept those who died of illness. Brother Yao, our family can't even afford to eat. Please help." Alan turned to the fat Brother Yao and begged for mercy. "Alan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's catch up later," Brother Yao said with a wretched expression, and there was something behind his words. Alan was stunned. Anger flashed in her eyes, and after struggling for a while, she finally nodded. Okay. Xiao Hei, take it. Weigh it for her. Don't be short of weight," Brother Yao said with satisfaction. "It's weighed 3.42 kilograms. Alan, do you want food or money?" "I want food." Alan smiled bitterly in her heart. She couldn't keep the money, so it was better to eat. "Xiao Hei, go and change it, and make sure it's enough." "Okay, Brother Yao." Although Xiao Hei was thin, he was very strong. He picked up the bag with one hand and walked out of the room. Alan was filled with reluctance, and tears unconsciously flowed down her little one. Alan, it's you. If it's someone else, we won't accept you. Brother Yao approached her and touched her but restlessly. I'm doing this because you broke the rules. If the higher-ups investigate, I'd be in big trouble. How do you thank me? I listened to Brother Yao. Alan endured the humiliation and didn't move. Brother Yao smiled smugly and began to push his way. Although she was a little ugly, she was a female after all, and cheap. It was just a matter of a word. It was free, so it was a waste. After leaving the room, Xiao He, who knew what was going on, carried the bag and slowly swayed in the corridor. When he turned at the end, he came to the factory workshop. Brother Xiao He, is the feed coming again? A thin man with long hair came to meet him. Yeah, Brother Xiao He, you take a rest. I do it. The long-haired man hurriedly took the bag from his hand, opened it and took a look, and immediately frowned. Brother Xiao He, there have been several black and purple feeds like this in the past 2 days. Isn't there something wrong? What's the problem? Aren't you fine? Xiao He glanced at him. I've never seen such a death from radiation sickness before. Could it be poisoning? Xiao He sneered. Poisoning? Where did the garbage collectors in the shantytown in front get the poison? How can people who can't even drink the nutrient solution eat the poison? Yes. Brother Xiao He is right. The long-haired man agreed with a flattering look on his face, and then said nervously, could it be that some highly radioactive pollutants were dumped from the outer planets? The long-haired man continued. Lao Gao from the security department died. First, red spots appeared, and then the red spots deepened, turning purple and black. I heard that the whole process took only 3 days. When Lao Gao died, his whole body was black and purple. I'm a little worried. Huh? Xiao He was stunned, and his face changed. Lao Gao died. When did it happen? He died in the middle of the night yesterday. Unless we do an autopsy on this body, we can't measure whether it has radiation or not. I feel uneasy. This. Xiao He unconsciously took a step back, moved a little further away from the pocket. His face changed for a few seconds, and explained, this black and purple feed, throw it into the #1 breeding device. Observe it carefully in the next 2 days. If the fleshworms are dying, I'm afraid there is really high radiation. Let's notify the higher-ups and run away. It's important to save our lives. If the little white worms are fine, there should be no problem. Don't worry too much. I asked Brother Yao later if anyone in the nearby garbage pits has had this situation. Brother Xiao He, please share the news with me so that I can make plans early. Got it. Go weigh 4 kilograms of flesh worms for me. I won't go in. Okay. Brother Xiao He, please wait a moment. Xiao He stepped back a few steps, away from the workshop door, turned his back, and the thin long-haired man showed a very reluctant expression, picked up his bag, and walked into the factory workshop. The workshop is a large venue, with large glass containers of dozens of cubic meters placed inside. The transparent glass inner wall is densely crawling with black and white worms. The black bugs are larger, like cockroaches, with a shell, while the white ones are plump and fleshy, with a bulging abdomen behind their small heads. Through the dense swarm of bugs, you can vaguely see that under the glass container, in the dead grass and broken wood, there are a lot of bones. All white bones. There are human bones and animal bones. You can also see the tightly surrounded small hills, and the chewing sounds are creepy. This is a meatworm production factory. The black ones are adults, and the white larvae are the main food for most people in the shantytowns. Called small white worms, the long-haired man walked to the large glass container marked #1 with familiarity, and threw the small corpse in the bag into the feeding port that protruded from the front of the container like a large straw, and then closed it. Then, when it was started, the small corpse was sent into the container. As soon as it fell into the container, black and white insects swarmed over it. In almost 3 seconds, the small corpse was covered with a layer of insect coat. The crunching sound of chewing became louder and louder. After throwing the feed, the long-haired man carried the bag in a very unlucky manner and walked past the large glass containers to the innermost part of the factory. There, a water table like a processing production line was covered with black and white insects. They were obviously dead. The insects moved forward motionlessly along the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt was dozens of meters long. A dozen yellow-faced and thin men stood on both sides of the conveyor belt. They picked out the black adults on the conveyor belt with their hands and feet and threw them into the feed bucket at their feet. These black adults were covered with shells all over their bodies, without a few strands of mincemeat. They were inedible to humans and could only be crushed and then fed to the larvae as feed. The remaining white larvae were transported by the conveyor belt and finally fell into the large barrel at the end of the conveyor belt and placed on the ground. The pickers picked and sorted, and from time to time, they would catch a few white worms and throw them into their mouths. Although they frowned because of the bad taste, they swallowed them all. The long-haired man turned a blind eye to the pickers stealing, and walked directly along the transport platform to the end, and came to the large barrel containing the small white worms. Taking a measuring spoon, the long-haired man began to scoop. Ah! A cry of pain suddenly came. The long-haired man, who was startled by the sudden sound, raised his head in dissatisfaction and shouted, "Who is it? What's going on? Sorry. Sorry. My fault. My fault." The picker, who cried out in pain, hurriedly apologized. And when he lowered his head, he saw the source of the pain. The ill-fitting pants were too short, so that his ankles and calves were exposed. When he lowered his head, he could see a big black bug lying on his ankle. The picker bent down and grabbed it. "This old black bug is quite strong. It's not dead yet. It crawled out of the bucket and bit me." After explaining, the picker pinched the big black bug, raised his hand, and threw it to the ground with an angry expression, stepped on it, and crushed it to pieces. "Be careful. Don't be so startled," the long-haired man scolded. I know. The picker made assurances. 4 kilograms? No more. No less. After filling enough white worms, the long-haired man carried the bag and walked out. When passing by container number 1, the long-haired man unconsciously stopped and took a few more glances. Not finding anything unusual, the long-haired man's heart eased a little, and then he continued to go out. When he left the workshop, he said flatteringly, "Brother Xiaohe, it's ready. Please take a look." "Yes, Brother Xiaohe. If you have any news, remember to let me know." I know. Waving his hand, Xiaohe picked up the bag and turned to leave. Before returning to the room, Xiaohe stood outside the door, leaned over, and listened to the door. There was still movement. Xiaohe waited outside consciously. After about 10 minutes, I listened again, but there was no sound. I guessed that it was almost over, so I knocked on the door and shouted outside, "Brother Yao, I'm back. Come in." Hearing this, Xiaohe pushed the door open. Brother Yao's chubby face was flushed, and he was in a good mood. Alan huddled in a corner, holding her clothes tightly. After Xiaohe came in, she hurried over and looked directly at her pocket. 4 kilograms? Take it. Thank you. Alan took it, opened the bag, and saw that it was full of white worms. She reached in and grabbed a handful, and couldn't wait to stuff it into her mouth, swallowing it almost without chewing. She hadn't eaten much for 2 or 3 days, and she was already starving. In addition, she had just been tossed around, and if she didn't eat something, she might not have the strength to go back. Xiaohe looked at him with a bit of contempt, but Brother Yao smiled as usual and said, "Alan, if you want to sell feed next time, you can still find me. After all, we are old acquaintances." Alan's face froze, and anger flashed in his eyes. Finally, he timidly responded, "Thank you, Brother Yao. Then I leave first." "Okay." Although she was humiliated, Alan was satisfied with the heavy food. After leaving the factory, she carefully avoided people and quickly went back to her home. After walking for a while, there was a lot of noise ahead, as if there was something going on. Alan was a woman alone, so she naturally didn't dare to join in the fun. She took a detour and quickly bypassed the crowded area. After turning around and around, Alan returned to her home safely and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Knocked on the door. "I'm back. Mom. Brother. It's Mom who's back." The 2 radish heads moved the door open, and Alan immediately slipped in. The small metal door was immediately closed again. "Mom, is this a little white worm? So many little white worms. Mom is so awesome." The 2 younger children didn't know what happened. They only knew that they wouldn't have to go hungry for a few days. Only the young boy Xiaoyi was silent. Alan sighed, touched his head with heartache and love, as if to comfort him, and also as if to comfort herself. It will all pass. You will grow up well. Mom. Xiaoyi's voice was choked. His little sister. How painful it must be. She won't rest in peace even if she dies. It's over. It will pass. Alan's eyes were sore, and after a few seconds of silence, he cheered up and was strong again. Is everything okay when I'm not here? Just now, Brother Lu came and asked me to go out with him to catch little white worms. I didn't open the door, Xiaoyi said, his voice full of self-blame. Brother Lu said that he could catch a lot of little white worms, but he was worried about his younger brothers and sisters, so he didn't go. It doesn't matter. Safety is the most important thing. We have no shortage of food in the past few days. Alan comforted. The mother and son said a few more words, and Alan took the three of them to lie on the door bed to rest. The sky gradually darkened, and just before the sun set, someone knocked on the door. Who? Xiaoyi shouted in a rough voice. It's me, Lu Qi. Alan immediately stood up and opened the door. The door opened halfway, and a man came in. The boy was also skinny, but he had a few more pounds of meat and was a head taller than Xiaoyi. He looked about 17 or 18 years old. Lu Qi took out a dirty food box from his arms and said happily, Mom, I bring you some food. Here. Alan took it and opened it. It was a box of small white worms. Your dad. Alan frowned, a little worried. It's okay. Recently, boss who has low-priced nutrient solution. We bought a lot. It's enough for a long time. He won't tell anyone if he knows about this box of small white worms. And I caught it myself. He doesn't know. You caught it? So many? Alan was surprised. Everyone knows that small white worms can be eaten. So wild small white worms have been eaten to extinction. What they eat are all from the worm factory. Lu Qi said proudly. Well, I caught it. The Ku brothers who raised little white worms in the West died at some point, and their bodies are smelly. Someone found them dead today, and their homes were robbed, and their bodies were sold. During the fight, the big container they used to raise little white worms was broken, and big black worms and small white worms were everywhere. I was just fighting with others for it. Ah! If I had known, I would have gone there too. Xiaoyi knocked his head in frustration. The Ku brothers are dead? Alan was surprised. So, the noise she just encountered was them snatching the little white worms. I heard that it was Mr. Wang from the worm factory who ordered someone to do it. Lu Qi danced with his hands and shared gossip, because the two people in the Ku family privately raised little white worms. Mr. Wang has been unhappy with them for a long time and has warned them many times. Now, he can't help but do something dirty. I just saw Ku Xiaohua over there. She brought her 3 husbands and a group of people and almost fought with the people who stole things. I heard that someone had called the police, but when I came back, the police hadn't arrived yet. Second brother Lu, tell me quickly, are there any little white worms over there? Xiaoyi rolled his eyes and asked expectantly. They should be gone. Is that so? Xiaoyi was very disappointed. After a few more words, before leaving, Lu Qi said, Mom, Brother Jiang said there will be 2 garbage boats tomorrow. We're going early tomorrow morning. Dad asked me to ask you. Do you want to go with us? Yes. Then I call you tomorrow morning. Okay. The sun sank below the horizon, and when the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the entire shantytown fell into darkness. People who had no entertainment at all either played poker or went to bed early. The night was getting darker, and when it was late at night, big black bugs came out from the garbage corners. The 2 big tentacles in front of the head swung left and right, running around in the simple shanty houses. While crawling, following the smell of food, the big black bugs crawled into the shanty house along the gap of the roof board, and then crawled to the side of the sleeping person and climbed onto his body. The person who was sleeping soundly knew nothing about it. The big black bugs crawled all over the people's bodies, and finally found the exposed skin and bit it. Some people were bitten on the legs, some on the face, some on the arms, and some on the ears. It was not a severe pain, but it was enough to wake people up from their sleep. Ah! What is it? Damn! Damn bugs! You can't even let me sleep in peace. Why are there so many big black bugs? Old cause two bastards. They are always doing nothing. Many people were woken up by the bites of the big black bugs. Especially those who lived in the west. Near the Ka family. There were too many big black bugs. After killing one and sleeping for 5 minutes, another one appeared. Almost the whole night. They were stepping on bugs. Although they were far away. A big black bug still ran over. And Xiao Yi little brother Doubting was bitten on the leg. Without medicine and being sloppy, Alan could only clean his wound in the dark with boiled water. Big black bugs bite people. Many people have been bitten in the past. And only occasionally 1 or 2 unlucky people died of bacterial infection. Waking up early in the morning, seeing Doubting in high spirits, Alan was relieved. And it seemed that he was fine. The small white bugs yesterday were all cooked. And the 4 people ate their fill. After hiding all the food, Alan took the tools and weapons. And took the 3 children to meet up with Lu Chi's family next door. And then another Wang family next door. With the hope of picking up valuable goods. A group of dozens of people set off. After they separated that day, Kong Chen still sent messages to Tang Ranran every day. But for 3 consecutive days, the replies he received were "I'm busy. Don't disturb me. If you have something important, please leave a message." Even if she was busy, she wouldn't be busy for 3 days straight. Right? It was obvious that she set up an automatic reply to perfunctorily deal with him. And she didn't even want to reply to a message. The meaning of this rejection was put on the surface. And it couldn't be more straightforward. Tang Ranran, I'm busy. Please don't disturb me. If you have something important, please leave a message. Staring at those automatic replies, Kong Chen felt quite frustrated. A beautiful, rich, kind, and beloved fairy with mental power. It's a pity that she doesn't like him. Probably because she thinks he's poor. Just when he was depressed, there was a knock on the door. Putting away the sadness of being rejected, Kong Chen's expression became serious, and the whole person returned to his strict and cold self. Come in. The secretary pushed the door open. Captain Xing, I have something to report to you. Several police districts in charge of the garbage dump reported that there have been some abnormal deaths in the past 2 days. Practice. Practice. Practice hard. Tang Ranran had been in seclusion for nearly a week, and was interrupted by a series of life-threatening calls from housekeeper Lin. As soon as Tang Ranran answered the call, housekeeper Lin's square face was so anxious that his eyebrows were twisted into a knot. Miss Ranran? It's bad. Something big has happened. There's an epidemic here. Let's leave this planet quickly. Tang Ranran, Plague? No way. She was in seclusion for just a few days, and the planet broke out of the epidemic? What kind of plot is this? Did she practice too much and accidentally fall asleep? And was she still dreaming? Outside the video call, Tang Ranran silently pinched her thigh. Ouch. It hurts. It's not a dream. Plague? It's not certain whether it's a plague or an unknown infectious disease. Anyway, it's very serious and many people have died. Manager Tang Chui has already bought the spaceship ticket for tomorrow afternoon. Miss Ranran, hurry up and apply for exit. We need to leave here as soon as possible. Oh. Okay. Tang Ranran was still a little dizzy. She turned on the video call and sent an exit application after a few operations on the smart brain. Uncle Lin, I have already applied for exit. That's good. It should be in time. Under normal circumstances, citizens' exit applications can be approved within 4 or 5 hours. Uncle Lin, what happened? Is this situation serious? Tang Ranran asked while searching on the local official website of Su Ping Ruishing. At first glance, everything seems peaceful, and there is nothing unusual. Well, I don't know about this either. Manager Tang Chui said so. Butler Lin replied. You know, she is good at interpersonal relationships. She has been talking to the government these days. Just now, more than an hour ago, she contacted me to tell me about the situation. Many people have died in the garbage dump area these days. They are all abnormal deaths. The death toll is still increasing day by day. Although the situation in the city and industrial park is not so serious, there have been individual deaths. Those people don't know whether they are radiation sickness or infectious diseases. The bodies are all black and purple, which is very scary. So it's too dangerous here. Let's avoid it first. Black and purple? Are you sure it's not radiation sickness? Tang Ranran was puzzled. Even if it is an infectious disease, Su Ping Ruishing situation, let alone hovering cars. There are not many ordinary land vehicles. There is almost no communication between cities. How can it be spread? Don't tell her it's air. If there is a virus in the air, it's barbecue. I don't know about this either. Manager Tang Chui is still in the government administration center. When she comes back, I ask her to contact you. She just told me a few words. Miss Ran, have you submitted your exit application? Butler Lin asked Tang Ran to confirm again with concern. Yes, it's submitted. Uncle Lin, don't worry. Before Tang Ran finished speaking, Tang Chui call came in. My aunt called me, Tang Ran said, then connected and added Tang Chui to the call, turning it into a group chat of 3 people. Ran, quick, apply for exit. Tang Chui's tone was urgent, and she looked like she was in a hurry. Aunt, I've already applied. What's going on? I'm not sure either. I just found out 2 days ago that a lot of people died at the Great Gainan landfill 20 kilometers away from us. I noticed something was wrong, so I went to ask around. And then I found out that it's not just the Great Gainan. There are a lot of deaths at many landfills on the planet. I went to ask around this morning, and the situation at several landfills is very serious. And even in cities and industrial parks, there are individual deaths. What about our Shangjia? There are no deaths yet. But 1 case has been found and has been sent to the hospital for treatment. Tang Ran asked in detail. Aunt, is it radiation, an infectious disease, or a virus? What are the symptoms? The specific cause of death has not been found out yet. Now we only know that it is a blood vessel disease. Some reason caused the blood vessels to rupture, causing large internal bleeding in the tissues. The appearance is a red spot. As the symptoms worsen, the blood clots become larger, the bruises become larger, and finally the blood cannot supply oxygen and the person dies. Blood coagulation? Well, I'm not sure if it's radiation or virus. I think it's more likely to be a virus. Although many people die from radiation sickness in the garbage dump every year, it's definitely not this many. This time, the death is explosive, with a straight line blowout growth. I'm afraid if we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave in 2 days. Ran, we can earn money again if we lose it, but our own safety is the most important thing. Well, you're right, Aunt. We should leave as soon as possible. Ran, are you still in the hotel? Joe Tai moved out 2 days ago, and there are many empty apartments in the factory area. You can move in here. We can live together and take care of each other if anything happens. Butler Lin quickly agreed. Yes, Miss Ran, you should move in with us. We are worried about you staying alone in the hotel. There are also bodyguards. Tang Ran muttered to herself and nodded. I know. I'll be back soon. The original plan was to stay in Shangjia Industrial Park until the new year, and to create a few crops out of nothing. Unfortunately, plans cannot keep up with changes. Tang Ran sighed, and told the female bodyguard to pack up and leave in 10 minutes. After sending a message to the female bodyguard, Tang Ran immediately switched to the trumpet, turned on the smart brain, and Tang Xian also applied to leave the country, packed up all the personal belongings in the room, and threw them into the space buckle. While there was still time, Tang Ran checked the information on the 2 smart brains. There was nothing on Tang Xian's smart brain. More than 4 billion yuan of patent franchise fees have been received. Zhou Yuanji sent her a message. And there are 2 more franchisees. Lu Quan also has several messages about watermelon planting. There are several more messages, all of which are there any goods? There is no emergency. Tang Ran will not reply for the time being. And there are a lot of messages on her own brain. Yin Xing on the small spaceship is still on the road at this moment. He has walked about 2/3 of the way. It is estimated that it will take another half a month to return to the 3rd galaxy. Tang Ran once again disdains the small spaceship. Tang Chui and Steward Lin have a lot of messages, and they have already been communicated over the phone. These messages can be ignored. In addition, there are several messages from Kong Chen. Tang Ran glanced at them briefly. In the first 3 days, they were all meaningless nonsense greetings. And then, there were a few days of silence. The last one was yesterday. Kong Chen, Mr. Tang, can you lend me some money? I can use my mecha as collateral. Tang Ran, haha. He really wants her money. Although she knew that Kong Chen's request for money must be related to the mass death outbreak, Tang Ran still felt unhappy. So, what does it have to do with her? She is not a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. So Tang Ranran just pretended not to see it. After reading all the information on the smart brain, Tang Ranran went out. The female bodyguard next door had already packed up. The two came to the hotel rooftop together, and Tang Ranran released the hover car. As the hover car started, the two soon arrived at Shengjia Industrial Park, the 12th factory area in Area D. The once conspicuous green forest sign had been replaced, and now it was Shuntang Biological Research Company, Ltd. Tang Ranran looked annoyed. She had just bought the factory area, and something happened on this planet. Did this place conflict with her? Oh, I don't know when it will return to normal. After landing in the top parking lot of the apartment building, Tang Ranran collected the hover car and entered the building with the female bodyguard. Butler Lin had already been waiting in the stairwell of the rooftop. Miss, you are finally back. Seeing that Tang Ranran was safe and sound, Steward Lin's tense nerves relaxed. And then he began to nag like an elder. Miss, planets like Su Pingruwei are really too chaotic. After we return to Suda this time, even if the situation here is resolved, I think you should not come here. Let manager Tang Chui take care of the company here. Even if you are worried, I will keep an eye on it. Steward Lin chattered non-stop, persuading Tang Ranran to stay at home on Suda. Tang Ranran perfunctorily said, Yeah. After going down the stairs and passing the loft that was used as a security room. The top 10 floors were a whole large flat of nearly 300 square meters, which was originally Zhou Tai's residence. In the large flat, Zhou Tai's valuable items were taken away by him, and the worthless items were all thrown away and replaced with new ones. The bodyguard lived in the loft, and Tang Ranran occupied the large flat alone. Excusing that she was a little tired, Tang Ranran sent housekeeper Lin away, and then curled up on the sofa to watch the intelligent brain. On Su Pingruwei star, there are about 100 million citizens on the planet. And as for how many unregistered people there are, that's unknown. Anyway, there are few citizens, and they are poor. So many people don't have intelligent brains, and the local planet's official website is quite deserted. Tang Ranran searched on the intelligent brain for a while, but didn't find any useful information. Probably because the deaths are currently concentrated in the garbage dump, and 99.9999% of the unregistered people at the garbage dump don't have intelligent brains. Of course, it is also possible that the relevant departments have blocked the news. Not finding any useful information, Tang Ranran didn't care. This is something that Kong Chen, the star leader, should worry about. And it's not her turn as a small citizen to care about it. She should still care about her own cultivation. She clearly feels that she can break through but just can't break through. This feeling is like knowing that her experience bar is full, but she just can't upgrade. What's missing? Is it really because of the state of mind? If it's a state of mind problem, then it's really barbecue. However, this doesn't conform to the immortal theology. She took out her basic divination set from the basement, which was a divination compass and several special stones. This was the basic divination auxiliary tool for novices in the Qi refining period that she had won by signing in before. Tang Ranran began to divine and speculate. Her major was not suitable, and her divination skills were not very good. Now her cultivation was low and her tools were simple, which made her even worse. The first time, she didn't get anything out of it. The second time, I couldn't understand the hexagram, as if I owed something. The third time, the hexagram seemed to mean the masses? What does it mean? The fourth time, This time, the hexagram showed that it was related to money. She was shocked. Could it be because she spent money on the farm? So her mind was full of spending money to become stronger, and her mentality was floating. So she was not upgraded? There should be no connection. Right? Divination again. Just as she was about to divine again, the intelligent brain was beeping, shaking violently. Before Tang Ranran could do anything, the light screen automatically jumped out. Mandatory call? She quickly turned her body to the side as fast as she could, and her divination suit was hidden behind her. After quickly covering it, Tang Ranran realized that she had overreacted a bit. In fact, it didn't matter if someone saw it, because people here probably didn't know about divination suits. After recovering from the shocking reflex, Tang Ranran regained her composure and looked at the screen carefully. It was one-way video mode, so she didn't turn on the video screen at all, and it was a large conference room mode with many people. Hundreds of them. The screen popped up a mandatory meeting initiated by the government. And the initiator in the middle of the video was Kong Chen. Tang Ranran didn't know the others, but because of the communication friends, she could see that Tang Chui was also there. So, this couldn't be an entrepreneur conference, donate money, or forced donation. Just as Tang Ranran was guessing, Kong Chen spoke with a serious look. I'm Kong Chen. Everyone should know me. I'm sorry to bother you. Please don't leave in a hurry. Give me a few minutes. I'm sure you've heard the news that there have been serious virus infections in many landfill areas on our planet Supingrui, and large-scale deaths have occurred. Please don't panic. We have found the virus infection route. The source of infection is a batch of substandard nutrient solution from another planet that should have been destroyed. People who consume this nutrient solution, and those with weak constitutions, will develop radiation diseases and produce viruses in their bodies. Hearing this, Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Radiation sickness caused by substandard nutrient solution is generally not contagious, so they are safe. However, Tang Ranran hadn't felt relieved for a few seconds, and Kong Chen showed a few pictures. In the pictures, there were large glass houses, which were densely crawling with insects, black and white, and people with intensive phobia had a panic attack. Kong Chen's tone was heavy, revealing the dejection of being unable to change. What you see is an insect factory. An insect breeding factory. This is a black armored cockroach. The black one is an adult, and the white one is a larva. The white larvae are the staple food of people living in the garbage dump area. There are a total of 104 landfills on the planet, of which 46 are located in high radiation areas with an environmental radiation level of more than 30. And there are almost no people living in those places. The remaining 58 landfills have people living in them. According to last year's temporary population statistics, 140 million people live in the 58 landfill areas. This is still the statistical data. In fact, the number is much higher, close to 200 million. At least half of these 200 million people rely on eating these white larvae so that they don't starve to death. The black armored cockroach is an omnivorous insect that eats everything. When they are hungry, they will also attack humans and feed on human flesh. The insect factory that cultivates them will feed them with corpses. Unfortunately, the black armored cockroach that eats the corpses of people who died of radiation sickness has a high probability of carrying the virus of this radiation sickness in their bodies. After being bitten by them or eating white larvae carrying the virus, they are extremely susceptible to infection. In order to curb the spread of the virus, we decided to destroy all the black cockroach breeding plants in the garbage dump area where the virus broke out. However, destroying the cockroach breeding plants will cause serious food shortages. Our planet's food reserves alone cannot supply so much nutrient solution. I hope that everyone present here can donate generously and contribute to help the victims in the virus outbreak area to overcome this difficult time. In a meeting, in Kong Chen narration, Tang Ranran was able to understand the cause and effect. But as for whether he had reservations, that was unknown. Anyway, the final donation was made. During this donation phase, Tang Ranran sent a message to ask Tang Chui. Tang Ranran, Aunt, how much should we donate? Tang Chui, donate 5 million or 6 million. Just for the sake of showing your appreciation. If you donate too much, people will be thinking about you. Tang Chui, Ranran, don't be soft-hearted. After deducting the dead, there are at least 150 million. The insect factory was destroyed, and most of the 150 million was lost as food. This burden is too heavy for Kong Chen to bear, so he will definitely target companies like us who come to the planet to invest. Tang Ranran, I understand. Tang Ranran listened to the elder Tang Chui opinion and donated 6 million from his personal account, just for the sake of showing his appreciation. After leaving the meeting room, Tang Ranran looked at his exit application, which had not been approved yet. I went to check Tang Xian application for leaving the country again, but it was not approved either. Tang Ranran was a little worried. Would there be any changes? The highest administrative center of Ruili City, Xingchong's office. Kong Chen frowned and looked at the data reported by various departments with a serious face. Secretary Wen Yang stood aside, also with a worried look on his face. How much is it? Kong Chen rubbed his eyebrows and asked. Wen Yang immediately checked the data and replied. As of now, the total donation amount of the bosses in various industrial parks is 134 million. Only 134 million? Kong Chen's tone was inevitably disappointed, and he subconsciously asked, what about Shintang biology? Boss Tang donated 5 million. And Director Tang donated 6 million. Kong Chen's eyes darkened. And then he laughed at himself. Yes. Why should Director Tang help him? It was just a chance encounter. How much money can we mobilize now? How much nutrient solution can we buy? Including the charity bureau. The total amount of funds that can be mobilized financially is 7.845 billion. We have contacted several low-end nutrient solution manufacturing groups in other galaxies. They said they can donate expiring, close to the expiration date, nutrient solution to us. We only need to bear the transportation cost. If it is all financial funds, we can get about 2 billion nutrient solutions. Because the virus was discovered in time. It has not yet fully erupted. The death toll in the garbage dump area should not exceed 10 million. According to the current 100 million people affected. 2 billion nutrient solutions can last for half a month if you tighten your belt. Kong Chen nodded and said, then let's do this first. Send him a few thank you letters, and ship the nutrient solution back. He had wanted to abolish the insect factory a long time ago. But there was not enough nutrient solution reserves. So it has been delayed until now. Now, the cockroaches in the insect factory have become the source of virus transmission. This cancer has to be eliminated. If the cancer is allowed to develop, all the people living in the garbage dump will have no choice but to die. Xingzhong. Wen Yang hesitated. If you have anything to say, just say it. If all the financial resources are used to transport the nutrient solution. Wen Yang showed a hint of disapproval. If you cannot replenish it in time, you will be charged with the crime of misappropriation of public funds. Don't worry. I have my own arrangements. But I think... Wen Yang paused, a little afraid to say. If you have anything to say, just say it. I don't think you need to take this risk. Secretary Wen Yang continued, his formal tone revealing the indifference of a senior politician. The galaxy's highest administrative command center rejected our rescue application on the grounds that we were not citizens of the Empire. Their meaning is very clear. Because they are undocumented residents without citizenship. They don't care about the lives of those people in the garbage dump. The deaths, this time, were caused by the radiation-contaminated nutrient solution that other planets secretly discharged to us. Even if all the undocumented residents in the garbage dump area died, the responsibility cannot be traced to you. What's more, the galaxy's highest administrative command center doesn't care about the lives of undocumented residents at all. We have started to destroy the insect factory and eliminate the source of virus infection. As for the subsequent food problem of the people in the garbage dump area, it is not our responsibility. Even if most people starve to death. Wen Yang paused, gritted his teeth and continued. The population problem in the garbage dump area is the biggest obstacle to our planet's construction and transformation plan. Without obstacles and burdens, we can do better. Wen Yang. Kong Chen looked at him with some disbelief. Captain Xing. No one cares about their lives. Wen Yang's words were calm, yet cruel. Why do you have to carry this burden yourself? Heh. Kong Chen sneered, his eyes full of disappointment. He, as a secretary, had been blinded by power and had forgotten his original intention. Wen Yang, if there is a choice, who would want to be born without an identity and hide in the dark garbage like a stink bug? You said no one cares. So what about you? Wen Yang paused and said helplessly, I am powerless. It's not powerless. But I chose to give up without trying. Kong Chen's eyes were sharp, and he said his true thoughts. You don't care about their life or death. And even think that their death will reduce the burden on the planet. Wen Yang. Others don't care. But they do. Don't forget. You also came out of the garbage dump. Back then, you were lying in the corner. When you were dying, no one cares about your life or death. But you care about it yourself. So when you saw the patrol team passing by that area, you asked us for help. Wen Yang. They also care. They also want to survive. Just like I saved you back then. Now I want to save them. Maybe you think I am overestimating my ability. But if I give up, what will they do? There are 200 million people living in the garbage dump area. 200 million people. To others, this is just a number. But to them, it is their own life. 200 million lives. How can I not try my best? I know this burden is heavy, but I have to do my best to give them a chance of survival. Even if not all of them survive. At least I have tried. Sorry. Wen Yang was silent, bowed his head in shame. I have forgotten my roots. Wen Yang. I saved you without asking for anything in return. But at least when you have the ability, when you meet someone in trouble, you can show some kindness. I understand. When Yan said sincerely, I was blinded before. I will work with you to do my best to create a chance of survival. Well, is there any hope in Lufeng? Mr. Liu. He rejected all our planning projects on the grounds that the environment was not suitable. He was very firm and had no intention of purchasing land on our planet. What about Fu Xingjing? Mr. Fu also refused, citing the high radiation in the environment, and he was unwilling to open a branch factory on our planet. What about Lanfeng Food Manufacturing? Mr. Yuan, the galaxy leader of Lanfeng in the third galaxy, said that the initial investment was too high and the return on investment was too slow. He was not optimistic about the Anjin Ranch project. No good news? Kong Chen smiled bitterly. Is there no large enterprise willing to settle in? Not yet. When Yang was helpless. Okay. I know. Kong Chen rubbed his head with a headache. The only major project that could generate income in the entire Suping Ruishing was selling land. Even at the lowest price. No one bought it. After hesitating and struggling for a while, Kong Chen finally asked, where is Xiao Tangdong of Shutang now? According to his investigation, among all the companies settled in the industrial park, Xiao Tangdong has the most abundant funds. It seems that he can only start with her. Director Tang of Sheng Tang has left the hotel and should be in Shang Jia's factory now. Star Captain, there is one more thing. Most of the CEOs of various industrial parks have already applied to leave the country, including Director Tang and Director Tang of Sheng Tang. Kong Chen frowned and was silent for a few seconds. He said in a deep and unquestionable tone, on the grounds that the virus is contagious. The first-level epidemic prevention plan was activated and the planet was blocked. Yes. After donating the money, Tang Ranran continued to do divination in her large flat. After divining for herself for dozens of times, she finally got some clues. Various signs indicate that the reason why she cannot upgrade is merit and cause and effect. Merit is easy to understand. That is, doing good deeds will bring merit. And if you are successful, you will benefit the world. In her previous life in the sect, Tang Ranran was taught that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As a cultivator, you must protect mortals and bless the people. Orthodox cultivators in large sects all take the path of slaying demons and eliminating evil, and blessing the people. It is said that evil cultivators who do too many bad things will eventually die under thunder tribulation. As for whether this is true or false, Tang Ranran doesn't know. Anyway, their Dan sex education is like this. Although she never left her house in her previous life, she refined countless healing pills, which can be regarded as a lot of merit. So, in this life, it was because of insufficient merit that her cultivation was stuck. But didn't she already donate 61 billion and help so many people on Bakey Star? Forget it. Just do more good deeds and save more people. As for the other cause and effect, in her previous life, Tang Ranran was a reborn person, which was equivalent to her original self. But in this life, she came through halfway and picked up a corpse. The original owner died by herself, which had nothing to do with her. But after all, she picked up the original owner's corpse, which was considered a cause and effect. And then according to the money she calculated many times, Tang Ranran had such a guess. Maybe it really has something to do with her farm Krypton gold. Although it was because of her efforts to turn the tide that she avoided the bankruptcy crisis and made a lot of money from the sucker named Xia. But after all, the composition of this money was the deceased original parents and the property left by the original body. She usually spends money on herself, and she doesn't spend much, so it's nothing. But he directly spent more than 100 billion to buy the raw material of star diamonds, and used it all on the farm. Is it a kind of misappropriation of public funds? Well, that can't be said. Anyway, it's almost the same. Combining merit and cause and effect. Tang Ranran concluded that, do more good deeds and accumulate merit. And her huge sum of money should be used for her original body and her parents. They are all dead. So naturally, according to the beliefs of this world, donate money and set up a merit monument. Of course, this is just her preliminary speculation, and she is not sure whether it is true. Anyway, let's try it first. It is definitely unrealistic to donate all the money at once. Tang Ranran decided to learn from Uncle Lei's spirit and go out to save some people and do good deeds. It was dark and windy on the side of the original Tang Ranran. But on the other side of the planet, the small Tangxian. It was sunny outside. Opening the smart brain and pulling out the map, Tang Ranran checked the surroundings. 30 miles northeast of the city where she was, there was a vast landfill with more than 200 large garbage pits. Xianyuan District Landfill. Well, let's go there and take a look. The puppet body is not afraid of radiation or insect bites. So Tang Ranran is not worried at all. After leaving the hotel room, going up to the top floor, releasing the hover car, Tang Ranran drove the hover car to the northeast. After leaving the city and driving for dozens of minutes, Tang Ranran saw a large industrial park. According to the map annotation, this is the Jinhui Waste Processing Park. There are always 1 or 2 waste processing parks around each landfill. When passing over the waste processing park, Tang Ranran slowed down, took a closer look, and then she saw a long line. In front of the northeast entrance of the waste park, there was a long line, a winding line that could not be seen at the end. They were a group of ragged people, carrying packages and walking on crutches. All of them were thin and frail. Refugees? These 2 words immediately popped up in Tang Ranran's mind. This direction was obviously coming from the landfill. After taking a closer look, Tang Ranran saw the military and police who were maintaining order. So was it the government that was transferring the refugees? After a few glances, Tang Ranran stopped paying attention and continued to head towards the garbage dump. On the way to the garbage dump area, there were groups of refugees walking towards the processing park on the ground below. It was obvious that the Xianyuan district garbage dump area was no longer suitable for human survival. After driving for about 10 minutes, the huge landfill appeared below. From above, the entire landfill area was very vast, and there was no end in sight. The entire area was bumpy and filled with large and small garbage landfill pits. The large ones were 4 or 5 kilometers in diameter, and the small ones were no less than 1 kilometer in diameter. There are numerous landfill pits, a small part of which has been filled with garbage, forming a garbage mountain, and most of them have not yet been filled. Around the huge garbage pit, dozens of meters away, there are standard shantytowns, small houses made of various metal plates, like a honeycomb, densely packed around, crowded, dilapidated, messy and dirty. Even if you just look at it from a distance, you can't help but feel a suffocating despair. This is where the lower-class black households live. Seeing it with his own eyes, Tang Ranran sighed inwardly, and then slowly drove in the sky, using the live broadcast flying camera as a monitor to closely check the situation below. As the flying camera entered the bottom, the scene on the ground was clearly fed back. In the shantytowns around the outer garbage pit, there were many refugees walking together, each holding a weapon such as a stick, and they were quickly leaving the garbage dump and heading towards the waste garden. Under the close-up shooting of the camera, Tang Ranran could see the expressions on people's faces. Some were numb, some were terrified, and some were full of vigilance and worry. There were faint strange sounds around the crowd. There was a rustling sound, like insects crawling, and like insects chewing. As the camera searched, a large number of black and white insects entered the camera in the dark corner. Just like the picture. This is the black armored cockroach and its larvae. In the dark corners where the sun cannot reach, there are swarms of insects everywhere. In some places, you can see exposed bones under the cover of insect swarms. With the camera looking around, Tang Ranran found many skeletons covered by insect swarms in the corners. This number is almost a dead soul every 3 steps. The dead were eaten up, and the living could not escape the attack of insects. Even when people in groups passed through dark corners, a group of big black insects would jump out from time to time. People waved weapons and beat with sticks to scare away the insect swarms. Tang Ranran was shocked. When Kong Chen said it, she didn't feel anything. But now she saw it with her own eyes. She was too touched. It's really. There are corpses everywhere. It's hell on earth. This is just a garbage dump. 58 garbage dumps. Can't all become like this? It's really miserable. Combined with Kong Chen's previous fundraising behavior, Tang Ranran guessed that he wanted to take care of it. But he had no money in his pocket. After she switched back to her original form, she should donate more money. Entering the depths of the garbage dump area, there were almost no human figures on the ground below. Only piles of white bones and groups of insects. Using spiritual power to fly in the air, Tang Ranran got out of the hovercraft, completed a car collection operation in the air, and then flew downwards. As soon as she approached the ground, A foul smell immediately hit her. It was the smell of corpses. Tang Ranran quickly blocked her nose with spiritual power. After landing, she glanced at the dark corner next to her. Tang Ranran raised her hand and grabbed it. In the dark corner, 2 insects, one black and one white, flew towards her with spiritual power. Imprisoned by spiritual power, Tang Ranran pulled the 2 insects in front of her and looked at them carefully. The white larvae were plump, a bit like bamboo worms, white and tender, and full of collagen. Although they looked delicious, Tang Ranran could guess that they were definitely not delicious. If they were delicious, they would have been served on the table in the city's revolving restaurant. The black bugs looked a bit like large cockroaches. Their carapaces looked very hard, and their 8 thighs were covered with barbs. They looked like they were threatening to attack. You could tell at a glance that they were not edible. Tang Ranran couldn't tell with her naked eyes whether the 2 bugs carried the virus or not. But with so many white bones around them, they should have the virus. The bugs carried the virus, but didn't die. Was it because they had antibodies in their bodies? Tang Ranran, who didn't know the specific situation, decided to donate some money tomorrow, ask for more detailed information, and then determine the next rescue plan. It was unknown whether the radiation disease virus in Kongchen mouth was strong or not, and whether the single-digit pure food would be effective. If it was, she would plant some, earn some merit, and try to see if she could break through. Earning merit in person and buying merit with money. A 2-pronged approach should be effective. Right? Tang Ranran was thinking about this when a scream came from not far away. The shrill scream of awe was full of fear and despair. There are still people here? Tang Ranran didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. But after listening carefully, she found that the screams were mixed with the tender cries of children. There are children. Forget it. Let's take care of it. Tang Ranran was as light as a swallow, and quickly went to the source of the sound. In a dirty passage more than 100 meters away, a group of people were trapped in the only passage leading to the outside world in this shantytown, which was the next landfill. In front and behind the crowd, there were black and white insect swarms. In front and behind the team, the men and teenagers who led the team and guarded the rear were waving their weapons vigorously and shouting loudly. Under the huge size difference, the insects obviously did not dare to act rashly. Only a few insects crawled towards the crowd, and then they were either beaten to death by sticks or stepped on. The large army of insects confronted the crowd in a front and back blockade. Seeing the insects gathering more and more, a man in front of them shouted, "Alan, throw it quickly. Throw doubting quickly." Led them away. The woman Alan held the child tightly in her arms, and did not move for a while. "Quick! Otherwise we will all die here," another man shouted, urging anxiously. Alan's eyes were full of struggle and hesitation. Her doubting was still alive. Still alive. "No! Don't throw my brother." Area next to her immediately protected her mother and brother. But as soon as she finished shouting, she was grabbed by the neck and lifted up by the man next to her. "Quick! Or I will throw her." Alan was very anxious and immediately shouted, "No! I will throw her. Hurry up." A healthy daughter and a son who was almost out of breath. Alan chose her daughter Area. With her eyes closed, Alan threw her hands with despair on her face, and doubting in her hand, was thrown to the front right. The army of insects blocking the front seemed to sense something, and immediately followed the small figure in the air and gathered to the right. "Go!" The leading man roared, stepped on the gap where there were no insects, and ran to the exit of the passage with all his strength. The people in the crowd who reacted quickly followed closely and rushed forward. The man who caught Area was afraid that there was not enough bait, so he swung his arm hard. An Area was also thrown out, also to the right front, in the same direction as Doubting. "No!" Alan screamed, and instinctively rushed over there, trying to catch Area. But unfortunately, he rushed in vain. "Ah!" The boy Xiai, who was originally fighting insects at the back of the crowd, roared in grief and anger. Because she was far away, she could only watch her younger brother and sister being thrown out. Just as Doubting was about to land, a slender figure suddenly appeared as if flashing. Tang Ranran grabbed with one hand, then dodged, and grabbed with the other hand again. In each of his left and right hands, there was a little carrot head as skinny as a monkey. TSK. Such a small child. At the moment Tang Ranran appeared, The black and white bugs that had been gathering around seemed to have encountered their natural enemies. They retreated like a tide in an instant, and quickly retreated to the dark corners. Raising her eyes, Tang Ranran locked her eyes on the man, who was running wildly in the crowd. An invisible spiritual attack made the man tremble. His feet stopped, and he fell down after being pushed by the people who were crowded forward from behind. The fleeing crowd was not surprised, and they swarmed over him and trampled on him, struggling to run towards the exit of the passage. He would definitely die under the trampling. What she despised most was this kind of trash. He deserved to die. Tang Ranran retracted her gaze, and then met a pair of dark eyes. The little carrot head held in her left hand stared at her, with a short leg, with a face full of panic and fear, looking up at her. "It's okay." Tang Ranran comforted him softly, lowered her arm, and put the person down. After putting Arya down, Tang Ranran was confused. The one she was holding with her other hand didn't move? Before Tang Ranran could take a closer look, a figure ran over like a little cheetah, ran to her quickly, and knelt down. With a loud kowtow, the young boy begged, "Sir, please be kind and save my brother. Please. Just a little medicine will do." The older child was also skinny, about 11 or 12 years old. Tang Ranran couldn't help but feel compassion, and her eyes shifted, and she saw clearly the little being that she was holding by the arm. The exposed face and arms were red and purple, and this appearance was obviously the radiation disease. Although it was still warm, it was silent and motionless. Tang Ranran stretched out her other hand and probed under his nose. "He's still alive. Not dead. Sir, please save my brother." After coming to her senses, Arya quickly followed her brother Shui and knelt down to beg. Alan, who had fallen to the ground, was relieved to see the two children saved. He quickly crawled over with his hands and feet and joined the group of people who were begging and kowtowing. "Please, have mercy on me and save my child. Please." Faced with the pleadings of one big and two small children, Tang Ranran was inevitably moved. But what medicine? Are there already any cures? She didn't know. And she didn't have any medicine in stock. "Sir, as long as it contains vitamin K1 and can be eaten, please have mercy and save my child." Alan hurriedly answered. This is what she heard from others. It is said that someone saved his life and got better by eating K1. Tang Ranran pondered. Vitamin K1? Vegetables and fruits have this. Right? Tang Ranran took the almost weightless little carrot head, took 2 steps, and went forward to return the child to Alan. After Alan took the child, Tang Ranran took out a fresh food box from the space buckle and handed it over. This black and purple symptom looks like a bruise caused by internal bleeding. Fruits and vegetables that promote blood circulation will have a better effect. Right? So, a box of small hemoglobin fruits. As for why she didn't go for treatment directly, she has a bottom line for saving people, and she will never expose herself to the slightest risk for a strange child. In front of the public, she is just a wood type. Yes, wood type. I don't have any medicine on me. This little fruit should be rich in vitamin K1. But I'm not sure if it will work. The child was lucky to be rescued. If he can't survive, there is nothing we can do. Fruit. Fruit? Alan's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the first time she has seen edible fruit at this age. Thank you. Sir. Thank you. Seeing that her mother was stunned, although she was also shocked, Xiaoyi was very smart and quickly took the fresh food box and held it in her arms. After kowtowed 3 times to Tang Ranran, Xiaoyi hurriedly opened the box and urged Alan. Mom, give it to your brother quickly. Hurry up. Alan came to his senses, quickly grabbed a handful of small fruits, put them in his mouth, chewed them, and then fed them to Doubting, who had long lost the ability to swallow independently. The people who were still at the scene had already tentatively surrounded Tang Ranran when she took out the things. Seeing her generosity, they all knelt down and begged. Fruit. It's fruit. Life-saving fruit. Sir, please save us. Please be kind and save us. Sir, save my child. Please. Alan, give my little one some. Please. The people who were begging in their mouths couldn't help but stare at the box of fruit. Their eyes were like hungry wolves. If Tang Ranran hadn't been there, they would have started a fight because of this box of red blood fruit. Tang Ranran glanced around and looked at everyone. Most of the strong men in the crowd of hundreds of people had already run away, And the dozen people left were almost all the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and women and children. They were all pitiful people. That's all. Tang Ranran took out the cheap nutrient solution as reserve food from the space buckle, and took out a box of red blood fruit. Then pointed to a woman in the crowd who looked relatively honest, and said, "You, distribute it to everyone. 3 nutrient solutions for each healthy person, and 10 fruits for each person with symptoms. Line up to receive it. Whoever dares to grab it, ha!" Tang Ranran ended with a sneer. And the threat was self-evident. More than a dozen people quickly lined up and thanked repeatedly. "Yes. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your Excellency is merciful." Taking advantage of the time when the supplies were distributed. Seeing that Xiao Yi was very smart, Tang Ranran asked, "Why are you still here?" The question Xiao Yi quickly opened his mouth and described everything in detail. 3 days ago in the morning, the government staff used a loudspeaker to notify everyone to move to the nearby waste garden. Because the government has limited manpower, there are very few military and police officers to maintain order. On the one hand, they are afraid of being robbed. And on the other hand, they have no future. Out of concern for the future, these people chose to stay. Originally, they thought that life would be better with fewer people. But they never expected that there would be more and more big black bugs. In just a few days, they were everywhere. Moreover, the big black bugs that used to run away when they saw people and only appeared in the middle of the night even dared to openly attack lone humans in broad daylight. Only then did they realize the seriousness of the problem. Those who insisted on staying also left one after another. They also gathered together, walked together, and prepared to leave here during the day. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by bugs in this passage through the shantytown. This is the situation. Xiao Yi didn't know how radiation lesions appeared, and he just followed what others said. Xiao Yi hearsay version was, there were black-hearted profiteers from other planets who secretly discharged high radiation pollutants, causing the big black bugs to mutate. As for the number of deaths, Xiao Yi only knew that many people died, and the specific number was about 3 out of 10 people. Obviously worried that someone would snatch the fruits after Tang Ranran left, Alan moved very fast and fed almost all of the box of red blood fruit to Doubting. And Xiao and Arya were also asked by her to eat a few. The same was true for the others. Those who received the fruits ate all of them without exception. And those who received the nutrient solution also ate 2 of them in one gulp, leaving only 1. And 2 or 3 even ate all 3. It is exactly the saying, what you eat is yours. A batch of relief supplies was distributed, and Tang Ranran was entangled. The people here are not blind, and they all know that it is because of Tang Ranran that the bugs were scared away. If they want to leave alive, they can only rely on her. "Sir, can you help us? Please save us. They are all big black bugs. We can't get out. Good deeds will be rewarded. You will be blessed. Okay, let's go." Being regarded as a life-saving straw, Tang Ranran decided to be a good person to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Amid the crowd of thanks, Tang Ranran took the lead, leading this group of old, weak, women and children, and headed away from the garbage dump, towards the waste industrial park. Although they were all old, weak, sick and disabled, they all knew that they were running for their lives, and they were afraid that Tang Ranran would lose patience and leave them behind. So they walked quickly. Even Alan, who was holding Doubting, showed no signs of falling behind. Doubting, who had eaten the fruit, still looked lifeless, but his breathing seemed to be a little stronger, no longer vague. It was quite admirable for a woman to bring 3 children. And no one knew where the irresponsible scumbag was. Where is their father? Tang Ranran couldn't help asking Alan. They don't have a father. Worried that Tang Ranran would leave them behind, Alan deliberately sold a miserable story and recounted her own experience. Alan grew up in a shantytown. Since she could remember, she had never seen her mother. She had always lived with her father. After she grew up, her father used her to do business, flesh trade, and business of passing on the family line. The garbage pit where they live has the least garbage ship flights and the worst garbage. It is the bottom of the entire garbage dump area and the poorest area in the shantytown. The men living here can hardly even support their wives. Therefore, passing on the family line is also regarded as a business. Alan was treated as a commodity by her father and rented to one man after another. Each man would rent for 1 or 2 years at the shortest and 7 or 8 years at the longest. Each man would eventually end the lease after having children. After doing business for more than 10 years and giving birth to 7 or 8 children, her father died in an accident. Alan, who had no man to protect her, found a few clients and reached a state of living together. The men gave her shelter, and she met their needs. Life was not easy, let alone contraception. Alan, as the weak party, would get pregnant from time to time. The children who were born alive, based on their faces, the men recognized them as their own. So they took them back, and those who could not be recognized would not be cared for. As a mother, Alan couldn't bear to throw away the children, so she raised them alone. Alan is over 60 years old this year, and has given birth to more than 20 children. She has raised 7 of them herself. And now only she, Aria and Doubting are left. Most of the women living here are like Alan. The only hope for women is that among their many sons, one can succeed and lead them to a life of food and clothing without worries. After listening, Tang Ranran sighed. As Wuli was said, the vulnerable groups at the bottom, women and children, live the most miserable lives. Oh, Tang Ranran led a group of old, weak, sick and disabled people to walk for 2 or 3 kilometers, and then met the men who had escaped from the same team before. The men hesitated in place, and in front of them was a dark alley. This was the only way to leave, either crawling over the roofs of densely packed simple shanty houses, or walking through this alley. In the dim alley, the sound of insects chewing could be clearly heard, and the sound was extremely creepy. It can be imagined that the alley was full of insects. The men hesitated and stopped in front of the alley, not daring to go deeper. Tang Ranran ignored them directly and walked forward into the crowd, obviously wanting to pass through. More than a dozen people behind her immediately followed her footsteps and moved forward in unison. Passing through the crowd, Lu Qi, who was a few years older than Xiao Yi, had bright eyes and ran to Alan in surprise. "Mom, I'm so glad you're okay." "Yeah." Alan smiled lightly and didn't say much. Just one sentence. "Go back and stay with your dad." "Oh." Lu Qi was a little depressed, but finally returned to his father. Noticing this movement, Tang Ranran immediately understood that this little boy should be the child born by Alan, and the child taken back by his father. Without paying too much attention, Tang Ranran went straight into the alley, as if a human-shaped killer. As soon as Tang Ranran approached, the insects immediately retreated, and the originally faintly audible chewing sound immediately turned into a rustling crawling sound. With outstanding 5 senses and enhanced night vision, Tang Ranran clearly saw that this alley was full of corpses. Some had been eaten up, leaving only skeletons, while others were still bloody and fleshy. They looked like they had just died, and their faces still had flesh on them, but they still had eyes full of fear. These fresh ones were probably the unlucky ones who evacuated in the previous batches. "Let's go!" Tang Ranran turned around and greeted them calmly. A dozen old, weak, sick and disabled people immediately sped up and followed her footsteps, and a large group of men with dozens of people also chose to follow them without hesitation. With Tang Ranran, no insect dared to show up. After successfully passing the alley, Tang Ranran led everyone to continue moving forward. After walking for another hour, about 4 or 5 kilometers, people who had not evacuated or were evacuating began to appear around them. Tang Ranran, dressed in combat camouflage uniforms, was out of tune with the environment and stood out from the crowd. Many people regarded her as an armed personnel sent by the government, and the team following Tang Ranran became larger and larger. More and more people followed along the way, and Tang Ranran didn't mind. As long as they didn't make trouble, she didn't bother to care. Walking and walking, until the sun set, finally walked out of the garbage dump. Some people in the crowd couldn't help cheering. Some hugged each other and cried with joy, and most people looked like they had survived a disaster. There were almost no traces of insects outside the garbage dump. The garbage dump and the waste garden were about 10 kilometers away. There was a desolate area between the two, with lush weeds. There was a small road crushed by vehicles on the wasteland, about 10 kilometers long. At night, the temperature was dozens of degrees. Although it was cold, it was not freezing to death. It would always pass if you endured it. After surviving the night, you will definitely reach the waste garden tomorrow. But after leaving the garbage dump, without the income from picking up garbage, how can they survive? After a brief joy, Everyone fell into deep worry and panic. Many people set their sights on Tang Ranran. Sir, we have no food. Can you please help us? Sir, the government will take care of us. Right? Can we get free food? Sir, we have no food. My child is starving to death. Please save the child. Faced with the crying and begging refugees, Tang Ranran, who was surrounded by a crowd of people, had a headache. Get out of the way. Using deterrence, Tang Ranran shouted sharply. In fear, the crowd surrounding her immediately dispersed and shrank to one side in fear. Stepping away, Tang Ranran walked more than 10 meters away from the crowd. Looking back at the crowd, Tang Ranran estimated that there were about 1,000 or 2,000 people. Not too many. Pretending to deduct from the space, but actually from the basement of her farm. Tang Ranran took out a crop. The earth fruit. This is a common vine plant that can produce fruits that look like potatoes. Because it grows in the ground, it is called earth fruit. In a radiation environment, the soil fruit itself will have residual radiation, but the radiation value of the object will not exceed 3, which can fill the stomach and is a common raw material for producing low radiation nutrient solution. Although the soil fruit can survive in a radiation environment, the level of environmental radiation will affect its fruiting rate. The environmental radiation here is about 18. Under natural growth conditions, it is almost impossible for the fruit vine to bear fruit. But with her around, it is of course not natural growth. Tang Ranran threw the fruit on the ground and began to promote the growth as a common crop with strong vitality. Even if Tang Ranran used the wood-based ability to promote the growth, it was effortless. Soon, Tang Ranran planted a large area of vines, covering 5 or 6 acres of vines, and estimated that there were several kilograms of fruit. Tang Ranran finished his work and waved to the refugees behind him, who were stretching their necks and looking eagerly. The fruit is underground, with a radiation level below 3, and it is edible. Those who want to eat it can dig it themselves, and you are not allowed to steal others. As soon as Tang Ranran finished speaking, a group of people rushed over, pulling and digging at the vines. Everyone worked very hard, fearing that they would be snatched away by others if they were late. Alan, along with Xiaoyan area, also fought on the front line of digging for earth fruits. As for Doubting, who was still unconscious, he was placed on a small mound above the ground. Looking at the small figure, Tang Ranran felt a little reluctant, and finally went over to take a look. There were still large black and purple bruises on Doubting's face and arms, but they seemed to be a little lighter. Tang Ranran squatted down and stretched out his hand to feel his breath, which was stronger. That is, the hemoglobin fruit is taking effect. I don't know if this unit of weight is enough for this terminally ill child. After hesitating again and again, Tang Ranran did not perform the healing. She didn't know the effect of spiritual healing. What if a healing spell revived her with full blood on the spot? That would be a pity. Forget it. Let's do this today. When I go back, I ask Kong Chen if there is any special medicine for this disease. The effect will be better if the right medicine is given. Looking back at the crowd still struggling to dig for soil fruits, Tang Ranran stood up and left. After walking a distance, Tang Ranran released the hovercraft, got on, started, took off, drove, and returned to the city. When Tang Xian, the second player, returned to the hotel, the last ray of sunlight had already disappeared on the horizon, and the city had already entered the night. There was no news on the intelligent brain. After a simple glance, Tang Xian entered the idle state, and Tang Ranran returned to the main account. The other hemisphere of the planet was shrouded in the morning light. After a simple wash and a bottle of nutrient solution, Tang Ranran immediately practiced. I saved someone last night and brushed a little merit, but I don't know if it's useful. However, Tang Ranran had only practiced for half an hour, and the intelligent brain was beeping with a series of messages. Being disturbed, Tang Ranran could only end his practice and turn to read the news. Source of the news, Tang Chui. Early in the morning, Tang Chui released a series of bad news in the company's senior management group. The biggest bad news, the planet was sealed off, and all spacecraft flights were cancelled. In other words, they couldn't leave. Tang Ranran was not in a hurry. If she couldn't leave, she couldn't leave. It wasn't that powerful star pirate who was slaughtering planets. It was just radiation sickness. First, she didn't drink nutrient solution. Second, there were no big black bugs in the house. Third, she was a cultivator, and the radiation sickness was obviously easy to treat. What was she afraid of? No matter who died, she wouldn't die. Tang Ranran was more concerned about whether saving people and earning merits would work. The smart brain was turned on, and Tang Ranran continued to practice. A few hours later, Tang Ranran was a little depressed. There was no effect. Could it be that the merits were too little? Or did she get the wrong direction? It wasn't her who earned merits, but the original body, as compensation for her picking up the original body's corpse? If she earned merits for the original body, first make up for the 100 billion star diamond or waste that she lost. How to make up? The only way to make up for it was for the Vest Tang Xian to make money, and then secretly steal the dragon and turn the phoenix. Nestled in her own large flat, Tang Ranran pretended to sleep in bed. But actually, she was growing vegetables on the farm. 100 billion. Quite a lot. Ordinary pure food. The amount is too large. Let's make a big one at a time. It's you. Chrysanthemum tea? Tang Ranran tried hard to plant the Balixing large chrysanthemum with a water solution purification value of less than or equal to 70 on the number 2 spiritual field. I have to say, it's a bit difficult to grow this thing. It's more difficult than the 72-point Cistanche Deserticula. After a lot of hard work for most of the day, Qingling pills were knocked out a lot, and the chrysanthemum seedlings, which were originally as small as a finger, only grew about 2 centimeters taller, and it was still far from flowering. Last time she planted Cistanche Deserticula for a whole night. This chrysanthemum tea may take more time. A few nights? The consumption of pills is a bit large, and there is not much pill left. But Tang Ranran is not worried at all. She is already level 59. After harvesting the vegetables tonight, she will be able to reach level 60. After unlocking the Qingling grass, will she still lack spiritual elixirs? What a joke. No. She will never lack blue bottles again. After replenishing her spiritual power and preparing to continue growing chrysanthemum tea, Tang Ranran received a series of life-threatening calls from Tang Chui. Tang Ranran hurried out of the farm and connected the communication. Ranran, it's bad. It's a big deal. The government has started to move those illegal households in the garbage dump. Tang Chui was extremely anxious, and the expression on her face was as if the country was destroyed and the family was ruined, and she was in danger. Tang Ranran responded, somewhat confused. So what does it have to do with us? The government wants to place them in the vacant factories in various industrial parks. They want to place refugees in industrial parks. And our Shangjia Industrial Park is also a place for placement. The first batch of refugees will arrive at the latest in the evening. Oh my God. This is terrible. What are those? Refugees? In order to survive, refugees without food are very likely to become vagrants who kill, injure and rob. Our security department currently has only more than 20 people, and only a few guns. What use can they have? Hungry refugees can do anything. The planet was sealed off, and Tang Chui did not give up asking for information. And then she just found out about the refugee resettlement plan. Their Shengtang biological factory area has vacant factories on the left, vacant factories behind, and vacant factories across the road. There is only a neighbor on the right, and it is the kind of factory that rents. Refugees are coming, and they are completely surrounded. It's terrifying. Ran, we can't stay here any longer. Let's move quickly to Ruili City. Yes, let's go to Ruili City. It's safer in the city. I book a hotel now. Tang Chui acted decisively, kept on talking, and looked for a hotel online directly. Aunt, we all go. Isn't that realistic? Me, you, housekeeper Lin, and your cousin, and bring 5 bodyguards. We will retreat to the hotel, and leave this place to Zhou Jian. Oh! Although she was not worried at all, Tang Ranran didn't mind living in a different place. This bastard. They are raising the price sky high. They are robbing money. Keeping in touch, Tang Chui opened the hotel booking website of Ruili City, and couldn't help cursing. What's wrong? Look for yourself. It's too much. It's just robbing money. Tang Chui sent a link. Tang Ranran clicked it, and saw that it was a hotel reservation. The price on the webpage was extremely eye-catching. 120,000 per night. 180,000 per night. 280,000 per night. Anyway, there is no price lower than 100,000 per night. This is really outrageous. The hotel she stayed in a few days ago, although not Ruili City, is also a city that looks okay. And the hotel room is only 180 per night. Tang Ranran flipped back and took a look, and then saw that the hotel also increased its price to 108,000 per night. It's just crazy. This is blatant robbery. I want to complain to them. Tang Chui was indignant. Yes. Rob money. Tang Ranran nodded in agreement and asked, then do we still stay in a hotel? Or should we stay here? The government will definitely maintain order. Stay. Tang Chui gritted her teeth. She could only swallow her broken teeth. What else could she do? She could only treat it as spending money to avoid disaster. Ran. I book a room. A standard room with 2 beds. And I'm not used to being with others. Even if you're my aunt, I want to live in a room by myself. Guessing what she was going to say, Tang Ranran interrupted immediately. Prodigal son. Tang Chui silently complained in her heart and could only say, I know. I book you a large room with a single bed. Tang Chui, who had booked the room, was in a hurry. 10 minutes later, Tang Chui, who had booked the room, urged them to leave. Tang Ranran, who had only slept in this large flat for one night, quickly packed her personal belongings and threw them into the space buckle. Because there were 9 people in the group, they drove 2 cars. Tang Ranran's big Hummer SUV led the way, and the company's hover car followed behind. Entering Ruili City, checking into the booked hotel. The dynamics of all the bosses in the industrial park have been followed by the relevant government departments. As the richest boss, Tang Ranran is the focus of attention. Tang Chui must have checked into the hotel, and when Yang, who received the news, reported it to Kong Chen. Then, Tang Ranran had just stepped into the booked room when Kong Chen came. Entering the hotel room, I let out my nanny robot. Just as I gave the order to clean, someone knocked on the door. The hotel here is a bit shabby. There is no doorbell or door mirror. When someone comes to the door, they just knock on the door in the most primitive state. Thinking it was Tang Chui or Lin, Tang Ranran didn't think much and walked over to open the door. The person standing outside the door was tall and strong, and the sense of oppression came over her. Tang Ranran felt that her vision was blocked, and the space seemed to have become smaller. Director Kong Xing? Seeing Kong Chen, Tang Ranran's conditioned reflex came to her mind. Those who come with bad intentions will not come. This guy must be here to ask for money. Little Tang Dong, do you have time to chat? Kong Chen, who came uninvited, smiled and resolved his embarrassment, thinking that he would be turned away if he contacted in advance. What if I say no? Knowing that this guy came to her door for no good. Tang Ranran's tone was not friendly. Although she wanted to earn merit, giving it actively and asking for it were 2 different things. Then I wait at the door. Kong Chen was shameless, and had a posture of then I won't leave. This is for money, and he is starting to act like a rogue. Tang Ranran complained in her heart, and rolled her eyes speechlessly. But she just thought of the merit monument of the original family of 3, and it didn't matter who she donated to. Besides, she had a good impression of Wu Lihua. Tang Ranran made way and said, Come in. Thank you. Fearing that Tang Ranran would regret it, Kong Chen immediately followed her into the room. As a wealthy woman who is not short of money, Tang Ranran's room is a large suite with a small rest area with a semi-partition. A simple 3-legged small round table with 3 simple chairs. Tang Ranran took Kong Chen to the rest area, pulled out a chair and sat down, then pointed to another small chair. Sit down. Thank you. Sitting on the small chair that didn't fit him well, Kong Chen immediately said, I have a few projects. Tang Ranran interrupted immediately, pretending to send a message. If you want to talk about the project, it's more appropriate to find my aunt. I call her over now. No. Kong Chen hurriedly stopped him, very self-aware. If General Manager Tang Chui comes, she will definitely kick me out. He has been rejected countless times, and now he is the person that entrepreneurs on the planet least want to see. No doubt about it. Tang Chui certainly doesn't welcome him either. I have reason to suspect that your so-called project is to cheat me of my money. Tang Ranran looked at him steadily, as if looking at a scammer, and said it mercilessly. If I hadn't been desperate, I wouldn't have come to you. Kong Chen smiled bitterly, then explained and assured, but don't worry. The project I'm talking about is absolutely true. Give me a few minutes, and if you don't like it, it's not too late to refuse. Let me be frank in advance. I deeply sympathize with the illegal residents living in the garbage dump area that has been infected by the virus. But my money is not blown by the wind. although she had already considered setting up a monument of merit for the original family of 3. It was not a good deal to rush to the front. So she had to be more reserved and put on a higher posture. I understand. This is the relevant information. Kong Chen sent a data package to Tang Ranran, and then introduced it one by one. This is Dijia Industrial Park. It only took a few minutes to talk, but it was actually half an hour long. Kong Chen said a lot, and Tang Ranran summarized it as selling industrial parks, selling land, and selling related state-owned units. Sell everything you can. Sell, sell, sell. The price is very low. The policy is very good. The discount is very big. It is absolutely a bargain. But for Tang Ranran, no matter how cheap it is useless. He was talking until his mouth was dry. But seeing that Tang Ranran was completely unmoved and not interested, Kong Chen mood sank to the bottom. Mr. Tang, if you buy it now, it is really the lowest price. Yushan Tang Biology will definitely develop planting in the future. Right? Land is the key. I dare to guarantee that there will be no such low-priced land in the entire 3rd galaxy. Even the 14th and 15th galaxies can't find cheaper than mine. Kong Chen still tried to persuade Tang Ranran to buy. Tang Ranran pondered. In the information Kong Chen gave her, almost half of the entire Su Pingrui star was available for purchase. Half of it is useless to her. But if it is a whole planet, a planet with independent administrative sovereignty, then she can consider it. Those living in the garbage dump area are really trying their best to survive. Just staying alive is already very difficult for them. Now facing cockroaches carrying the virus, they have no resistance at all. There are already corpses everywhere. Kong Chen played the emotional card in a sad voice. The light screen of the intelligent computer kept showing Tang Ranran the miserable situation in the garbage dump area, trying to arouse Tang Ranran's sympathy to the greatest extent. In the garbage dump area, the shantytowns located around the large landfill pits have now become a living hell. Black and purple corpses can be seen everywhere, with countless large black and white worms crawling among them. It is indeed quite tragic. Thinking back to what he saw yesterday, Tang Ranran was inevitably touched again, and his sympathy deepened. He couldn't help but ask, how many people have died? How many people are left? There are 58 garbage dumps, and 24 have died of radiation sickness. According to preliminary statistics, the death toll has reached 5 million, and there may be 10 million people who have been infected. I am afraid that the infected cannot be saved. Kong Chen's face was heavy, and his heart was sad. So many lives. Although he didn't want to give up, he knew clearly that whether people who have been infected with the virus can survive depends on their own resistance. After all, food is not guaranteed. How can we talk about treatment? In the process of destroying the insect factory in those 24 landfill areas, we encountered some obstacles. Some people resisted to the extreme and caused the leakage of cockroaches. As the death continues to increase, many corpses will become the food source of cockroaches. At that time, those landfill areas will become a paradise for cockroaches. Before the complete disinfection, healthy people must not stay there. How many refugees are there? According to preliminary statistics, there are about 100 million refugees who need to be transferred from those 24 landfills, including those who have been infected. Seeing some hope in Tang Ranran question, Kong Chen immediately said, no need for 3 meals a day. A nutrient solution a day. Just enough to survive. And we have more or less a few days of food in stock. The personnel have all been transferred. In the absence of food, cockroaches will eat each other for survival. When the cockroaches are reduced to a certain number, they can be thoroughly disinfected and the virus can be completely killed. As long as we survive 3 months, the garbage dump area will be safe again. This armed action not only bans the insect cultivation factory, but also some black forces in the garbage dump. Without the layers of exploitation by the evil forces, the income of the bottom scavengers will increase. And our government is actively attracting investment and inviting labor-intensive handicraft and planting enterprises to settle on the planet. I believe that as long as we survive, the situation at the garbage dump will definitely improve. 100 million people, assuming that each nutrient solution is 5-star coins, 500 million a day, and 45 billion in 3 months. Tang Ranran quickly calculated. It doesn't seem to be a lot? How about giving it a try? However, we still have to maximize the benefits. After spending a few minutes thinking, Tang Ranran finally came up with a plan. And before taking action, There were some things that had to be asked clearly. Captain Kong, the garbage dump area is full of illegal residents. Even if everyone died, the Galaxy Administrative Center would not pursue it. Right? People who died would reduce the population burden of the planet. And even if you tried your best to save people, they were all illegal residents. So they should not be included in your political achievements. Right? So I'm curious. Why do you want to do such a thankless thing? Kong Chen was silent for 2 seconds when asked, and his complex face was calm and firm. Maybe I can empathize with you. I was born in a garbage dump. So I know the despair of living at the bottom of the society without knowing what will happen tomorrow. When I was young, I always thought, if I were the captain, I would definitely change this place. Let everyone have enough food and shelter. Live in a house that is airtight. Live in a place without radiation. And from now on, you don't have to look for food in the garbage dump. Just here. Su Pingrui star? What if one day you are transferred to a poor star in another galaxy? I only care about here. My hometown. Where I was born. Where I grew up. So I want to change it. So that it is no longer poor and desolate. Like other planets in the third galaxy. Where people living on the planet can live and work in peace and contentment. As for being transferred to another planet, I should be able to be a qualified politician. Kong Chen said as a matter of course. He is not the Holy Father. Not to mention that he is still clear about his own weight. And he may not be able to get over the hurdle in front of him. Kong Chen returned to the topic and pleaded. At present, we are really in urgent need of funds to arrange for the victims. I can mortgage the land to you. Please help me. Without agreeing, Tang Ranran asked something else. Can Su Pingrui Star apply for independent administrative sovereignty? The so-called independent administrative sovereignty planet, in layman's terms, is a private planet. For planets with independent administrative sovereignty, the government of the Imperial Galaxy has only a small amount of supervisory power. The planetary management is entirely decided by the planet owner, with a high degree of freedom. The planet owner basically only needs to abide by 2 principles on his own planet. One is that he cannot oppose the Empire, and the other is that he cannot slaughter the Imperial citizens living on the planet without reason. Although he didn't know why Tang Ranran suddenly asked this, Kong Chen told the truth. Yes. Then what is the price? Tang Ranran continued to ask. Su Pingrui Star is a burden to the third galaxy. Kong Chen smiled self-deprecatingly. As a planet that lowers GDP, it is just like a poor student who is not liked by the class teacher. If someone is willing to take over, the Galaxy Administrative Center will be very happy. So the price will not be too high. I estimate the price to be around 3 trillion. Of course, this is the purchase price. And the planetary management tax will be paid every year in the later period. Kong Chen was puzzled. According to his investigation, Tang Ranran had 600 to 700 billion in his hands. Although he was very rich, there was still a certain gap in purchasing planets. Why are you asking this? Yes, I want to buy the entire planet in one go. Tang Ranran nodded, not hiding her intention. This, Kong Chen was surprised. And then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Tang, this joke is not funny. No, I'm serious. You don't have to worry about the funding. Just tell me what the lowest price is. For such a big deal, you can always bargain. Right? Tang Ranran looked serious. Seriously? Kong Chen straightened his face and confirmed again. Of course. At present, after Tang Ranran's firm attitude, Kong Chen analyzed it seriously. Although the illegal residents in the garbage dump area are not citizens of the Empire, if this matter is exposed and known by other galaxies, the entire third galaxy's highest administrative center will definitely lose face and be ridiculed by other galaxy administrative centers. So at this time, if you apply for Su Pingruishing independent administrative sovereignty, they will definitely be happy to throw away this burden. And there is a lot of room for bargaining. But as for the specific amount, I can't give you a definite answer now. I need to find out what the Galaxy Administrative Center means. According to my understanding, people within the system can enjoy preferential prices. Which means that if you apply, the price will be cheaper? Everything has an internal price. And the same is true for buying planets. The application of people within the military and political system is roughly the nature of applying for fiefdoms. According to their own achievements, there will be discounts on the price. Although he didn't understand what Tang Ranran meant, Kong Chen nodded and replied, yes, there are preferential treatments for people within the military and political system. The The specific preferential amount depends on personal position, personal contribution, relevant achievements, etc. If I, the star leader of Su Pingrui Star, apply for independent administrative sovereignty, the procedures will be simpler, and the price should be 20% off. So if it's you, 2 trillion can win? Kongshin pondered for 2 seconds, with a slightly uncertain expression, and did not give a definite answer. I can only say that there is a success rate of more than 70%. 10 grams of chrysanthemum tea can produce 1 unit of 70 aqueous solution. And if 1 unit of 70 aqueous solution is 100 billion, 2 trillion is equal to 2 units of chrysanthemum tea. Just 2 units. Of course, she is not sure whether chrysanthemum tea is sold in this way. If 1 unit of chrysanthemum tea is 100 billion, then add a zero. 20 units of chrysanthemum tea. Tang Ranran thought about it. But she couldn't come up with the money all at once. So, can I pay in installments? Yes. It can usually be paid in installments within 20 years. But once there is an extension of time to pay the loan, or if the management tax cannot be paid, it will be withdrawn, which is equivalent to all the previous funds going down the drain. What is the down payment ratio? After comprehensive evaluation, as long as the credit is good, a 10% down payment will be enough. Oh, so I see. Tang Ranran nodded in understanding. Do you really want to buy it? Buy, Tang Ranran affirmed, and finally asked, how much is your salary as a star leader per year? This question was a bit irrelevant. Kongshin thought about it and answered honestly. Basic salary plus bonus. The annual salary is about 20 million. Tang Ranran was surprised. There is also gray income. Kongshin smiled and said nothing. Tang Ranran estimated that even if the gray income was included, 100 million would be the maximum, and she could afford it. Without further consideration, Tang Ranran said directly, I can donate 200 billion to the charity bureau. Kongshin's eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. 200 billion. Really? 200 billion. He had never seen so much money. Really? But there are conditions. Tang Ranran nodded slowly and said seriously. The ecstatic look froze, thinking that she wanted to use the money as a down payment. Kongshin explained helplessly. Donating to the charity bureau is fiscal revenue, while applying for independent administrative sovereignty requires personal investment. The two are different. What's more, 200 billion is gone after paying the down payment. And, are you sure I will buy it for you? Trust him so much? Aren't you afraid that the 200 billion will go down the drain? Of course, I know that this 200 billion is my personal donation to the charity bureau. You should have a charity hall here. Right? Tang Ranran wants to try and see if donating money has any effect. Of course there is. Kongshin nodded in delight. If he donated to the charity bureau, 200 billion would be enough for him to deal with the current situation. You need to erect a merit monument for me and my parents. You need to record my contribution, my help to the planet, and how many people I have saved. You need to sing their praises. Don't worry about that. There is definitely one director who has already prepared your merit monument. You just need your authorization and consent. Kongshin hurriedly responded, thinking to himself, this is not even a request. It's too simple. Isn't it? Kongshin, who was overjoyed, was a little bit unbelievable and continued to ask, are there any other requests? The money was too much. He would not feel at ease if he didn't make some other requests. And, Tang Ranran smiled, looked directly at him, and said, I want you. Me? Kongshin was stunned. After reacting, he subconsciously raised his hand and touched his face. So, he caught the eye of Mr. Tang, and he wanted to support him? This is simply a big pie in the sky. He is getting both money and beauty. No problem. No problem at all. With your salary, you can't earn 200 billion in your lifetime. Right? So, this 200 billion donation is my advance payment to you. And you have to work for me in the future. Tang Ranran slowly unfolded. As a Go faction, she certainly chose to be the boss behind the scenes. I will lend you another 200 billion. And you will come forward to apply for the administrative sovereignty of the planet. And then you will be the open owner of the planet. And I will be the boss behind the scenes. After listening, Kongshin completely understood that he was thinking dirty. And Mr. Tang just wanted to take him as a subordinate. To be honest, it was a bit disappointing. Donating 200 billion and borrowing 200 billion. This is a big deal. Kong Chen couldn't believe it. And the condition is just to take him as a younger brother. This. Are you really not interested in him, and want to support him? Although he is in urgent need of money. This is really too unreal. Too dreamy. It would be more reassuring to support him directly. Mr. Tang. Are you kidding? Do you think I'm kidding? Tang Ranran was a little speechless. Does she look very untrustworthy? Seriously? I want the whole planet. But it's not convenient for me to show up. So you take the lead and provide follow-up funds. You don't need to worry about the money problem. That's it. If you are willing, you will work for me in the future. Of course. If you work for me, I won't ask you to kill people and set fires to oppose the Empire and humanity. Shun Tang biology wants to develop here. If there are any problems in the future, you have to block them in front. If I encounter any problems that I am not convenient to deal with, you also need to come forward to solve them. That's basically it. If you don't want to, forget it. For the sake of humanitarianism, I can still donate 10. Forget it. 10 billion to the planet. Tang Ranran was very serious and sincere, and spoke frankly. Hiss. Kong Chen couldn't help but take a breath. Did he hear it wrong? Even if he didn't agree, there would be a donation of 10 billion? Originally, he came for the money. But Tang Ranran gave the money so easily and simply. Kong Chen's conscience was condemned. He now felt that he was a big liar who cheated the little girl's money. After thinking for a few seconds in silence, Kong Chen said, Of course I would rather work for you. But, looking confused, Kong Chen's eyes were a little complicated. And he asked hesitantly, 400 billion? You just gave it to me. Aren't you worried? Aren't you afraid that I will turn against you? Kong Chen couldn't imagine how Tang Ranran could trust him so much. Is he an honest man? Or is he counting on a promissory note? Of course, it's not just a verbal statement. Tang Ranran rolled his eyes speechlessly, and said as a matter of course, You have to sign a contract. After being in the supernatural anchor area for so long, Tang Ranran basically knew what skills were associated with what mental power level. There is a skill for mental power above sea level, mental power contract. Kong Chen was stunned and asked uncertainly, Mental power contract? Why else should I trust you? Or do you think I'm stupid and would trust someone I've only met 3 times? Kong Chen was a little amused and patiently explained. Mental power contracts can only be used by higher level people to constrain lower level people. It's useless for you to sign a contract with me. It has no binding force on me. Kong Chen naturally knew about mental power contracts. There is a kind of loyalty contract, which is one party offering loyalty to the other party and never betraying. But there are prerequisites. For example, if an S-level person offers loyalty to an A-level person, that is an invalid contract. Do you think I'm stupid and don't know? Tang Ranran responded with a look of idiocy. Kong Chen was stunned by the contemptuous look and subconsciously pulled out Tang Ranran friend information. Any information, mental power level B. He didn't see it wrong. Hidden strength. No updated information? A class A like him? Since you agree, I start. Ignoring Kong Chen doubts, Tang Ranran began to act. Mental power contract? She doesn't know how to do it. But she knows how to do immortal cultivation contract. She had thought about it just now. If Kong Chen agrees, she will make a contract and develop him into her younger brother. If he doesn't agree, she will hypnotize him and wash this memory. Although she is still a rookie at the 8th level of Qi refining, she has many skills. Don't resist, Tang Ranran said again. She used the skill of contract very well in her previous life. But this is the first time in this life. If she encounters resistance, she might fail. According to the immortal cultivation theology, it should be very easy for her to contract immortal at the 8th level of Qi refining. But there is mental power here. I don't know how to calculate it. But Kong Chen is only class A. Even if it is a comprehensive mental power strength, she is better. Will it work? Okay. Kong Chen nodded with a slightly complicated look. I never thought I could get such a high salary. 400 billion. But if I become a subordinate, I will only be a subordinate in the future. Right? I felt a little uncomfortable. Probably a kind of inferiority and regret. With Kong Chen's consent, Tang Ranran directly made the most basic and ordinary master-servant contract in the world of immortal cultivation. During the validity period of the contract, as a servant, he will always be loyal to the master. Once he betrays, he will be retaliated. Ordinary basic version. Very simple. Tang Ranran used it, and succeeded in an instant. So smooth? She couldn't believe it. Kong Chen didn't feel anything, and didn't feel that Tang Ranran did anything. But suddenly, at the moment when the master-servant contract came into effect, there was a little more awe from the bottom of her heart, a respect from the subordinate to the superior, and there was a kind of loyal belief that he would always follow him. After checking and confirming that the person was successfully contracted, Tang Ranran said generously, "Give me the donation account of the charity bureau." "Okay. Please wait." When Kong Chen spoke, his tone unconsciously carried a sense of respect. After receiving the account, Tang Ranran swiped her hand and donated 200 billion without blinking, and noted, for the construction of Su Ping Ruishing. Donations are also divided into different natures. If she noted that it was used for the construction of Su Ping Ruishing, then even if Kong Chen bought the planet, this item would still be in the public account of Su Ping Ruishing, and the right to use it would still be in Kong Chen hands. Otherwise, it would be charged to the administrative center of the third galaxy. Then she pulled out Kong Chen communication number and directly transferred 200 billion, noting a purpose of loan. On the surface, "You persuaded me, and I was so kind that I lent you the money. You have to give me an IOU. In front of outsiders, we are just ordinary friends. Do you understand?" "I understand. We should take over the administrative sovereignty of the planet as soon as possible. The price should be as low as possible, and the repayment period should be as long as possible. The procedures must be formal, and there should be no hidden dangers in the future." Tang Ranran began to assign tasks to Kong Chen in a leadership tone. However, before she finished the assignment, there was a knock on the door. Kong Chen, who had become a younger brother, consciously left his seat to check, walked to the door and asked, "Who?" "I. Tang Chui." Tang Chui's voice was obviously stained with anger. "Open the door," Tang Ranran ordered. As soon as the door opened, Tang Chui walked in angrily, stood in front of Kong Chen, gnashing her teeth. "Director Kong Xing. This guy must be here to cheat money. I hope she came in time, and her niece has not been fooled." "Manager Tang." Kong Chen greeted Tang Chui with a little embarrassment. This scene was like being visited by the parents after deceiving a child. Tang Chui came, but the negotiation failed. In fact, there was nothing to talk about. The general direction was determined, and the rest of the matter was enough for the intelligent brain to contact. Tang Ranran came over and gave Kong Chen a look. Kong Chen understood. "Then I take my leave first." Tang Ranran saw him off. "Take care." "Bye." Tang Chui looked suspicious and wanted to ask Kong Chen a few questions, but she didn't say anything in the end. After watching Kong Chen leave, Tang Chui immediately entered Tang Ranran's room. As soon as the door was closed, she couldn't wait to ask, "Ranran, what did he come for? Is he trying to persuade you to donate money or invest in a project?" "Yes." Tang Ranran nodded. "Then you?" Tang Chui's face changed drastically, and her heart was instantly lifted. She asked nervously, "You weren't fooled by him, were you?" "Fooled? This word is really vivid." Tang Ranran muttered in his heart, and then did not hide it, but told the truth. "I donated 200 billion to the charity bureau and lent him another 200 billion. Tang Ranran's words were like a bolt from the blue. Tang Chui's face turned black and turned into a high-decibel speaker. Her voice, including her name, was extremely sharp. "Tang Ranran, are you crazy?" Although it was not her money, Tang Chui's anger at this moment was like a volcanic eruption. 400 billion. A full 400 billion. Not 40 million. Tang Chui was about to say something angrily, but Tang Ranran looked at her with a little pressure from a cultivator, and said calmly and majestically, "My money? Of course, I have the final say." Her heart skipped a beat. Being frightened by Tang Ranran, Tang Chui was like a balloon punctured by a needle. The anger in her heart instantly dissipated, replaced by a palpitation and awe. After calming down from the shock, Tang Chui knew that it was useless to say more. But as an elder, after a mental struggle, she still opened her mouth and said a few more words. But her tone had changed from angry questioning to patient persuasion. "Ranran, I tell you the truth. You have a huge sum of money. It's impossible to say that you don't have any desire for it. This is true for your relatives, not to mention outsiders. In your situation, all the evil spirits will come after you, all for the money in your pocket." Tang Chui made it clear that Kong Chen was the evil spirit who came after him because of money. It's normal to be confused. You are still young and have little experience. I'm an experienced person. Spending money on men is mostly a waste of money. Even your husband may not be reliable. Next, Tang Chui used her own example to tell the story of if a man is reliable. A sow can climb a tree. When Tang Chui got married, although Tang Qingji Xiliang had not yet grown, the Tang family still had some assets, so her dowry was quite generous. Tang Chui's ex-husband was a career official. As the saying goes, wealth and power are inseparable. After marriage, Tang Chui used her dowry money to make all kinds of arrangements and engage in all kinds of wife diplomacy. With her help, her ex-husband's career was smooth, and he was promoted all the way. Then, when Tang Chui's dowry was almost spent and her ex-husband became a high-ranking official, he cheated on her and found a young, beautiful, gentle and thoughtful woman. After Tang Chui discovered the affair, her ex-husband, the scumbag, kicked Tang Chui out of the house without a hurry, and said to her heart, "You are so strong that no man can stand you." Although they have been divorced for decades, Tang Chui gritted her teeth when she mentioned her ex-husband, and she only hated herself for being too young and not knowing people well. And now, in Tang Chui's opinion, it was Kong Chen who shamelessly used the beauty trap to confuse the inexperienced Tang Ranran. It was completely a scam, and there was even suspicion of cheating for sex. Tang Chui really didn't want to see Tang Ranran follow her old path and be cheated by a scumbag. After talking about her own lessons, Tang Chui said earnestly, "Ranran, holding the money in your own hands is the greatest confidence." After eating a melon and listening to a piece of gossip, Tang Ranran nodded solemnly, and her tone was slightly softened. "And I have my own plans in my mind. You don't have to worry." Seeing that Tang Ranran was unmoved, Tang Chui sighed in her heart. It was hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Her niece didn't listen, and she had no choice. Leaving Tang Ranran's room, Tang Chui returned to her room and became more and more angry. 400 billion? It was so cheap for Kong Chen, an outsider. She was simply furious, unable to hold back. Tang Chui directly called Kong Chen and scolded him. Kong Chen, he was so wronged. After scolding Kong Chen, Tang Chui called Lin Guanjia again and told him the whole story. 400 billion has already gone into Kong Chen's pocket, and he will definitely not spit it out. So he can only treat it as a waste. The remaining money must be kept. In the hotel room, after Tang Chui left, Tang Ranran sat on the sofa and sorted out his thoughts. Since he decided to buy Su Ping Ruishing as his base camp, he had to plan it well. Tang Ranran sent a message to Kong Chen, asking him for information. The overall information of the planet, as well as the details of the deaths from radiation sickness in the garbage dump area. And by the way, he repeated the task to him, and quickly bought Su Ping Ruishing at the lowest price. Kong Chen, who was still in the hovercraft and being scolded by Tang Chui, efficiently sent all the relevant information to Tang Ranran. There was a lot of information, and Su Ping Ruishing network was a bit broken. So Tang Ranran downloaded and checked it at the same time. Less than 3 minutes after reading it, someone knocked on the door again. Tang Ranran got up helplessly and opened the door. It was Steward Lin. "Miss Ranran." After learning the situation from Tang Chui, Steward Lin couldn't stay for a moment. And when he saw Tang Ranran, he gave a long and earnest speech. "Tang Ranran, oh, it's a bit annoying." Tang Ranran knew that Steward Lin was nagging out of concern and worry. But she was not the original owner. As a long-time immortal ancestor, she didn't like being nagged. Seeing that Steward Lin had no intention of stopping, Tang Ranran, who had lost her patience, simply went all out and threw a master-servant contract to Steward Lin. Maybe it was because his mental power was only E level and his strength was low. Or maybe it was because he was loyal. So the contract was almost successful in seconds. "Uncle Lin, I know. You don't need to say anything more." As soon as the contract was signed, Tang Ranran interrupted immediately. "Yes, Miss Ranran." Butler Lin stopped immediately and replied respectfully. "Uncle Lin, I'm going to rest. You go back." "Okay, miss. Then I go back first. You have a good rest and take care of your body." Butler Lin followed Tang Ranran's words and left the room after saying the last sentence. Tang Ranran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally quiet. Back on the sofa again, Tang Ranran was a little annoyed. He was really stupid. If he had signed a contract with someone earlier, Wouldn't he have the trouble of being nagged? Or should he also sign a contract with Tang Chui? It's better to act than to be moved. Tang Ranran simply went to find Tang Chui next door. After meeting someone and talking nonsense, Tang Ranran secretly made a formula and started the contract. And then, the contract could not be signed. Wrong. Strictly speaking, the contract could not be signed smoothly. It was necessary to force the contract. And the forced contract should be successful. But after success, it would most likely damage Tang Chui IQ. The meaning of damaging IQ is roughly equivalent to turning a person into a puppet that lacks self-consciousness and can only follow orders. In terms of strength, it is definitely possible to crush. After all, Tang Chui mental power is only D-level. So the key is the degree of loyalty? A willingness to sell oneself voluntarily. After weighing it for 2 seconds, Tang Ranran finally gave up the contract. Tang Ranran prefers to pay attention to mutual consent. Tang Chui subconsciously does not want to be loyal. So she did not force the contract. After giving up the contract and talking a few words, Tang Ranran returned to her room. Most of the information said by Kong Chen has been transmitted. Tang Ranran sat back on the stool again and read it carefully. First, the overall overview of Su Pingrui star. The total population of the planet is 160 million, which does not include illegal residents, but citizens with imperial citizenship. These 160 million imperial citizens live in 32 administrative urban areas and 126 industrial parks, in addition to the heavy pollution and high-risk industries that are not welcome on other planets. The 126 industrial parks are mostly garbage secondary treatment industries. That is, waste processing industries. Even for citizens, the overall income level is low, with an average annual income of only 10,000. As for illegal residents without household registration, let alone annual income, they are completely struggling on the food and clothing line. It is good enough to fill their stomachs and not starve to death. After receiving the planet, how to increase jobs and raise salaries are big problems. Su Pingrui is not big, about the same size as London Yongqing. The entire planet is a radiation area, of which only 12% is a low radiation area with an environmental radiation of less than 10. And 30% is a survivable area with an environmental radiation of more than 10 and less than 20. The best area on the planet, Ruili City, has an environmental radiation of less than 5. The environment is bad, so the economy is backward. The government's financial sources are almost only 2. Industrial parks and landfills. And the finances are almost in a state of deficit. Without money, it is difficult to move forward. So Kong Shikong has a planet to transform the planet. But he has no money to take actual action. So, what to do after getting the planet? After thinking about it, Tang Ranran can only think of his old business. Planting. But even in the low radiation area, pure plants cannot be grown. If it is ordinary plants, the economic benefits are too low, and it may even lose money. To engage in planting, either it is a long-term battle to improve the environment first, or it is a one-time thing and a protective shield. For example, the city protective shield is not available for sale online. Tang Ranran is not sure about the price, but it is unlikely to be cheap. Moreover, even if the protective shield is bought, it consumes energy when in use. It is unknown how much energy it consumes. Regarding the price of the protective shield, Tang Ranran thinks Kong Chen should know. Forget it. Let's not worry about it. Let Kong Chen worry about the big problem of developing the economy and creating jobs. After taking a general look at the overall situation of Su Pingrui, Tang Ranran looked at the relevant information about the radiation sickness deaths that came this time. Coincidentally, the first place to discover the abnormality was the Xianyuan district landfill, which was the landfill that Tang Ranran visited on the trumpet. In this area, the environmental radiation is about 15 to 20. Because the environmental radiation is relatively low, it is a survivable area, so there are nearly 4 million people living in this area. The entire Xianyuan district garbage landfill area is very vast. There are more than 300 large garbage landfill pits in the entire area, and tens of thousands of people live around each landfill pit. The first to show abnormalities were people living near the X123 landfill pit. From May 25th, radiation-induced deaths began to appear in the area. The dead all showed a symptom of multiple ruptured blood vessels, inability to coagulate blood, and massive internal bleeding, and then died, and the bodies were blue-black. In just 3 days, the death toll increased from 2 digits to 4 digits. As of now, the death toll in the entire Xianyuan district has reached nearly 1 million. The entire garbage dump area is full of corpses, and the corpses breed a large number of cockroaches. Half of the garbage dumps where humans live have experienced the same situation one after another. After noticing the abnormality, Kong Chen immediately conducted an investigation and quickly found out the truth. A guy named Wang Xingbang used the channel of garbage disposal to smuggle a batch of unqualified nutrient solutions with excessive radiation values from the outside world, which should have been destroyed. After consuming the nutrient solution, the weak, those with high accumulated radiation values, and other people will develop lesions due to excessive radiation. According to the autopsy study, there is a virus in the body of the deceased, which is temporarily defined as the septicemia virus. The septicemia virus will destroy the coagulation factor, thrombin, and capillaries. A slight bump will cause large internal bleeding that cannot heal on its own. After the cockroach eats the corpse of the dead person, the septicemia virus will survive in the cockroach and replicate in large quantities. Once bitten by a cockroach carrying the virus, or eaten by a cockroach carrying the virus, it is possible to be infected with the virus. Research shows that this septicemia virus is not a very powerful virus. People with good physique and strong resistance can rely on their own resistance to eliminate the septicemia virus with white blood cells in the body during the infection period, as long as they are not injured and bleeding. People with weak constitution and poor resistance will die from multiple internal bleeding even without major collisions. Septicemia virus is just a small virus, and there are many cures. Vitamin K1, sulfonomethane, tranexamic acid, aminoacetic acid and other drugs are effective, but the specific effect depends on the individual's constitution. In addition to finished drugs, some pure foods for blood supplementation and blood coagulation also have therapeutic effects. Therefore, the red blood fruit used by Tang Ranran is also the right medicine for the disease. After understanding the relevant situation, Tang Ranran did not worry too much. With her 200 billion donation, Kong Chen should be able to handle it, and the treatment action should be carried out together. What she has to worry about is her cultivation. Business is important. Tang Ranran asked Kong Chen for Wu Lihua's communication number. After adding the communication number, Wu Lihua called her before she could send a message. Mr. Tang, thank you so much. Your great kindness. Wu Lihua was so excited that she didn't give Tang Ranran a chance to speak. She started with a long speech of thanks. After several minutes, Tang Ranran was finally able to speak and immediately asked about his merit tablet. In the half hour of the communication, the merit tablets of Tang Ranran and his adoptive parents were officially erected in the main charity hall of the Ruili City Charity Bureau. After watching the video and confirming that his merit tablet had been erected, Tang Ranran said a few polite words and ended the communication. Although it was still daytime, Tang Ranran couldn't wait to practice. I don't know if it will work. A few hours later, it turned out that spending money is more effective than saving people and gaining merit. And the effect is immediate. Tang Ranran, who had not made a breakthrough for a long time, finally crossed the hurdle of the 8th level of qi refining before dark and entered the 9th level of qi refining. After doing some finishing work to consolidate his cultivation, Tang Ranran fell into deep thought. So, should all the money belonging to the original body be donated and used for the original body's family of 3? It is most likely so. As for oneself, one should also do good deeds and accumulate more merits. One of the karmas should be that one should not owe the original body, and should not spend the original body's money. Moreover, it is not enough to just return the money to the original body, because after picking up the original body's body, she has to do more for the original body. There are always many obstacles on the road to seeking immortality and the way to enlightenment. Tang Ranran troubles are here. Picking up someone else's body really has sequelae. Hey. After sighing for a while, Tang Ranran began to check her wallet. The balance of the intelligent brain is still 190 billion. Her Shengtang biology is 100 billion. And the total assets of the original body, rounded up to 800 billion. The current donations are 60 billion plus 1 billion plus 200 billion. In other words, she still has to donate 539 billion. It's just a few chrysanthemum teas. Strictly speaking, the money is not much. The problem is how to get this 539 billion without exposing it. Oh, there is also money to buy planets, which is an even larger sum. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran couldn't think of any other way except making something out of nothing without exposing her strength. Tang Ranran estimated that after donating 200 billion this time, it would take at least a foundation building period before the bottleneck period would appear again? Forget it. Forget it. Take your time. After thinking for a while, seeing that it was already dark outside, Tang Ranran drank a bottle of nutrient solution to fill his stomach, washed up and went to bed, covered with the quilt. He entered the farm, and first charged the trumpet Tang Xian. After charging, Tang Xian went out of the farm first, and Tang Ranran went out of the farm to sleep. Tang Xian, who had a full battery, appeared in the hotel. It was daytime here, just in time for action. Turning on the navigation, Tang Ranran went to the nearest pharmacy and bought all the relevant medicines. Septicemia virus can only be transmitted by body fluids, and its infectiousness is limited. It is impossible for a large-scale outbreak of virus infection in a city without insects. So the medicine should be given to those in need. With the medicine, Tang Ranran drove the hover car out of the city and headed towards the waste garden. Approaching the waste garden, Tang Ranran saw the refugee group surrounding the waste garden. This scrapyard is the size of more than 20 factories, among which there are not many vacant factories, which means that the capacity is limited. The vehicle was suspended in the air, and Tang Ranran released the camera to observe closely below. In the scrapyard below, those originally vacant rough factories were already crowded with refugees. Even on the open space outside the factories, many refugees were sitting or lying in all directions. Even the main roads in the park were occupied by refugees. Not to mention driving. There was almost no place to stay. Obviously, the number of refugees accommodated in this scrapyard has reached its limit. The camera looked around the scrapyard, and Tang Ranran basically understood the situation. The 4 entrances and exits of the scrapyard in the east, south, west and north were all densely surrounded by countless refugees. The number of refugees outside the scrapyard was initially estimated to be at least hundreds of thousands. The government's military and police armed personnel were guarding the 4 gates, holding weapons, and confronting the refugee groups. There must have been a conflict. There were pools of blood on the ground outside the 4 gates, but no bodies were seen. They must have been disposed of. The government's loudspeaker played soothing words over and over again, saying that the waste park has limited collection capacity, and the government will arrange for transfers to other parks. But the vehicles are limited, and the number of people transferred each time is limited. I hope people can wait patiently. After looking at the situation here and confirming that there will be no more conflicts here in the short term, Tang Ranran continued to move forward. On the road from the garbage dump to the waste park, groups of refugees can be seen from time to time. There are as few as a dozen people, and as many as hundreds of people. The refugees go to the industrial park together, choosing a place in the middle of the garbage dump and the waste park, an uninhabited area. Tang Ranran landed and put away the hovercraft. Beyond the road is a slightly barren grassland. The environmental radiation is 18. Probably because the soil is poor. The rainfall is small, and the geology is dry. Even the weeds are wilted and yellow. After throwing a soil fruit, Tang Ranran began to grow vegetables with his supernatural power. Although he had money to buy nutrient solution, the transportation process would take at least a few days, so he could grow as much as he could. Moreover, finding something for the refugees to do could effectively reduce the probability of unrest. Tang Ranran grew vegetables, and vegetables. About a few dozen minutes later, a wave of refugees with less than 100 people appeared at the end of the road. The lush soil fruit vines were particularly conspicuous in the yellow wasteland beside the road, and the refugees saw them at once. What kind of plant? It looks edible? Impossible. How can it be eaten and still be here? No matter. Even if it's poisonous. I admit it. Yes. Being poisoned is better than starving to death. The 2 men, who were so hungry that their chests were pressed against their backs, ran towards the soil fruit vines first, like vicious dogs pouncing on their food, pulling up a handful of vines, stuffing them into their mouths, and chewing them frantically. While eating and pulling, the 2 found the earth fruit growing in the soil with the roots of the vine. It's edible. It's really edible. Haha. So many fruits. Without caring about washing them, they grabbed the earth fruit and wiped them on their clothes. And then, they started eating, with the 2 leading the way and confirming that they were really for eating. The rest of the people immediately rushed over and joined the team digging earth fruit. Ignoring them, Tang Ranran continued to plant. While planting vegetables and walking forward, As Tang Ranran moved, one piece of earth fruit vine after another was full of vitality. It must be said that it is really easy to plant this earth fruit. A large acre of vines can be okay in a few seconds. Of course, Tang Ranran hid her skills and stretched the timeline. But even so, her planting speed was amazingly fast. As time went on, more and more people appeared, and people rushed to join the large team of digging earth fruit. About an hour later, Tang Ranran met the group of people from yesterday. After searching in the crowd, she found Alan and others. The thin woman Alan was holding Doubting in her arms and carrying a bulging bag on her back. The young boy Shui was also carrying a bulging bag. The little carrot-headed Arya, who was just over 1 meter tall, was also holding a big bag. I guess the pockets were filled with local fruits. Obviously, the load had reached the limit. Alan, who was carrying 3 children, did not stop to dig fruits, but continued to move forward slowly on the road. As the distance got closer, the young boy Xiaoyi saw Tang Ranran, who was still planting vegetables. Pulling Alan's sleeve, Xiaoyi gestured in the direction of Tang Ranran, and then ran towards her quickly. If it was someone else, once they found that there was a trend of approaching, Tang Ranran would drive them away with a spiritual power deterrence. Recognizing Xiaoyi, she did not move because she wanted to understand the effect of the red blood fruit. "Sir, did you plant all these? You are so amazing. How is your brother? He has gotten better. Sir, please give us some more fruit. Thank you for saving my life. When I grow up, I will definitely repay you." Xiaoyi knelt down and begged. "No need." Tang Ranran waved her hand lightly. "Get up first." Within 2 sentences, Alan came over with the 2 children. "Sir, thank you for your help yesterday." First, she thanked him sincerely, and then Alan knelt down holding Doubting and begged, "Please, give me some more medicine." Although she shouldn't be so greedy, for the sake of the child, even if it disgusted the adults, she asked for it. Little radish head Arya followed and knelt down and begged, "Sir, please save my brother." Tang Ranran, who is also a woman, can't help but feel a little more sympathy for Alan, a woman with a tragic fate. This is just a simple task, and she is naturally willing to help. "Get up first. I see the child's condition." Without getting up, Alan hurriedly put Doubting on the ground and undressed him so that Tang Ranran could see him clearly. The black and purple on Doubting's body seemed to have faded a little, but the child still looked listless and weak. He could open his eyes but couldn't speak. "I squeezed the fruit from yesterday into juice." Tang Ranran took out a small tube from the space buckle, which contained juice squeezed from the red hemoglobin fruit. A total of about 100 milliliters. "Thank you, sir." Alan took it in surprise and quickly fed Doubting, turning sideways, blocking the way, and making sure that no one else could see. Tang Ranran took out a box of medicine from the space buckle and handed it to Xiaoyi, whispering, "Take 1 pill a day. Keep it well. Don't let anyone snatch it away. This is a phenylphenyllamine drug. The information says that it is best for severe cases." Tang Ranran specially found a children's version. She also put a few star coins in the medicine box, with a total face value of about 1,000. It's not much, but it's definitely enough for the mother and her 2 children to use for a while. Xiaoyi was very smart and hurriedly took the medicine, put it in his arms and hid it. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly to make sure that no one saw it. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Your great kindness. We have no way to repay you." After hiding the medicine, Xiaoyi kowtowed to Tang Ranran several times, and then pulled off the small cloth bag hanging around his neck and took out something like a small glass marble from it. "Sir, this is my favorite thing. I give it to you." It was probably an amber, and inside the amber was something that seemed to be a seed. Originally, she didn't want to accept it, but facing the young boy's bright and clear eyes, Tang Ranran finally reached out to take it, smiling and said, "Thank you. I like it very much." Seeing Tang Ranran accept it, Xiaoyi grinned happily. The waste garden is no longer able to accommodate people. There are already hundreds of thousands of people stranded there, and it may be a bit chaotic. You can choose to rest here for a few days. If nothing unexpected happens, I will plant local fruits here these days. Thank you so much. You are such a good person. Thank you. Thank you. The big and 2 children hurriedly thanked them. Tang Ranran wanted to take better care of the orphans and widows, but it would be a crime to possess a treasure, and giving too much would bring them trouble. After saying a few words, seeing that the little bean had finished drinking all the juice, Tang Ranran waved his hand and signaled them to leave. After the big one and the small three left, Tang Ranran simply moved the pile of medicine she'd bought from the space buckle. And then the short one picked two taller men and told them to distribute the medicines to the patients infected with the virus. With the operation of distributing medicines, the probability of Alan and her son being targeted will obviously be much lower. After the episode, Tang Ranran continued to grow vegetables. After more than an hour, more and more people came to dig fruits. And the movement here was also noticed. Because of poverty, the planet's monitoring system is not comprehensive, and Tang Ranran vegetable planting last night was not noticed by the government. However, today, in broad daylight, it is such a large area of dozens of acres. So it was naturally captured by the surveillance. The sound of the hovercraft engine came, and Tang Ranran looked up and saw that it was the government's bus. The person who came was still known to Tang Ranran, and it was Wu Lihua. After hovering over the earth fruit vine for a few circles, Wu Lihua locked Tang Ranran, who stood out from the crowd. After the hovercraft landed on the road, Wu Lihua stepped on the gap between the vines and hurriedly ran towards Tang Ranran. Hello. Hello. You are a wood-type mutant. Thank you so much. Running to Tang Ranran, Wu Lihua blabbered, first thanking her, and then sincerely asking Tang Ranran for help. Tang Ranran said a few polite words like I will try my best, and then asked, can I get the Good Citizen Award for righteousness and bravery? The result was not satisfactory. There is definitely a Good Citizen Award for righteousness and bravery, but the highest medal, that is, the one with pure glass crystal on the award, is definitely not available. The situation of Su Pingrui Star is different from that of Beiki Star at that time. The highest administrative center of the Third Galaxy does not recognize the disaster of Su Pingrui Star. Illegal households have no human rights. The death of illegal households is not counted as death, and the number of deaths will not be counted. And there is no human rights. There was no need to think about pure glass crystal, but Wu Lihua could still decide to exchange her for some mercenary contribution points. 1 unit of earth fruit was exchanged for 10 star coins, and 10 mercenary contribution points were exchanged. Tang Ranran was a little disgusted, but a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. Anyway, she wanted to earn merit, and it was better to earn some mercenary contributions at the same time. After planting for another 2 hours, Tang Ranran kept the time in mind and finished work 2 hours before the harvest. There were nearly 100 acres of land, and the amount of local fruits was estimated to be hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Tang Ranran left this large area of food and left neatly. As for how to distribute, how to harvest, how to distribute, how to maintain order on the scene, all these were taken care of by Wu Lihua. After driving back to the hotel in a hurry, Tang Ranran immediately hung up. The real Tang Ranran immediately entered the farm and checked the time. There was still 1 hour and 16 minutes. Well, for this hour, just plant vegetables. Flying to the number 2 spiritual field, Tang Ranran faced the chrysanthemum tea that was only a few centimeters long and began to compete with it for the first time. 70 chrysanthemum tea. The difficulty of planting is n times that of 72 Cistanche Deserticula. It is simply not the same level. It really consumes a lot of spiritual power. Obviously, the water solution is 1 level higher than the ordinary goods. When the spiritual power is exhausted, take the pill to restore the spiritual power and continue to plant. Once again, the spiritual power is exhausted. Continue to restore the mana, and continue to plant vegetables. Tang Ranran is planting chrysanthemums while counting the time. There are still 42 minutes, 28 minutes, 16 minutes. Every minute and every second is so hard to endure. Finally, the 1-minute countdown begins. Finally, the countdown returns to 0. The sound of the harvest bell of the intelligent brain is so beautiful. Chrysanthemum tea can't keep Tang Ranran, who is eager to go home. When leaving the farm and entering the farm, there is a bug. Tang Ranran directly moves from the number 2 spiritual field to the large study room of the farmhouse. Harvest the vegetables. Experience flowers 1 crop after another. Harvest them 1 by 1. Sell them with 1 click. Ah! Enough experience? Upgrade with 1 click. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 60. Get rewards: 6,000 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer, finally reached level 60. No more to say. Tang Ranran couldn't wait to open the seed mall at level 60. The last ordinary crop in the farm system, Panax Nodo Ginseng, was unlocked. And then it was Qingling grass. Qingling grass? A special plant. The price of the purchase seeds is 26,800 gold coins. The total selling price is 48,700 gold coins. It takes 365 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for one season is 3,650. Tang Ranran immediately bought a Qingling grass seed. After buying one, it did not appear in the unavailable state. Tang Ranran was surprised and continued to buy immediately. Tang Ranran bought 42 Qingling grass seeds in one go. And then she ran out of money. Well, the gold coins were gone. The price of Qingling grass seeds is 26,800 yuan. If you don't open a VIP account, the gold coins used to buy seeds alone will be enough to worry Tang Ranran. After squandering her gold coin wallet, Tang Ranran immediately planted the 42 Qingling grass seeds. After planting, spread fertilizer. Consume 42 bags of super fertilizer. One-click maturity. Unable to suppress her excitement and joy, Tang Ranran immediately flew out of the window and flew to the top of the field at the fastest speed. So far, she has a total of 65 plots of land. Most of the 65 acres of land are covered with green Qingling grass. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ranran felt that she smelled the scent of spiritual energy. Qingling grass? All Qingling grass. Hers? All hers. Tang Ranran felt her blood boiling. This feeling was even more exciting than being appointed as a marquis or a prime minister. Jian Shan. Her Jian Shan. From now on, you don't have to worry about running out of blue bottles. After several minutes of excitement, Tang Ranran floated down from the sky and gave all the robots in the farm the task of picking Qingling grass. Watching the robots start to work diligently, Tang Ranran flew back to the core CPU area of the farm manor, the study where the computer is located. Holding the mouse and operating it, Tang Ranran first harvested 10 plots of Qingling grass. Don't ask her why. The answer is that her wallet is empty, and she has no money to buy seeds. After selling 10 plots of Qingling grass, Tang Ranran, who has some gold coins in her wallet, bought VIP crops. Golden Pichio. This is a crop unlocked at level 48. Golden Pichio. Level 48. A special crop that VIP customers can unlock. The price of purchase seeds is 9,500 gold coins. And the total price, when sold, is 111,200 gold coins. 3 season crops. Mature in 34 hours in the first season and 16 hours in the second season. And the experience gained from planting one season is 16. The money from selling Qingling grass was exchanged for nearly 50 golden Pichio seeds. After planting all the vacant land, Tang Ranran sat and waited. The harvesting of Qingling grass cannot be completed in a short time, and it takes about 1 or 2 hours. Tang Ranran opened the seed mall and browsed. Level 60 is Qingling grass. Level 61 is Shuejing grass, which is a kind of blood-replenishing spiritual plant. It is considered an ordinary spiritual plant in the world of immortal cultivation. It can be found in any spiritual land. It is a common product and worthless. The function is to replenish qi and nourish blood. It is eaten when injured. With some other auxiliary materials, it can be refined into a low-profile version of red ginseng pill. Level 62 is Sanqing grass, which is also an ordinary public spiritual plant. It is not very useful. It is an auxiliary material for refining certain pills. Level 63 is 7-star grass, a common spiritual plant that is a little higher than 3-star grass. There are fewer of them, but they are not very useful in nature. They are auxiliary materials needed for some elixirs. Level 64 is Yuanxi grass. The ones at the front are all ordinary spiritual plants. It was not until level 200 that Tang Ranran saw some medium-quality spiritual plants with better quality. And the number of spiritual plants is endless. Absolutely endless. There are nearly 1,000 species. The higher the quality of the spiritual plant, the longer it takes to grow, and the lower it is ranked. In other words, even if she upgrades the farm to level 1000, she cannot unlock all the spiritual plants. Tang Ranran scrolled down all the way to the end. The last seed, unlocked at level 1524. Tang Ranran, This may be a series of lifetime. In her previous life, she lived for so long, but she didn't get such a high level. Oh! She is a VIP customer who charges money in this life. so it should be okay. Right? Thinking that there is no money in her pocket at the moment, Tang Ranran hurriedly looked at her VB wallet. VB 63662, it's already level 60. And the need to upgrade is not so urgent. Tang Ranran thinks that she can slow down the experience earning behavior, and the experience buff and money buff props can be used. After a quick calculation, it's about 1800 VB per day. She can still happily spend money for a month. As for after squandering it all, let's talk about it in a month. With a freshly picked Qingling grass, Tang Ranran started her alchemy career in a good mood. She wanted to refine all the Qingling grass into Qingling pills. At level 60, she could have as much Qingling grass as she wanted. And Tang Ranran was addicted to alchemy. After refining one furnace after another, until noon the next day, Tang Ranran finally got a little tired of refining pills. At this time, the Qingling grass of 32 acres had been harvested, and the fields were all planted with golden pishio for earning gold coins. The Qingling grass harvested by the robots was now stored in the basement for permanent preservation. Tang Ranran was in a good mood after taking another look at the pile of green spirit grass in the basement. After washing up and drinking a bottle of nutrient solution, he checked the information on the smart brain. There was no important information on the main and small accounts, either nonsense or advertisements. After a short rest and relaxation, Tang Ranran returned to the farm to practice again. Obviously, she had crossed that hurdle. Tang Ranran practice was like water flowing in a canal, especially smooth. After finishing the practice, Tang Ranran chose to continue growing chrysanthemum tea. The chrysanthemum tea is still a little bit less than 10 centimeters in height, and she doesn't believe that she can't grow it. Tang Ranran and chrysanthemum tea are fighting. Xingxiju. Gongfa grows vegetables. If there is no spiritual power, just take Qingling Dan. Sitting on countless blue bars, Tang Ranran is full of confidence. From the sun to the sunset, and then to the dead of night, Tang Ranran is growing chrysanthemum tea. Looking at the time, it is estimated that it is time to go to bed at night. After a spiritual cleansing to drive away her own fatigue, Tang Ranran went out of the farm, drank a nutrient solution, and washed up. The hotel conditions are a bit backward, and it is impossible to turn on the dark late night sleep mode. Tang Ranran can only lock the door and tighten the curtains. After returning to the bed, Tang Ranran did not lie down, but chose to meditate and practice. With enough green spirit grass to ensure the supply of spiritual power, she can now use meditation to practice instead of sleeping. Although the consumption of spiritual power is a bit large, the longer the practice time, the faster the practice will naturally go up. Meditation practice is boring and monotonous. After practicing the exercises, it enters a mode equivalent to automatic practice, and Tang Ranran does not need to worry about it. Automatic practice hangs up. Tang Ranran turns to concentrate all her mental power on the trumpet Tang Xian. At that time, outside the hotel room, the sun was shining brightly. Tang Ranran first looked at the intelligent brain. There were several messages from Wu Lihua. And yesterday, Tang Xian added her friend. Nothing. Wu Lihua was only concerned about when she would plant vegetables. In addition, there were several friend applications, including Kong Chen. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran added the person. After adding the friend, Kong Chen sent several voice messages in a row, all of which were nothing more than thanking for the help, asking for continued help, etc. After a polite reply, Tang Ranran left the hotel and drove the hovercraft out of the city. This time, Tang Ranran did not go far. After leaving the city, the hovercraft landed dozens of kilometers away from the waste garden. After sending a location to Wu Lihua, Tang Ranran began to grow vegetables. Today's vegetables are still local fruits. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. It took 3 hours to plant 30 to 40 acres of local fruit vines, leaving the site to Wu Lihua, and Tang Ranran left without hesitation. After planting the earth fruit, Tang Ranran returned to the hotel and did not stay idle. She entered the farm and continued her alchemy career. With the inexhaustible supply of Qingling grass, she had to refine thousands of blue bottles to feel at ease. After 5 hours of alchemy, after refining hundreds of Qingling pills, Tang Ranran switched. The small Tang Xian was on standby, and the real Tang Ranran began to act. After a simple daily routine, Tang Ranran squatted in the number 2 spiritual field of the farm and continued to compete with chrysanthemum tea. In the next few days, Tang Ranran's schedule was the real Tang Ranran planted chrysanthemum tea. And the small Tang Xian went out every day to plant 30 or 40 acres of earth fruit. During this period, Tang Xian, who was planting vegetables, went to find Alan and others. The black and purple of the little bean had retreated to the red spot state, and it was recovering day by day. It seemed that he was saved. Tang Ranran gave another bottle of red blood fruit juice, a plate of medicine and 1,000 star coins, and then stopped paying attention. On June 8th, Kong Chen sent her a series of good news. First, his application for fiefdom was successful. That is, he bought Su Ping Ruixing by installment payment. The total price is 1.85 trillion. The down payment is 200 billion. And the longest installment payment is 20 years. The first repayment will be made in early June next year, including interest, and the annual repayment is 108 billion. In the same month, the planet management fee equivalent to the property fee will be paid. This fee is calculated based on the total import and export trade of the planet in the previous year. For their planet, the property fee will be several million at most next year. Then, there are nutrient solution and medicines, and various supplies have arrived on the planet one after another. The 200 billion donated by Tang Ranran is enough to solve this dilemma. Even with sufficient medicines, most of the people with mild symptoms can recover. Kong Chen is very busy at this moment. There are various disaster relief arrangements, and they are busy with various handovers after the privatization of the planet. Tang Ranran is ready to show his understanding. Life went on as usual, with large-sized chrysanthemum tea and small-sized fruit. On June 10th, Yin Xing finally arrived in a small spaceship. Because Su Pingrui was still under lockdown, Yin Xing and his team were currently parked in the space station on the neighboring planet with the small spaceship. On the same day, that afternoon, Tang Ranran finally successfully grew chrysanthemum tea. After a week or so, after knocking many blue bottles, the results finally came out. The overlapping yellow petals were elegant and beautiful. Under the bright sunshine of the farm, they seemed to be shining with a light luster and exuding fairy spirit. The fragrance of the flowers was also refreshing. Refreshing and refreshing. Wow! It was really high-end. After successfully growing a chrysanthemum tea, after admiring it for a few minutes, Tang Ranran ruthlessly plucked it off and placed it in the most advanced fresh-keeping food box. Then he weighed it. After deducting the weight of the box, it was about 135 grams. However, this weight includes the branches, stems, pedicels, and other sundries. Chrysanthemum tea is a high-end product. Not only is it not sold online, but even the information cannot be found. Tang Ranran is not sure how chrysanthemum tea is sold. Is it sold as a whole flower? Or is it sold as a water solution after the petals are removed? After thinking about it, Tang Ranran continued to plant. With the arrival of a large amount of nutrient solution, the food crisis has been resolved. The trumpet Tang Xian said hello to Wu Lihua on the grounds that he had consumed too much mental energy and needed to rest, and euphemistically said that he would not plant vegetables anymore. After planting Tugua for a week, the total contribution of mercenaries was less than 5 million. I quit. Tang Ranran planted chrysanthemum tea wholeheartedly. He first divided the plants. Within 2 days, the original 1 chrysanthemum tea plant catalyzed 4 or 5 new seedlings, selecting fertile ordinary soil and making a large flower pot. Tang Ranran dug it himself and transplanted the new seedlings into the flower pot. This time, with hard work day and night. It only took 3 days for the chrysanthemum in the flower pot to bloom into a big flower. The finished product was ready, and Tang Ranran switched to her trumpet Tang Xian to take pictures. Chrysanthemum tea has not been patented, so it can be bought and sold at will. Of course, it is estimated that no one has the stock except her. Before choosing a buyer, Tang Ranran first asked Lu Jingxing about the market. Lu Jingxing and Lu Qinhua are definitely good friends who wear the same pants. Just a few seconds after she sent the message, Lu Jingxing pulled a group chat, and Lu Qinhua was in it. And then, there was the young man Lu Quan. Lu Quan, my god. Big chrysanthemum? Lu Quan, Senior Tang Xian. You even grew big chrysanthemum? It's incredible. The young man Lu Quan exclaimed repeatedly that the big chrysanthemum in their highest planting base has not grown a millimeter for so many years, let alone blooming. They are already very accomplished that they didn't die. Lu Jingxing, can you open the video so we can see it? Lu Qinhua, Tang Xian. You are so amazing. I admire you. I admire you. Tang Ranran opened the video directly, and the camera was focused on the beautiful flowers of the chrysanthemum tea, even though they were separated by a screen. The three of them exclaimed in amazement, and could only sigh in disbelief. After the shock, it was time to get down to business. The three of them talked one after another, and then Tang Ranran knew. Chrysanthemum tea is a rare thing, so she can sell it however she wants. However, the same type of goods are usually sold in pieces. The price is calculated according to the quality of the petals, or according to the amount of aqueous solution after the final ratio, unless it is drunk on the same day. The chrysanthemum tea aqueous solution is not made casually, because it involves the preservation of freshness and quality, and needs to be made by professional pharmacists. As for the price, 1 unit of petals can definitely be more than 1 trillion, and 1 unit of 70 aqueous solution can be more than 100 billion. The above prices are all low prices at the auction, and they will only be more, not less. Although Lu Qinhua is very envious, with the GDP of Beiki Star, it is completely unable to afford high-end goods such as large velvet chrysanthemums. As for individuals, Lu Qinhua and Lu Jingxing can only buy a fraction of it together, although the two could not afford it. They said they could help Tang Ranran contact the auction house and guarantee that the item could be sold without revealing her personal information. After politely saying "I think about it," Tang Ranran contacted LV Chuanping instead after ending the group chat. "Tang Xian, do you want to buy the North Lixing Big Sky Velvet Chrysanthemum with a 70% aqueous solution?" Beyond the distant starry sky, it was night on LV Chuanping's side. He had already washed up and gone to bed, and had taken off his clothes to get ready for bed. But when the smart brain sounded, LV Chuanping's tired face immediately became energetic. This special message sound was from his supplier. At a glance, the message came from Tang Xian, and LV Chuanping was even more excited. When he saw the content of the message clearly, he suddenly entered a state of excitement and surprise. Aqueous solution 70. Oh my god. 70. Tang Xian is really a god. Replied in seconds. Lu Chuanping, collect. After using 3 exclamation marks to express his strong desire to buy, Lu Chuanping jumped off the bed and quickly put on his clothes. While putting on his clothes, he pulled out the communication number of Lisha on his brain and made a life-threatening call. As soon as the communication was connected, Lu Chuanping shouted anxiously, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Come on! Send me off! Old price!" Lisha was very unhappy to be disturbed in his sweet dream, but he just took money from others, so he endured it and asked lightly, "Where are you going?" Lu Chuanping was stunned. "Wait, let me ask." Then, Tang Ranran over there received Lu Chuanping's invitation to talk. After accepting the invitation to talk, Tang Ranran joined the group chat. There were 3 people in the group. Besides her, there were Lu Chuanping and Lisha. Tang Ranran was convinced these 2 people were really good friends. "Tang Xian, where are you? Is it convenient for us to come now?" As soon as Tang Ranran joined, Lu Chuanping asked anxiously. "It's convenient now. I'm in Supingwei Star in the 3rd galaxy. I send you the address." Tang Ranran replied and sent her current address. "Received. Come right away." Lu Chuanping replied impatiently, and turned to urge Lisha. "Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't waste time." With a snort in response, Lisha sat up from the bed resignedly, with his strong upper body naked, and subconsciously reached out to grab the neatly folded clothes at the corner of the bed. Then he was stunned. No, it would expose his identity. "Let go." Lisha turned to find a set of ordinary combat uniforms from his special space buckle for his mercenary identity. After getting up and putting on his clothes, Lisha asked, "Tang Xian, will you take the golden pure glass crystal? According to the market price, it's 1 billion each. If you take it, I bring it along." "Golden? That's only for those who have made great contributions in the army." Tang Ranran became more and more suspicious. Liasha's main job is military personnel. "Right." Without thinking too much, Tang Ranran replied with one word. "Take it." "Yes." After responding, getting dressed and putting on the mask, Lisha took out a box from the space buckle. When the box was opened, there were a lot of awards inside. Picking up the awards, Lisha began to take off the golden pure glass crystals one by one. After taking off 10, Lisha stopped and stored the 10 pure glass crystals separately in a small bag and stored them in the space buckle. After preparing his goods, he made a space crack and teleported to the room where Lu Chuanping was in the next second. Lu Chuanping in the room had already dressed up. When he saw Lai Sha, he stepped forward and grabbed his arm, in a standard hitchhiking posture, and urged him, "Hurry up. Hurry up. We're waiting for you. You want to buy private goods?" Lai Sha raised his eyebrows, but was not in a hurry to leave. As a good friend, he knew Lu Chuanping's character very well. If it was for military procurement, this stingy guy would never pay for him to make a trip. He would only say, "Who am I doing this for?" and righteously let him work for nothing. So, it was not a military procurement, but a personal transaction. "Yeah." Lu Chuanping nodded in agreement. 70% aqueous solution of pure plants. That is a rare top-grade product that cannot be bought through general channels. Once it comes out on the market, it will cause a rush. But because it is too expensive, it is not on the military's procurement list. Lu Chuanping's intention is to make connections and let people in the family buy it. And he can also get a little agency fee from it. Just from what he knew, there were several wealthy elders who were looking to buy high purification value food, and they would definitely want it. Without saying more, LV Chuanping urged again anxiously, "Hurry up. Although the Lu family in Beiki Star doesn't have much money, I'm worried that they will pool their money to compete with me. Let's talk about the travel expenses first." Looking at LV Chuanping's anxious attitude, Lai Sha was calm and said, "I want to take 1/10 of the private goods you bought from Tang Xian." 1/10? Why don't you go and rob it? LV Chuanping's eyes widened, and his voice became several degrees sharper. "I'm robbing it now." "You?" LV Chuanping gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger and negotiated kindly. 1 unit of 50 for travel expenses. 1/10. Although it was not clear what the two wanted to trade, it was expected that this was a big deal, and Lai Sha was unmoved and continued to insist. 50 for 2 units. No more. Lu Chuanping endured the pain and raised the price, gnashing his teeth. "If you don't do it, I will talk to Tang Xian via video and find someone to inspect it myself." Seeing that Lu Chuanping was being forced into a corner, knowing that this was the limit of what he could do, Lai Sha gave in. "Okay. Then 50 for 2 units. The travel expenses were finalized, and under Lu Chuanping's cannibalistic gaze, Lai Sha checked the location set by Tang Xian, and then constructed a space channel. After ending the group chat, Tang Ranran waited in the room, covering the finished flower pots of chrysanthemum tea from the farm, and placed them carelessly on the small round table in the small rest area of the room. After waiting for a few minutes, Tang Ranran saw a space crack, which suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. "Tang Ranran, here it comes." Sure enough, in less than 2 seconds, Lai Sha and Lu Chuanping walked out of the space crack one after the other. Even though he had taken a ride countless times, LV Chuanping still felt dizzy, like he was carsick, which was really uncomfortable. When he arrived at the scene, LV Chuanping's face was pale, and his head was dizzy. If it weren't for the hunter holding him, he would have fallen to the ground. But in the next second, accompanied by a refreshing breath, he immediately regained his spirits on the spot. After taking a deep breath, LV Chuanping looked around excitedly, and soon his eyes were fixed on chrysanthemum tea. This, seeing it with his own eyes, it is inevitable to be shocked. Ah! The high purification value plant, just the fragrance it emits, is so refreshing. Is it this? Hunting also locked on chrysanthemum tea, and took a few steps to the flower pot. The intelligent brain scanned it, and the relevant information came out. North Lixing big velvet chrysanthemum. Even if it was hunting, it couldn't help but exclaimed, "Water solution 70. If ordinary 70 is a rare treasure, then the water solution 70 is the VIP among rare treasures." "Tang Xian, are you sure you want to sell it? How much?" LV Chuanping wiped the non-existent saliva, and also took a few steps to the flower pot, staring at the big chrysanthemum on the top of the plant, and asked, "Are you sure you want to sell it? According to the quality of the petals, 1 unit is 1 trillion. Can you accept this price from the quartermaster department?" Tang Ranran was a little nervous. This thing is too valuable, and he didn't know whether the military would accept it. The quartermaster department generally only buys less than 50. Lu Chuanping shook his head, and then immediately said, "We can trade individually. I buy it. That's fine." Tang Ranran didn't mind individual transactions. "Wait a minute. I checked the details." With the same brain scan, Lu Chuanping began to review the details of the Bailey Star Big Sky Velvet Chrysanthemum. Okay. This deal is of great value. And Tang Ranran naturally understands his caution. While Lu Chuanping was looking at the information, Lai Sha took out the goods prepared in the space buckle and handed them to Tang Ranran. Here are 10 golden ones. Although he was greedy for chrysanthemum tea, Lai Sha was very self-aware. As a poor guy, he could only look at it. So he talked about what he could buy. Still more than 50. Right? Are there any other requirements? Tang Ranran took the item, glanced at it, and asked casually. After such a long time, her basement has a lot of inventory. And there are many varieties of more than 50. With a lot of goods and many choices. Tang Ranran doesn't mind satisfying the personal taste of customers. I wanted to say no. But when the words came to my mouth, I was caught off guard and changed it to it's better not to be too sour. And taste normal. The small yellow-orange fruit made him remember it clearly. Beinan Yangsing Lance of fruit vine. Bikixing Yutong fruit. Bikixing Zia Fengling fruit. Hangchuanchuan fruit. All of them are above 50. Tang Ranran has a lot of goods in his hand. Since there is no requirement, Tang Ranran chooses the 50 Zia Fengling fruit that tastes good and was traded last time. Pretending to take it from the space buckle, but actually from the basement of the farm. Tang Ranran took out several boxes of Zia Fengling fruit. The number of golden pure glass crystals is 10, which is equivalent to 10 billion. That is, 10 units. Tang Ranran generously took out nearly 11 units and placed them on the small round table, saying, then let's still Zia Fengling fruit. I have improved the quality to more than 50. You can check the goods on the spot. I believe you. In one sentence, the box full of trust was not opened, and it was put into his space buckle. The two completed the transaction. And Lu Chuanping had already gone through the detailed information of chrysanthemum tea. 10 grams can make a unit of 70 aqueous solution. So this price is very cheap. Confirming that Tang Ranran gave him a friendship discount. Lu Chuanping was overjoyed and couldn't wait to confirm again. Tang Xian. According to the weight of the petals, 1 unit is 1 trillion. Right? Yes. What if it's barter? Can you give me a little discount? As an intermediary, Lu Chuanping wanted to get more. And the implication of his words was very clear. We evaded personal income tax. Can you give me a discount? After understanding the implication, Tang Ranran nodded and said, sure. I want star diamond ore. Ordinary ore is 1 million per gram. And broken materials are also okay. Broken materials are calculated at 950,000 per gram. Ha! So loyal. Lu Chuanping was overjoyed. The profit was very large. The weight of this should be 70 to 80 grams. I will contact someone to prepare the star diamond organ. Lu Chuanping directly called his third grandfather. The Lu family is a big family in the first galaxy. The family is involved in politics, military, business, and all walks of life. And his third grandfather is a very wealthy businessman. The richest man in the family. The old man is over 180 years old. And he is more afraid of death as he gets older. So he has been looking for pure food with high purification value in recent years. When the communication was connected, Lu Chuanping said, I have a source of 70 aqueous solution. The third grandfather on the other end of the communication shouted excitedly, buy! Buy it at a high price. Get it at all costs. Money is not a problem. Okay. Then I will talk to you. Third grandfather. Wait for my good news. But you have to be prepared. The price will not be low. And the other party requires the original star diamond or to be traded. The third grandfather of the Lu family. As long as it is genuine and the other party is willing to sell it. As much original star diamond or as you want. Okay. I understand. Then you go. Third grandfather. Get ready. Once I have agreed on the price, we will trade on the spot. Okay. Okay. Go. How much goods? Is 10 trillion star diamond or enough? If not, I will ask someone to transfer the inventory. Enough. Enough. Wait for my good news. Lu Chuanping happily ended the call and turned to Tang Ranran and said with a smile. Then this is the price. The star diamond ore will be ready as soon as possible. Let's pay and deliver the goods. Because the amount involved is huge. The inspection procedure must be necessary. Trust is trust. But the transaction amount is huge. So Lu Chuanping dare not be careless. If the aqueous solution does not reach 70, the difference between 60 and 70 is not a little bit. Need to go to another planet? Tang Ranran frowned and asked. Well, we have to go to the first galaxy, Lu Chuanping replied. After finding the buyer, San Taigong, it is natural to go to the buyer's territory to complete the transaction. It's not convenient for me to show up. Nor is it convenient for me to leave here. Tang Ranran refused, and said boldly, You just take this pot of flowers over. LV Chuanping and Lai Sha were both stunned. LV Chuanping widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Are you sure? Lai Sha also stared at Tang Ranran with complicated eyes. I'm sure. Tang Ranran looked serious, full of trust. No. You should go with us. This flower is at least 700 to 800 billion. It's worth a lot. You trust me so much. I'm under a lot of pressure. LV Chuanping waved his hands repeatedly. He was just a mortal. He was afraid that he could not resist the temptation and would be shortchanged. It's okay. You can take it away. Seeing that Tang Ranran really didn't want to go with him, Lu Chuanping was embarrassed for a while, and finally said, Since you trust me so much, I won't refuse. How about this? I video chat with you, and you can supervise the whole process online. How about it? That's fine. Then, I take it away. LV Chuanping stretched out his hand and pretended to hold the flower pot. Well, you can take it away. Then I really take the pot away? LV Chuanping was still a little bit incredulous, and didn't dare to confirm the next move again. Go. Tang Ranran waved her hand, a little disgusted with his slowness. Really? With a throbbing heart, LV Chuanping carefully picked up the flower pot with both hands, holding it tightly in his arms for fear of bumping it. Unable to help but sniff the fragrance of the flower, LV Chuanping turned his head and commanded to Lai Sha. My third grandfather's family. You know him. After reporting the address to the driver, LV Chuanping added a sentence, earnestly admonishing. Drive carefully. If this flower falls or gets bumped, you can't afford to pay for it even if you sell it. Lai Sha was speechless, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Stretched out his long arm to hold LV Chuanping's arm, and waved his other hand at Tang Ranran. Let's go first. Yeah. A space crack appeared, and the two disappeared on the spot. Tang Ranran, who stayed in the room, couldn't help but sigh again. Space. Hey. There's a high probability that she can't count on the space ability. She should still count on her own cultivation. By the way, how to get the teleportation array? I've forgotten a little. Sitting on a small chair in the rest area and looking at the intelligent brain for a while, LV Chuanping sent a video link. Tang Ranran received it. In the video, there is an antique building that can't be said to be expensive, but can only be said to be a very powerful building. We have arrived, and now we will go to check it. I will broadcast the whole process live. The camera always follows Chrysanthemum Tea, and LV Chuanping explains outside the camera. It is obvious that someone has been contacted. In less than a minute, a hovercraft fell from the sky, and the two got in the car. After driving for a while, they finally landed in a courtyard. Tang Ranran had to sigh. Although her Tang family mansion is very nice, it is just a younger brother in front of this building. The temperament of the two. The former is a nouveau riche, and the latter is a powerful and influential person. This is just like the Forbidden City. Besides, the planets in the first galaxy are all worth every inch of land. The heritage of the family. As expected, some people are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. Some things can't be achieved by hard work. Although she was shocked, Tang Ranran was not too envious. As a cheater, she even had a golden finger. So why worry about not being able to live in Rome? After walking for a while, LV Chuanping, holding the flower pot, entered a building, and after turning around several times, he arrived at a place like a laboratory. LV San Taigong, a vigorous old man, had been waiting at the scene. After the group came in, LV San Taigong's wrinkled face greeted them with excitement. When his eyes met the Chrysanthemum Tea, his eyes suddenly brightened, and then he took a deep breath. The smell of high purification value. LV San Taigong's face was intoxicated. Third Taigong, I have fulfilled my mission and brought something to you. Please smell it. Isn't this breath particularly pure, refreshing and energetic? LV Chuanping proudly asked for credit. One sip will make you live 2 more days, and one sip will make you live 2 more years. Not bad. It is undoubtedly high quality. LV San Taigong nodded repeatedly, catering to his preferences and knowing that he likes it. Lu Chuanping did a trick, and seriously reported the price without blushing or speeding up his heartbeat. Third Grandpa. One unit is 1.3 trillion. And the other party wants the original star diamond ore. And the price is 1 million per gram. Hearing this, Lai Sha couldn't help but look sideways. Huh? Even more evil than him. 1.3 trillion? Lu San Taigong word sank. Yes. If I hadn't had a good relationship with him, I wouldn't have been able to buy it. Haha. You kid. You did a great job. It's a good deal. Laughing loudly, Grandpa Lu San habitually reached out to pat Lu Chuanping on the shoulder. But when he raised his hand, he was concerned about the flower pot he was holding. And the next second he turned into, "What are you still standing there for? Put it away quickly. Don't drop my treasure." Tang Ranran, who was watching online, she thought the old man thought it was too expensive. But she didn't expect that she was narrow-minded. Narrow-minded? This old man is extremely rich. Trillions or something. It's absolutely a drizzle. Moreover, this wave of operations really made her look at Lu Chuanping differently. Look at this familiar attitude. I'm afraid it's not the first time to cheat the old man. Third Grandpa. If the price is okay, then we will check the goods first? Okay. You? Be careful. Take as few samples as possible. Don't damage this treasure. Third Grandpa LV said to the researchers very seriously. And then asked, "By the way, Xiaoping, is this plant for sale? Can I buy the whole plant? This? Let me ask." Taking a step back, LV Chuanping chose the typing and messaging mode. LV Chuanping, Tang Xian. You heard it. I, the third Grandpa, want to buy the whole plant. If you sell it, can you give me a price? Tang Xian, this. Tang Ranran was a little embarrassed. Tang Xian, I don't know the market. Lu Jingxing only said how much money he spent, but didn't say how much the plant could be sold for. LV Chuanping, then, at 500 billion? Without precedent. LV Chuanping referred to the same type of water solution plants and gave a rough price. Although chrysanthemum tea is difficult to grow, she has several on her farm, and 500 billion is too much. Tang Ranran agreed immediately. Tang Xian, okay. After Tang Ranran agreed, LV Chuanping grinned happily, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and turned to LV San Taigong and said, "San Taigong, my friend agreed. 600 billion. 100 billion in one hand. This middleman must be very shady." After hearing it clearly, Tang Ranran could only say that LV Chuanping made this money too easily. Should she kick out the middleman and contact this rich old man directly? Well, just thinking about it, if LV Chuanping, the middleman, is gone, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. She can't lose the big picture for the small. The next step is the inspection of the relevant researchers. They took a leaf and a petal, and after a measurement, they concluded, authentic Balixing large velvet chrysanthemum. The real thing. After confirmation, it is weighed, because the third master Lu wanted to keep the integrity of the whole plant, and could not remove the petals. A high-tech weighing method was used. It was probably a technology of 3D modeling, proportional restoration, and then weighing the model. The petal sample before was also counted, and the final mass was determined to be 74.1542 grams. The old man generously rounded it off for her. 75 grams. One unit is 1.3 trillion. 75 grams is 975 billion. 975 billion plus 600 billion. The total value, 1,575 billion. Among them, 125 billion belongs to Tang Ranran, and the remaining 325 billion belongs to the middleman Lu Chuanping. After calculating this, Tang Ranran had to marvel at Lu Chuanping's ability to cheat money again. His own third master was also ruthless in cheating. Knowing the price hunting, he frequently looked at Lu Chuanping, and his dark eyes hid a kind of greenness of slaughtering fat sheep. The star diamond ore had been prepared long ago, and Master Lu San waved his hand and began to count it on the spot. Each fist-sized piece of star diamond ore was weighed one by one and then put into the box. A total of 1,575 kilograms. 2 large boxes were packed. After putting them into the space buckle, Lu Chuanping said goodbye. Third Grandpa, we leave first. Without even looking at him, Lu San Taigong's eyes were all on chrysanthemum tea. Let's go! By the way, if your friend is high in goods next time, remember to contact me. I know. I will definitely keep the good stuff for you. Lu Chuanping's voice was full of joy. Of course. The more good things like this, the better. The driver hunted and set off again. Space changes life. Look! The previous second was tens of thousands of light years away. And the next second, the two were back in Tang Ranran hotel room. I'm rich. I'm rich. As soon as he came back, Lu Chuanping couldn't help shouting with joy. Took out the big money box containing the star diamond ore. Took out a weighing machine. And then couldn't wait to start dividing the spoils. In front of Tang Ranran, Lu Chuanping weighed out the star diamond ore worth 325 billion and put it into the metal box he had prepared. Tang Xian. Yours. This is my kickback. Is it okay? Yes. It's cleared. So many raw star diamonds. She seemed to feel the joy of spending money forever. Tang Ranran suppressed her excitement and pretended to be calm as she put the two boxes into the space buckle. After the payment, LV Chuanping happily admired his huge kickback for a few seconds. Just as he closed the lid and was about to put the box into the space buckle, a big hand pressed on the box, stopping him from putting it away. LV Chuanping looked at the owner of the hand suspiciously. Lai Sha. What are you doing? Lai Sha snorted coldly. Give me money. Humph. Morality. LV Chuanping snorted coldly, motioned him to let go, and then opened the lid again. Picked a small piece of smaller star diamond, weighed it with the weighing device that had not been put away, and then threw it to him casually. Yes, 38 grams. The extra is for you. I don't have any ready-made goods. Tang Xian is right here. You can buy it yourself. Raising his hand to take it, holding the small star diamond, Liasha's eyes fell on the box, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Give me half of the ones in the box. Why? We agreed to give each unit 50. LV Chuanping was immediately furious. That's the travel expenses. Now we are talking about hush money. Lai Sha gave him a threatening look. You are taking advantage of the fire. You are robbing openly. LV Chuanping was furious. Haven't you heard a saying? Lai Sha was calm and said with a slightly shameless tone. Whoever sees it gets a share. You. Back and forth. Several confrontations. In the end, Lu Chuanping was defeated. I really owe you. Let's split it in half. Tang Ranran, who watched the whole scene, said, Wow, this pair of good friends are really iron. 325 billion. Split it as you like. Why doesn't she have such a good friend? Forget it. She is self-sufficient, grows her own vegetables, and makes her own money. She doesn't envy her. These two guys should envy her. Through coercion, inducement, and taking advantage of the situation, Hunter obtained nearly 160 billion star diamond ore. And then, Tang Xian, I buy the goods. The star diamond ore was thrown on the table, and Hunter spent money lavishly. Above 50. As many as you can get. Tang Ranran was surprised. Are you sure? Yeah. It's a waste if you can't finish it. What are you going to do with so much at once? Lu Chuanping frowned and disagreed. The shelf life of pure nutrient solution can only be up to 3 years at most. The shelf life of fresh pure fruits and vegetables is even shorter. Often not more than 3 months. Although there are fresh food boxes. As time goes by, the relevant elements that determine the purity value will gradually disappear, and even eventually become ordinary fruits. I am useful. Hunter obviously didn't want to say more. What are you useful for? There has been no battle recently. Lu Chuanping was suddenly stunned. His pupil shrank, and he thought of a possibility. You don't want to carry out your beheading plan? Hunter was silent and didn't answer. Are you crazy? Lu Chuanping was so angry that he yelled. With sufficient supplies? I am sure, Lai Sha said firmly. No. You can't go. I disagree. I absolutely disagree. Lu Chuanping repeatedly stopped him and turned to Tang Ranran. Tang Xian. Don't sell it to him. You will hurt him if you sell it to him. It has nothing to do with Tang Xian. Don't involve him. I don't care. Anyway, I don't agree. I won't let you go. That's a worm nest. A worm nest. Do you know how many accidents there are? In front of Tang Ranran, the good friends quarreled. Strictly speaking, it was Lu Chuanping who was hysterical unilaterally. Blah blah. No matter how angrily Lu Chuanping tried to stop him, Lieshao still looked like he had eaten a weight, and was determined. Faced with Lieshao's stubborn temper, Lu Chuanping was defeated in the end. I really lost to you. With a helpless sigh, Lu Chuanping took out the box that had been put away again, and put it on the table with a bit of anger. I also buy goods. Give it to him. All to him. I can't stop it. So I can only join in. Tang Ranran, who didn't know the situation, was confused, and his gossipy heart was burning. He asked, "Can you tell me the whole story? If it's confidential, just pretend I didn't ask." "It's not confidential. I plan to go deep into the insect nest to kill the insect swarm monarch. Hunting is concise. Can you give a detailed version?" Tang Ranran looked at Lu Chuanping with curiosity. Lu Chuanping sighed and explained in detail. "The Atwood swarm, one of the 9 royal families of the Zerg, is eyeing our empire. They sent a younger brother, the Bishap swarm, to constantly provoke us in order to test our attitude and strength." "A war? Didn't they say they were still negotiating?" Tang Ranran was shocked. "Didn't they say they couldn't fight? The negotiations are with the Atwood swarm, and Bishap is equivalent to a pathfinder they threw out. As for whether there will be a fight or something else in the future, it is still uncertain." Tang Ranran understood it all at once, and when he looked at the hunter again, his eyes were filled with, "I couldn't help but feel a little admiration. So you're going to kill the boss of the Bishop of Zerg and give the Atwood Zerg a head start?" "Yes. The dignity of the empire cannot be challenged by the Zerg." Hunter's voice was mellow and low, revealing a sharp killing intention. "The dignity of the empire cannot be violated." Then he changed the subject and revealed a heavy feeling of compassion for the world. "But if we officially go to war with the Atwood Zerg, there will inevitably be heavy casualties." "Are you sure? It's just a garbage swarm that barely squeezes into the second rate." It has to be said that Hunter's answer was very arrogant, full of the calmness and confidence of a strong man. "Although there are no powerful characters in the Bishopu insect swarm, we can't take it lightly. What's more, Bishopu is a snake-shaped insect, and most of its core insects are highly poisonous. And the core combat power of Atwood may be hidden in Bishopu's nest. If you encounter an accident and your mental power goes wild in the insect nest, you will be dead." LV Chuanping was worried. "With sufficient supplies, there will be no accidents," Hunter said very confidently, knowing that he had made a decision. Even 10 cows could not pull him back. Lu Chuanping was helpless and could only ask Tang Ranran, "Tang Xian, how much goods do you have left?" "A little, but 325 billion. 50 is definitely not enough." Tang Ranran hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally made a decision, taking out the top-grade fresh-keeping food box containing chrysanthemum tea from the basement. She really admired Hunter's behavior of going to the insect nest alone to kill the boss. Such a heroic behavior deserves respect. So, she was willing to support him, not only spiritually, but also materially. "Use this." When the food box was opened, chrysanthemum tea came out. "Hiss!" Lu Chuanping gasped. "You grew too." "Too?" Lieshao was also shocked. "That's all the money we have." After taking another deep breath of the air filled with the smell of chrysanthemum tea, Lu Chuanping spread his hands and said helplessly, "I can't afford it." Lieshao's eyes fell on the smart brain strap, and he scanned his 7 space buckles one by one. His 4 old friends, mechas, were definitely not enough to pay off the debt. And the other things? He didn't have any valuable items of equivalent value. "I want it, but I don't have money. I hate myself for being a poor soldier. I also hate that I don't have an elder who can make him rich and not worry about money. These are the original star diamonds. The rest is my support. Everyone has a responsibility to deal with the Zerg." Tang Ranran was very generous. "And these?" "About 50. While talking, Tang Ranran took out a lot of fresh food boxes. A total of about 20 units of 50. "Give. Give? Are you sure?" LV Chuanping's expression was definitely that his jaw dropped to the ground, and he could stuff an egg in his mouth. His father was not so generous to give him so much property. Oh, not for him, but to support the guy next to him. Sure. Tang Ranran was very serious, and then asked the hunter, "By the way, is the situation urgent? When will you act? If it's not urgent, can you wait for another 3 or 4 days? I have another one. It's about to bloom. I try my best to plant it." Hearing this, even Hunter couldn't help but gasp, his eyes full of disbelief. You It was so shocking that Hunter didn't know what to say to express his gratitude. It's also my support. I wish you success. Of course. Your own safety is the most important. Tang Ranran said with a heroic attitude of treating money as dirt. Supplies must be arranged. For Tang Ranran's generous support. Hunter was extremely grateful. And there were thousands of words that could not be expressed. In the end, he could only say 2 words, thank you. By the way, if the decapitation operation is successful, as the largest supplier, can I receive the reward? Although he didn't lack money, he gave away the things, and he would get a little bit back. So Tang Ranran didn't forget to ask. It's probably not possible, Lu Chuanping explained. The decapitation operation was rejected at the meeting. If he did it, it would be a private action, and he wouldn't get a medal. Well, okay. Tang Ranran was slightly disappointed. But thinking about her current situation, if she worked overtime, she could earn 1 bottle of chrysanthemum tea in 3 days. 1 bottle of chrysanthemum tea costs 500 billion plus. Hey, she is really a ruthless star coin maker. After saying goodbye to Tang Ranran, he returned to Lu Chuanping's room. Lai Sha still felt unreal. 70% aqueous solution of pure plants. It was in his space button at the moment. 50 grams of base. Which means at least 5 parts of 70% aqueous solution. Really? This is so unreal. It feels like a dream. Ah! Lu Chuanping, who also felt very dreamy, slapped his thigh heavily after recovering from the motion sickness. The wisest thing I have done since I was a child is to meet Tang Xian. A friend. Why didn't he meet the awesome and generous wood healing system earlier? Oh! It's not too late now. Having returned to his own territory, Lai Sha raised his hand to take off the mask, revealing a handsome face with sharp edges, and nodded in agreement. I agree. Knowing Tang Xian is probably his greatest luck in his life. Really? Tang Xian has given too much. He is under a lot of pressure. With a solemn look as if he was holding a military meeting, he pondered for a long time. And then Lai Sha asked Lu Chuanping seriously, what do you think of me marrying Xiaoyan to him and making Tang Xian my brother-in-law? There are too many, and I can't get that much money even if I sell him. So I sell his sister? I can't repay him. So I can only give him my sister. Thinking of Yin Yin, the female demon, LV Chuanping immediately became alert, trembling, and hurriedly stopped her. No. No. No! You are not repaying. You are taking revenge. If Xiaoyan really likes Tang Xian and takes advantage of him, I am afraid Tang Xian will kill us both. Lai Sha frowned. Then who do you think is more suitable among my cousins? No one is suitable. LV Chuanping rolled his eyes. The female soldiers of the Yin family are all very fierce. If they are really introduced to Tang Xian, I am afraid Tang Xian will turn against them. After denying Lai Sha's sisters, LV Chuanping dragged his chin and said affirmatively, but you? Who is the sister? The plan of getting married is quite correct. I think my Ruoro is more suitable. Ruoro is the type of girl who is gentle, considerate and eloquent. Even if Tang Xian doesn't like her, they won't become enemies. Isn't Xiao Ruoro still studying? Tang Xian is only 29, and Ruoro is 25. They are suitable in age. I can't introduce my 56-year-old sister to him. Right? Generally, men don't like sister-brother relationships. And what's wrong with studying? Isn't it normal to fall in love while studying? Lai Sha thought about it carefully, and it seemed that Lu Chuanping's sister Xiao Ruoro was indeed more suitable than his sisters, who only knew how to drive mechas and fight and kill. You're right. Introduce Xiao Ruo to Tang Xian. Hey, if it really works out. Lu Chuanping smiled slightly obscenely. If he became Tang Xian brother-in-law. My God. Such a huge fortune. He would have to laugh even in his dreams. Okay. Okay. Go back if you have nothing to do. Thinking of his own great wealth, Lu Chuanping drove the man away. At the end, his stingy nature broke out, and he didn't forget to add, keep the account. Today I got 160 billion for you and flew away. Don't charge me for travel expenses in the future. Virtue. Hunter snorted coldly and left. Su Ping Ruishing. Tang Ranran in the hotel immediately revealed his true colors after the two left, and his eyes lit up at a pile of raw star diamonds. So much money. So much fucking money. Ah! What career is she still doing? She can already reach the pinnacle of life by growing vegetables. After being excited for a long time about the star diamond ore, Tang Ranran took a deep breath. A deep breath. telling herself in her heart, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. She is still a 9th level chi refining scum. She must firmly follow the path of wretched development. Put safety first. And never waver. She can't put herself in danger for a mere yellow and white thing. For the matter of making money, the small account Tang Xian has to come forward. And she herself must follow the path of hiding in the crowd and developing secretly. Yes. 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 She still has to have a career. After all, she doesn't know how to launder money. The density of the star diamond ore is very hard. Probably similar to diamonds. And requires professional cutting tools, which Tang Ranran doesn't have. But it doesn't matter. She has a small flying sword. After weighing the 100 billion worth of star diamond ore, Tang Ranran took out her magic weapon, the small flying sword, and tried to chop it. It was a bit hard. And this broken sword was not very useful. Adding spiritual power, a damage buff was given to the small flying sword. And Tang Ranran chopped again. After working for a quarter of an hour, the 100 billion star diamond ore was chopped into star diamond fragments by her. Find a box to pack it, and put a label on it. Tang Ranran went to the farm, and put the things in the farmhouse. After leaving the farm, before switching, Tang Ranran looked at the intelligent brain. Just now there was a message. So take a look. Lu Chuanping, brother Tang Xian. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, I have a sister who is still single. How about getting to know her? Attached is a photo. The background seems to be a library. A lady who is reading a book, full of bookish temperament and classical charm. To be honest, she is a very beautiful and elegant girl. But she is also a girl. Tang Xian, I am still young, and I don't want to talk about feelings for the time being. Tang Ranran declined. Lu Chuanping, let's get to know each other. Just as making friends. Tang Xian, no. Thank you. Things never happen more than 3 times. After being rejected twice, Lu Chuanping was inevitably discouraged and thought to himself, could it be that he doesn't like girls like Ruoro? No. For the sake of wealth, he has to work harder. Lu Chuanping, okay. Let me ask you a question. What type of girl do you like? I have several cousins. All single. So I won't let them get away with it. See if there is any type you like, and I will introduce it to you. Without further explanation, Lu Chuanping sent several more photos. Lolita type. Queen type. Hot girl type. Sassy type. All girls. Why not introduce me to some handsome men in the army? Tang Ranran muttered in his heart and replied. Tang Xian, I have no fixed place to live, and have no plans to get married for the time being. I won't delay the girl. Rejected again? Lu Chuanping wailed in his heart. His wealth is gone. But Tang Xian's attitude is, either don't talk, or talk with the purpose of getting married? I didn't expect Tang Xian to be so serious about relationships. Lu Chuanping sighed in his heart, and his liking for Tang Xian increased. Tang Xian, I'm going to plant big chrysanthemums now. If there is nothing else, I won't talk. Lu Chuanping, okay. You go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you. Having said this, business is important, and Lu Chuanping doesn't dare to bother him anymore. There is nothing else to do. Tang Ranran pretends to take a break, hangs up, and returns to his original form. In the room, Tang Ranran, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes, and then circulated her spiritual power to check the results of her practice this night. It was pretty good. She could meditate instead of sleeping every day. Although her spiritual power was consumed quickly, her practice speed was much faster. In terms of data, the speed increased by more than 20%. She stood up, stretched her waist, washed her face, and had breakfast. After entering the farm, she threw the 100 billion star diamond ore fragments into her space buckle. And then Tang Ranran left the farm and checked the information from the intelligent brain.